Chapter 1. The Female Sword Immortal. Dual cultivation? Why didn't you say so earlier? Are you going on top, or am I? Chu Chi rubbed his hands in anticipation upon hearing the female Sword Immortal's request, his eyes glinting with a beast-like light. You aren't afraid that I might drain you to death? Chu Chi wasted no words and simply replied, I'll take off my clothes first as a sign of respect. 1 year later, the female Sword Immortal looked at him in surprise, saying, You're surprisingly strong for an ant, managing to last this long. Chu Chi grinned wickedly and said arrogantly, Is that all? Is that all? I told you, I'm top-notch in this area. Isn't it just being your furnace? Who's afraid of whom? Come on, let's battle for another 3 billion rounds. Chu Chi lay down again. In the cave's secret realm, Chu Chi's confident voice echoed again. The Sword Immortal is nothing special. Do you submit or not? Do you submit or not? I submit. I submit. Speak up. Do you submit or not? Time passed, and 10 years later. In these 10 years, aside from brief rests, Chu Chi spent all his time assisting the female Sword Immortal in her cultivation. If it were an ordinary person, they would have long turned pale and skinny or even breathed their last. But Chu Chi remained as lively as ever. You actually awakened a special physique. No wonder you can endure. The ancient sun body, it must be true, you are definitely one of those rare physiques. The female Sword Immortal's eyes suddenly brightened with joy, seemingly not expecting to encounter someone with such a physique. Hearing this, Chu Chi was quite shocked. What? Am I really the ancient sun body? Did that bitch get it right? The ancient sun body is a once-in-a-year occurrence. But it's not that this physique is particularly strong, rather, it's because this physique is too unique, too different. Those with this physique have an exceptionally strong ability to proliferate, and very few can withstand it. However, everyone who awakens this physique cannot live past the age of 20. Because at the age of 20, this physique undergoes a catastrophic explosion, and the powerful yang energy within will surge like an ocean to that time. A person will become a beast. Regardless of whether they are male or female, or even human, they will suffer torment. And even so, they cannot dissipate the overwhelming yang energy within them. Thus, those who awaken this physique either explode to death or take their own lives before their 20th birthday, or are killed by others. Chu Chi jumped off a cliff and encountered the female Sword Immortal who was here to heal because his fiancée wanted to call off the engagement, turning him into a monster awakened. To the ancient sun body, not wanting to be killed, he had no choice but to jump off the cliff to survive. Senior Sword Immortal, are you sure I am the ancient sun body? Absolutely. Damn it. No wonder I feel uncomfortable every time I go to the end of the village to see Xiao Chui. It turns out I have exceptional talent and a great demand. The female Sword Immortal smiled. Meeting you is my greatest opportunity. She clapped her hands. Suddenly, 2 figures emerged from the depths of the cave. These 2 looked exactly like the female Sword Immortal. The only difference was the aura surrounding them. The one in the white dress had gentle eyes like water, and her aura felt like warm sunshine, making one feel refreshed. The one in the purple dress had cold eyes like ice, with a bloody aura and killing intent, making one feel like they had fallen into an ice cave. Are these triplets? How exciting. Don't be surprised, they are all me. The one in the white dress is the benevolent incarnation of the Sword Immortal, and the one in the purple dress is the evil incarnation. They're also injured. The voice of the female Sword Immortal came through. As a peerless powerhouse, she was determined to become an immortal. But becoming an immortal is incredibly difficult. The order has been destroyed, and the immortal gates are hard to enter. She searched for a long time before finding a way to become an immortal. That is to split her consciousness into 3 corpses. These are the benevolent corpse, the evil corpse, and the self-corpse. Once she slays the 3 corpses and collects the fruits of the way, she can forcibly become an immortal. However, she underestimated the self-corpse. The self-corpse acted independently and was actually stronger than her original body. At a critical moment, it even attempted to counterkill the original body and the benevolent and evil corpses to seize the opportunity to become an immortal. She was unable to control the benevolent and evil corpses and fled here. Next, you not only need to help me recover, but also assist my benevolent and evil corpses. Once this is accomplished, I will repay you. Time passed, and 300 years later, Chu Chi appeared at the foot of a mountain. He looked up at the sun in the sky, tears welling in his eyes. It has been 300 years. Do you know how I spent these 300 years? Having a peerless beauty by his side was indeed a wonderful thing. But no matter how beautiful the scenery, one can grow tired of it over time, of course. Chu Chi was still very grateful to the female Sword Immortal if it weren't for her. Even if he hadn't fallen to his death, he would have exploded from the surging yang energy inside him. Chu Chi, although you are the ancient sun body with abundant yang energy and can withstand my yang collecting secret technique, your body is too weak. Remember, a year from now, I will come and find you. We will enter the second level of dual cultivation together, and I will help you soar in a day. However, your cultivation must at least reach the demon realm. The voice of the female, Sword Immortal, echoed in Chu Chi's mind. He was momentarily stunned she was coming back. She actually wanted more? Fortunately, I am the ancient sun body. Go on, didn't a woman betray you? You should take revenge. I used the time divine talisman, and 300 years have passed in the secret realm, but only 7 days outside. Senior Sword Immortal, wait a minute. I also want revenge, but I am naturally unable to cultivate, just an ordinary person. How can I take revenge? Due to the overwhelming yang energy within him, the ancient sun body cannot become a cultivator at all. Senior Sword Immortal sister, Sword Immortal grandma, are you still there? What if I die? You are so chatty. Look at your sea of consciousness. I've placed a cauldron inside it. This cauldron is made of special materials and can protect your life. Additionally, I've passed on the basic Sword Dao inheritance to you. Sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness, like the Dantian, only exists when one becomes a cultivator. How do I have one? Before this thought could finish, Chu Chi's body suddenly appeared above a vast black ocean. The black sea was boundless, with no sight of its edge. This is the sea of consciousness. His current body was formed from condensed spirit. His original body remained in place. Above the sea of consciousness, mist swirled. To clear the fog and see the broader ocean, one could only become stronger continuously. This is the sea of consciousness? I actually have a sea of consciousness. So, does this mean I have become a cultivator? Is it because of dual cultivation with you? That's great. Chu Chi was overly excited. In this world, no one doesn't want to become a cultivator. Only by becoming a cultivator can one have the right to dominate their own life. Chu Chi was framed by his fiancée because he wasn't even a cultivator. The Sword Immortal sister is truly wonderful. All his hard work in farming for 300 years was not in vain. Calming his excitement, he spoke again. Sword Immortal sister, is that the cauldron you provided? Above the sea of consciousness, a black cauldron hovered. This cauldron emitted no pressure and looked quite ordinary. It looks very ordinary. Could it be that treasures are all this low-key? Is this what they mean by the greatest simplicity? The female Sword Immortal did not explain, for this cauldron was not a treasure at all. At least, after the female Sword Immortal obtained this cauldron, she had not found anything special about it. In her eyes, this cauldron was no different from garbage. But it should be enough to protect this kid's life for the time being. At this moment, within the sea of consciousness, seeing the female Sword Immortal silent, Chu Chi couldn't help but reach out to touch this apparently ordinary black cauldron. In an instant, a change occurred. The quiet cauldron suddenly trembled, seeming to resonate with Chu Chi's body. The mist in the sea of consciousness surged rapidly, like divine dragons made of clouds. The divine dragon's sword, and the sea of consciousness trembled. The once calm black ocean surged with towering waves. Chapter 2. The celestial cauldron. Chu Chi felt a buzzing explosion in his head. He had only touched the black cauldron, and his spirit was on the verge of collapse. Just as Chu Chi thought he was about to die, the black cauldron emitted a glow. The light shone like the sun, calming the boiling black ocean and the surging cloud dragons in an instant. Chu Chi raised his head and looked at the cauldron again, only to find that it had undergone a tremendous transformation. The black skin on the cauldron began to peel away, revealing shimmering, unknown patterns. These patterns looked like runes. They broke free from the cauldron and spiraled above his sea of consciousness. Part of the runes rushed towards Chu Chi's spirit body. Chu Chi's pupils trembled as new knowledge about the black cauldron filled his mind. This cauldron was called the Zhen Tian Ding, the supreme treasure born of heaven and earth. However, because it was too powerful, it had been divided into 9 by immortals. The later generations referred to it as the Nine Ding, that if one could gather all 9 cauldrons and unify them, that would be the true Ding. Even if the order of heaven and earth had shattered, it could still allow one to easily become an immortal. The female Sword Immortal actually gave me such a treasure. Could it be that she has fallen in love with me? That makes sense. A capable man like me is rare in the world. Which woman wouldn't like me? Chu Chi chuckled and looked at the runes around him again. These runes no longer felt strange to him. They transformed into text. Tao of natural order. It is the natural one, existing before the beginning. The runes flickered in the air and then entered Chu Chi's body, hiding deep within his mind. This seems to be a supreme, secret technique. Could it be that my extraordinary life is about to begin? Finally, it's my turn to rise. Chu Chi was too excited. It took a long time for the text to disappear. The Ding remained ancient, but now exuded an unspeakable pressure. It stood in the sea of consciousness, seemingly existing since time immemorial. Sword Immortal sister, thank you. I'm leaving now. Don't worry, I will definitely work hard. A year later, I will feed you well. No, I will heal you. Chu Chi waved his hand and strode away. How ignorant, treating a broken cauldron as a treasure and getting so excited. You should be grateful to me in his heart. The female Sword Immortal shook her head slightly. She had no idea that she had given Chu Chi an enormous fortune. If she knew that the Black Cauldron was one of the legendary Ding that had long been missing, she would definitely go mad. Chu Chi, cherish this year. Even if I don't refine you into a human, I don't know if I will personally kill you. My body, red spirit, is actually obtained by a country bumpkin. What a fateful connection. By the way, I have a sea of consciousness. But what about my Dantian? Chu Chi was unaware of the female Sword Immortal's thoughts. As he left, he shifted his spirit from the sea of consciousness to his body. His lower abdomen indeed revealed a Dantian. And in addition, there were 3 shimmering hidden meridians. The 3 hidden meridians indicated that Chu Chi's current cultivation was at the 3rd layer of the mortal realm. In this world, cultivation was divided into several realms. Mortal realm, strongman realm, madman realm, supreme realm, demon realm, earthly realm, heavenly realm, etc. Each realm was divided into 9 layers. I am already at the 3rd layer of the mortal realm. I wonder what expression that bitch Pang Fian will have when she sees that I'm still alive. An hour later, Feiyun Village. This was the place where Chu Chi was born. Feiyun Village had 2 major landlord forces, the Chu family and the Pang family. The strongest members of these 2 forces were both at the 9th layer of the mortal realm. This level of cultivation was insignificant in the entire kingdom, as humble as an ant, but in the village, it was a dominant force. As soon as Chu Chi entered the village, it caused a commotion. Isn't that the playboy young master, Chu Chi from the Chu family? Am I seeing things? I heard he is the ancient sun body that everyone wants to kill. Is that true? Of course it's true. Otherwise, how could 18 out of 20 girls from Ichun courtyard end up dead at his hands? He even wanted to lay his hands on Miss Fian's sister. What a beast, not even letting his future sister-in-law off. Quick, hide the daughters. We mustn't let him see them. If he sees a woman, he might not be able to control himself. Hearing the discussions around him, Chu Chi's expression darkened. It seemed the entire village had heard of his legend. He indeed spent time in Ichun courtyard that night when he jumped off the cliff. That night, he was given the strongest restorative medicine by Pang Fian and woke up in Ichun courtyard. What he saw at that time was Pang Fian in bed with a wild man. Those 2 scoundrels tied him up like a zongzi, leaving him unable to move. Those girls were not killed by him. They were pierced through by their vicious means and framed for him. The goal was to shape him into the awakened ancient sun body demon. In the end, they forcibly controlled Chu Chi and took him to the boudoir of Pang Fian's younger sister, Pang Yinduo, while increasing the dosage of the restorative medicine. Only when the closest person was about to be harmed could they conveniently strike and kill Chu Chi, but Chu Chi's was firmer than they had imagined. At the critical moment, he managed to stay awake and escape through the window when everyone was off guard. The Pang family pursued him relentlessly, forcing him to the edge of a cliff. Although the Chu family had followed him, the head of the Pang family took out a premeditated measuring sunstone and forced Chu Chi's hand to drip a drop of blood onto it. The measuring sunstone exploded. Everyone knew that only the ancient sun body could cause the measuring sunstone to crack. That night, Chu Chi was utterly desperate and helpless. Although he enjoyed flirting with widows and was a frequent visitor to Ichuan courtyard, he was truly wronged. All of this was set up by that bitch, suppressing the killing intent in his heart. Chu Chi covered his face with a cloth and hurried back to the Chu family. From a distance, he saw a woman entering the Chu family's gate. Pang Fian. This bitch. Even if she turned to ashes, he would recognize her. Unexpectedly, he encountered his enemy as soon as he returned. Pang Fian did not come alone, but was accompanied by several elders from the Pang family. What were they doing at the Chu family? Chu Chi thought for a moment and climbed over the sidewall. Before long, he heard Pang Fian's voice. Chu Chi, today is your 7th day. Tomorrow you will be buried. I specially came to see you off on your last journey. If there is a next life, I will definitely be your woman. Besides my parents, you are the one who has treated me the best in this world. Her words made him want to vomit. He could no longer hold back and was about to reveal this bitch's hypocritical facade. Chu Chi, I still remember that you stole 3 colored flowers from the Chu family to help me improve my cultivation. You also stole the body refining water that Grandpa, Chu Feng, painstakingly collected. Pang Fian's words turned the faces of the Chu family members grim, as these things were stolen by Chu Chi. Chu Chi. I remember all the good you did for me. If you weren't the ancient sun body, how wonderful it would be. I wish you were alive. If you could live, what would it matter if I lived a few decades less? Damn, so fake. He couldn't listen any longer. Chu Chi suddenly roared. Bitch, congratulations. Your wish has come true. Chapter 3, Do You Dare to Fight to the Death? It came true. The words of Chu Chi echoed around, resonant and stirring. In an instant, he captured the attention of everyone present. At this moment, he was the center of attention. Who are you? What nonsense are you spouting? Pang Jiayan, the head of the Pang family, questioned coldly. Who am I? Chu Chi sneered, tearing off his mask. In that moment, the venue fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. It's the 7th young master. It's the 7th young master. Is this a person or a ghost? Some timid servants turned pale with fear. There's a shadow. The 7th young master is still alive. Upon closer inspection, there was indeed a shadow beneath Chu Chi. He was not a ghost, but a human. At this moment, sunlight bathed Chu Chi, giving him an almost blinding aura that made it hard to look directly at him. Chu Chi. Opposite him, Pang Fian's pupils contracted repeatedly, so astonished she could barely speak. How could Chu Chi possibly be alive? That was a bottomless abyss. Anyone who fell in would surely die, unless they could fly. I'm very satisfied with your expression right now. Surprised, aren't you that I'm still alive? Chu Chi grinned, his smile mocking. As he spoke, he looked towards the head of the Chu family, his grandfather, Chu Shan. Grandfather, I know you've never liked me, but let me ask you this. If a son of the Chu family suffers great injustice, what should be done? Chu Shan silently stared at Chu Chi and said faintly, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Good. Then please, grandfather, allow me to kill this bitch. Chu Chi pointed at Pang Fian's face, exuding a strong, murderous intent. Everyone present felt that killing intent. You want to kill Pang Fian? But didn't you like her very much? What's going on? Zets? Chu Chi? Clarify this. All right. Just as Chu Chi was about to explain, Pang Fian glanced at a member of the Pang family. The other party understood and suddenly shot a concealed weapon from their wrist. The weapon flew straight at Chu Chi's face. Not good. Chu Shan and the elders of the Chu family changed their expressions. At such a close distance, they couldn't react in time. Fortunately, Chu Chi extended his right hand and caught the concealed weapon. Pang Fian's eyes widened in surprise. An ordinary person could never block such a weapon. How did this wasteful playboy, Chu Chi, manage to do that? Was it a coincidence? Pang family, aren't you being too reckless? This is my Chu family. Chu Shan's face darkened as he moved to protect Chu Chi personally. Chu Chi, continue what's going on. Grandfather, I was set up by this woman. That night, Chu Chi recounted his experience. After hearing his story, all the members of the Chu family looked astonished. No one expected Chu Chi had gone through such humiliation. However, from their expressions, it was clear they were somewhat skeptical. Pang Fian didn't seem like the type to do such things. Compared to the wasteful Chu Chi, they seemed more inclined to believe Pang Fian. At this moment, Chu Shan asked Pang Jiayan, Old Pang, do you have anything to explain? Pang Jiayan retorted, What needs explaining? That night, you all witnessed the measurement stone shatter. Grandfather, That night's measurement stone was definitely fake. Fake? Chu Shan frowned, then continued. In that case, my Chu family also has a measurement stone. We'll measure again. Chu Feng, go get the measurement stone. As soon as he said this, Chu Chi hurriedly stopped his grandfather. He could not allow a remeasurement. If they did, the measurement stone would definitely shatter. Because this bitch had stumbled upon a dead rat, she was indeed the ancient sun body. In other words, if Pang Fian hadn't staged this act, he would have really gone berserk that night. Grandfather, there's no need for second brother to get the measurement stone. My being alive is the best proof, right? After all, I'm already 20. Chu Chi's words made the Chu family members suddenly realize. That's right, 7 days have passed. Chu Chi is already 20 years old. If he were the ancient sun body, even if he didn't die from the fall, he would have exploded from within. So, what he said is true. Pang Fian really has a heart of snake and a scorpion? But why do I find it so hard to believe? Yeah, I don't believe it either. The Chu family members still did not believe Chu Chi, which showed how low his status was in the family. Only a 17 or 18-year-old girl gritted her teeth and said, I believe seventh brother. He would never lie about such things. This girl was named Chu Yingying, the eighth in the family. Among the entire Chu family, besides Chu Chi's biological brother, Chu Tian, she had the best relationship with Chu Chi's eighth sister. You believe Chu Chi? Could it be that Pang Fian thinks seventh brother is not a cultivator and unworthy of her, which is why she devised such a vicious scheme to kill him? Pang Fian might just be a lowly woman. Chu Yingying's words made Pang Jiayan frown, and he spoke. What Chu Chi said is just his one-sided story. Perhaps his memory of that night is already confused. I don't believe Fian would treat him like that. Chu Shan asked, are you saying that Fian didn't drug him? Pang Jiayan nodded, absolutely not. If Chu Chi has evidence, he should present it. Chu Chi, do you have any? Chu Chi remained silent. How could he have evidence? The girl who was present that night was already dead. At this point, Pang Fian also spoke. Chu Chi, I didn't expect you to wrongfully accuse me like this. You truly make me feel so heartbroken. I even came today to burn paper money for you. Pang Fian looked so wrong, she was almost in tears. Chu Chi shook his head and sighed. Those who are shameless are truly invincible. Enough, stop pretending. I don't care if everyone believes me or not. Pang Fian, let me ask you one question. Do you dare to fight me to the death? Wow. As soon as Chu Chi said this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Everyone looked at Chu Chi as if he were a monster. In Feiyun village, who didn't know Chu Chi was a cultivation waste? Among the younger generation of the Chu and Pang families, he was the only one who couldn't sense his dantian at all. Did he actually say he wanted to fight Pang Fian to the death? A fight to the death would be more fitting. Although Pang Fian's talent was not outstanding, she was not mediocre. At just 19 years old, she had already reached the third level of the mortal realm and was said to be on the verge of breaking through to the fourth level. Chu Chi, hurry and take back your words. Have you lost your mind? Yes, you're humiliating yourself. You'll embarrass our Chu family. The younger generation of the Chu family all spoke up to stop him. Their gazes towards Chu Chi were filled with disdain. Chu Feng, the second young master of the Chu family, even patted Chu Chi on the shoulder and whispered in his ear, just be a good, wasteful playboy. Don't embarrass our Chu family. Even Chu Shan couldn't help but shake his head, saying, it seems you've hurt your brain, which is why you're speaking nonsense today. All right, let us disperse. I haven't hurt my brain, nor have I lost my mind. Pang Fian, I'll ask you one more time. Do you dare to fight me to the death? If you don't dare, kneel and beg for mercy. Chu Chi questin sapi. His voice arrogant. He. What is there to be afraid of? I accept the challenge. Pang Fian laughed. Within her smile hid a knife. Since Chu Chi hadn't died, then she would kill him again. After all, this kid was just seeking his own death. Chapter 4. The bitch should be stepped on the ground. Chu Chi. What are you doing? Do you have to court death? If you want to die, fine. But why should the Chu family be embarrassed along with you? Chu Feng and the others questioned him one after another. Chu Chi glanced at the people around him. His gaze defiant. He knew that to be recognized by others, one must become strong. He didn't waste words, but walked to an empty space in the distance and beckoned with his finger towards Pang Fian. Bitch, come here. Pang Fian's eyes turned cold. Thinking, Chu Chi, since you insist on seeking death, I will fulfill your wish. She stepped forward, her body like a light swallow, reaching Chu Chi's side. The killing intent in her eyes was clear to Chu Chi Fian. Just go up and scare him. Don't hurt him. At this moment, Pang Qingyang's voice came through. He didn't believe Pang Fian would lose this battle, but he also didn't want her to impulsively kill Chu Chi Woon T. That validate what Chu Chi said? Pang Fian's eyes trembled, as if she had awakened a little. Yes, even though it was a life-and-death battle, she couldn't kill Chu Chi. You must have had a nightmare, taking me as an enemy. But you are really foolish. Although I accepted the challenge, how could I bear to hurt you? I will just stand here, letting you vent your anger. Go ahead, hit me. Pang Fian spoke with genuine emotion, and in the end, she even closed her eyes. That appearance was absolutely one of submission. You have to admit, her feigned act was truly infectious. The Chu family members, who originally didn't believe Chu Chi, were even less convinced at this moment. One of them sighed. Pang Fian is truly a good woman, willing to take the beating herself, letting Chu Chi vent without retaliating. Sigh, where did Chu Chi get such good luck? How did they end up together in the draw? The most beautiful woman of the Pang family promised to a mediocre person. 15 years ago, the Pang and Chu families decided to form an alliance through marriage, and they agreed to draw lots, with the result being unchangeable. Chu Chi, go ahead. Hit me. Pang Fian's voice came again. The way her eyelashes trembled was heart-wrenching. Just as her voice fell, Chu Chi's fist, as big as a sandbag, struck her nose. With a crack, the sound of her nasal bridge breaking was so crisp. Pang Fian's body was sent flying by the immense force. As her body was still in the air, blood gushed from her nose, creating a splash of red. With just one hit, everyone in the audience widened their eyes, all gasping in shock. No one expected that Chu Chi really would take action. A beautiful woman with her eyes closed, seemingly vulnerable, and he actually laid his hands on her. This kid must have gone insane. Not only did he take action, but how could he have such strength? This is definitely not the power of an ordinary person. Chu Chi ignored the astonishment around him, pouted, shrugged, and said, "You all heard. She asked me to hit her. This is the first time I've ever heard such a request." As he spoke, a bloodthirsty smile spread across Chu Chi's face. Since he had already taken action, he had no intention of stopping. He stepped forward, his body like a cannonball, shooting towards the still-flying Pang Fian. What? How is he so fast? No. This is the power and speed that only cultivators possess. When did Chu Chi become a cultivator? Impossible. Everyone around was nearly in shock. In the midst of their astonishment, Chu Chi had already reached Pang Fian's side. At this moment, Pang Fian had opened her eyes, her expression equally astonished. She never expected Chu Chi to have such strength. But now was not the time for surprise, because Chu Chi's fist came down again. Fist fell like rain, too fast to catch, even though she had resisted. Having lost the initiative, she simply could not block it. After just 10 moves, Chu Chi's fist struck her eye. Even though she had used spiritual energy to protect her eye sockets immediately swelled up. When her body fell to the ground, both her eyes were swollen like a panda. Her face was bruised and battered, with no part left intact. At that moment, Pang Fian wanted to get up, but Chu Chi's size 44 shoe was already on her face. His foot felt as if it held immense power, and she couldn't break free. That originally beautiful face had long since changed shape. The corners of her mouth not only had drool, but also blood. But how could this be? Isn't Chu Chi just an ordinary person? And she is a third-level cultivator in the mortal realm. How could a mortal be a match for a cultivator? She naturally didn't know that Chu Chi's cultivation level was also at the third level of the mortal realm. Moreover, he was an ancient sun body. Once he broke through the shackles and became a cultivator, he would definitely be invincible at the same level. Impossible, impossible. Pang Fian repeated this phrase in her mouth. Chu Chi's gaze was cold as he looked down from above and said, "There's nothing impossible. Bitch, don't provoke me in your next life." Chu Chi picked up a large stone beside him, raising it to smash down on Pang Fian's head. It seemed he wanted to crush her to death. This scene finally made the people around react. "Stop!" Chu Shan and Pang Qingyang shouted coldly at the same time. The aura of a 9th-level mortal realm was instantly released. This pressure was unbearable for anyone below the 6th level of the mortal realm. They would feel weak and kneel on the ground. But Chu Chi, however, remained completely unaffected. He summoned the power of the heavenly cauldron from his sea of consciousness. This level of pressure was nothing. Chu Chi's stone still smashed down. No. Pang Fian's eyes were filled with terror, and her pants were soaked. She actually scared herself to the point of wetting herself. Vet herself. Haha. Chu Chi sudenlis do. The large stone in his hand was only 0.01 centimeters away from Pang Fian. He bent down and whispered a few words to her. Just as he finished speaking, Chu Shan and Pang Qingyang appeared beside him. Chu Shan pulled him back a few steps, while Pang Qingyang picked up Pang Fian and turned to leave. He couldn't stay any longer. This life-and-death battle was initiated by Pang Fian. Even if she was beaten and humiliated, he couldn't say anything. After leaving the Chu family, Pang Qingyang finally asked, Fian, what did he just say to you? Pang Fian bit her lip and didn't answer at all. She absolutely could not tell anyone what Chu Chi had just said. Chu Chi said, killing you would be too easy for you. Aren't you a promiscuous woman? Flirting with wild men in front of me? In the future, I will send you to the Ichuan courtyard, letting the nearby people ride you. And I want you to be the top star, waiting for it. That day won't be far. Chu Chi also wanted to kill with a heart. Just like that night, when he felt desperate and helpless, forced to jump off a cliff. He wanted Pang Fian to experience that feeling. But killing her would be too easy for her. Chapter 5. This kid is crazy in the courtyard of the Chu family. Chu Shan observed Chu Chi for a long time before finally asking, have you become a cultivator? His question was also the question of all the Chu family members. Chu Chi smiled proudly and replied, that's right, I've become a cultivator. What? He really is a cultivator. Although the Chu family had already guessed it, they were still surprised. Someone frowned and said, a cultivation waste actually managed to open up a dantian? I still don't believe it. Upon hearing this, Chu Chi's expression suddenly turned cold. In the past, when others called him a waste and looked down on him, he could only endure it. But now, he no longer needed to endure. Since he had also become a cultivator, why should he hold back? Chu Chi stepped forward quickly to confront Chu Nan, the fifth young master of the Chu family who had insulted him. Without any warning, he suddenly slapped him. This slap took everyone by surprise. Smack! A crisp sound echoed. Although Chu Nan was at the 4th level of the mortal realm, he was caught off guard and ended up with a swollen face. His eyes widened, seemingly stunned by the slap. After the shock, Chu Nan became furious. You, who were born with parents but raised without them, dare to hit me. If I don't kill you today, I'm not Chu Nan. The spiritual energy within Chu Nan surged into his right fist. The next moment, he charged at Chu Chi. His right fist glowed brightly, and when he struck, it was as if a tiger was roaring. This was the fierce tiger fist. Chu Nan had actually mastered it to a small success. What? Mastered the fierce tiger fist to a small success. This meant that Chu Nan now had the strength to fight above his level. If this punch landed on Chu Chi's head, this was bad. He truly wanted to kill Chu Chi. Chu Nan's fist, accompanied by a whistling wind, struck towards Chu Chi's head. Chu Chi Flawen Sly. As a member of the Chu family, he naturally knew how powerful the fierce tiger fist was. This was a human-level, middle-grade martial skill. Having just become a cultivator, he was still unsure about his own strength, so he chose not to clash head-on. He stepped back quickly. A waste trying to escape? You think you can? Chu Nan sneered coldly, his body moving like a swift swan, rapidly closing in. It seemed he wouldn't stop until he smashed Chu Chi's head. Chu Chi felt a surge of anger. Did he really think he was still the same easy target as before? No more running. In his mind, the swordsmanship passed down by the female Sword Immortal flashed through his thoughts. The sword technique was absolutely marvelous. It could be called a divine secret. Even though Chu Nan was a level higher and had learned a human-level middle-grade martial skill, Chu Chi was confident he could defeat him. He just didn't know if he could execute it since he hadn't practiced swordsmanship yet. But why worry about that? He might as well give it a try. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. He picked a branch from the yard, using it as a sword, and was about to demonstrate the sword technique when Chu Shan, who had been silent, suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed Chu Nan's wrist. Grandpa, please don't stop me. This waste took advantage of my unpreparedness and actually hit my face. I must deal with him. Chu Nan clenched his fist, still very angry. Being slapped by Chu Chi was a great humiliation. Throughout his life, he had only bullied Chu Chi, How could Chu Chi dare to bully him? Chu Shan said nothing. He placed his other hand on Chu Chi's shoulder, and spiritual energy seeped in. Then he spoke. 3 hidden veins, mortal realm, 3rd level. No wonder you could defeat Pang Fian. But you are not Chunan's opponent. How about this? Just apologize. Apologize? Chu Chi's eyes were defiant as he sneered. He brought it upon himself. He deserves to be hit. Chu Shan shook his head. You brat, you're quite stubborn. But do you know that if I don't stop him, he could smash your head with 1 punch? I only know that I rushed back to the Chu family and am very tired. He is attacking me now, which is taking advantage of my weakness. After saying this, Chu Chi looked at Chu Nan and mockingly said, Chu Nan, if you really feel wronged and want to deal with me, I'll give you this opportunity. Let me rest for a night. Tomorrow, we can have a fair fight. How about it? When these words came out, everyone around was stunned. Was Chu Chi crazy? He actually took the initiative to challenge Chu Nan. Immortal Realm 3rd level, wanting to confront Immortal Realm 4th level. What a delusion. Moreover, Chu Nan had even mastered a human-level middle-grade martial skill. Chu Chi was seeking death. Human-level martial skills correspond to the mortal realm. They are divided into upper grade, middle grade, lower grade, and the rarely seen supreme grade. Lower grade human-level martial skills can be learned by cultivators of the mortal realm 1st level and above. The power of lower grade human-level martial skills is at most equivalent to the 4th level of the mortal realm, with occasional geniuses able to exert the strength of the 5th level. But that is extremely rare and negligible. Middle grade human-level martial skills, and so on. Mortal realm 4th level and above can learn them. Most people can only start learning them at the 6th level. The maximum power is only equivalent to the 8th level of the mortal realm. Upper grade martial skills can be learned by those above the 7th level of the mortal realm. Supreme grade martial skills can be learned by peak mortal realm cultivators. Once learned, one qualifies to fight against cultivators of the next major realm. Chu Chi, what did you just say? You want to have a fair fight with me? Ha, great. You said yourself. Don't go back on your word. Chunan lauet hetiti li. Chu Chi replied seriously. I will not go back on my word. Good. Then I'll give you a night to rest. If 1 night is not enough, 3 to 5 days is fine. No need, 1 night is enough. Tomorrow when the sun rises, I will come to your courtyard to find you. That night, Chu Chi planned to learn swordsmanship. Although the time was short, he felt it should be sufficient. The female Sword Immortal's requirement for him was to elevate his cultivation to the demon realm within a year. This indicated that his talent was exceptionally strong. Otherwise, the female Sword Immortal wouldn't have made such a request. Grandpa, did you hear that? It's not me bullying him. He challenged me to a duel himself. So I'll go back and wait for you. After Chunan finished speaking, he turned and left. Once he was gone, the onlookers gradually dispersed. After most people left, Chu Shan spoke to Chu Chi again, arrogant and overconfident. You are not Chunan's opponent. You will definitely lose in this battle. However, I will have him go easy on you, but you will certainly take a beating. Chu Chi did not explain. He knew that his grandfather did not have high hopes for him, and explaining would be futile. Tomorrow, he would let his strength speak for itself. By the way, about the Pang family, is it true or not? Chu Shan asked again. Only then did Chu Chi respond, Grandpa, I know you actually trust me. However, our Chu family strength is somewhat weaker than the Pang family. If we truly engage with them, it would be a case of killing 1,000 enemies while losing 1,000 ourselves. Therefore, even if it's true, you can only treat it as false. You brat, you are quite clear-minded. But even if I can't cause trouble for the Pang family, I must give you a sense of relief. Grandpa, how will you do that? The matter you mentioned will surely spread throughout the village before sunset. Thank you, Grandpa. That's already enough. As for the Pang family and Pang Fian, I will handle it myself. This matter is far from over. Chu Shan asked curiously, You will handle it? How will you handle it? Of course, I will destroy the Pang family. Chu Chi's eyes sparkled, and his voice was resolute. The Pang family must be destroyed. Without destroying the Pang family, how could he make Pang Fian the main attraction? Chapter 6, Swordsmanship Inheritance, Destroying the Pang Family? Chu Shan couldn't help but laugh in shock. He patted Chu Chi's shoulder and said with a smile, Work hard. The future belongs to you young people. Saying that, Chu Shan strode away. Chu Chi knew that his grandfather didn't take his words seriously. As he thought of something, he asked, Grandpa, Does my brother not know about my situation? There were so many people in the yard, but Chu Chi had not seen his elder brother, Chu Tian. I don't know. Chu Chi breathed a sigh of relief. So he is still at Beast Mountain Ridge. That's good. Otherwise, he would have been very sad these days. Since childhood, the person closest to Chu Chi was only Chu Tian. His mother ran off with another man when he was 3 years old. This incident had always been the joke of the village. Because of this, the Chu family had been laughed at by the Pang family for quite a while. After that, his father went out to search and has since disappeared without a trace, his life or death unknown. Just as Chunan said, he was born of parents, but raised without them. He could behave like a dandy entirely because he had an elder brother with considerable cultivation. At only 23, Chu Tian had already reached the 6th level of the mortal realm. Over the years, although the same generation of the Chu family often mocked and looked down on Chu Chi, they didn't dare to do anything too excessive to him, simply because his brother was talented and highly regarded by Chu Shan. Chu Chi knew that his brother had been very tired over the years. Besides cultivation, it was still cultivation, because his brother understood better than anyone that in this world, without strength, no one would look upon you favorably. If he didn't work hard, Chu Chi's situation in the Chu family would only become more difficult. In fact, the two brothers might have been kicked out of the Chu family long ago. Brother, you have protected me for over a decade. Perhaps it will be my turn to protect you in the future. Stifling his thoughts, Chu Chi returned to the side courtyard. This was the home he shared with Chu Tian. He stood in the yard and began to comprehend the swordsmanship inheritance passed down by the female sword fairy. This inheritance was a realm of swordsmanship. Holding a twig, he closed his eyes and stood quietly in the yard. At the same time, in the Pang family, as soon as Pang Fian returned to the Pang family, she couldn't help but shout angrily, "Grandpa, I want to kill Chu Chi. I want to kill him." Pang Qingyang frowned and said, "To kill Chu Chi, we must first destroy the Chu family. Then let's destroy them." Pang Qingyang shook his head. Even though our Pang family's overall strength is slightly stronger than the Chu family, destroying the Chu family would severely injure our Pang family. If other forces hear the news and rush to Feiyun village, our Pang family would be doomed. Grandpa, are we just going to let it go? What else can we do? Unless Feiyun village has a quota for establishing a private village. Pang Qingyang's eyes sparkled with excitement at the mention of the private village. A private village would mean renaming Feiyun village to Pang family village. It would signify that this village was ruled by the Pang surname. The Pang family's banner could be planted at the village entrance, fluttering in the wind. And he, Pang Qingyang, would become the only village head in the village. The village head, the smallest official position in the kingdom. However, no matter how small the position, is officially recognized. All commoners must not go against the family of the village head. Transforming the family into a private village is a dream for many small families. However, the quotas for establishing private villages are very few. To obtain this quota, one can only rely on luck. Grandpa, you reminded me. I think I heard Brother Feng say that there will be quotas for establishing villages in a while. Feiyun village is likely to get one of them. What? Fian, are you serious? Pang Qingyang instantly became excited, his small eyes widening considerably. It's true. Last time Brother Feng mentioned it before he left. But he said he would tell me when things were clarified and confirmed. When will be confirmed? It has already been 7 days. Brother Feng said, at most 10 days to half a month. 10 days to half a month? A gleam of light shot out from Pang Qingyang's eyes. Grandpa, if there really is a village establishment quota, if there really is a quota, I will naturally destroy the Chu family. In the entire village. Only the Chu family has the qualification to compete with us for this quota. Now, we just wait for Yufeng's news. Grandpa, when the time comes, leave Chu Chi to me. I want to kill him myself. Also, don't tell Brother Feng about today's incident. I'm afraid he won't be able to help but kill Chu Chi for me. That waste, Chu Chi, wouldn't last even one move against Brother Feng. Rest assured, I won't mention it. All right, now I need a plan. If there really is a village establishment quota, I must think of a strategy in advance to destroy the Chu family at the lowest cost. Time passed and night fell. Chu Chi remained standing in the yard, holding the twig, motionless. He had maintained this position for several hours. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. He threw the twig to the ground and grinned. So the so-called swordsmanship inheritance is not a martial skill at all. but an understanding of the sword. That being said, I need to go to the martial arts room to collect a sword technique. Muttering to himself, Chu Chi headed to the martial arts room. At the entrance of the martial arts room stood an old man. Grandpa Mu, I'm here to choose a martial skill. Chu Chi, I've heard about your situation. You jumped off a cliff and survived, and even became a cultivator. This is a story only told by storytellers. Perhaps you really are lucky. Come on, I'll take you inside. The Chu family's martial arts room was very small. There were only about 20 martial skills in total. Among them, there were 14 low-grade martial skills, 6 middle-grade martial skills, and not a single upper-grade or top-grade martial skill. For weak forces, martial skills are very precious, and the higher the grade, the harder they are to find. There are no upper-grade martial skills. Chu Chi was somewhat speechless. If he had known, when leaving the valley, that he could have asked the female sword fairy to pass on some lower-level martial skills. But upon further thought, how could the female sword fairy possess such low-level martial skills? According to the female sword fairy, she was a once-in-a-century genius in cultivation. And combined with her sex extraordinary elixirs, she could advance several major realms in just a few days. She probably hadn't even glanced at those weak martial skills. You brat, you actually want to learn upper-grade martial skills? Do you know that upper-grade martial skills can only be learned by those at the 7th level of the mortal realm? Most cultivators only learn them at the 9th level of the mortal realm. Besides, the Chu family only has one upper-grade martial skill, which is with your grandfather. You need him to teach it to you. Go find Grandpa. Chu Chi, thou win. If you want to find Chu Shan, you probably wouldn't teach him either. Who would believe that a cultivator at the 3rd level of the mortal realm could learn an upper-grade martial skill? Such people exist, but each one is a legendary martial arts prodigy. Chu Chi couldn't be bothered to make trouble for himself. He carefully examined the middle-grade martial skills on the shelf, and his eyes suddenly lit up as he pointed to a well-preserved martial skill, saying, Grandpa Mu, I want to learn this one. Grandpa Mu looked surprised and said, You want to learn 7 sword slashes? What's wrong? Kid, this is a sword technique. Sword techniques are recognized as one of the hardest martial skills to learn. This 7 sword slashes has been here for 30 years, and I don't know how many people it has discouraged. Your grandfather has only learned 4 slashes in all these years. Is that so? Then I've made up my mind. I'll learn it. You brat. Fine. Since you want to learn, then learn it. This 7 sword slashes, if you can execute 3 slashes, it will have the might of a middle-grade martial skill. If you can execute 7 slashes, its power will definitely not be inferior to any upper-grade martial skill. 5 minutes later, Chu Chi returned to the yard with 7 sword slashes and 2 other middle-grade martial skills. As soon as he got back, he began to practice the sword. As the first sword rose, the wind surged. Dust danced like snakes, rising with the wind. Gradually, a brilliant sword shadow appeared under the moonlight. At first, there was only one sword shadow, but soon there were 2, 3, 4. Chapter 7 One punch. To solve the problem, the night quickly passed, and the next day, the sun rose. Chu Chi arrived at the courtyard where Chu Nan was, as promised. Before he even entered the courtyard, he saw Chu Ying at the entrance. Upon seeing Chu Chi, Chu Ying hurried over with a worried expression and said, 7th brother, you really came. You should go back quickly. You are no match for 5th brother. If you fight him, you will definitely end up with broken hands and feet. This time, 5th brother will not show mercy. 8th sister, were you waiting here for me? But don't worry, I will be fine. Chu Chi smiled lightly and walked straight towards the courtyard door. 7th brother. Chu Ying bit her lip, trying to stop Chu Chi, but found that his body was like a mountain, completely blocking her way. Soon, Chu Chi entered the side courtyard. Inside the courtyard, there were not only Chu Nan, but also 2 young women and 2 young men. They were Chu Feng, the 2nd-ranked younger generation of the Chu family, Chu Liwen, the 4th-ranked, and the granddaughter, Chu Qinghe. These people were clearly here to watch the excitement. Aside from these younger generations, no elder came to watch the battle. All the elders felt that this duel had no suspense and found it uninteresting. Chu Chi, you actually came? I bet you wouldn't dare. Upon seeing Chu Chi, Chu Feng frowned immediately. Chu Chi retorted, Why wouldn't I dare to come? You really talk tough. From childhood to now, you've always said the hardest words and received the harshest beatings. Chu Chi, after getting beaten this time, you won't cry and run back to your brother for help, will you? Chu Li Wen and Chu Feng mocked Chu Chi. Even Chu Qinghe looked disdainful and said to Chu Nan, "Fifth brother, we all saw him sneak attack you yesterday. You don't need to hold back. Make sure to beat him so badly that his mother won't recognize him. Oh wait, he has never had a mother. Big sister. Don't worry. It's easy to deal with him. Just wait for me for a moment, just 10 breaths of time. I'll be right back." Chu Nan stood up and walked toward Chu Chi in the center of the courtyard, chest out as if he was confident. "Seventh brother, we can still leave now." Chu Ying pulled at Chu Chi's clothes beside him, anxious. Chu Chi smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Moreover, this fight is unavoidable. How he bullied me before. I will make him pay back with interest." Chu Chi remembered very clearly that when he was a child and his brother was not home, Chu Ying would always come to trouble him. There are always people in this world who enjoy bullying the weak. He not only spat at Chu Chi, but also once pushed him into a dung pit when Chu Chi was unprepared. That feeling was something Chu Chi had never forgotten. Back then, he lacked the ability to fight back, but now he had the power. He had to make Chu Nan pay for it. While he was thinking, Chu Nan arrived in front of him, looking proud and looking down at him. "Chu Chi, I have to say, you have some guts compared to when you were a child. Back then, you would run away at the sight of me and didn't even dare to look me in the eye. I really didn't expect that a useless person like you could become a cultivator. But you seem a bit arrogant to dare challenge me. Then let me show you why the flowers are so red." Chu Chi said with a cold face, "You talk too much. If you want to fight, then fight. Hee. If you want to die early, I will fulfill your wish. Watch me knock you down with one punch." With a cold shout, Chu Nan's whole body surged with spiritual energy. His right fist radiated light, and even before he struck, there were faint sounds of a fierce tiger roaring around. He started with the fierce tiger fist. It seemed that Chu Nan had no intention of holding back. In front of so many people, if he were hit by a useless person like Chu Chi, he wouldn't hold back either. There is no suspense. Chu Feng and the others shook their heads. Although this time Chu Nan's fist did not aim at Chu Chi's head. Even if Chu Chi didn't die, he would suffer several broken bones. "Fifth brother, you actually used the fierce tiger fist. Didn't Grandpa say yesterday to show mercy? Seventh brother, don't fight. You're not his match, run." Chu Ying was almost in tears beside Chu Chi. She really wanted to help Chu Chi, but she was only at the 3rd level of the mortal realm and could not help at all. Just as her words fell, Chu Chi also raised his fist. With one punch, the fierce tiger roared. Roar! The entire courtyard could clearly hear the tiger's roar. It seemed that someone had raised a tiger in the courtyard. This roar could be heard not only in the side courtyard, but also in the main courtyard and nearby small courtyards. One majestic tiger roar. But no one in the Chu family raises tigers. Could be the fierce tiger fist. Such a loud sound. Someone has mastered the fierce tiger fist. Quick, go take a look. In the side courtyard, as Chu Chi raised his fist, the entire venue shook. Because the power of Chu Chi's punch was clearly much stronger than Chu Nan's. That roar was as if a fierce tiger was right beside them. Whether it was the pressure or momentum, it was something Chu Nan could not compare to. When did Chu Chi learn the fierce tiger fist? Yes, the momentum is so strong. I can't even do that. In astonishment, the two fists collided. With a loud bang, blood splattered in the air. Then came the piercing scream. The one screaming in agony was naturally Chu Nan. His right hand was dislocated from the elbow. The bone was misaligned, piercing through the skin. Blood sprayed out, and the flesh was grotesque. This scene left the entire venue in stunned silence. Everyone widened their eyes, seemingly unable to believe their eyes. Only Chu Nan's screams echoed around. After a while, Chu Feng was the first to react. What Chu Chi displayed was indeed the fierce tiger fist, but I have only seen such momentum from Grandpa. This is the fierce tiger fist, perfected. What? The fierce tiger fist perfected? How is that possible? While Chu Feng and the others were astonished, Chu Chi took steps toward Chu Nan. His fist still radiated light. With one punch, the fierce tiger roared. This punch aimed at Chu Nan's leg. With a crack, there was a dull sound. Chu Nan's leg was also broken by Chu Chi with the fierce tiger fist perfected, even if he gathered all his spiritual energy to resist. He couldn't stop it at all. After breaking his hands and feet, Chu Chi lifted Chu Nan and walked step by step toward the nearby latrine. Chu Chi, what are you going to do? Chu Feng couldn't help but ask. Chu Chi didn't answer at all. After reaching the dung pit behind the latrine, he casually tossed him in. With a splat, dung splattered everywhere. Just from the sound, Chu Feng and the others seemed to smell the stench. Chu Chi actually threw Chu Nan into the dung pit. After entering the dung pit, Chu Nan was clearly in a panic. The disgusting smell made him unable to help but open his mouth. But opening his mouth only made it worse. He barely managed to endure the pain and jumped out of the dung pit. He was filthy all over. There were even worms crawling on him. This sight made Chu Qinghe, the eldest sister, feel nauseous after just one glance. At that moment, Chu Nan felt an unbearable shame, wishing he could dig a hole in the ground to hide in. It was too humiliating, but fortunately, there were not many people present. Just as this thought fell, suddenly voices came from outside the courtyard. The tiger roar just now came from here. That's for sure. It seems everyone was attracted by the tiger roar, right? Who is it? Who has perfected the fierce tiger fist? Has a genius appeared in our Chu family? The voices continued to echo. The elders of the Chu family filed in. As soon as they entered, they saw Chu Nan covered in filth in the courtyard. Chapter 8, shocking all the elders as their eyes met. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone was somewhat stunned. After a while, someone let out a mournful roar. Nanea. No, what is going on? The one roaring was a middle-aged man, Chu Sini, the fourth uncle of Chu Chi and the biological father of Chu Nan. Sini, how'd you come back from outside? So it turns out, it was you who mastered the tiger fist. Chu Shan furrowed his brows. According to his assumptions, only the younger generation would be able to master the tiger fist. Chu Sini did not answer. He quickly went to Chu Nan's side and, after carefully examining Chu Nan's body, his anger grew even more. Who did this? Who was so cruel as to not only break my son's hands and feet, but also leave him like this? After his words fell, Chu Chi replied indifferently. It was me. It was you? Impossible. Chu Sini clearly did not believe it. Chu Chi was only at the third level of the mortal realm. How could he have broken Chu Nan's hands and feet? At this moment, Chu Feng spoke up. Fourth uncle, it really was Chu Chi in an instant. All the elders' gazes were focused on Chu Chi. Each person's expression was filled with astonishment. Chu Feng, are you sure it's him? Yes, he has mastered the tiger fist. What? With this statement, everyone was shocked. Although the tiger fist was only a mid-grade human-level technique, mastering it was not easy. In the entire Chu family, there were no more than a handful of people who had mastered the tiger fist, and they were all elders. Chu Shan took 5 years to master the tiger fist after reaching the 6th level of the mortal realm. A junior like Chu Chi actually mastered the tiger fist? After the initial shock, Chu Shan asked, Chu Chi, when did you learn the tiger fist? Chu Chi grinned and said in a showy manner, last night. Last night? Chu Chi originally planned to learn the 7 sword cuts. However, he did not expect that after receiving the swordsmanship inheritance from the female, Sword Immortal, his speed in cultivating sword techniques would be astonishingly fast. In a very short time, he had mastered the first 5 swords. As for the last 2 swords, it wasn't that he couldn't master them, but his cultivation was too weak to unleash the last 2 swords. So, in the latter half of the night, he began to practice another 2 mid-grade human-level martial techniques, one of which was the tiger fist. Chu Chi had thought that practicing fist techniques would be slow, but he never expected that the speed would not be slow at all, but rather faster. While practicing the fist technique, the natural law of the Great Way automatically emerged in his mind. This supreme technique seemed to allow him to cultivate martial skills with half the effort and twice the results. Mastering the natural law made everything come naturally. In just one night, he mastered the tiger fist to perfection. Last night? Nonsense. You mastered the tiger fist in one night? The elders of the family clearly did not believe it. Even if one were a martial arts genius, it was impossible to master a martial skill in one night, right? Before the elders could ask anything else, Chu Sini's voice came through. Chu Chi, so is you. We are all family. How could you be so ruthless? Chu Sini's eyes turned red as he clenched his fists. Although he was an elder, he couldn't help but want to teach Chu Chi a lesson. Hearing this, Chu Chi couldn't help but laugh. Family? Back when you pushed me into the dung pit, you didn't say that, and no one cared if I lived or died. Now you tell me, family? So you did it on purpose. Of course it was intentional. Who told him to bully me for being ordinary? Who told him to insult my dignity? I just want to tell him that what needs to be repaid will eventually be repaid. Chu Chi's voice was sonorous, and his gaze was fearless. He had waited too long for this day. Chu Nan, if you're not convinced, feel free to challenge me at any time. But once you're a loser, you will always be a loser. You are just a failure. From now on, you only deserve to look up to me. Enough. You are too arrogant. Since you grew up without parents to discipline you. As your uncle, I will teach you a lesson. Chu Chi sautet angli. He could no longer stand it. Although it was very shameful for an elder to bully a junior, who among parents could stand by and watch their children get hurt. This Chu Chi was too arrogant. It was one thing to strike so ruthlessly, but he didn't even know to repent. Chu Chi aura burst fort, and the pressure of the 7th level of the mortal realm surged out. This momentum made all cultivators at the 4th level of the mortal realm and below weak in the knees, kneeling on the ground. There was a significant gap between the 3rd and 4th levels among cultivators. Yet Chu Chi still stood firm like a pine tree, unmoved like a bell. He looked at Chu Chi coldly and said, I may not have parents to look after me, but that doesn't mean you have the right to discipline me. Who do you think you are? You. A wild child is still a wild child, showing no respect for elders. You need to be taught a good lesson. Chu Chi's face turned extremely cold, and he was already prepared to strike. But Chu Chi was not the least bit flustered. He turned to glance at Chu Shan. Just as Chu Chi was about to make a move, Chu Shan spoke up. Enough. Elders striking juniors. What kind of propriety is that? If this gets out, it will only make people laugh. Father, but Nanner. Don't forget, this duel was agreed to by Chu Nan himself. Hurry and take him back. Set his broken bones and use medicine to nurture him. All right, you all disperse. Stop watching the excitement. Chu Chi, come with me. After saying this, Chu Shan grabbed Chu Chi's shoulder and quickly left the courtyard. On the way, Chu Shan snorted coldly and said, You brat, how did you know I was going to protect you? Chu Chi replied with a calm gaze. I am the only one among the younger generation who has mastered the tiger fist. If you don't protect me, that would be very foolish. Are you indirectly insulting me? Not at all. Chu Shan snorted again and continued. Did you really master the tiger fist? Without saying a word, Chu Chi threw a punch into the air. The sound of the punch was like a tiger's roar. Chu Shan's eyes narrowed, and a glint of light appeared in them. After a long moment, he said, Chu Chi, about you injuring Chu Nan, I can protect you. I guarantee that Cinny will not pursue it any further. But you need to honestly tell me, did you obtain some incredible opportunity? Otherwise, how could you suddenly become a cultivator and possess such extraordinary talent? Chu Chi pondered for a moment and said, Grandpa, I want to hide it from you. I fell off a cliff and encountered a severely injured peerless powerhouse. He saved me and helped me become a cultivator. Encountered a peerless powerhouse? Such an opportunity exists? Chu Shan's eyes lit up. Did he teach you some extraordinary skill or secret technique? Chu Chi shook his head, no. If he had, why would I need to practice the tiger fist? What a pity, what a pity. Chu Shan sighed repeatedly, and after a while, he said, You don't need to worry about the matter of injuring Chu Nan. I guarantee that no one will come to trouble you. So, I finally have your recognition. Chu Chi's voice was tinged with self-deprecation. Grandpa, if there is nothing else, I'll go back to continue my cultivation. Go ahead. I need to leave the village soon as well to personally deliver a batch of goods. Chu Chi, work hard. If you can become the strongest among the youth of the Chu family, I guarantee that no one will surpass your status in the Chu family. I will also give you a surprise. The strongest among the youth? How difficult could that be? Chu Chi placed his hands behind his head and left nonchalantly. Chapter 9. Chu Nan is dead. Chu Shan watched the departing figure of Chu Chi, his gaze wise. He knew that Chu Chi might not have told the truth. But it didn't matter. Everyone has their own secrets. If Chu Chi was truly a genius, he would definitely be treated as a key training target. However, having high martial arts talent alone wasn't enough. The most important thing for a cultivator was still their cultivation level. After all, powerful martial techniques require cultivation to support them. After returning to the courtyard, Chu Chi personally cooked a meal. After eating and drinking his fill, he sat cross-legged and began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Whether it was due to the ancient sun body or the natural way of the great Tao, the spiritual energy around him actually began to gather towards Chu Chi on its own. It seemed as if he had gathered the spiritual energy of the entire village here. The spiritual energy in his dantian was quickly becoming saturated. Once it was saturated, he could attempt to break through the fourth hidden vein. Once he succeeded, his cultivation would rise to the fourth layer of the mortal realm. Almost there. 8 hours later, Chu Chi opened his eyes. The spiritual energy within him had already reached saturation. This speed was explosive. It should be noted that absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to improve one's cultivation is usually very slow. For ordinary people, it could take 3 to 5 years to raise one layer of cultivation, or even over 10 years. This meant that his talent was indeed remarkable. Haha, I didn't expect the speed to be this fast. That means I could try to break through the fourth hidden vein now. But I heard that breaking through hidden veins requires the assistance of body refining crystals. Just as Chu Chi muttered to himself, the courtyard door was suddenly pushed open. Chu Chi frowned. Being interrupted during cultivation was very unpleasant. Eighth sister. What is it? The one who pushed open the door was Chu Ying. Chu Ying had sweat on her forehead, as if she had run all the way here. She anxiously said, "Seventh brother, hurry, run." Chu Chi immediately became cold. Run? Run from what? Oh no, just run first. You need to leave the Chu family. No, leave Feiyun village. While saying this, Chu Ying pushed Chu Chi's body. What on earth was going on that made her so panicked? Chu Ying gritted her teeth and said, "Fifth brother is dead." Chu Chi's pupils contracted. What? Chu Nen is dead? Impossible. Those injuries weren't enough to take his life. Are you sure he is dead? I'm sure. Just now I want to find fifth brother to comfort him. But when I opened the door, I saw what? I saw fifth brother hanging dead from the beam. You mean he committed suicide? What the hell? Is his pride too strong? Or can he not take a little setback? He actually committed suicide. When I was a child, he bullied me so much, and I never thought about it in my life. What is wrong with people nowadays? They have no resilience at all. Chu Chi guset lao li. Then, he frowned, realizing that the situation was dire. Fourth Uncle Chu Xuani only had Chu Nan as his only son, although Chu Nan wasn't killed by him, given fourth Uncle Chu Xuani's character. How could he let this go? Even though Chu Chi had the heaven-suppressing cauldron to protect his life, such good things could only be used in life-and-death situations. Once used, he would have to smash the opponent to death with it to silence them. Although his relationship with the Chu family wasn't great, it wasn't to the point that he wanted to kill them. Chu Chi forced himself to calm down and asked, "Fourth uncle, does he know that Chu Nan is dead?" "Not yet. I was the first to discover the body, and I came to inform you as soon as I found it." "Good sister." Chu Chi pata Chu Jing Shahet. Although she wasn't his biological sister, she was even better than one. Since he didn't know yet, then he should indeed take this opportunity to leave. "Yes, seventh brother. Hurry up and go. I'll see you off." Just as Chu Chi and Chu Ying were about to leave, a furious roar echoed throughout the courtyard. "Chu Chi, you little bastard, come out. You killed my son, and I want you dead." "Not good, it's fourth uncle. He already knows." "Seventh brother, hurry up and go. I have some silver here, take it all with you, don't come back." Chu Ying handed all her silver to Chu Chi. Chu Chi didn't take the silver, but turned to look at the doorway. At the doorway stood a middle-aged man. It was Chu Xuani. He had arrived. Chu Xuani's eyes were bloodshot, and he was furious. In his arms, he held Chu Nan's corpse. In his hand, he grasped a suicide note, which was also a will. The will contained only one sentence. "Dad, kill Chu Chi for me, or I want to rest in peace." "You little bastard." Chu Xuani pointed at Chu Chi's face. His killing intent was not concealed in the slightest. He came here to kill Chu Chi. "Eighth sister, is the old man home?" Chu Chi asked again. Chu Ying shook her head. "Grandpa isn't home. It seems he went to deliver some important goods and hasn't returned yet." Upon hearing this, Chu Chi fell silent, his eyes exceptionally calm. Since Chu Xuani insisted on killing him, he couldn't just sit and wait to die. Chu Xuani was at the 7th layer of the mortal realm, and there was a full 4 layers of difference between them. This gap was significant, but it didn't mean he had no chance at all. If he used a sword in a surprise attack, he could heavily injure or even kill Chu Xuani. Chu Chi went to the flower bed and picked up the sword that was placed there. 7-sword slash was his reliance. At this moment, Chu Xuani, holding Chu Nan's corpse, had already arrived at the center of the courtyard. My son, if you have any spear in the sky, watch closely. Father will avenge you. Chu Chi placed Chu Nan's body on the ground. He was preparing to kill. Bang! With a loud bang, his body shot towards Chu Chi like a cannonball. His fist glowed brightly, resembling a bright sun. This was the Chu family's only high-grade martial technique, bright fist. This punch caused the air to explode. This punch struck directly at Chu Chi's head. This punch locked onto Chu Chi's aura. Even if Chu Chi wanted to dodge, he couldn't. It's the bright fist. Fourth uncle, no, don't kill seventh brother. Chu Ying was on the verge of collapse. Did she have to witness two family members die in one day? Chu Ying didn't notice that Chu Chi's hand holding the sword had slightly lifted. As soon as Chu Chi entered his attack range, the sword in his hand would unleash 5 sword lights. Swords have no eyes. Chu Chi might die. But this was not something Chu Chi could control. His cultivation was too weak, and once the attack was unleashed, it couldn't be retracted. 5 steps, 3 steps, almost in range. Chu Chi's eyes turned cold as he prepared to attack with the sword, when an old man appeared in front of Chu Chi, blocking Chu Chi's attack with his hand. Grandpa Mu. Recognizing the old man, Chu Chi was a bit surprised. Was this Grandpa Mu, who guarded the martial arts room? Old Mu, why are you here? Why are you stopping me? Chu Chi asked in surprise. Grandpa Mu calmly replied. When Chu Shan left, he specifically instructed me to keep an eye on this kid. If you want to kill him, wait for Chu Shan to return. Judging by the time, it should be soon. I can't wait. I want to kill him now. Fine, but you must defeat me first. As Grandpa Mu spoke, he released a terrifying aura. This aura was at the 8th layer of the mortal realm. Chapter 10. Mysterious confidence. Grandpa Mu is surprisingly strong. Chu Ying stared in shock. Grandpa Mu had guarded the library for 15 years without ever revealing his strength. No one expected him to be so powerful. His cultivation level was actually only second to Chu Shan. He actually had a cultivation level of the 8th layer of the mortal realm. No wonder he could block my bright fist. Chu Chi's face turned ugly. His bright fist was only at the entry level and not yet small success. At most, he could only fight to a draw with Grandpa Mu. But he was unwilling to retreat like this. If he couldn't avenge his son, what kind of father would he be? Bright fist. With a low roar, Chu Chi unleashed his bright fist again. Grandpa Mu shook his head and said, "It's useless. Unless your bright fist reaches small success, you won't be able to defeat me. Then I'll make it reach small success right now." Chu Chi went mad. His spiritual energy surged wildly, and there was a possibility of it breaking through his body. But instead of breaking through, the spiritual energy gathered along a specific path to his right fist. As the energy flowed, it seemed to form special patterns on the back of his hand. The light from his right fist grew even stronger. The momentum of this punch suddenly soared. Grandpa Mu squinted his eyes. The momentum suddenly became stronger. The power of this punch made him feel pressure. He was surprised and said, "Bright fist has reached small success." Opposite him, Chu Chi laughed almost madly. After so many years of stagnation, I didn't expect that under the stimulation of hatred and killing intent, it really reached small success. It seems that even the heavens want me to avenge Nanner. Grandpa Mu, step aside, or you'll die. Grandpa Mu still did not step aside. He raised his fist and also threw out a bright fist. But the power of this punch was clearly not as strong as Chu Chi's. Bang! The two fists collided. And even though Grandpa Mu's cultivation was 1 layer higher than Chu Chi's, the massive recoil force made him step back 5 paces, his face turning red. In contrast, Chu Chi stood firm like a rock, not moving an inch. This was the huge gap between the entry level and small success in martial arts. What if you're the 8th layer of the mortal realm? With my martial arts at small success, you're no match for me. Grandpa Mu, I'll say it again. Step aside or you die. Today, even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't stop me. This little bastard, I will kill him for sure. The killing intent in Chu Chi's eyes grew stronger and stronger. If Buddhas block, he kills Buddhas. If gods block, he kills gods. It's over. Why did fourth uncle reach small success in martial arts at this time? Seventh brother. Beside him, Chu Ying was almost crying in panic. Just when she was at a loss, an angry roar came from the gate of the courtyard. The King of Heaven can't stop you? What about me? As the voice fell, Chu Shan quickly walked in. In just a few steps, he was in front of Chu Chi. Grandpa, great. You're back. Chu Ying sighed in relief. Chu Shan's status in the Chu family was such that no one dared to oppose him. Sure enough, Chu Xuanyi's fist gradually lowered. Chu Shan's expression finally softened a bit, and he coldly questioned, "Tell me, why are you looking for trouble with Chu Chi? Didn't I specifically instruct before I left that the feud between Chu Chi and Chu Nan ends here?" Chu Xuanyi pointed at Chu Nan's corpse, his voice trembling. "Dad, Chu Nan is dead." He couldn't bear the humiliation from Chu Chi and hung himself. Chu Shan's pupils constricted, and only then did he see Chu Nan's body beside the flower bed. His body was stiff, and he had long since lost his breath. This kid committed suicide? Damn, what a waste. He killed himself over this little blow. "Dad, you know my character. He's my only son. Chu Chi killed him. I want his life in return." "Dad, you can protect him for a moment, but can you guard him for 12 hours without leaving his side? No matter what, I want this little bastard dead." Upon hearing this, Chu Shan remained silent. If Chu Xuanyi was determined to kill Chu Chi, it was indeed impossible for him to protect Chu Chi 24 hours a day. Just as he didn't know what to say, Chu Chi suddenly spoke up. "Chu Xuanyi, enough. Chu Nan's death has nothing to do with me. I didn't kill him. He was weak-minded and couldn't handle the blow. This is the result of being spoiled since childhood. Wasn't he always calling me useless? But I see he is the real waste. He has lived this long, just a flower in a greenhouse, unable to withstand even a little wind and rain. He died. He deserved it." Chu Chi's words shocked everyone. No one expected that at this time he would still dare to confront Chu Xuanyi. At this moment, Chu Xuanyi was so angry that his head was about to explode. "Ah, little bastard. If I don't kill you, I'm not Chu Xuanyi." Chu Chi remained unperturbed and said, "I know you want to kill me, but if you kill me like this, you'll be the laughingstock. How about this? I'll give you a fair opportunity. I challenge you to a duel. 10 days later, we will have a life and death battle in the main courtyard. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" Wow. As soon as Chu Chi said this, the whole place was shocked. Whether it was Chu Shan, Chu Ying, or Chu Xuanyi himself, they all looked dumbfounded, unable to believe their ears. Chu Chi actually took the initiative to challenge Chu Xuanyi, a junior challenging an elder. Moreover, it was a life and death battle. Heavens, this is too crazy. If Chu Chi could defeat Chu Xuanyi, then the cockroach would dominate the world. What did you say? You want to challenge me? Don't give me that. You probably want to use this time to escape from Feiyun village. Chu Xuanyi said coldly, not believing that Chu Chi would really fight him. This little bastard would definitely use this time to flee. Escape? Who do you look down on? Chu Chi extended his hand, pointing to the main courtyard. On the roof of the main courtyard, a family flag embroidered with the character Chu was raised. "I swear by the family flag and the way of heaven, if I run away, let the heavens strike me down, and may I die a miserable death. Chu Xuanyi, I ask you, do you dare to accept the challenge? Are you afraid of losing to me and being laughed at by the clan 10 days later? I would lose to you? What nonsense are you talking? Fine, I'll give you 10 more days to live. Cherish this last bit of time. So you agree?" "That's right. I agree. If you seek death, I will naturally help you." As Chu Xuanyi's words fell, he suppressed the killing intent in his heart, picked up Chu Nan's corpse, and left step by step. After Chu Xuanyi left, Chu Shan finally looked at Chu Chi and said, "It's impressive that you could come up with such a method. Hurry and leave while Fourth hasn't reacted yet." Chu Chi frowned and retorted, "Grandpa, do you think what I just said, my oath, was just a temporary measure? Do you also think I'm going to run away? Then what else? Your cultivation is only at the 3rd layer of the mortal realm. Even if I give you 10 days, even 10 months, or even 10 years, you might not be able to match Fourth." After this, Chu Ying expressed her approval. Looking worried as she said, "Seventh brother, you should hurry and run. Don't care about any oaths. Breaking an oath is always better than really losing your life. Living is the most important thing. Hurry and go." But Chu Chi shook his head, his eyes filled with determination. "You all underestimate me too much. I will not leave. 10 days later, I will step on Chu Xuanyi before your eyes." Chu Ying was shocked. "Seventh brother, are you serious? But I've never heard of Junior being the opponent of an elder." Chu Chi said emphatically, 10 days later, you'll have heard of it." As these words were spoken, Chu Shan narrowed his eyes. This kid seemed to have a mysterious confidence in himself. Chapter 11. Cultivation Improvement. Chu Shan shook his head and couldn't help but speak. Chu Chi, if you can really defeat the fourth, I guarantee that no one in the Chu family will dare to bully you again. Your status will be second only to mine. Additionally, I will give you a surprise. Chu Chi grinned and confidently said, Grandpa, then I'll wait for your surprise. By the way, please give me some body refining crystals. I'm preparing to break through to the fourth level of the mortal realm. Oh, you're going to challenge the fourth level of the mortal realm already? So soon? All right, I'll get you some. Soon, only Chu Chi remained in the yard. He sat cross-legged under the locust tree, beginning to challenge the fourth hidden vein. For others, 10 days to deal with a practitioner at the seventh level of the mortal realm would be a pipe dream. But he might be able to do it. Besides, if he overestimated his talent and really couldn't do it, it wouldn't be too late to escape then. Chu Chi understood well the principle that a great man can endure and bend. Who would be foolish enough to knowingly go to their death when they knew they couldn't win? The fourth hidden vein, here I come. The human body has countless hidden veins. It's not easy to open them. Even if the elders tell you where the hidden veins are, it's only a rough location. A slight difference can lead to a huge mistake. At this time, the body refining crystals became useful. Body refining crystals are crystals formed by practitioners at the mortal realm, solidifying the spiritual energy within the hidden veins. They can resonate with the hidden veins in the body and actively guide the spiritual energy to the location of the hidden veins. 4 small families. Body refining crystals are still quite precious because each time one is refined, it takes a considerable amount of time. After successfully condensing a body refining crystal, it also requires a long period of recovery. Generally, it's the elders of the family, whose cultivation can't advance and who have nothing to do, that condense body refining crystals. Body refining crystal, eat. Once the body refining crystal was ingested, it immediately transformed into a unique energy. This energy pulled the spiritual energy within Chu Chi's body toward a certain hidden spot. Then it came to a halt. In other words, this was the location of the fourth hidden vein. Charge. Without hesitation, Chu Chi operated his spiritual energy and began to strike madly. Each impact felt as if a mountain was crashing down inside him. After about 1,000 strikes, the energy of one body refining crystal was almost exhausted. Once the energy of the body refining crystal was used up, its pulling effect on the spiritual energy would disappear. Just as Chu Chi was preparing to take the second body refining crystal, he found that the natural way technique had automatically started operating. Even though the energy of the body refining crystal had dissipated, the spiritual energy had not scattered. It was still gathering together, automatically striking at the entrance of the fourth hidden vein. Everything happened naturally. What surprised Chu Chi the most was that the gathered spiritual energy transformed into fine needles. Those densely packed fine needles lined up like a swimming dragon. Under the furious impact of the fine needles, there was a sharp sound. In the darkness, a glimmer of light appeared. That invisible membrane was finally pierced. The spiritual energy surged in through the gap, and a glowing hidden vein appeared within his body. The fourth hidden vein was successfully opened. Chu Chi could clearly feel his strength increasing. He had reached the fourth level of the mortal realm. It was even easier than he had expected. Chu Chi was very surprised that the natural way technique could also be used to break through hidden veins. Is this what it means for everything to be natural? Haha. Continue to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Chu Chi closed his eyes and began to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth again. However, this time, the amount of gathered spiritual energy around him was far less dense than before. His physique allowed for quick gathering of spiritual energy, but in the countryside, the spiritual energy was thin. Since he had absorbed so much spiritual energy earlier, the power of heaven and earth had yet to restore it. So there was obviously less spiritual energy this time. Previously, it took 8 hours for the spiritual energy to saturate, but this time, it might take 8 days to reach saturation. Banana U, although my talent is extraordinary, the environment is too poor. The rural village is ultimately not a blessed land. Chu Chi Thao Wen, although he was now at the fourth level of the mortal realm, it was still risky to deal with Chu Xuani, who had mastered the bright fist. it would be best to raise his cultivation to the 6th level of the mortal realm, even though there was a hurdle between the 6th and 7th levels. He was confident he could easily handle Chu Chi. So, how could he quickly raise his cultivation by 2 more levels? Spirit herbs. Chu Chi's eyes brightened. To quickly improve his cultivation, he could only rely on spirit herbs that enhance cultivation. The Chu family did not have such spirit herbs. However, Chu Chi knew of a place that might have them, the Beast Mountain Range. The Beast Mountain Range was vast, and if he was lucky, he might find spirit herbs for cultivation. His brother, Chu Tian, had once found a 3-colored flower there. The 3-colored flower could elevate a practitioner below the 3rd level of the mortal realm by 1 level. At that time, the Chu family planned to give this flower to Chu Ying, but was stolen by Chu Chi and given to Pang Fian. Looking back now, he felt truly sorry for his 8th sister. Then it was decided to go to the Beast Mountain Range, even if he couldn't find any spirit herbs. If he could hunt beasts and obtain beast cores, it would also enhance the spiritual energy within him. Perfect, he might also run into his brother. He had already been at the Beast Mountain Range for half a month. Thinking of this, Chu Chi prepared a few sets of clothes and left the Chu family. As he passed by the Yichuan courtyard in the village, Chu Chi stopped. The Yichuan courtyard's main door was tightly closed, with a sign saying, "Temporarily closed." Chu Chi instinctively clenched his fists. He had feelings for this place. After all, he was a regular there, just standing at the door. He could almost see the girls waving at him. "7th young master, you're back again. Please come in. Haven't you always wanted a newcomer? Today they finally arrived, and it's a pair of twins. 7th young master, you haven't been here for 3 days. I thought you were away." Previously, Chu Chi's presence was only felt when he was spending lavishly, because only at such times did he feel recognized and supported by others. Only here did people not reject him. Only here did the girls need him. Others thought he was naturally dissolute, but in fact, this place was his spiritual harbor. Others didn't understand. Chu Chi sighed and bowed 3 times toward the courtyard. These 3 bows were for the deceased girls. Qing Lian, wild chrysanthemum, green ivy. He remembered the name of each girl clearly. He also remembered everything that happened that night very clearly. "I won't let you die in vain." "Absolutely not." After murmuring softly, Chu Chi was about to leave when the door suddenly cracked open a little, and someone called out, "7th young master." Though the person behind the door was disheveled, Chu Chi still recognized who it was. "Old Turtle, you're not dead?" That night, all the girls in the Yichuan courtyard had died. Logically, Old Turtle shouldn't have survived either. "7th young master, come in." Old Turtle cautiously opened the door and let Chu Chi in. Chapter 12. It's like cheating. After Chu Chi entered, Granny Turtle explained, "7th young master. That night, I had something to attend to and went out for a bit. By the time I returned, all the girls were dead." Chu Chi sighed and asked, "Granny Turtle, do you think I killed them?" Granny Turtle nodded and then shook her head. "At first, I really thought so. After all, everyone said you were the evil spirit who awakened the ancient sun body. But after you came back alive, I stopped believing it. When I saw you bow 3 times here just now, I believed it even less." Granny Turtle had been managing the Yichuan courtyard for over 10 years. What kind of perverts hadn't she seen? She knew very well what kind of person Chu Chi was. Chu Chi was definitely the most polite and graceful among all the guests. This was also the reason why every girl looked forward to his visits to the Yichuan courtyard. "Thank you for believing me." Granny Turtle shook her head and smiled, then went to the door to ensure no one was outside before continuing, "7th young master. Now the village is saying that night, Lady Pang Fian conspired with a wild man to provoke and frame you." Chu Chi nodded and said, "That's not." He originally wanted to say it wasn't just a rumor, but it was true. However, as he started to speak, Granny Turtle interrupted, "But I can assure you, this is not a rumor." Chu Chi was somewhat surprised and even a bit moved. Granny Turtle actually believed in him so much. "You understand me?" He couldn't help but ask, "How are you so sure?" Granny Turtle replied, "7th young master, that wild man is he taller than you by a bit, about 1.9 meters, with medium-length hair, and has a somewhat androgynous appearance. I have seen that wild man." Chu Chi's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, "You've seen him? When?" "On the day you had your incident at noon, I went to the restaurant for a meal and saw Lady Pang Fian. That man was standing next to her. At that time, there was also old Master Pang present, and I thought he was a guest of the Pang family. so I didn't pay much attention. Seventh young master, if he is that wild man, then you need to be careful. Granny Turtle warned seriously. Careful of what? That wild man has an unusual identity. Even old Master Pang was very polite to him and bowed to him. Chu Chi raised his eyebrows. He had always thought that Pang Fian had just randomly found a wild man to provoke him. But now it seemed that this was not just any wild man, nor was he someone who was found temporarily. That long-haired man was definitely Pang Fian's lover. However, since Pang Fian had a betrothal with Chu Chi, she could never marry anyone else as long as the betrothal remained. So, they didn't even discuss it and directly set up this scheme. The benefit of this scheme was that it could openly kill Chu Chi without any negative impact on the Pang family. How ruthless, how decisive. While Chu Chi was contemplating, Granny Turtle spoke again. I seem to have heard them call that man young master you. I've been to quite a few villages. If I'm not mistaken, he must be from Yu Family Village. Yu Family Village. Chu Chi's eyes widened in shock. The only village named after a surname was Yu Family Village. The status and strength of Yu Family Village were above that of villages like Feiyun Village. The village chief of Yu Family Village was definitely a powerful person at the strongman realm. This was also the reason why Pang Qingyang was so eager to establish a village. If the Pang family established Pang Family Village, the officials would send strong body crystals. Strong body crystals could only be condensed by those at the strongman realm, and they could guide the spiritual energy within the body to automatically find the hidden veins that needed to be opened in order to reach the strongman realm. Without strong body crystals, a cultivator at the 9th level of the mortal realm would find it nearly impossible to break through to the next realm unless they had incredibly good luck. In other words, only by becoming the village chief of Yu Family Village could a family's strength advance further. As long as there was one person at the strongman realm, there would be no lack of strong body crystals, and in the future, there would naturally be a second and third. By the way, 7th young master, speaking of Yu Family Village, I suddenly remembered that a while ago, I hosted a rather extraordinary guest. He got drunk while drinking, talking about inspections and village building. But when I asked him in detail, he wouldn't elaborate. Inspection? Building a village? Chu Chi's body trembled. Could it be that Feiyun Village had the qualifications to establish a village? If so, the stable relationship between the Chu and Pang families that had lasted for decades would definitely be shattered. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. If Yu Family Village doesn't bear the surname Chu, it will bear the surname Pang. One of the two families must be destroyed. Granny Turtle, thank you. The information you gave me is extremely important. Some news, knowing it early or late, makes a world of difference. This meant he had to quickly raise his cultivation level. The 6th level of the mortal realm was still far from enough. He needed to elevate his cultivation to the 7th or 8th level of the mortal realm. Only then could he become invincible at the mortal realm. Moreover, if the Pang family really had ties to Yu Family Village, being invincible at the mortal realm would not be enough. He needed the capital to counter strong cultivators. Otherwise, the entire Chu family would face a great crisis. If they truly had the qualifications to establish a village, he hoped that Feiyun Village would bear the surname Chu from now on. Granny Turtle, thank you. I must take my leave now. Whenever the Ichuan courtyard reopens, I will definitely come to support you. As Chu Chi said this, he left the Ichuan courtyard. Right now, he was eager to elevate his cultivation level. He bought a horse at the village entrance and quickly headed towards the Beast Mountain Range. His only goal was to rapidly enhance his cultivation. If he could find spiritual herbs, that would be best. If not, he would hunt a large number of beasts to obtain beast pills. After a night of traveling, at dawn the next day, Chu Chi reached the nearest entrance. He didn't linger outside, because the beasts there were the weakest. Soon, a level 1, 4-stage beast appeared in his sight. Level 1 beasts corresponded to the mortal realm, while 4-stage corresponded to the 4th level of the mortal realm. He drew his long sword from his back and began to hunt. The long sword unleashed a stunning sword light. The 7-sword slash was performed by Chu Chi in just 3 strikes. He easily killed the level 1, 4-stage beast. The long-haired pig. He quickly broke open the long-haired pig's skull, but unfortunately, this long-haired pig did not leave behind a beast pill. Not all beasts would form beast pills. The lower the level, the lower the probability of forming a beast pill. Chu Chi continued forward, and after killing the 11th 4-stage beast, he finally obtained his first level 1, 4-stage beast pill. Without hesitation, he swallowed the beast pill. He was very curious to know how much spiritual energy a beast pill could enhance for him. Once the beast pill entered his stomach, it transformed into a special and violent energy. However, this energy was rejected by the human body and dissipated into the heavens and the earth after entering the pores. The power of one beast pill could only be absorbed by a human at about 1%, or even less than 1%. This was the only flaw of beast pills. Damn, what a waste. If only I could fully absorb the power of the beast pill. Chu Chi gritted his teeth and cursed. He didn't know if it was because of his curse, but suddenly the heavenly suppression cauldron in his sea of consciousness emitted light. Those beast pill energies that were about to dissipate from his body were suppressed by the power of the heavenly suppression cauldron. This cauldron seemed to be able to suppress everything. No more energy escaped from Chu Chi's body. In the end, all the energy was transformed and absorbed by Chu Chi. He absorbed it all. Does this mean I can absorb 100% of the beast pill's power? My God, this is simply cheating. Chu Chi went wild at that moment. Others could only absorb less than 1% of the power of the beast pill, while he absorbed 100%. What does this mean? As long as he had enough beasts and enough beast pills, his cultivation speed would be at least 100 times that of others. If others needed 100 beast pills, one would be enough for him. This is simply cheating. Chapter 13, the kid must have escaped. No wonder the female, Sword Immortal, gave me this cauldron. It's simply extraordinary. Something so incredible. She's willing to give it to me. There's no doubt she's been conquered by me and has definitely fallen in love with me. There's no other explanation. Continuing to hunt beasts, Chu Chi ventured deeper and soon encountered a first-level 5th-tier beast. As long as he wasn't hit by a 5th-level beast, he could easily kill it with his 7-sword slash. This time, after slaying 20 beasts, he finally obtained a 5th-tier beast core. Without hesitation, he swallowed the beast core. Under the influence of the mysterious power of the heaven-subduing cauldron, the energy of the beast core was completely transformed and absorbed by his body. The spiritual energy in his dantian and hidden veins became visibly brighter. Indeed, if the level of the beast core is higher than my cultivation, it helps me the most. At this rate, if I can get 3 to 5 more first-level 5th-tier beast cores, I can break through to the 5th layer of the mortal realm. However, the probability of beast cores forming is very low. It seems I need to hunt at least 100 first-level 5th-tier beasts, which is too time-consuming. It would be better to go straight for a first-level 6th-tier beast. Maybe 1 beast core will be enough. I have to say, Chu Chi's idea is quite crazy. He actually plans to kill beasts 2 levels above his cultivation. One must know that beasts are always stronger than humans. At the same level, beasts are invincible, unless a cultivator learns techniques stronger than themselves. Venturing deeper, Chu Chi looked for spiritual herbs while searching for beasts. After 3 hours, he finally discovered his first-level 6th-tier beast. It was a rabbit with red eyes, but its size was 10 times larger than an ordinary rabbit. Its sharp teeth could easily bite through large trees. It's actually an iron-toothed rabbit. Without a word, Chu Chi turned to leave. He could indeed kill the iron-toothed rabbit, but only if it didn't dodge or run away. However, the rabbit's speed was definitely not slow. If he couldn't kill it in one strike, it would anger the iron-toothed rabbit and lead to him being hunted down. Unless he used the heaven-subduing cauldron. The cauldron is hard, can defend him, and with its tens of thousands of pounds of force, it could directly crush the beast. But how could he use the heaven-subduing cauldron in broad daylight? There were other cultivators in the Beast Mountains. Just as Chu Chi was preparing to retreat, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Something was wrong. It seemed injured. The iron-toothed rabbit was crouching on the ground, and there was blood beneath it. Chu Chi thought for a moment and picked up a stone, throwing it at the iron-toothed rabbit from a distance. The iron-toothed rabbit, with its sensitive ears, immediately dodged. But Chu Chi could see clearly that the iron-toothed rabbit was stumbling. One of its legs had been broken. The other leg also bore wounds. It had just dodged and then fell to the ground. Ha! Heaven is helping me. Chu Chi didn't know who the iron-toothed rabbit had fought, but it was doing him a favor. Chu Chi rushed over with his sword in hand. The iron-toothed rabbit sensed the danger and tried to flee. But with one leg broken and the other injured, its speed was at its lowest. Chu Chi caught up and thrust his sword. 5 sword lights appeared beside the iron-toothed rabbit. One of the sword lights struck its head directly. The iron-toothed rabbit's head was split in half. A shining beast core rolled down. The first 6-tier beast dropped a beast core. Ha ha ha, this luck is simply unmatched. Chu Chi picked up the beast core and immediately swallowed it. The energy contained in the 6-tier beast core was 9 times that of the 4th-tier beast core. The spiritual energy in his dantian and hidden veins became even brighter and denser. As long as he got one more first-level 6-tier beast core, he would definitely reach saturation. Indeed, he hoped for such good luck to continue. Chu Chi grinned, using his sword to peel off the iron-toothed rabbit's skin. He only collected the fur from the lower abdomen, as that was the only part that could be sold. Then, he removed the rabbit's teeth. These teeth were worth more than the fur. Chu Chi ensured no one was around before using his mind to store the fur and teeth. He touched the ring on his left index finger and smiled, saying, "Having a storage ring is really convenient." This storage ring was also given to him by the female Sword Immortal. At that time, Chu Chi was excited for quite a while. He had only heard about storage rings, but had never seen one. For a small family like the Chu family, let alone having a storage ring, there were hardly any of the most basic storage bags. The only regret was that the storage ring given to Chu Chi contained no resources. Because the female Sword Immortal never intended to cultivate Chu Chi, she only gave him a cauldron to prevent him from dying outside this year. Continuing to search for prey. After securing his spoils, Chu Chi ventured deeper. A day later, he successfully killed 5 6-tier beasts, but none left him a beast core. It seemed his luck was not as good as before. This meant he also had to kill 5th-tier beasts. He needed to hasten his cultivation. Time passed, and Chu Chi had been in the Beast Mountains for 3 whole days. In these 3 days, he had hunted 12 6-tier beasts, yet not one had left him a beast core. The reason for such a low kill count was that 6-tier beasts were hard to kill. Once these beasts realized they were no match or suffered serious injuries, they would flee like mad, unless Chu Chi could kill them in one strike. It was indeed difficult to keep them. However, while 6-tier beasts were hard to kill, 5th-tier beasts were much easier. In these 3 days, he had hunted 80 5th-tier beasts, successfully obtaining 4 first-level 5th-tier beast cores, which should be sufficient. Chu Chi found a small hill, leaned against it, and began to consume the beast cores. After swallowing the 3rd 5th-tier beast core, the energy within him had reached saturation. Without hesitation, he began to push for the 5th hidden vein. The Great Path of Nature technique activated again. The spiritual energy in his body transformed into fine needles, crazily striking the port of the 5th hidden vein in a point-to-surface manner. In just a few minutes, the port broke. Chu Chi successfully entered the 5th layer of the mortal realm. However, he did not feel joy, but rather thought the speed of his cultivation increase was still too slow. 3 days to increase 1 layer of cultivation. Too slow. There were less than 7 days until his duel with Chu Chi, and he needed to increase his cultivation by at least 2 more layers. In fact, with his cultivation at the 5th layer of the mortal realm, Chu Chi would have the confidence to deal with Chu Chi, because with 2 layers of cultivation increased, he was confident he could master the complete 7-sword slash. The reason he was not satisfied was that he knew his enemies were not just Chu Chi at the 7th layer of the mortal realm, but the entire Pang family as well. At the same time, in the Chu family, Chu Chi had been away for 3 days, and Chu Chi was almost going crazy. It had been 3 days, and that kid still hadn't returned. I knew I shouldn't have trusted him. How naive I was. That kid must have run away. Of course, it wasn't just Chu Chi who thought this way in the Chu family. Almost all the elders of the Chu family believed the same. The younger generation, like Chu Feng, constantly mocked him. I thought that Chu Chi actually had the confidence to challenge Uncle C. Now it seems he was just stalling for time. Now, who knows where he has run off to? 7th brother, did you really run away? Only Chu Ying harbored doubts about Chu Chi's escape. The words he spoke that day and his eyes did not seem to indicate he was lying. Chapter 14, The Injured Beauty in the Beast Mountain Range. Chu Chi was still hunting beasts. At this moment, he frowned slightly and murmured, "Strange, it's been 3 days since I came in, and I haven't seen my brother. The beasts he can hunt are only level 6 at most, maybe level 7, so he should be around here. What if something happened? What am I thinking? Oof. The wild mountain range is so big. It's not surprising I haven't encountered my brother. I should continue hunting beasts. Is that a dead person? Chu Chi suddenly stopped in his tracks. In a dark corner, he spotted a figure. The person was lying on the ground, motionless. The figure was facing away from Chu Chi, so he couldn't see the person's face. But Chu Chi was certain that this was a woman. Moreover, she had a perfect figure. She lay on the ground, revealing an S-shaped curve, and her long, fair legs were captivating. Chu Chi quickly approached the woman and found that she had no external injuries, and she was breathing, so she wasn't dead. He turned her body over, and in that instant, his pupils constricted. This woman was too beautiful, so beautiful that he didn't know how to describe it. Previously, when he encountered the female sword fairy, he thought she was the most beautiful woman in the world. But the woman before him was even more stunning than the sword fairy. Most importantly, this woman didn't have the aloof, distant aura that the sword fairy had. Something's not right. Why has her face turned black? Chu Chi suddenly furrowed his brow. The woman's beautiful face was rapidly developing dense black lines. Blood was even seeping from the corners of her mouth. This is the corpse of a 5-step snake. She has been poisoned. Chu Chi found the torn corpse of the 5-step snake beside the woman. The 5-step snake contained deadly poison. If bitten, one would fall unconscious within 10 seconds. If the poison wasn't detoxified or expelled within 5 minutes, even the king himself couldn't save them. Looking at the black lines on the woman's face, it seemed time was running out. If he didn't save her soon, it would be too late. Originally, Chu Chi wouldn't casually save a stranger. He wasn't a soft-hearted person, but as the saying goes, beauty is justice. A woman this beautiful dying in front of him would truly be a waste. You're lucky. You encountered me, who is eager to help, known as the friend of women. Maybe there is still hope. Chu Chi crouched down and lifted the woman's long legs. The wound was on her calf. The woman's skin was delicate and smooth. Just the touch ignited a fire in Chu Chi's heart. He felt his blood boiling within him. Chu Chi was a bit surprised. After battling with the female sword fairy for 300 years, he thought his desires had diminished and were not as intense as before. At this moment, he realized that it wasn't that his desires had faded, but that ordinary women simply didn't arouse his desires. Chu Chi almost wished to press the woman beneath him and enjoy himself thoroughly. However, although he was lecherous, he wasn't indecent. A gentleman enjoys beauty, but there are ways to do it. He couldn't bring himself to take advantage of someone in distress. He lifted the woman's legs and began to suck out the toxic blood. As he sucked, he spat. The black blood gradually turned bright red. The black lines on the woman's face also decreased. It seemed this woman truly wasn't meant to die. Once all the black blood was expelled, Chu Chi took out his water bottle and rinsed his mouth repeatedly. He couldn't swallow even a drop of the toxic blood in his mouth. Otherwise, he would also be poisoned. After using up all the water in his bottle, he finally stopped. He looked down at the woman, and her complexion had become rosy. This made her even more beautiful, but she still hadn't woken up. At this time, Chu Chi's gaze involuntarily shifted from the woman's face to her body, then to her long legs. The suppressed desire surged again. He was almost unable to control himself. He really wanted to know what was beneath her skirt. At this moment, an evil voice appeared in his mind. Just take a look. It's only a glance. And she won't lose anything. You've already saved her life, right? What harm can come from just looking? Once this thought crossed his mind, it became uncontrollable. Chu Chi's hand subconsciously rested on the hem of her skirt. Then he gently lifted it. What a sight! Chu Chi stared for a long time before reluctantly letting go of his hand. At this moment, another voice appeared in his mind. What's the point of just looking? Why not touch it? Touch it? That is not right. What is wrong with touching? After all, if you just touch, she won't lose anything. As long as you don't say anything, who will know? Remember, without you, she would be dead. That makes sense. Chu Chi's hand, still uncontrollably, reached out. He sighed inwardly. Indeed, this is a man's nature. He couldn't be blamed. Moreover, he was the ancient sun body. But just as his hand was about to touch the woman, she opened her eyes. Upon opening her eyes, she saw Chu Chi's lustful gaze. Pervert, seeking death. The woman screamed, then pointed her delicate finger at Chu Chi's head. A glimmer of light appeared at her fingertip, but this light only flashed and vanished. The woman suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Chu Chi then spoke. You're awake? Don't misunderstand. I was just fixing your skirt. You had a bit of a wardrobe malfunction. Fixing my skirt? The woman clearly didn't believe him, but then seemed to think of something and said, I must have been poisoned. Chu Chi replied, You're not just poisoned, you were poisoned. I sucked the poison out, otherwise you would have been dead long ago. Did you save me? Wait, you said you sucked the poison out? With your mouth? The woman instinctively hugged her legs. Chu Chi shot her an incredulous glance and said, Where else can I suck it out? With my butt? I. The woman bit her lip, and her slightly furrowed brows held a unique charm. This kind of girlish demeanor wasn't even present in the female sword fairy. After a while, the woman accepted this fact and gritted her teeth, saying, Thank you. That's right. I saved you, so you should thank me. The woman shot Chu Chi a glare and then asked, Where is this place? Chu Chi ziplit kudio sili. You don't know where this is? How did you end up here? Did someone knock you out and bring you here? Could it be that you were already? Ah, what a pity. Answer me. The woman's brows furrowed, showing some irritation. Chu Chi shrugged and said, This is the Beast Mountain Range. Beast Mountain Range? I haven't heard of it. Tell me, which country is this? What other country could it be? Of course, it's the Great Yuan Kingdom. Are you mentally challenged? You seem a bit silly. The woman didn't respond but murmured, Just a trivial little country. Beautiful lady, what are you talking about? Nothing. The woman suppressed her discomfort and forced herself to stand up. However, her injuries were too severe, and she swayed even while standing. What is your name? The woman asked again. Chu Chi, Tangjiu Fo Saving Me. My injuries are too severe. I need to find a place to recuperate. Where do you live? Once I can move normally, I'll find you. I want to repay kindness with ingratitude. Chu Chi looked at the woman's body and asked curiously, So, you want to repay me? With your body? You're overthinking. Not with your body. Then how about a one-night stand? That works too. I could be irresponsible. Shameless. The woman's face instantly turned red. Chu Chi, however, laughed casually and said, How did you know my nickname? Chapter 15. Killing each other. The woman was truly speechless. Just as she wanted to say something, Chu Chi spoke again. All right, since you won't let me sleep, there's no need to repay me. I didn't save you for that. I just felt it was a pity for a beauty like you to die here. Well, if fate allows, we shall meet again. Chu Chi waved his hand and left gracefully. Is he really leaving? The woman's pupils trembled. She didn't expect there to be such a strange man in the world. This man seemed lecherous, yet he also appeared quite serious. You could say he was serious, but his gaze just now was indeed very lustful. If she remembered correctly, when she opened her eyes, Chu Chi's gaze was on her. Moreover, the woman was very confident in her appearance throughout her life. There had never been a man who didn't want to be with her. Seeing Chu Chi about to walk far away, she spoke again. You haven't told me where you live. You really are persistent. Feiyun Village. As soon as Chu Chi finished speaking, his body had already disappeared into the woods. What a strange person. Feiyun Village. I will find you. The woman murmured a few words, then looked up at the sky. Who exactly wants to kill me? If it weren't for my parents giving me the void-breaking talisman, I might have already died. He said, This is the Great Yuan Kingdom. Not even a proper kingdom. What a humble little nation. That's fine. Here, I can take my time to heal. Once my severed meridians fully recover and my family's cultivation method starts to operate automatically, the elders of my family will naturally sense my general location. After walking 1,000 meters, Chu Chi suddenly stopped. I forgot this is Beast Mountain Ridge. How can that injured woman survive in there? What if she encounters a powerful beast or a male cultivator? Her situation must be dire. Upon having this thought, he slapped himself. Damn it. She isn't even afraid of danger alone. Why am I worrying so much? Chu Chi, oh Chu Chi, you still have a kind heart. Hurry up and focus on improving your cultivation. That's what you should be doing. Chu Chi didn't linger any longer and continued deeper. Right now, he needed to hunt a large number of level 6 and level 7 beasts. If he could hunt an 8th level beast, that would be even better. As long as he obtained an 8th level beast core and absorbed its energy completely, the spiritual energy in his body would definitely reach saturation. It's decided. He will hunt 8th level beasts. However, to hunt 8th level beasts, he still needed to rely on the 7 sword slash. Chu Chi found a secluded spot and began to practice his swordsmanship. He had to fully master the 7-sword slash, or at least reach the minor achievement stage. Holding the long sword, Chu Chi danced in place. With the insights from the female Sword Immortal combined with the Great Tao natural method, Chu Chi's talent in swordsmanship was unmatched. Just 3 hours later, 7 streams of sword light appeared around him. But Chu Chi was not satisfied. The appearance of 7 sword lights only meant he was at the entry level of the 7-sword slash. He needed to make the 7 sword lights move. Another 5 hours later, the 7 sword lights seemed to transform from inanimate objects into living beings. The sword lights flowed, capable of both offense and defense. The 7-sword slash had reached a minor achievement. If the Chu family were here, they would surely be astonished and jump up in shock. They always believed that sword techniques were hard to master. Yet Chu Chi had grasped the 7-sword slash in less than 4 days. In these 4 days, he not only learned the 7-sword slash, but also reached a minor achievement in it. This talent was simply monstrous. It was time to hunt 8th-level beasts. Chu Chi murmured and quickly sped away. In fact, he could have pushed himself to achieve a major success in the 7-sword slash. But reaching a minor achievement was already sufficient to deal with 8th-level beasts. Right now, improving his cultivation was the most important thing. What he lacked was time. Without stopping, about half an hour later, he heard the sounds of a fight ahead. After thinking for a moment, Chu Chi headed towards the source of the commotion. At this moment, he had not yet left the territory of level 6 beasts. What if the fight was with his brother? Soon, Chu Chi reached the foot of a large mountain. The fighting sounds were coming from the base of the mountain. In his line of sight, several cultivators were working together to kill a level 6 beast, a white-crowned snake. The white-crowned snake belonged to the giant python family, was massive, and had tough skin. Although these cultivators were all injured, the white-crowned snake was also seriously wounded from their assault. At this moment, a cultivator at the 6th level of the mortal realm seized the opportunity and stabbed the white-crowned snake in the eye with a sword. The sword not only pierced through the snake's eye, but also penetrated its brain. The white-crowned snake thrashed on the ground a few times before losing its breath. Not. Chu Chi shook his head slightly, feeling somewhat disappointed. There was no sign of Chu Tian among these people. Just as Chu Chi was about to leave, he noticed that these people completely ignored the white-crowned snake and all headed towards a cave at the foot of the mountain. This should be the snake's lair. They didn't even check for a beast core before entering the cave. Could it be that there are good things inside? Chu Chi squinted his eyes and quietly followed them. Although there were many of them, the strongest seemed to be only at the 6th level of the mortal realm, so he didn't take it to heart. Following them all the way, after entering the depths of the cave, there was actually a light appearing. Chu Chi could see clearly that it was a small tree glowing. The little tree was only 30 centimeters tall, and on it, there was a blue flower bud. Chu Chi felt that this flower bud looked very familiar, but he couldn't quite recall what it was. That's right, the blue light flower. This was the spiritual herb his brother wanted the most. Brother, is this really the blue light flower? At this moment, someone in the crowd ahead asked. The middle-aged man who had killed the white-crowned snake replied, Indeed, this is the blue light flower. Once it fully blooms and is picked, it can elevate a cultivator below the 6th level of the mortal realm by 1 level. This flower is perfect for me. Enough talk, it's about to bloom. At this moment, the budding flower gradually began to open. In just a few breaths, it blossomed into a flower emitting blue light, with a peculiar appearance. At the moment the flower fully bloomed, a scream rang out. The one screaming was that brother. A sharp sword, without warning, pierced through his heart from behind. He turned around and saw his brother's twisted expression. Brother, you are too selfish. Who said this blue light flower is most suitable for you? With this flower, I can elevate my cultivation to the 6th level, and I will replace you as the youngest cultivator at the 6th level of the mortal realm in our family. This is the world of cultivators. In the face of absolute temptation for profit, even family can betray you. The younger brother stepped over the fallen body of his brother and dashed towards the blue light flower like the wind. However, as soon as he moved, a sword struck towards him from the side. Who said it's yours? This flower is mine. If you want to die, come and take it. Soon, the dim cave was filled with the sounds of swords and blades clashing. The previous companions began to fight fiercely, killing each other. Clearly, Each of them wanted to obtain the blue light flower. There was only one blue light flower, and only the one who survived was worthy to possess it. Chapter 16. The crisis of Chu Chi blood is spilling. Life is withering. 10 minutes later, the chaotic battle ends. The young man who killed his brother is skilled and survives until the end. He holds his sword and begins to deliver the final blows. Only when he is sure that these people have breathed their last will he feel at ease. At this moment, there is still one person alive. Seeing the young man approach with his sword, he keeps begging for mercy. "Don't kill me. I won't compete with you for the blue light flower. Just let me go. Do you remember? When we were kids, we lit incense and became sworn brothers." Just as the word brother leaves his lips, the man's head falls to the ground, his eyes wide open, unable to close. Idiot. Only the weak care about the games of children. I even killed my own brother, let alone a sworn brother. The young man looks down to confirm that everyone is dead before walking towards the blue light flower. "Huh, the blue light flower is mine." He reaches out to pick the flower. Just then, Chu Chi, holding a long sword, rushes over. "Huh." The young man senses movement behind him and thrusts his sword backward. However, this strike misses its target. Chu Chi is not directly behind him, but at his side. The young man tries to change his attack, but it is too late. Chu Chi's sword blooms like a flower of steel, cutting into his neck. The young man feels a chill in his neck, and his vision tilts. His head is already hanging at an angle. Blood sprays out like a fountain, splattering on the ground. "Who are you?" But the young man is not dead yet. He holds his head with his hand, still breathing. "You didn't die? My sword is still too dull." Chu Chi's eyes are cold, without a hint of emotion. He feels no pity for someone who would kill his own brother for a little gain. Because in his world, brothers are extremely important. In the next moment, two sword lights appear in the air. Even if the young man's cultivation is a level higher than Chu Chi's, he cannot block two sword lights at the same time. Chu Chi's mastery of the sword way is something the young man cannot even hope to match. With a thud, the young man's head rolls to the ground. After killing the young man, Chu Chi finally picks the blue light flower, but he does not consume it immediately. The blue light flower can enhance the cultivation of those at the 6th level of the mortal realm and below by 1 level. It is most suitable to consume at the 6th level of the mortal realm. Originally, Chu Chi had little confidence in raising his cultivation by 2 levels in less than 7 days, as time is really tight. It would be best to reach the 7th level of the mortal realm. If not, this blue light flower can be kept as a backup. After taking the blue light flower, Chu Chi collects everything in the young man's and others' bags into his storage ring. Although these items are not of high quality, they can still be exchanged for some money. Who would refuse to have more money? After collecting the spoils, Chu Chi finally leaves the cave. As he passes by the corpse of the white-crowned snake, he casually crushes its head. A shiny beast core rolls out from inside. It was just a casual attempt. But unexpectedly, there really is a beast core. Not bad luck. Chu Chi smiles slightly and directly swallows the 6th level beast core. Then, he continues to delve deeper. The further he goes, the higher the level of the beasts, but their numbers are relatively fewer. All this way, he still hasn't encountered his brother. He doesn't know if something really happened or if he has already left the Beast Mountain range. "Brother, please don't get into any trouble. I still want you to see the new me." The younger brother, now, is no longer the same as before. At the same time, about 5 miles away from Chu Chi, there is a fog-filled bamboo sea. Outside the bamboo sea stand 3 middle-aged men. The man on the far right is short and has a lewd appearance. The man on the left is burly with a rugged face. The man in the middle has a long, narrow face and eagle-like eyes. At this moment, the short man speaks. "That kid should have been inside for 5 days, right? It seems he would rather die in this fog-filled bamboo sea than hand over the things." After he finishes speaking, the burly man with a rugged face asks, "Shorty, how are you so sure that he took the key to open the stone door? If you think your limbs are strong and your brain is simple, you won't believe it. If this kid didn't have a key, why would he turn and leave when he saw us enter the cave? Now he is directly hidden in the foggy bamboo sea. Doesn't that clearly indicate that he must have the key to open the stone door? It's just that when he was about to open the stone door, we happened to go in too. That makes sense. So what should we do now? It's been 5 days, and he still hasn't come out. He wouldn't have run out from another direction, would he? Impossible. This bamboo sea is in a special location. The other 3 directions are all swamps. No one could come out from the swamp. So he's still inside? It has been 5 days. Would he have already died, would he? I don't know if he's dead, but I only know that if he doesn't want to die, he will definitely come out. As soon as the short man's words fall, a vague figure appears in the fog-filled bamboo forest. At first, the figure is very blurry, but it gradually becomes clearer. Soon, a young man appears in everyone's view. This young man has sword-like eyebrows and cloud-like hair. His once handsome face has turned somewhat yellow. He coughs as he walks, and his body seems to be extremely weak. Behind him, he carries a large package. Even though he walks unsteadily, he has no intention of putting down the package. You came out? I thought you really intended to die inside. The short man sneers. After he speaks, the young man weakly responds, You won. I know why you were chasing me. I will hand over that thing to you. A stone jade pendant appears in the young man's hand. At least you are smart. The burly man grabs the jade pendant, then turns to ask, Did this kid kill anyone? The young man grits his teeth and says, I have given you the things. Why do you still want to take my life? The burly man completely ignores the young man and excitedly says, If you guys don't speak, that means you are tacitly agreeing to let me silence him. Good. The burly man stretches out his palm, gathering spiritual energy to the edge of his palm, resembling a hand blade. You. The young man's eyes suddenly shoot out a fierce light. Since death is inevitable, he might as well have a good fight. If he can kill one, it is worth it. Although his body is poisoned, he still channels all his spiritual energy in his right fist. His right fist shines brightly, and a deep tiger roar reverberates around. This is the Chu family's tiger fist. This young man is none other than Chu Tian, Chu Chi's brother. His tiger fist is only at the entry level. Kid, you have good talent. At such a young age, you are at the 6th level of the mortal realm. But unfortunately, I am at the 7th level of the mortal realm. It's easy to crush you. The burly man reaches out his left hand and grabs Chu Tian's wrist. His right hand blade strikes towards Chu Tian's head. Chu Tian's eyes instantly fill with despair. He has entered the Beast Mountain range countless times without incident. This time, will he ultimately fall inside? No, he cannot die. If he dies, what will Chu Chi do? Without him, the people of the Chu family will have no scruples. Chu Chi will have a harder time in the Chu family. If he dies, who will protect Chu Chi? Unfortunately, even if he does not want to die, he is powerless. The life and death of cultivators are always determined by the strong. The lives of the weak are never in their own hands. Being weak is a sin. Sometimes, it is even a capital offense. Brother, I'm sorry. I can no longer protect you. If your world no longer has me, you must be even stronger. In the next life, I don't want to be a brother anymore. I'm so tired, really so tired. Chapter 17. So lucky? Brain matter. Come out and explode for me. The burly man let out a low roar, seemingly enjoying the sight of breaking someone else's head. His movements were not fast. It seemed he wanted to let the person die in despair. But even if he wasn't fast, his hand was about to touch Chu Chi's head. The swirling spiritual energy was as sharp as a blade. The gust created by the rotation blew Chu Tian's hair into disarray. It was obvious that this was a martial skill. Just as the burly man's hand was about to touch Chu Tian's head, the short man suddenly spoke. Wait. The burly man's hand suddenly stopped in midair. He asked in confusion, Wait for what? The short man said with wise eyes, Let's leave his life for now. The burly man frowned. Why? What use is his life? The short man explained, We don't know what dangers lie behind that stone door. I think leaving this kid's life might be crucial at a critical moment. He could help us die. The burly man thought for a moment and found it reasonable. After all, this kid was weaker than him and was poisoned. He couldn't stir up any trouble. He retracted his hand and smiled. Shorty, you are smart. As soon as he said this, the short man suddenly went berserk, holding a dagger and charging at the burly man. The tip of the knife pressed against the burly man's neck. His hand was raised high, looking quite ridiculous. Did I not say, if you call me short again, I'll kill you? The burly man just laughed. Shorty, we are both at the 7th level of cultivation. You can't kill me. Damn it, you're looking for death. Just as the short man was about to explode, the hawk-eyed man, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Enough. As soon as he spoke, the short man immediately stopped. The hawk-eyed man continued. Don't waste time here. Take this kid and let's go check it out first. All right, Eagle brother. The three of them quickly took Chu Chi on and left. Soon, they arrived at the base of a cliff. A landslide had occurred here not long ago. Below the mountain, there were piles of chaotic stones like small hills. They climbed over the stones and reached the middle of the mountain. Due to the landslide, a cave appeared here. It seemed that there was originally a secret passage in this big mountain. Eagle brother. The short man suddenly stopped, pointing at the cave entrance. The hawk-eyed man took a closer look and immediately frowned. At the cave entrance, a tiger appeared. This tiger was different from ordinary tigers. Its tail looked like a scorpion's. It was a level 8 beast, the scorpion-tailed tiger. It's the scorpion-tailed tiger. When did this beast come? It seems to have made this cave its new home. Eagle brother, what should we do? This beast is the most ferocious among level 8 beasts. The burly man asked. The hawk-eyed man's eyes were cold as he said 2 words. Fight the tiger. All right, then let's kill this beast. Eagle brother, you are at the 8th level of the mortal realm. Let's make a gamble. Even if we can't kill it, we can at least drive it away. The short man said, slapping Chu Chi unconscious. Then, the three of them charged towards the scorpion-tailed tiger. The landslide revealed a stone door. This indicates that there must be opportunities inside. This tiger must be killed. On the other side, Chu Chi delved deeper and finally discovered the first level 8 beast, the ironback rhino. Before he could attack, the ironback rhino charged at him. Level 8 beasts have territorial awareness. The ironback rhino, massive in size, trembled the ground as it ran. Damn, so fierce. Chu Chi was taken aback. He quickly unleashed the 7-sword slash, this time with full force. 7 sword lights appeared beside him. As he swiftly wielded his sword, the 7 sword lights flowed around each other, seemingly forming a sword barrier in front of him. Being able to execute the 7-sword slash to this extent, he might be the first. Just as the sword barrier appeared, the ironback rhino charged in without hesitation. Are you really going to charge? You really are thick-headed. With a loud bang, the sword light dissipated, and the sword in Chu Chi's hand broke into several pieces. The tremendous impact sent Chu Chi flying 20 meters. He planted the broken sword into the ground to steady himself. He raised his head, and although there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, he still smiled. He dropped the broken sword and approached the ironback rhino. After the previous attack, the ironback rhino had already collapsed on the ground. Its head had been shattered. The 7-sword slash was already at a small success stage, with an attack power equivalent to the 8th level of the mortal realm. Plus, the ironback rhino had charged full force into Chu Chi's sword barrier. This was killing 100 enemies while injuring oneself 1,000. The 7 sword lights directly shattered its head. However, as Chu Chi got closer, his expression changed. There was no glow in the ironback rhino's head. He did not see a beast core. Damn, no beast core. I was injured by your charge. Chu Chi took out his sword and stabbed repeatedly into the large head. Finally, he confirmed that there was no inner core. Forget it. Let's look for the next target. Time passed, and he didn't know if his luck had run out. Chu Chi had killed 5 level 8 beasts, but none left him a beast core. His body was already quite exhausted. Just as he was about to take a break, he suddenly sensed the breath of a beast behind him. Chu Chi suddenly turned his head, his pupils constricting. Behind him, a ferocious tiger had appeared without him noticing. The scorpion-tailed tiger. Chu Chi's expression turned grim. The scorpion-tailed tiger was the king among level 8 beasts. Let's not even mention that Chu Chi was exhausted and injured in many places. Even if he were uninjured, it would be difficult for him to kill the scorpion-tailed tiger. The most important thing was that his spiritual energy was almost depleted. If the scorpion-tailed tiger attacked him, he had to kill it in one blow. Otherwise, it would be him who would die. At that moment, both man and tiger locked eyes. A gentle breeze blew, making the atmosphere delicate. Strange, why isn't it attacking me? No, it's injured. Chu Chi concentrated his spiritual energy into his eyes and finally saw clearly. The scorpion-tailed tiger in the distance had messy fur, and in some places, it was matted with blood. As the saying goes, a tiger doesn't eat humans unless it has no ability. This might be my chance. Chu Chi narrowed his eyes and instead of fleeing, took a step closer to the scorpion-tailed tiger. Although the scorpion-tailed tiger took an attacking stance, it did not launch an attack, but roared from a distance instead. It was trying to scare Chu Chi away. However, not only did Chu Chi not flee, But he also became more certain that this tiger was injured. Moreover, its injury was worse than he imagined. Soon, Chu Chi got closer to the scorpion-tailed tiger, with less than 10 meters between them. As he got closer, he noticed that the scorpion-tailed tiger's body, concealed by the grass, was continuously dripping blood. There was a large wound on its abdomen. Roar! The scorpion-tailed tiger roared one last time, ultimately collapsing to the ground. It was clear that it could only reach here at its last breath. After it fell to the ground, it never stood up again. Its eyes were no longer as fierce as before. It knew it was about to die. It licked its blood-soaked claws with its tongue one last time, and its head drooped weakly. This posture was somewhat desolate. But no matter how desolate, Chu Chi felt no pity. Take advantage of your illness to seize your life. What if the scorpion-tailed tiger leaves behind a beast core for him? How could he not cherish the opportunity that comes to his door? Chapter 18, Its Brother. Since you're in so much pain, I'll set you free. With Chu Chi's words, 7 beams of sword light enveloped the scorpion-tailed tiger's head. The scorpion-tailed tiger was instantly killed. A shining beast core rolled out from its head. Chu Chi's eyes lit up immediately. Then he self-deprecatingly said, I worked hard to kill several beasts and didn't get a beast core. But every time I pick up the leftovers, I find something. Should I pick up leftovers more often? No, I need to hide quickly. Chu Chi's expression suddenly changed. The previous time, he picked up leftovers from the iron-toothed rabbit. It was because the iron-toothed rabbit was not very high in level, and there might have been strong warriors who looked down on chasing it to death. Picking up the white-crowned snake was because those people wanted the blue light flower and were too distracted to deal with the corpse. But the one in front of him was the scorpion-tailed tiger, an 8th-tier beast. Its tail could be used to make poisonous hidden weapons. Its fur was also quite valuable. Since the opponent could severely injure the scorpion-tailed tiger, there was no reason not to kill it completely. This meant there might be pursuers behind. Run! Chu Chi took off running. After just a few steps, he heard indistinct voices coming from afar. Big idiot! The bloodstains are over here. This beast is heavily injured and can still run so far. It's exhausting me. Chu Chi didn't have time to run further and directly hid behind a large tree. Soon, 2 middle-aged men appeared in his line of sight. This beast is already dead. Its head is smashed. Someone has been here. Someone? Where? They must have heard my voice and ran away. Should we chase? I'll kill him. How dare he pick up our leftovers? We fought for several hours to kill this beast, and even Eagle Brother got injured. You are such a fool. You don't even know which direction he ran. How can you chase him? Besides, the corpse is still intact. The other party probably got nothing. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and skin it. Then go back to find Eagle Brother. Right, go back to find Eagle Brother. Then open the stone door. There might be a huge opportunity inside. The burly man's words had not finished when the short man suddenly shouted, Shut up. Are you an idiot? Can you say such things? There shouldn't be anyone here, right? If you're not sure, I'll go check nearby. Don't waste time. Eagle Brother is still waiting for us. Collect the stuff and hurry back. As the voices faded, the two began to skin the beast. At this moment, there was a glimmer in Chu Chi's eyes. These two mentioned opening the stone door. Did they discover some hidden ruins? Should he follow them to take a look? His eyes quickly darted around, weighing the pros and cons. From their conversation and demeanor, although they had severely injured the scorpion-tailed tiger, they were also injured, indicating that their cultivation level was at most the 8th level of the mortal realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so flustered. This meant that as long as he raised his cultivation to the 6th level, he could still deal with them. Since he could protect himself, what was he waiting for? He quickly consumed the beast core. Chu Chi swallowed the beast core in one bite. He wanted to break through the 6th hidden vein while the two were skinning the beast. After consuming the 8th tier beast core, it transformed into pure energy. Under the effect of the Zhen Tian Ding, all of this energy was absorbed by his body, just as he had thought. The power of an 8th tier beast core was enough to elevate his cultivation from the 5th level to its peak. Just a few minutes later, both his dantian and hidden veins emitted dazzling light. Without hesitation, he consumed the next body refining crystal and began to madly impact the 6th hidden vein. He had to seize the time. He couldn't let these two leave first. After more than 10 minutes, the thin man and the burly man had finished collecting the beast skin and stood up to leave. Already done? So fast. But I'm still a bit short. Hurry. Hurry, hurry. break through the sixth hidden vein. For some reason, a voice in Chu Chi's heart urged him to follow these two men. It felt as if he would regret it if he didn't. This feeling was very nonsensical, almost like a sixth sense. Could it be that some enormous opportunity was waiting for him? But sometimes, the more anxious one was, the harder it was to break through. Soon, the figures of the thin man and the burly man completely disappeared. A few minutes after their silhouettes vanished, the sixth hidden vein finally opened up. Chu Chi's body regained its strength, and his mind became clear. Although the two men had lost track, Chu Chi still followed them. The bloodstains left by the scorpion-tailed tiger were the best guide. He chased madly and finally spotted the thin man and the burly man. These two, having been injured, were not as fast as him. After catching up, Chu Chi slowed down, following them from a distance, steadying his breath and not daring to get too close. After 20 minutes, a huge pile of rubble appeared in his line of sight. On the pile of rubble, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. This person was wrapped in bandages around their waist and arms. Chu Chi couldn't see the person's face clearly because he was still a bit far away. Eagle brother, we're back. Why did it take so long? This beast ran too far. We also wasted some time skinning it. All right, let us go. Wake that kid up. Okay, Eagle brother. The burly man went to Chu Tian's side and suddenly kicked him hard in the abdomen. Chu Tian felt pain and instantly woke up, then stood up from the ground. At that moment, when Chu Tian stood up, Chu Chi's pupils trembled violently. Although he was far away and couldn't see his face clearly, he still recognized that this person was his brother. He would never mistake his brother's figure. Since entering the wild mountains, he had been searching for his brother, but he didn't expect to encounter him here. This damned big guy actually dared to kick his brother. Doesn't he know that his brother is the closest and most important person in his life? At this moment, Chu Chi could no longer hold back from revealing himself. But now is clearly not the time. If he exposed his identity now, it would be very difficult for him to save Chu Tian. After all, Chu Tian was too far from him. If the opponent acted ruthlessly, he wouldn't have time to help. What are you still carrying that bag for? Put it down. It's too much of a hassle. Is there something good inside? The burly man, seeing that Chu Tian was still carrying the backpack, was a bit displeased. Saying this, he snatched the bag away. Opening it, he found it was filled with the skins of 5th and 6th tier beasts. What garbage! The burly man spat and kicked the bag away. The items inside scattered all over the ground. Chu Tian was so angry that he kept coughing. These were all resources he had painstakingly obtained. These resources could be exchanged for money, enough for his brother to squander for a while. Stop your nonsense. Hurry up and come with us. Otherwise, I'll kill you right now. Chu Tian forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and crawled step by step into the cave. Although he didn't know how to deal with this crisis, there was only hope if he stayed alive. Perhaps there was a chance to escape inside the stone door. Chapter 19 Reunion of Brothers. After Chu Tian's figure disappeared, Chu Chi finally revealed himself, quickly climbing onto the pile of rocks. As he passed by where Chu Tian was wrapped up, Chu Chi's eyes were somewhat moved. He knew that Chu Tian had gathered so many resources for him. He wanted Chu Chi to live with dignity. For ordinary people to have dignity, they need money. Chu Chi really wanted to collect all the resources on the ground into his storage ring, but he held back. He knew what he needed to do now. Brother, wait for me, I'm coming. He quickly went to the cave entrance, but did not enter immediately. Instead, he peeked inside. The cave wasn't deep, only about 20 meters. The burly man and others were holding torches, making it relatively bright inside. At that moment, the hawk-eyed man placed a stone jade pendant into a recess in the wall. This stone jade pendant fit perfectly. However, after placing it in, the stone door showed no reaction. What's going on? Is this stone jade pendant fake? Kid, are you playing us? The burly man, impatient, grabbed Chu Tian by the collar. Before Chu Tian could speak, the hawk-eyed man pressed down on the stone jade pendant again. Seeing that there was still no reaction, he started to rotate it. The next moment, the sound of gears turning was heard. The stone door slowly opened. It opened. It opened. I said before that we couldn't find the mechanism. It turns out this kid took the key. The 3 middle-aged men all had gleaming eyes. They had been entering and exiting the Beast Mountain Range for 20 years, and this was the first time they had discovered such a place. There must be opportunities inside. Hawk, let's go in. Kid, you go first. The burly man pushed Chu Tian to the stone door. Chu Tian's expression was dark, and he did not resist. Not good. They're going in. At the cave entrance, Chu Chi frowned. He knew he had to reveal himself. If the three men went in and closed the stone door, he was certain that his brother would only meet a dead end. In that moment, his mind raced as he thought about how to save his brother. He couldn't act forcefully. Even if he could kill, it was impossible to take out three men at once. If anything went wrong during the process, his brother could die. Soon, Chu Chi thought of a plan and said softly, "Hey, why is there a hole here?" As soon as these words came out, the three middle-aged men exchanged glances, all with murderous intent in their eyes. They did not expect that someone would discover this place at this moment. Their bodies instantly tensed. They knew that anyone who could enter here was at least at the 6th level of the mortal realm, and there might even be experts at the 7th or 8th level. All three of them were injured, and if a fight broke out, they might not all come out unscathed. The best option now was to quickly go in and close the stone door. Quickly go in. The short man was about to urge them to hurry, but his words were quickly cut off, because Chu Chi was already standing at the cave entrance. Upon seeing Chu Chi, they all breathed a sigh of relief. They had originally thought a strong person had come, but unexpectedly, it was just a 20-something-year-old kid. What is there to fear from a little brat? At this moment, not only did they see Chu Chi, but Chu Tian also saw Chu Chi. His eyes widened in shock. Why is my brother here? No, it can't be my brother. My brother is just an ordinary person. If he came to the Beast Mountain range, he wouldn't even be able to go 1,000 meters and before becoming prey to beasts. But how could there be two identical-looking people in this world? Could this person be related to his brother by blood? Was he adopted? I didn't know there were people inside. I was just passing by. Sorry for the disturbance. I'll leave now. Chu Chi's voice came again. He waved his hand awkwardly, seeming to realize that he had entered a place he shouldn't have. As soon as Chu Chi's words fell, Chu Tian's pupils trembled violently, and a storm of emotions surged within him. This person didn't just look like his brother. This was clearly Chu Chi. How could he not recognize Chu Chi's voice? But what was going on? How did Chu Chi come to the Beast Mountain range? This place was a forbidden zone for ordinary people, and Chu Chi had never stepped foot here. Even if he did, how could he have come this far? But no matter how hard he tried to understand, the fact that Chu Chi appeared here was undeniable. Just as Chu Tian was in shock, the short man sneered. "Kid, since you're here, do you still want to leave?" As the voice echoed, the short man lunged at Chu Chi like a leopard, reaching out to claw at Chu Chi's head, seemingly wanting to crush it directly. Chu Chi was so scared that he immediately covered his head with his hands and pleaded, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." While speaking, he shook his head. His gaze glanced at Chu Tian. At that moment, Chu Tian clenched his fists, seemingly on the verge of going berserk. But fortunately, he did not explode. Chu Chi felt relieved, as it indicated that his brother understood his earlier gesture. The gesture he made to wave goodbye was a sign of no problem. This gesture was something Chu Tian would always do when leaving home. "Ha ha ha, so timid. Turns out you're a coward." The short man laughed heartily, mocking him. Chu Chi, however, was coldly laughing in his heart. "When I kill you, you'll know whether I'm a coward or not." In the end, the short man's attack did not land. He first looked outside the cave, confirming that there was no one outside, and then spoke. "Hawk, it's just this kid alone. It seems he accidentally stumbled in here. Why don't we take him along? Yes, just cannon fodder. I'm worried it won't be enough." No, I don't want to die. I was just passing by. Please let me go." Chu Chi shook his head frantically, extremely unwilling to go inside. His demeanor made the short man completely drop his guard. At that moment, the hawk-eyed man sharply inquired, "You're so afraid of dying. How did you get in here?" The beasts around here can kill cultivators below the 7th level of the mortal realm. As soon as these words were spoken, the burly man agreed, also coldly asking, "Yeah, how did you get in?" Chu Chi raised his head, looking bewildered as he said, I entered the territory of 7th level beasts. I had no idea. 2 days ago, I got lost. I thought I had been heading towards the exit." Chu Chi's words made the burly middle-aged man laugh heartily. Turns out, it's a fool who doesn't even have a sense of direction. There are indeed many foolish people in this world. Hawk, let us take him along. His life might come in handy. After all, he poses no threat to us. The hawk-eyed man did not refuse, but said, Hurry up and go in case someone else comes. After this was said, the short man pushed Chu Chi towards Chu Tian. You follow that kid and go first. Chu Chi's face was panicked, but he was secretly delighted. Brother, I'm here. For the past 20 years, you've always protected me. From this moment on, I will protect you. I will definitely not let anything happen to you. I promise. Using the momentum from the short man, Chu Tian stumbled forward towards Chu Chi, although Chu Tian was exhausted. He still reached out his hand to support Chu Chi. Be careful. This warning came straight from the heart. After helping Chu Chi up, his expression was very complex. He wanted to ask, Brother, how did you get here? Do you know you're in big trouble and could die? But he knew that revealing their identities as brothers would only complicate things further. This was also why Chu Chi had been acting nonchalant and pretending not to recognize him after seeing him. Blood brothers, after all, share a deep connection. Chapter 20. Suddenly striking, the two brothers supported each other as they entered the stone door. Right behind them was a burly man who was gripping the necks of Chu Tian and Chu Chi with both hands. What are you doing? The burly man suddenly shouted coldly. He seemed to see Chu Tian gesturing with his hands. Nothing, Chu Tian replied. The burly man snorted coldly. You two should not think about escaping. That will only lead to a quicker death. As soon as he finished speaking, a man with hawk-like eyes also entered. He stood at the entrance, examining the front and back of the stone door. Then he took down the stone jade pendant. Inside the stone door there was also a groove, meaning that closing or opening the door from the inside also required the stone jade pendant. This stone jade pendant must be kept safe. After securing the door, the hawk-eyed man and the others illuminated the path ahead with torches. After walking about 100 meters, a narrow path paved with bluestone appeared in their line of sight. The walls on both sides were carved with patterns. However, the light was too dim to see far, and they couldn't tell exactly what it was. There might be traps here. You go and test it first, the hawk-eyed man said, pointing at Chu Chi without recklessly advancing. Why me? I don't dare to go. Chu Chi hesitated, still looking fearful. Chu Tian, on the side, was about to step forward and say, I'll go, but Chu Chi grabbed his arm, preventing him from moving forward. Chu Tian was shocked. Although he was poisoned by miasma, he was not someone an ordinary person could stop. How had his brother become so strong? Kid, if Eagle Brother tells you to go, then go. Do you believe I'll kill you right now? The burly man threatened. Perhaps frightened, Chu Chi's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. He hugged the burly man's thigh and pleaded, Can you not make me go? This corridor looks dangerous. I don't want to die. How about you let him go first? Chu Chi pointed at Chu Tian. Chu Tian's pupil shrank. Although he didn't know whether his brother was serious or not, he couldn't help but feel a bit upset. Was this how it was going to be? If there was danger, the older brother had to die first? Damn it. I've never seen such a cowardly cultivator. The burly man said, clearly speechless. He lifted his foot and kicked Chu Chi away. Chu Chi flew towards the hawk-eyed man. After landing, he once again hugged the hawk-eyed man's thigh and said, I know you're their leader, so can you let him go first? I really want to live. The hawk-eyed man slightly lowered his head, and his gaze was chilling, filled with murderous intent. You are really a coward, but the more you don't want to die, the more likely you are to die. I will kill you now. Before the hawk-eyed man could finish his sentence, an unexpected change occurred. A sword suddenly appeared in Chu Chi's hand. The sword appeared without any warning. With a sword in hand, the world is mine. 7 sword lights instantly appeared around the hawk-eyed man. The sword light illuminated the dark, dim cave significantly. When the sword light dissipated, Chu Chi, holding the long sword, stood next to the hawk-eyed man. At that moment, Chu Chi held his head high, chest out, standing like a pine tree, eyes like a dragon. Where was the fearful look from before? The hawk-eyed man was also standing next to him, but the only difference was that his face and neck bore several wounds. With blood gushing out, the hawk-eyed man's head was split into 8 pieces. Thud, thud, thud. The shattered head, mixed with brain matter, fell to the ground. Silence. The scene became eerily quiet. The short man and the burly man were already dumbfounded. It wasn't until the head fell to the ground that they finally reacted. Eagle Brother. Impossible, impossible. How could you have the strength to kill Eagle Brother? Of course, it wasn't just them who were shocked. Chu Tian's pupils were also constantly constricting. He could never have dreamed that his brother could kill a cultivator at the 8th level of the mortal realm with a single sword strike. Such cultivation was definitely that of a master. Moreover, when did Chu Chi become a cultivator? The sword technique he just displayed seemed to be the most difficult sword skill of the Chu family, 7 sword cuts. But not only had Chu Chi learned it, he had also executed all 7 swords perfectly. Was this the reason why Chu Chi had inquired about the cultivation levels when they entered? Earlier, when the two supported each other, Chu Chi had taken the opportunity to ask, "What is your cultivation level?" When Chu Chi asked this question, he had also glanced at the burly man and the others. He immediately understood and gestured with his hand to Chu Chi, 778. Now it seemed that Chu Chi had been looking for an opportunity from the very beginning to strike and kill the strongest among the 3. Chu Tian put away his astonishment and quickly moved behind Chu Chi. He didn't know why Chu Chi had become so strong. But now he couldn't be a burden to his brother. The closer he was, the safer he would be. At this moment, Chu Chi spoke again. "What is impossible? Now it's your turn." As soon as his voice fell, the sword in his hand moved again. 7 sword lights slashed towards the burly man. The burly man wanted to dodge, but how could he escape the 7 sword strikes? Chu Chi's sword was too fast. His 2 calves were directly severed by Chu Chi's strike. His body fell to the ground, wailing in agony. My legs, my legs." The voice was rough and hoarse, more unbearable than a pig being slaughtered. Next to him, the short man's face changed, and without saying a word, he turned to flee. This kid is not only a monster, but his strikes are also decisive. He never imagined that a young person could possess such cunning and strength. Seeing the short man escape, Chu Chi did not pursue him, because the short man couldn't escape. The key to the stone door was with the hawk-eyed man. Even if the short man ran back, he wouldn't be able to open the stone door. Chu Chi picked up the stone jade pendant from the ground and walked step by step to the burly man's side. The burly man, enduring the pain, was digging the ground with both hands, trying to escape. "You were the one who kicked my brother. Your foot is done for." Chu Chi's eyes were as cold as a 1,000-year-old mountain of ice. As his voice fell, his foot came crashing down, stepping on the burly man's severed leg. One foot fell, another rose. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere. The burly man's severed leg was crushed into minced meat. Blood splattered onto Chu Chi, making him look like a demon king. In just a few breaths, the burly man's right leg was completely crushed from the root of his thigh. The mincemeat mixed with bones stuck to the ground, creating a scene that was too gruesome to look at. However, Chu Chi's movements did not stop. He began to stomp on the left leg. Each stomp had great force, and each stomp splattered blood. Although he felt a bit nauseous inside, this was still his first time doing such a thing. But there was no hesitation, only exhilaration. Being a cultivator is so great. The feeling of avenging grievances is exhilarating. As long as there is a grudge, one should try to resolve it as soon as possible. The burly man, who looked strong, fainted from the pain under Chu Chi's stomping. Chu Tian watched this scene, but did not say much. The world of cultivators has always been this cruel. How boring, Chu Chi murmured as he plunged his sword into the burly man's head. Just as he pulled out the sword, the fleeing short man returned. Clearly, he also knew that he couldn't escape at the stone door. This time he came back. The short man's eyes had turned fierce. He drew a curved knife from behind, seemingly intending to fight Chu Chi to the death. "Kid, come and take your life." "Crescent moon knife." The short man swung the curved knife at Chu Chi, but his knife skills were too poor. With a light point of Chu Chi's long sword, he broke through the short man's knife technique. The curved dagger fell to the ground along with the small man's hand. The small man looked desperate, not expecting that he was not an opponent of Chu Chi in a single blow. He could sense that Chu Chi's aura was not as strong as his, which meant that the opponent's cultivation was at least 1 level weaker than his. Who is this kid? A genius from which major power? Chapter 21. Chu Chi is back. I didn't expect there to be such a prodigy in the world. So, you've been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger all along. But I'm curious, since you're so strong, why not just take us out directly? Why bother to act weak? The short man knew that Chu Chi's swordsmanship was extremely powerful. Even if the 3 of them teamed up, it would still be a dead end. Logically speaking, Chu Chi didn't need to disguise himself at all. Chu Chi's expression was serious as he pointed at Chu Tian and asked, "Do you know who he is?" "Who?" My brother. I see, I see. The short man suddenly understood. This kid, although strong, couldn't possibly kill all three of them with one sword. He chose to act weak just to be absolutely safe. For the sake of his family, this kid is quite adaptable. Such a person is rare. You are the most unique young man I've ever seen. But can you not kill me? I can be cannon fodder. This path is likely dangerous. I can go scout for you. Before the short man could finish his sentence, Chu Chi's sword had already fallen. With a sound of shoo, a head rolled to the ground. Chu Chi would never leave any potential threats behind. Although the short man was not taken seriously by him, his existence could still pose a threat to Chu Tian. Giving him a chance to live would only increase the danger for his brother. Not a hint of danger could be allowed. Brother, it's okay now. Chu Chi turned around, a smile on his face. Goodbye, brother. It really feels like a lifetime apart. After all, he'd spent what felt like 300 years in the secret realm. How did you do it, little brother? I mean, how did you become a cultivator? Your aura is about the same as mine. You should also be at the 6th level of the mortal realm, right? Chu Tian finally managed to ask the question that had been on his mind. Chu Chi did not answer and continued to smile. Brother, your shocked expression really makes me happy. Finally, I have become someone who can help you, right? You brat. Quickly tell me what happened. This is a long story. Then make it short. In short, I fell off a cliff and met an injured, powerful person who opened up my dantian for me, and even directly opened up several hidden meridians for me. Is that it? Isn't that a bit too short? There are so many questions unanswered. The key point was, how long had it been since he left Chu Tian? It had only been about 10 days, right? Chu Tian wanted to ask more, but couldn't stop coughing. He even coughed up some blood. Chu Chi was shocked. Brother, are you injured? Wait, let me see if they have any healing herbs. As Chu Chi was about to search through the bags of the 3 middle-aged men, Chu Tian spoke up. I'm not injured. I've just been poisoned by miasma. Poisoned? Then hurry back. I heard that if miasma poison isn't cleared quickly, it can damage the internal organs and slowly corrode them. Chu Chi said, crouching down to help Chu Tian up. But Chu Tian smiled and said, don't be so nervous. It's not that serious yet. Aren't you going to check out the depths of this corridor? Chu Chi shook his head repeatedly. No, your health is the most important. Besides, I have the stone jade pendant with me. I can come back anytime. I know there's an old doctor outside the village who is skilled in detoxification. I'll take you there immediately. We can't delay this. But wait for me. Chu Chi went to the 3 middle-aged corpses, took their bags, and then returned to Chu Tian's side. Come on, I'll carry you. Chu Chi turned around and crouched down. You carry me? Brother, why so much nonsense? What? Only you can carry me, but I can't carry you? No, it's just that I'm not used to it. Chu Tian shook his head and smiled, then climbed onto Chu Chi's back. Hold on tight. Chu Chi reminded and quickly left. For some reason, carrying his brother on his back made him feel not only at ease, but also very proud. Since childhood, it had always been his brother carrying and protecting him. Today, it was finally his turn to carry and protect his brother. He, Chu Chi, was no longer the useless person everyone said he was, who would be nothing without his brother. If it weren't for him today, his brother would likely be dead. Actually, Chu Chi felt a bit scared. If he hadn't coincidentally become a cultivator and happened to come to the Beast Mountain Ridge, would he have never seen Chu Tian again in this lifetime? He didn't even know where Chu Tian's body would be. Would Chu Tian, like his father, disappear without a trace? Brother, it's really good that you're okay. Leaving the cave, Chu Chi returned to the chaotic pile and seemed to remember something. He placed Chu Tian on a large rock and said, Brother, wait for me a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Chi picked up the scattered beast skins and horns from the chaotic pile. These things were collected with great effort by his brother. He couldn't let his brother's hard work go to waste. All right, let's go. Chu Chi picked Chu Tian up again and quickly left. Not long after, Chu Chi heard a faint snoring sound. Turning his head, he saw that Chu Tian had already fallen asleep. Brother, you must be tired these days, right? Sleep, sleep. Get a good night's sleep, and when you wake up, we'll be home, traveling overnight. A day later, Chu Chi returned to Feiyun village. But he didn't enter the village. Instead, he visited an old doctor outside the village. Chu Tian's poison still needed the old doctor to remove it. Time passed, and soon it was the day of the duel between Chu Chi and Chu Xiuni. On this day, in the Chu family main courtyard, Chu Xiuni stood in the middle of the courtyard early in the morning. Although he knew that Chu Chi had already run away, he still came here. He held onto the last glimmer of hope in his heart. What if that kid came back? He must avenge his son. However, from sunrise to sunset, Chu Chi's figure was never seen. Uncle C was still in the courtyard. Ah, how much he wanted to kill Chu Chi. Knowing that Chu Chi had already run away, he still waited here. At this moment, outside Feiyun village, in the small courtyard where the old doctor was located, Chu Chi looked at the sunset, his expression somewhat anxious. Today was the day he was supposed to duel with Chu Chi. Logically speaking, he should have gone before sunset. But the old doctor said that the miasma poison in his brother was quite deep. It turned out that his brother was not asleep that day, but rather in a coma. The old doctor said that if he didn't wake up within 7 days, it would be very dangerous, and he could die at any moment. But if he woke up, it would mean he was fine. So, for the past few days, he had been waiting there. He could only watch helplessly as the sun gradually set. In the Chu family main courtyard, the sunlight was dimming, and evening was approaching. It was getting dark, and Uncle C was still there. Uncle C, there's no need to wait. Chu Chi will definitely not show up. If he does, wouldn't that be seeking death? In the courtyard, Chu Feng couldn't help but shout. This shout shattered the last bit of persistence in Chu Xuani's heart. He was completely disheartened. You little bastard, I really regret not killing you that day. I regret it so much. Chu Xuani raised his head, his eyes red. He let out a roar to the sky, taking heavy steps as he slowly left. But just then, a servant of Chu Xuani suddenly ran in, shouting as he ran. Fourth Master, Chu Chi has come back. Chapter 22. Finally battle. Chu Chi has returned. The voice of the servant echoed around. Chu Xuani's pupils trembled, and he suddenly stopped. His dead heart began to beat rapidly again. But he still confirmed. Really? Are you sure? Absolutely clear. He came back with his brother, Chu Tian. The servant's words stunned everyone around. What? Chu Chi really came back? This is too hard to believe. As long as he isn't foolish, he wouldn't return to die. Chu Chi, where is he now? In the front yard, heading towards the main courtyard. At this moment, in the front yard, Chu Chi had indeed returned. He thought he would miss this battle today, but unexpectedly, his brother suddenly woke up at sunset. At this moment, he walked side by side with Chu Tian, hurrying towards the main courtyard. Wherever they went, both servants and family members were shocked, staring wide-eyed. It's the 7th young master. It's Chu Chi. Didn't he run away? How did he come back? Looking at the direction he was heading, it seemed like he was going to the main courtyard. Could it be that he really intends to challenge the 4th uncle? No, he can't possibly fight the 4th uncle. Didn't you see Chu Tian beside him? It seems he left this time to find Chu Tian for support. Finding Chu Tian for support? Chu Tian is only at the 6th level of the mortal realm. Not a match for the 4th uncle at all. Why think so much? Let's go see. There is some distance from the front yard to the main courtyard. When Chu Chi and Chu Tian reached the entrance of the main courtyard, almost everyone from the Chu family had arrived. Uncles, aunts, the 7th aunt and 8th aunt were almost all there. The younger generation, such as Chu Feng and Chu Qinghe, were also present. Even Chu Shan pushed open the door and stood under the main eaves. The atmosphere of the scene was somewhat peculiar. When Chu Chi stepped into the main courtyard, all eyes turned to him. Almost everyone looked like they were watching a show. Only Chu Yingying frowned, looking worried. 7th brother, why did you come back again? Are you stupid? You could die. Chu Chi, seeing so many people, was not at all intimidated. Instead, he waved at everyone with a cheeky smile. Everyone is here. Sorry for the delay due to some matters. So I came back a bit late. Thank you for waiting. Chu Chi's words made the faces of everyone around twitch. This kid, facing death, can still smile. He has no sense of crisis at all. The most speechless thing was that Chu Chi even waved at Chu Xuani. 4th uncle, sorry to keep you waiting. Chu Xuani said nothing, as he was too excited. He originally thought he would never be able to avenge Chu Nan in this lifetime, but unexpectedly, Chu Chi really came back. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile. This smile was filled with a bloodthirsty taste. Good, good. He said good twice, finally organizing his emotions. As long as you haven't run away, as long as you can come. Even if it takes a little longer, it's okay. Run? I never thought of running. Chu Chi shrugged, carefree. Chu Xuani didn't understand where Chu Chi's confidence came from. He glanced at Chu Tian and asked, do you want Chu Tian to support you? but he is not qualified enough. Today, I will kill you. Whoever stands in my way, I will kill." After Chu Chi's words fell, Chu Tian said coldly, "No, I'm here to watch the battle as well." As his voice fell, Chu Tian stepped aside under the eaves. His expression was indifferent, unmoving. It seemed he really had no intention of making a move, nor did he plan to plead for Chu Chi. This scene left everyone around dumbfounded. What is going on? Chu Tian is not planning to make a move? This shouldn't be the case. Could it be that the two brothers had a quarrel? People around exchanged puzzled glances, not knowing what kind of play Chu Tian was performing. Chu Yingying rushed to Chu Tian's side, anxiously saying, "Fourth brother, aren't you going to help seventh brother?" Chu Tian still coldly replied, "I don't have the ability to help him. Besides, this trouble is of his own making. He must solve it himself." After Chu Tian finished speaking, he no longer opened his mouth, maintaining a detached and indifferent attitude. His personality was the opposite of Chu Chi's. "Fourth brother, you." Chu Yingying was anxious, stamping her feet. "It's precisely because seventh brother can't solve it that he needs your help." She wanted to say more, but in the courtyard, Chu Chi spoke again. "Fourth uncle, before battling you, I want to clarify some things first." Chu Chi coldly said, "If you have a last word, say it quickly." Chu Chi smiled and said, "I know you blame me for Chu Nan's death, but I hope that after this duel, all grudges will be wiped clean." "No problem." Chu Chi readily agreed. In his eyes, Chu Chi was undoubtedly doomed. Once he dies, naturally, all grudges will be gone. "You didn't understand my meaning. I mean, I only give you this one chance to kill me. If you miss it, there will be no more chances. If you come to trouble me again, I might just kill you. Kill you." Chu Chi's voice was powerful and echoed continuously. The smile on his face had disappeared. His eyes even shot out a trace of killing intent. Upon hearing this, the entire venue was shocked. After the shock, someone couldn't help but laugh. "He said he wants to kill fourth uncle? Ha ha ha, too funny. I always feel like this kid, after jumping off the cliff, has become a bit mentally unstable." I feel the same way. With his strength at the third level of the mortal realm, he wants to kill fourth uncle? Huh. He probably can't even reach fourth uncle's collar. In the courtyard, Chu Chi's face turned ashen. He was actually mocked and threatened by a junior. "Chu Chi, you seek death. You are a junior. Go ahead and make your move." But Chu Chi shook his head and said, "If I make a move, you won't have the chance to make a move." Damn, this kid's mouth is really tough. Tough enough that I want to slap him twice. The Chu family members around could no longer hold back. So arrogant. Then let you die in your arrogance. Chu Chi no longer wasted words. He was already enraged by Chu Chi. He didn't care about being an elder anymore and raised his fist first. His right fist shone brightly. With a tiger's roar, it echoed clearly in the courtyard. Clearly, with one strike, he wanted to kill Chu Chi. He didn't want this kid to breathe even one more second of air. The move was the fierce tiger fist. This kid completely angered the fourth elder. TSK. He is seeking his own death. The elders of the Chu family shook their heads, but no one stepped in to stop it, because they had almost no feelings for Chu Chi. A child without parents would not be loved by anyone. Moreover, his mother left with another man, which brought shame to the Chu family. To hate a person naturally includes hating their child. There was no suspense. Some elders were already prepared to turn and leave. At this moment, Chu Chi's body emitted a glow of spiritual energy. His momentum surged dramatically. The elders who were about to leave had their pupils tremble. This aura is not at the third level of the mortal realm, but at the sixth level. How did he become so strong? But unfortunately, it was still not enough. How could a sixth-level mortal realm practitioner withstand the fierce tiger fist at small success? The elder's words had not finished when they abruptly stopped. At this moment, he widened his eyes and opened his mouth, as if witnessing something unbelievable. Chapter 23. The 7 Swords of Great Achievement in the courtyard. Chu Chi drew the long sword from his back. Holding the sword, he charged towards Chu Chi, who was already rushing at him. Buzz! With a shake of the sword, it danced in the air, and a sword light quickly appeared. At first, there was only one beam of sword light. Then 2, 3, 4, 5. In the blink of an eye, 7 beams of sword light appeared around him. As soon as the 7 beams of sword light emerged, everyone was shocked. The elders nearly jumped up from the ground. This is the 7 Swords of Great Achievement. How is that possible? Am I seeing things? The 7 Swords of Great Achievement, the Chu family's ancestral sword technique. Even Chu Shan has only mastered 6 swords in all these years. Moreover, the 6th sword was only mastered recently. Yet, Chu Chi managed to unleash 7 swords in a row. This is simply incredible. It really is the 7 Swords of Great Achievement. This is bad. Chu Shan thought to himself. Chu Chi's swordsmanship was too exquisite. Even he could barely catch the trajectory of the 7 swords. This sword technique seems to be more than just a beginner level. Perhaps it is a small achievement. Or even something he dared not imagine, a great achievement. Otherwise, how could a mere cultivator at the 6th level of the mortal realm execute such a sword technique that is so hard to capture? Oh my God, if it is the 7 Swords of Great Achievement, Chu Chi is truly a peerless genius. The most terrifying part is that the 4th elder will die, but he realized he was too late to intervene. It's over. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a series of soft sounds came. The scent of blood filled the air. Blood spattered, and the 7 beams of sword light quickly dissipated. Chu Chi's body had already appeared behind Chu Xuanyi. His sword was pressed against Chu Xuanyi's neck. At this moment, Chu Xuanyi had 6 sword wounds on his body, 1 on his right arm, 1 on his shoulder, 3 on his lower abdomen, and 1 on his back. The last one should have been on his neck. However, Chu Chi's sword stopped. At this moment, the entire place was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. The younger generation rubbed their eyes continuously, thinking they were seeing things or hallucinating. How did Chu Chi's sword end up resting on the 4th elder's neck in the blink of an eye? After a long while, someone finally spoke. 4th elder, you lost. Chu Chi, what you just performed was the 7 Swords of Great Achievement. You have mastered the 7 Swords of Great Achievement? Chu Chi had not yet answered when Chu Shan suddenly appeared beside him, patting him on the shoulder and taking the sword from his hand before addressing the crowd. He hasn't merely mastered the 7 Swords of Great Achievement. He has achieved great success. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, all the elders' pupils trembled, and they could hardly believe their ears. Great! Great success! Impossible! This is absolutely impossible. Father, you must be mistaken. Chu Shan shook his head and said, I am absolutely not mistaken. That last sword could have pierced the 4th elder's neck. But he stopped in an instant. Chu Chi, who is merely at the 6th level of the mortal realm, can achieve such control. This can only mean that he has mastered martial arts to great success. So, he really has achieved great success in martial arts. Incredible, unbelievable. How long has it been since he started refining swords? Has he been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger all these years? Chu Chi has become so strong. Does this mean I am not his opponent? At this moment, whether elders or juniors, everyone's gaze towards Chu Chi changed. Chu Shan ignored the astonishment of those around him. He turned to look at Chu Chi and asked, Have you achieved great success? Chu Chi did not deny it and nodded. In the past few days, while guarding his brother, he had also been practicing his sword, because only by immersing himself in swordsmanship could he avoid feeling anxious and restless. After a few days, he had achieved great success in the 7 Swords of Great Achievement. At the 6th level of the mortal realm, he had mastered a high-grade human-level martial technique. This talent is absolutely monstrous. Just as expected, Chu Shan sighed, then turned to the dazed and blank-minded Chu Xuanyi and said, 4th elder, you lost completely and utterly. Here is some hemostatic medicine. Stop the bleeding first. I lost. Chu Xuanyi seemed to regain a bit of awareness, touching the 3 sword wounds on his abdomen with an unwilling gaze. No, I haven't lost. Suddenly, he let out a furious roar and used his left hand to unleash the fierce tiger fist. A backhand punch aimed at Chu Chi's head. At such a close distance, it was definitely an ambush. But as soon as his punch was thrown, it was intercepted by Chu Shan with a slap. How can a grown man still resort to ambush? Chu Shan was somewhat angry and kicked Chu Xuanyi away. With his hands behind his back, he addressed all the clan members. In this duel, Chu Chi wins. From now on, the matter regarding Chu Nan ends here. I do not want to hear anyone mention it again. Otherwise, family law will be enforced. Additionally, from now on, Chu Chi's status in the Chu family will be second only to mine. You all must respect him. Chu Shan's words left the Chu family members exchanging glances. The statement regarding Chu Chi's status being second only to Chu Shan was a huge revelation. Does this mean that Chu Chi is the heir of the Chu family from now on? They felt very displeased, but seemed to have no reason to refute. Because Chu Chi's performance was truly shocking. They even doubted whether the genius before them was truly Chu Chi. How could a useless young master who could not cultivate suddenly become so formidable? Was he subjected to the legendary soul-snatching technique by a strong person? Seventh brother, that's great. You're all right. At this moment, Chu Ying ran towards Chu Chi and the entire Chu family, apart from Chu Tian. The only one genuinely happy for Chu Chi was Chu Ying. She still remembered what Chu Chi had told her when they were young. Eighth sister, don't worry. I won't give up. One day, I will also become a cultivator. I want everyone to look at me in a new light. I will not accept defeat. At that time, Chu Chi was filled with unwillingness. But as he grew older, he had actually admitted to himself that he was indeed a cultivation waste. He sought solace in the company of a widow, going to the spring pavilion for enjoyment, just to forget that he was a waste in moments of happiness. Everyone needs an outlet. Chu Chi was always grateful to have an older brother who frequently gave him pocket money. If it weren't for finding a sense of existence and comfort through spending money, no matter how strong he was or how much he forced himself to smile, he would still break down. Chu Chi patted Chu Ying's head just as he was about to speak. Chu Xuanyi, who had been kicked to the ground by Chu Shan, suddenly collapsed. He raised his head and roared, "Nanner, it's your father's fault for being useless. For losing to Chu Chi, your father is useless. Nanya, how are you doing down there? Do you feel lonely and helpless? Just wait, just wait." As Chu Xuanyi spoke, he extended his fist. Spiritual energy surged, and the fierce tiger roared. This punch was aimed at himself. He was preparing to end his own life. Since he couldn't avenge his son, he would go down and accompany his son. At this moment, his heart had collapsed. He seemed to understand what Chunan felt like after being thrown into the dung pit that day. It was truly humiliating. It was truly shameful. Unfortunately, Chu Xuanyi did not succeed in committing suicide. Chu Shan appeared beside him with a dark expression, gripping his fist. "Father, don't stop me. I have no face to live in this world. Useless." I just realized that what Chu Chi said that day was very correct. Do you know who killed Chunan? Chu Xuanyi gritted his teeth and said, "Of course it was Chu Chi. It wasn't Chu Chi, it was you." "Me?" Chu Xuanyi's eyes widened in shock. "That's right. It was you. Your excessive care and protection of Chu Nan made him unable to withstand even a little setback. He seems strong, but in reality, he is fragile, just like you are now. After losing face and suffering a blow, he doesn't dare to see anyone and even thinks about ending his life. You say that it wasn't you who harmed Chunan. Then who was it?" Chapter 24. The Pang family has arrived, not you. Then who? Chu Shan's words rang like a warning bell, echoing in Chu Xuanyi's mind. Is it me? Is it me? Did I cause Nanner's death? Chu Xuanyi's body went limp and collapsed on the ground. At this moment, Chu Shan spoke again, filled with frustration. Chunan's death has become a fact. But damn it, you're not impotent or a eunuch. Just have another son with the proper thing. If you can't accept this, then go die somewhere else. Don't do it in front of me, or I'll be the one to die from anger first." As he spoke, Chu Shan kicked Chu Xuanyi away. "Get lost. All of you get lost." Chu Shan angrily issued an eviction order. After a pause, he added, "Chu Chi, you stay. Dad is angry. Go, hurry up." The onlookers gradually dispersed. Chu Xuanyi was helped away by his two brothers, repeating, "I caused Nanner's death. I caused Nanner's death." At the same time, in the Pang family, the sky had darkened, and a pigeon landed at Pang Fian's window. Pang Fian took the letter from the pigeon's leg, opened it, and her eyes instantly lit up with joy. She quickly stood up, left her room, and ran towards the main courtyard. As she ran, she shouted, "Grandpa, there's news." Pang Qingyang had already rushed over before Pang Fian entered the main courtyard, moving like the wind. "Fian, is it news from young master you?" "Yes." Feng Ge confirmed it. "This time there's a quota for Feiyun village." "There really is a quota." Pang Qingyang's eyes brightened instantly. "Grandpa, have you thought about how to destroy the Chu family these days?" "I have. Just waiting for this news to be confirmed. Tomorrow, follow me to the Chu family." "No, I can't wait until tomorrow. Go notify your uncle and the others, and come with me to the Chu family shortly. Grandpa, I want to go. I don't want to see Chu Chi. In the main courtyard of the Chu family, the crowd had mostly dispersed. Oli Chu Chi, Chu Tian, and Chu Shan remained in the courtyard. Chu Tian glanced at Chu Chi and coldly said, I'll wait for you outside the courtyard. After saying this, he turned and left. Chu Tian's personality was like this. He rarely smiled, and though he was handsome, his face was always tense. After Chu Tian left, Chu Chi asked Grandpa, Do you have something to say to me? Chu Shan nodded, carefully sizing up Chu Chi before speaking. I didn't expect that the most talented person in the Chu family would be you. For so many years, you've been marginalized and ridiculed by the clan. Have you ever hated Grandpa? Chu Chi raised an eyebrow and asked, Do you want to hear the truth? Of course. Chu Chi ho fat, het. How could I not hate? Since we were young, my brother and I have been marginalized, yet you, as the head of the family, ignored us as if we weren't members of the Chu family. If my brother hadn't later become a cultivator, our situation would have been even more difficult. So do you still hate now? If I say I don't hate, I still have resentment in my heart. If I say I hate, it can't be considered that way. Because I've understood one truth since I was young. What truth? In this world, if you want to be recognized, respected, or even feared, you must become strong. Unfortunately, I'm a cultivation waste, and the burden of becoming strong can only fall on my brother. Chu Chi looked outside the courtyard. His brother's figure was proud, but somewhat lonely. Chu San Sai. I didn't expect that the strongest and most resilient person in the Chu family would also be you. The fourth one often calls you a waste, but the real waste is them. Grandpa, why did you keep me here? What do you want to say? Chu Chi was getting a bit impatient. If the matters here were resolved, he still planned to visit the Beast Mountain Range. He hadn't figured out what opportunities lay behind the stone gate. I do have questions to ask you, but before that, let me give you a surprise. A surprise? Yes. I promised you before that as long as you defeat the fourth one, I would give you a surprise. Watch carefully, don't blink. Chu Shan extended his right palm, which had been empty, and in the blink of an eye, a small cloth bag that looked like a sachet appeared. This is a storage bag. Exactly. It's a storage bag that can hold items. How about that? ISNT at a surprise. You probably don't know that in the Chu family, there are only 2 storage bags. Upon hearing this, Chu Chi's expression didn't change much. If he hadn't encountered the female sword fairy, he would have been overjoyed to receive a storage bag from Chu Shan. Who would want a bag that can store items? However, with a higher level storage ring now, who would still look at the lowest level storage bag? Grandpa, thank you. Chu Chi still accepted the storage bag. He didn't value it, but it would be excellent for his brother. You brat, you don't seem very surprised. Where? I'm very surprised. Really? Then do you know how to use the storage bag? I know. First, you need to drop blood to establish a connection. Good, just remember, don't use the storage bag in front of anyone. Otherwise, it could lead to death. I understand, I'm not stupid. Good. Now I ask you, what have you been doing these 10 days? How did your cultivation improve so fast? In just 10 days, you actually improved 3 levels of cultivation. Grandpa, when I left the Chu family, I was already at the 4th level of the mortal realm. In fact, I only improved 2 levels during this trip. That is still impressive. How did you improve? Chu Chi, just tell me the truth. Did you obtain some incredible technique that you Haven T told me about? You old man, your thoughts have been exposed. Grandpa, to be honest, that powerful being also passed down to me the basic swordsmanship inheritance. That is why my speed in practicing swordsmanship is so fast. Swordsmanship inheritance. Chu Shan's eyes brightened. Swordsmanship is one of the most powerful paths in this world. Chu Chi, does that mean you? Grandpa, I know what you're thinking, but that powerful being said that what he passed on to me must not be shared with anyone. Otherwise, not only will I be killed, but my entire clan will perish. Chu Chi lied without blinking. In life, sometimes you have to lie when necessary. Chu Shan then realized, so that is how it is. No wonder you didn't tell me. It makes sense. Powerful beings are always protective of their inheritance. Grandpa, I know what you want, but don't rush. Once I rise, everything will come in time. Of course, I need to see what attitude the clan members have towards me and how they perform. If they don't do well, nothing will come. You also know that I actually don't have much affection for them, including you. Cough, cough. Chu Shan's old face flushed red, and he coughed twice. This brat speaks so directly not giving him any face at all. Are all young people like this now? But there's nothing he can do. He feels guilty. Because he really doesn't like Chu Chi and Chu Tian. He resents Chu Chi's mother more than anyone. If it weren't for that promiscuous woman, how would his most talented son have gone out searching and never returned? He knows that his third son is most likely dead outside. Before Chu Shan could say anything more, a servant suddenly appeared at the door. Head of the family. The Pang family has arrived. Chu Shan raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "Who from the Pang family?" The head of the Pang family, Pang Qingyang, and the eldest son of the Pang family, Pang Daqiang. They said they have important matters to discuss. Chapter 25. Marriage Alliance. Chu Shan thought for a moment and said, "Take them to the reception room and prepare some tea. I'll be there shortly." Chu Chi, let's leave it at that for today. Chu Chi nodded and was about to leave when he seemed to remember something and said, "Grandpa, there's something I almost forgot. Please, you must be on guard against the Pang family." Chu Shan was slightly taken aback. Be on guard against the Pang family? What do you mean? I heard that Feiyun village may have the opportunity to establish a private village. Private village? Chu Shan's pupils contracted repeatedly. Then he frowned and asked, "Where did you hear that?" "The turtle lady from Ichuan courtyard told me." Upon hearing this, Chu Shan suddenly laughed. He had actually taken it seriously just now. You actually believe the turtle lady's words? Moreover, everyone who goes to Ichuan courtyard speaks nonsense. Grandpa, what if it's true? It's good to be cautious. Better safe than sorry. Are you saying that they came this time to take advantage of my unpreparedness and kill me? There's that possibility. Once you die, they can take over the Chu family. You kid, you're overthinking it, aren't you? Chu Shan shook his head, clearly not convinced. All right, I'll go meet them and see if their visit to the Pang family is really to kill me. Chu Shan strode away. Soon, he arrived at the reception room. In the reception room sat Pang Qingyang and a middle-aged man. This was Pang Qingyang's eldest son, Pang Daqiang. Old Pang, I hope I didn't keep you waiting long. Did you come to see me for something urgent? Pang Qingyang smiled as he walked into the reception room. Un so ju. Pang Daqiang quickly stood up and bowed. Pang Qingyang also cupped his hands and said, Old Chu, of course, I have matters to discuss, but it's not urgent. I'm here to ease the relationship between our two families. As you know, there have been some misunderstandings between our families due to Chu Chi's incident. Chu Shan waved his hand and said, The past is past. There's no need to bring it up again. How do you propose to ease the relationship? Of course, by arranging a marriage as soon as possible. Only such a joyous occasion can restore our family's relationship. A marriage? Whose marriage? It can't be between Chu Chi and Pang Fian, right? Surely you're joking. Chu Chi still misunderstands Fian. There's no way that could happen. I'm talking about Chu Tian and Pang Yu. Chu Tian's marriage? Yes. You know that Pang Yu has always liked Chu Tian and has wanted to marry him for a long time. But your Chu Tian has been focused on cultivation, so this marriage has been delayed. Now, with the atmosphere between our two families being awkward, I think it's time to hold a wedding. I brought Daqiang here to ask when Chu Tian will marry Pang Yu. How about this? I'll call someone now to ask Chu Tian's thoughts. There's no need to trouble yourself. You're the head of the family. As long as you make the decision, the younger generation will have to comply. Unless you don't want to? How could I not want to? Our two families indeed should have a marriage alliance. All right, I'll agree on his behalf. Tomorrow, I'll send someone with the betrothal gifts to show our sincerity, and then we can choose a good date to hold the wedding. Ha, good. I'll be waiting for your betrothal gifts tomorrow. By the way, old Chu, when I came here, I had someone calculate. 8 days from now is an exceptionally auspicious day. Chu Shan was a bit surprised. Are you saying the wedding will be held in 8 days? Isn't that a bit too soon? Too soon? 8 days is enough time for your family to prepare the banquet, right? Such a good day, I don't want to miss it. Besides, the sooner we hold the wedding, the better given the current awkward atmosphere between our families. All right, just don't complain about the wedding being rushed. If there's anything unsatisfactory, please forgive me. Not at all. Our two families will be one sooner or later. I won't disturb you any longer. I'll go back and tell Pang Yu this news. That girl will surely be overjoyed. Okay, I need to go check on Chu Tian. 10 minutes later, in the courtyard. What? My brother is getting married? They came to discuss the marriage? Chu Chi's eyes widened as he listened to his grandfather's words about Chu Tian. Otherwise, do you really think they came to kill me? Chu Chi didn't answer. He turned to look at Chu Tian, seemingly suppressing his laughter. Brother, hearing this news, I'm actually a bit happy for you. All these years, you've been working hard on your cultivation, avoiding women, and now you're still a virgin. After 23 years, you're finally going to be a real man. Chu Tian shot a cold glare at Chu Chi and simply said 2 words, "Shut up." He then turned to Chu Shan and said, "Grandpa, why is my marriage so urgent? Can we delay it a bit? I don't want to get married." Chu Shan replied lightly, "At this point, we've already agreed. I'm just here to inform you. Chu Tian, you're 23. You can get married now, and marriage won't affect your cultivation." Chu Tian clenched his fist slightly. His personality was cold, and he wasn't good with words. He wanted to refuse, but couldn't find a reason. At that moment, Chu Chi spoke up again. "Grandpa, even though my brother is about to lose his virginity, I'm happy for him. But I still feel that the Pang family marrying off their granddaughter at this time isn't well-intentioned." Chu Shan said somewhat speechlessly, "Why do you always think everything is ill-intentioned? Chu Chi, have you developed a persecution complex? Also, you need to learn to discern the truth from the rumors in places like Ichuan Courtyard. All right, I need to go back and prepare the betrothal gifts. Tomorrow, I'll go to the Pang family to propose marriage. Chu Tian, since you've grown up without parents, your marriage will be handled by Grandpa personally." With that, Chu Shan turned and left. Chu Chi frowned. Grandpa still didn't take his words to heart. But since Grandpa wasn't on guard, he had to be cautious. After all, this concerned the lives of him and his brother. He still needed to improve his cultivation. Only by becoming invincible among mortals would he not fear any schemes from the Pang family. Turning to Chu Tian, he asked, "Brother, what do you think about this marriage? I mean, do you want to marry?" "I don't know. That means you don't want to marry, but you're not opposed either?" "Brother, you're just being coy. You probably want to experience that kind of fun, right?" Chu Tian's face twitched. He didn't respond. At this time, Chu Chi spoke again. "But brother, I don't want you to marry." "Why? Is it because of Pang Fian?" "Yes. I told you before. I want that BTCH to be ridden by 10,000 people. This means I will definitely be enemies with the Pang family. I know, but unfortunately, this marriage is not something I can refuse unilaterally. But don't worry, even if I get married, I won't touch that woman." Chu Chi chuckled. "That's not necessary. If you really want to try that kind of pleasure, just go ahead, as long as you don't get too invested. Don't treat her as your woman. Just see her as a tool for mutual satisfaction." Chu Tian glared at Chu Chi and said, I said I won't touch her, so I won't. All right then, it's up to you. Brother, I promise you, once I become stronger, I will definitely find a stunning beauty to be your sister-in-law. You'll find her for me? Let me clarify. I don't want anyone you've been with. Brother, what are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? I won't accept anyone you or others have been with. Chu Tian suddenly covered his head and said, What am I even talking about with you? I'm going back to sleep. Yeah, go ahead. Your poison has just been cleared, and your body hasn't fully recovered. The old doctor advised you to rest more. You should sleep early too. I want to be sleeping. I plan to go to the wild mountains tonight. Chapter 26 The Scheme of the Pang Family. Chu Tian stopped in his tracks, his pupils contracting. Are you going to that ruin? No. Wait until I recover, and I will go with you. Chu Chi shook his head. I know you're worried about me, but think about it carefully. If something happens to me, you coming with me would also mean danger. Chu Chi's words made Chu Tian's gaze dim slightly. He had forgotten that the current Chu Chi was no longer the same as before. In the past, he protected Chu Chi, but now, he needed Chu Chi to protect him. Brother, I know you're worried about me, but I promise I will come back safely. Chu Chi dared to go because he had the town protector cauldron with him. Going alone was more convenient than going with his brother. By the way, brother, before I go, I'll give you this blue light flower. When your health is better, you can take it. Chu Chi took out the blue light flower. Upon seeing it, Chu Tian's whole body shook. He knew very well the effect of the blue light flower. This was the spiritual medicine he needed the most right now. Wait, he needs it, and so does Chu Chi. Chu Chi's cultivation was also at the 6th level of the mortal realm. Although he longed for the blue light flower, he did not reach out to take it. He exhaled and coldly said, The blue light flower can only be eaten by you. Though his tone was cold, his heart was sighing. Brother, you are going to the Beast Mountain Ridge. Taking this flower will increase your cultivation by 1 level, giving you a better chance of survival. Chu Chi knew Chu Tian's character and didn't bother to say more. He directly threw the blue light flower on the ground and turned to leave. As he walked away, He said, "If you want the blue light flower to be discovered by others, then don't pick it up." With that, Chu Chi had already left the courtyard. "You little brat, I still can't deal with you." In the courtyard, Chu Tian looked at the blue light flower, sighed, and eventually squatted down to pick it up. He gently wiped off the dust on it, his careful demeanor as if he was afraid of damaging it. All these years, it had always been he who gave to Chu Chi, never thinking that one day, Chu Chi would give back to him. "Have I been surpassed by you? But I want to be your burden." With a thought, the blue light flower disappeared. He touched his chest. Inside his clothing, there was a small cloth bag. That was the storage bag that Chu Chi had given him. A night of silence passed, and the next day, when the sun rose, Chu Chi arrived at the Beast Mountain Ridge. He did not linger and went straight in. He encountered beasts along the way, but did not hunt them. By the time the sun set, he returned to the cave. At the same time, at the Pang family, Chu Shan, carrying a generous betrothal gift, brought Chu Tian to propose to the Pang family. The proposal was just a formality. Soon, Chu Shan and Chu Tian came out of the Pang family. As they exited, Chu Tian happened to see a man being led inside. He seemed to see Pang Fian personally come out to greet this man. The smile on Pang Fian's face bloomed like a flower. Chu Tian frowned. He wanted to know who this man was. Was he the wild man his brother spoke of? But with Pang Qingyang seeing them off, he had already exited the main gate. After sending off Chu Shan, Pang Qingyang immediately rushed to the courtyard where Pang Fian was. In the courtyard, Pang Fian leaned against a man, her enchanting eyes seemingly filled with unfulfilled desires. Just as the man was about to lose control, Pang Qingyang's voice came from outside the courtyard. "Young master, I was just sending the Chu family off and didn't have time to greet you. Is it convenient now? May I come in?" "Come." Only then did Pang Qingyang enter the courtyard. The man stood up and smiled. "Grandpa Pang, didn't I say not to call me young master you? By the way, did you receive my letter?" "I received it yesterday. Since young master you wants to come personally, why send a letter? I was afraid something might happen to the carrier pigeon, and you wouldn't receive the letter. Since you have received it, you need to think of a strategy quickly to eliminate the Chu family. The list for establishing private villages has already been submitted. After approval, they will randomly select a messenger from the nearby private villages to come to Feiyun village. It's estimated that in about half a month, the messenger will arrive. You must deal with the Chu family before the messenger arrives. At that time, your family will dominate, and the spot will naturally be yours. Otherwise, you will have to compete with the Chu family for this only spot in front of the messenger. At that time, it will depend on strength and luck. Young master rest assured, I have already thought of a way to easily annihilate the Chu family." "Oh, what method?" Before Pang Qingyang could speak, Pang Fian smiled and said, "In 7 days, the Chu family will hold a grand banquet to marry into our Pang family. We have secretly bribed the chef to slip and poison." "Poison? You plan to wipe out the Chu family at the banquet. This is a good plan, but is that chef reliable? Will the plan change?" "Of course, he is reliable. That chef is one of us. For such a big celebration, the Chu family's own chef will be too busy. It's only right for us to help. Moreover, the tavern owner in the village is also one of us. In short, this joyous day will definitely turn into a day of mourning for the Chu family." The man nodded. "So, there is no need for my Yu family to help?" "Naturally, there is no need. That is right. If the Yu family helps, we would have to sign a 20-year contract, requiring us to pay 2/10 of the resources the Pang family obtains to you. This is also why I hope you can solve the trouble by yourselves. There is no free lunch in this world." Although the man was in a relationship with Pang Fian, if the Yu family were to help, they would need benefits. "By the way, Grandpa Pang, do you have anything else?" Pang Qingyang immediately reacted. "Then I want to disturb you. Fian, take good care of young master you." After Pang Qingyang left, inappropriate sounds came from the courtyard. The two were indeed lying on the ground together. An hour later, the man left, and Pang Fian personally sent him off. Throughout, she never told the man that Chu Chi was still alive. After all, in 7 days, all the members of the Chu family would die, including Chu Chi. At the Beast Mountain Ridge, Chu Chi held a torch, standing in front of a narrow corridor, not daring to advance recklessly. After surveying for a while, he kicked the corpse of the eagle-eyed man into the corridor. The corpse landed steadily. In the corridor, no killing intent appeared. He pondered for a moment, and then kicked the corpse of the burly man inside. The burly man's corpse landed further away, about 15 meters from the eagle-eyed man's corpse. And about 30 meters from Chu Chi. Finally, he kicked the corpse of the small man inside as well. Before the corpse landed, an anomaly occurred. When the corpse of the small man was about 30 meters away from Chu Chi, arrows shot out densely from the surrounding walls. The arrows pierced the corpse, instantly turning it into a beehive. Chapter 27. The dominance of heaven and earth. Is there really danger only 30 meters away? Chu Chi narrowed his eyes. He then stepped forward onto the blue stone slab. Indeed, there was no danger. But he wasn't careless. He didn't continue walking on the blue stone slab. If there were traps on it, that would be problematic. He jumped and landed on the corpse of the eagle-eyed man. Then, he raised his torch to illuminate the corridors on both sides. At this moment, he noticed that the patterns on the corridor were little human figures. Besides the patterns, there seemed to be some writing as well. Chu Chi lit another torch and gathered his spiritual energy into his eyes. Only then did he discover that the writing formed a passage. Beast Mountain Ridge, far too boring. Aside from beasts, there are not many opportunities. I, an old man with little time left, grant you some opportunities. The secret art carved in this corridor was unexpectedly obtained by me. Upon seeing this, Chu Chi was already shocked. The corridor was inscribed with precious secret arts. What are secret arts? They are the arts of a practitioner's lifetime. Their value far exceeds that of martial skills. Because no matter what level of martial skill, as long as your cultivation surpasses the level of the martial skill, the martial skill will not help you much. For example, Chu Chi's current cultivation is at the 6th level of the mortal realm. If he practices a low-grade human martial skill, it would hardly enhance his attack. Because the greatest power of a low-grade human martial skill can only match the 6th level of the mortal realm. But secret arts are different. Secret arts can accompany practitioners for a lifetime. This means that no matter what your cultivation level is, they can enhance your combat power. At this moment, Chu Chi could no longer hold back his desire to practice the secret art, but he still suppressed his impulse and finished reading the text. To those with fate, if you learn the secret art, congratulations, you can use its power to fearlessly face any traps in the corridor. Once this secret art is learned, you will be invincible in the mortal realm. To become invincible in the mortal realm as soon as you learn it. This means that this secret art must be learned, and it must be done within 7 days. In the future, when you break through the mortal realm, regardless of your realm, this secret art will allow you to at least surpass 1 level in combat. To those with fate, strive on. I spent 50 years just to enter this secret art. I hope you will spend less time than I did. Additionally, at the end of the corridor, there are some things I left behind. You will definitely find them useful. Upon seeing this, Chu Chi seemed to understand why there was danger only 30 meters away. This 30-meter safe zone was entirely inscribed with secret arts. Since there was no danger here, Chu Chi jumped down from the corpse and began to examine the patterns on the walls back and forth. After a thorough look, his eyes brightened even more. This secret art turned out to be a rare body technique, named the dominance of heaven and earth. This dominance of heaven and earth requires practitioners to sense the power of the sun, moon, and stars. For the weak, this is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Theoretically, only the strong can achieve it. However, the creator of this secret art, an unknown great figure, devised a method that allows those with talent to faintly sense this power, even if only a little. Although it's just a tiny bit, one can learn the dominance of heaven and earth. Let's begin practicing. Chu Chi memorized the movements of the little figures and the method of operation, then sat cross-legged to start sensing the power of the sun, moon, and stars. It was daytime, so operating the technique and mantra was just right for sensing the power of the sun. When night fell, he would then sense the power of the stars and moon. However, saying it is easy, doing it is hard. Even with Chu Chi's extraordinary talent, after a day and a night passed, he surprisingly sensed not a hint of any foreign power aside from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was so difficult. Chu Chi was astonished. This was the first setback since he became a practitioner. Given his current state, let alone 7 days. Even 7 years might not be enough to master the dominance of heaven and earth. No wonder the person who left this inheritance spent 50 years just to enter it. Damn, am I going to have to study for decades too? I don't have that time. Just as Chu Chi frowned, the heavenly suppressing cauldron in his sea of consciousness emitted a glow. The patterns on the cauldron transformed into words. It was the natural way. A voice appeared in his mind, as if a high monk was chanting. It was the natural. Before the beginning, there was, nature has no mother. Nature is thus. Nature has no beginning. Nature is thus. Nature has no form. Nature is still. Nature has no joy. Nature is thus. These few lines, Chu Chi already knew. But at this moment, accompanied by the unknown voice's chant, he seemed to understand even more about the kind of realm it represented. His eyes brightened, and he instinctively recited the next two lines. Because it cannot be questioned to the end, it is called nature. Some principles, some realms once understood, are understood. The exceedingly difficult power of the sun, moon, and stars he finally sensed. Although it was as dim as fireflies and as subtle as ants, as long as he sensed it, he could cultivate the dominance of heaven and earth. Originally, he thought that the power of the stars and moon could only be sensed at night. After all, the stars and moon are only visible at night. But in reality, whether it is day or night, the stars and moon are always there. Ha ha ha, I really am a genius. Chu Chi praised himself and immediately began to absorb this power. He wanted to form a separate cycle of this power within his body. 1. To temper his body with this power. 2. To familiarize his body with it. Only by becoming familiar could he condense and use this power. This was not a simple process. Time passed quickly, and soon 6 days had gone by. Calculating the time, his brother's wedding was approaching. If he didn't enter soon, he wouldn't make it back to Feiyun village. Hurry up faster. He was only one step away from condensing the spiritual energy battle armor. Chu Chi fell an si osud. He had to seize the time. Just one last step, and he would succeed. Feiyun village. The sun had just risen, and Feiyun village was already bustling. After several days of preparation, the entire village was adorned with festive decorations. Every village path had large tables set up. The marriage alliance of the Pang family naturally called for a grand banquet, a celebration for the entire village. An hour later, at the Pang family, Pang Xingyang stood in the main courtyard, feeling a bit excited. Just then, Pang Fian arrived. She spoke, "Grandfather, Chu Tian's wedding procession is about to arrive at the door. Uncle asked me to let you know. They are arriving?" A gleam of excitement shot from Pang Xingyang's eyes. He looked up at the flagpole on the roof. The flag displayed an embroidered gray wolf. He pointed at the wolf flag, excitedly saying, "After today, in 7 days, our Pang family's wolf flag will be planted at the entrance of Feiyun village. No, it should be Pang family village. Let's go together to the Chu family. I'll have one last drink with that old thing, Chu Shan. By the way, have the antidotes been distributed to the clan members?" "Grandfather, they have all been distributed." "Good. Let's go." Chapter 28. All poisoned at the entrance of the Chu family. The wedding procession has returned. Chu Tian is riding a white horse, adorned with a large red flower on his chest, standing tall. Although it should be a day of great joy, he has a furrowed brow. This is because among the people who came out to greet them, there is no sign of Chu Chi brother. Hasn't he returned yet? He looks towards the direction of the Beast Mountain Ridge, worry etched on his face. Today is his wedding day, and there is no reason for Chu Chi not to come back on time, unless something has happened. This thought keeps him distracted throughout the ceremony, feeling like a wooden puppet. He doesn't even know how he carried the bride or jumped over the fire pit. Soon, the auspicious time arrives. Chu Tian and Pang Yu kneel in the main hall to pay respects to heaven and earth. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to parents. Husband and wife bow to each other. The ceremony is complete, and they are sent to the bridal chamber. Chu Tian and the bride enter the bridal chamber. At this moment, Chu Shan stands up and speaks to the steward. "Quickly have the kitchen prepare the hot dishes. We can start the banquet." The steward nods and is about to leave when Chu Shan seems to remember something and speaks again. "Has every dish been tested for poison? Be careful, there are so many guests today. If something goes wrong, our Chu family will be laughed at. Rest assured, every dish has been tested with silver needles for poison, and there are also tasters. We will only serve the dishes after 3 minutes to ensure everyone is fine. Yes, it's always better to be cautious. You may go." Chu Shan nods and then addresses the guests in the hall and courtyard. Today is a day of great joy for the Chu family. From now on, the Pang family and our Chu family will be like one family. Old Pang, do you agree? Pang Qingyang laughs heartily. We must be one family. His smile is genuine. After today, they will indeed be one family. Chu Shan also smiles and continues. With today's happy event, I hope our two families will grow closer. All right, enough chit-chat. The grand dishes are about to be served. Everyone, eat and drink to your heart's content. Today, we won tea, leave sober. Old Pang, you and I need to drink at least 300 cups. Ha! Today is a happy day. 300 cups are not enough. 300 pots would be more like it. I propose that although the dishes haven't come out yet, let's all raise a glass first. All right, let's raise a glass. Everyone from the Chu and Pang families lifts their glasses, each with a smile on their faces. The difference is that the Pang family members are not just smiling. Their eyes sparkle with excitement. Soon, the hot dishes are served, and both families eat meat and drink wine heartily. Under the influence of alcohol, the atmosphere is very harmonious. The elders of both families chat with each other, while the younger generation toasts one another. At this moment, Chu Feng approaches Pang Fian with a flattering gaze. Sister Fian, your marriage with Chu Chi should be off now, right? Pang Fian coldly replies, he not only wronged me, but also hit me in public. How could I ever marry him again? By the way, why haven't I seen Chu Chi? As soon as Pang Fian entered the Chu family, she's been looking for Chu Chi, but she hasn't seen him at all. If she can't see Chu Chi or kill him today, how regrettable would that be? Chu Feng slightly furrows his brow. It's a day of great joy. Why mention him? Who knows where he went? Fian, I actually wanted to tell you that I've always liked you. In the past, you had a betrothal with Chu Chi, and I could only envy and be jealous. But now that you two are probably no longer together, what do you think of me? How about I mention it to Grandpa, and let him match us? Pang Fian is taken aback, seemingly not expecting Chu Feng to say such things. Her eyes show disdain, thinking you want to marry me? A toad wanting to eat swan meat. A person on the verge of death, yet unaware of it. She stands up and says lightly, I need to go to the restroom. Is this not wanting to talk to me? Chu Feng bites his lip, continuously pouring himself wine. At this moment, Chu Shan walks up to Chu Feng and asks, have you seen Chu Tian? He hasn't come out to toast since sending the bride to the bridal chamber. According to tradition, the groom will not immediately participate in those activities after sending the bride to the new room. Grandpa, it seems not. Impolite. Go call him out. Grandpa, I'll go. At the nearby table, Chu Ying stands up, her eyes sparkling. She seems curious about what her usually cold brother Tian is doing right now. He wouldn't be. You know what he? Just thinking about it is amusing. Before Chu Shan can respond, she runs towards the bridal chamber. At this moment, inside the bridal chamber, the bride Pang Yu sits at the head of the bed, but is yet to be greeted by anyone to lift her red veil. Unable to hold back any longer, she says, husband, aren't you coming? Chu Tian remains silent. He doesn't want to consummate the marriage or go out to toast. He is unable to contain himself, wanting to go to the Beast Mountain Ridge because he is truly worried about Chu Chi. Just then, a knock on the door comes. Chu Tian is delighted. At this time, could it be that Chu Chi has returned? He strides to the door and opens it in an instant. However, standing before him is not Chu Chi, but Chu Ying. Third brother, are you done? I wanted to hear more. By the way, Grandpa is calling you to toast. Chu Tian's expression falls. Just as he is about to say something, Chu Ying suddenly clutches her head. What's wrong? My head feels a bit dizzy. Why is everything spinning? I haven't had much to drink. As soon as she finishes speaking, Chu Ying feels her limbs turn soft, devoid of strength. She collapses directly into Chu Tian's arms. Eighth sister, what's wrong? Chu Tian is slightly startled. I don't know, I just feel weak all over. Even the spiritual energy in my body can't circulate. Chu Tian raises an eyebrow. It sounds like she has been poisoned. Suddenly, he remembers what Chu Chi had said to Chu Shan earlier. Chu Chi always believed there was something wrong with this wedding and warned Chu Shan to be cautious of the Pang family. Could it be that he guessed correctly? Oh no! Chu Tian exclaims, holding Chu Ying, and quickly heads to the main courtyard. When he arrives, he finds that Chu Feng, Chu Qinghe, and other younger members also begin to feel their heads spinning and their bodies weak. What's going on? Why is the wine especially strong today? At this moment, no one realizes they have been poisoned until someone falls from their seat. One person falls, and then 10 people fall in just a few breaths. All the members of the Chu family, with a cultivation level below the 6th layer of the mortal realm, fall to the ground one after another. What is happening? Chu Shan's expression changes, and he quickly realizes the situation is dire. He rushes to check on Chu Feng and the others. After examining their bodies, he speaks in a low voice. They've been poisoned. As he speaks, he looks at Pang Qingyang, then glances at the Pang family members who are still holding their wine glasses and drinking. His expression instantly turns cold. It seems that, apart from the Chu family, none of the Pang family members are poisoned. He is not a fool and naturally understands what this situation means. Pang Qingyang, did you do this? Pang Qingyang does not answer, but instead smiles and counters, Old Chu, what do you think? That smile is extremely sinister. Chapter 29, Timely Return. You all come to me. Chu Shan stood in the center of the courtyard, gathering all the members of the Chu family behind him. The Pang family did not intervene, as there was no need. At this moment, Chu Shan spoke again. I have been very careful during this banquet, checking every dish. There are also multiple people tasting for poison. Why is it that those who tested the food are fine, but we are poisoned? Pang Qingyang explained. It's simple. Because the poison in the food needs one more ingredient to be activated. And that ingredient is in the wine. I see. But why would you do this? Aren't you trying to ease the relations between our two families? Could it be? Chu Chi said that Feiyun village might have a quota for establishing a village. Could this kid have guessed it? At that moment, Chu Shan regretted not listening to Chu Chi's advice. But it was not the time for regrets. He let out a low roar. Pang Qingyang, you want to destroy my Chu family? You're dreaming. I'll take your life first. The aura of a 9th layer mortal realm burst forth. Those below the 6th layer felt their legs weaken, about to kneel. However, Chu Shan's aura vanished in the blink of an eye. His body became unsteady, already unable to stand firm. Pang Qingyang coldly laughed. Forcing the use of spiritual energy has activated your poison. Everything is part of the plan. As the sound lingered, Pang Qingyang stepped forward. His body shot towards Chu Shan like a cannonball. His foot landed on Chu Shan's chest. That foot seemed to carry immense power. The Chu Shan, unable to mobilize his spiritual energy, could not resist at all. His body was crushed to the ground. Pang Qingyang's foot pressed down on his chest. Whether it was from injury or anger, a mouthful of blood spurted from Chu Shan's mouth. Grandpa, Dad, the Chu family members wanted to rush forward to help, but their bodies had become weak and powerless, only able to crawl on the ground. After just a few breaths, the entire Chu family, except for the servants, had only Chu Tian standing. Chu Tian, you weren't poisoned? Run. Seeing that Chu Tian was still standing, Chu Shan let out a low roar. The Chu family cannot all die here. Fortunately, Chu Tian was not poisoned, and Chu Chi had gone to the Beast Mountain and hadn't returned. Perhaps the Chu family still had a chance. Hearing this, Chu Tian did not flee, because he knew that the Pang family would not let him escape. Without saying a word, he picked up a sword from the ground, his body radiating spiritual light, ready to strike at any moment. Oh, our groom actually isn't poisoned. Who among you will kill him? Pang Qingyang spoke coldly. As his words fell, Pang family's eldest grandson, Pang Xingli, stepped out from the crowd. Grandpa, let me do it. I wanted to meet Chu Tian for a long time. Pang Qingyang asked lightly, Are you confident? Of course. Although he and Chu Tian are both at the 6th layer of the mortal realm, within 100 moves, I will definitely have him under my foot. Chu Tian, D. Pang Xingli shouted and charged towards Chu Tian. Chu Tian's eyes turned cold, and he also rushed forward with his sword. His aura was still that of the 6th layer of the mortal realm. This meant that he had not consumed the blue flower that Chu Chi had given him. Probably wanted to keep it for Chu Chi, perhaps due to recovering from serious illness. Chu Tian, surprisingly, could not last 100 moves. After 50 moves, he was beaten until he spat blood, and after falling to the ground, it was difficult for him to get back up. Chu Tian, you are just SOSO. Pang Xingli sneered and returned to the Pang family. Since he has fallen, there is no need to play with him anymore. Take advantage of their poisoning and kill them all. Old Chu, let's start with you. Pang Qingyang spoke coldly. As his voice fell, he lifted his right foot. His right foot shone brightly, and a gust of wind appeared beside it. This was the Pang family's secret technique, the Divine Wind Leg, a top-grade human-level martial skill. Although Chu Shan had lost his threat, he did not let down his guard. He struck with his ultimate move. Chu Shan's pupils constantly contracted. It was the first time he was so close to death. Wait, I want to ask one last question. What question? I'm in a good mood. Perhaps I'll answer you. Is there a quota for establishing a village in Feiyun Village? Pang Qingyang's expression was somewhat surprised. You actually guessed this. That's right. There's indeed a quota for establishing a village. Chu Shan laughed self-deprecatingly. I shouldn't have ignored Chu Chi's words. Everything he said was correct. It turns out that frequently visiting places like Yichun Courtyard is not completely without merit. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. It's useless to regret now. He could only shout in his heart. Is there anyone who can save the Chu family in this situation? But there probably isn't anyone in the entire village who can resist the Pang family. The Chu family can only survive if a miracle occurs. Old Chu, is everything all right? Then go report to the king of hell. Pang Qingyang leaped high, his shining leg descending towards Chu Shan's head. This kick would definitely explode Chu Shan's head. He didn't even want to leave a complete corpse for Chu Shan. At that moment, all the members of the Chu family fell into despair. Chu Shan's pupils trembled as he closed his eyes in despair. But at that moment, he vaguely saw a golden light shooting in from the side. The next moment, it was a loud bang. A gust of wind swept through the surroundings. The entire courtyard was filled with dust. When the dust settled, a person engulfed in golden spiritual energy appeared in the courtyard. This person held his left hand in front of his mouth and yawned. His right fist was raised high, touching the sole of Pang Qingyang's shoe. This meant that the attack from Pang Qingyang was blocked by this person engulfed in golden spiritual energy with a mere wave of his hand. I've been traveling all night and am a bit tired. But Grandpa, I returned just in time, right? The figure suddenly turned back. Everyone's pupils trembled. This person engulfed in golden spiritual energy was actually Chu Chi. This meant that Chu Chi had blocked Pang Qingyang's attack with a punch. How is this possible? Pang Qingyang is at the 9th layer of the mortal realm. Furthermore, he had used the top-grade human-level martial skill, Divine Wind Leg. Chu Chi actually blocked it. Isn't he at the 6th layer of the mortal realm? How is it that every time he leaves and reappears, his strength surges? This time, he reappeared and could actually contend with Pang Qingyang. Is this really the same reckless young man, they remembered, who achieved nothing and only knew how to flirt with widows at the Qinglu? Brother. Seeing Chu Chi, Chu Tian sighed in relief. Brother, you came out of the ruins alive. You must have gained some opportunity. That golden armor on you is the best proof. The Chu family is saved. He is Chu Chi. No way. I must be seeing things. It must be my imagination. Members of the Pang family, such as Pang Fian, kept rubbing their eyes. But no matter how they rubbed, Chu Chi still stood there, even clearer than before. At this moment, as the golden spiritual energy burned and danced, a set of golden battle armor formed beside Chu Chi, making him look like a god king. His figure became tall and majestic, towering above all. Old Pang, standing on my fist is a bit disrespectful. Then let me send you flying. Chu Chi spoke again, and his right hand suddenly exerted force. Chapter 30, Unstoppable, a tremendous force, flowing through the fist and the sole of the shoe, acted on Pang Qingyang. With a loud bang, Pang Qingyang's body arched through the air, flying up, and then landing where the Pang family stood. Even though the Pang family members supported his back, the immense power still forced everyone to take 5 steps back. Pang Qingyang's right foot dared not touch the ground. The sole of his foot burned with pain. Even the shoe sole had been punched through by Chu Chi. Just one punch stunned everyone present. With that punch, Chu Chi's attack did not cease. His body radiated golden light as he charged again towards Pang Qingyang. As long as Pang Qingyang was killed, the Pang family members would be like ants. This kid is very strong. You all stay away. Pang Qingyang's eyes were cold and proud as he pushed away the Pang family members beside him. Then, he charged towards Chu Chi himself. Although he didn't know how Chu Chi had become so strong, he didn't believe he was not a match for this kid. Let me show you the martial arts of the Pang family. Pang Qingyang's body suddenly became agile. In the blink of an eye, he appeared next to Chu Chi. So fast. This is a top-tier human-level martial art. When did the Pang family acquire such martial arts? Chu Shan's pupils contracted repeatedly. Martial arts like these are as rare as body techniques. Once learned, one can easily defeat opponents of higher levels if they don't know these techniques. After appearing next to Chu Chi, Pang Qingyang produced a long sword in his hand. This sword gleamed with a cold light under the sun, clearly not an ordinary sword. Not good. This is the only top-tier, human-level weapon of the Pang family. A top-tier human-level weapon can easily pierce the defenses of cultivators at the 7th level of the mortal realm, even if held by a child. There is only one in the entire Pang family. Chu Chi, Beka Fao. Chu Shan warned loudly with all his strength. Chu Chi not that, but found that Pang Qingyang, taking advantage of the martial arts, had come to his right side. At this moment, his center of gravity had just shifted, and it was already impossible to evade. Keet, D. With Pang Qingyang's roar, his sword lunged towards Chu Chi's head. At such a close distance, this kid absolutely couldn't avoid it, nor did he have time to dodge. It's over. It's over. He ultimately lacks a bit of combat experience. At this moment, everyone felt that Chu Chi was doomed. But the next moment, a clang echoed. Pang Qingyang's sword snapped. His sword couldn't even pierce Chu Chi's head, let alone break through the golden battle armor in front of him. The heavenly dominance armor had already made Chu Chi invincible in the mortal realm. What does invincible mean? Even holding a top-tier human-level weapon, it would be impossible to penetrate this set of battle armor. So, Pang Qingyang's sword broke. What? The sword actually broke. Pang Qingyang's pupils contracted repeatedly. He did not attack again but stepped back, preparing to retreat. But Chu Chi seized the opportunity and grabbed his sword hand. You hit me, and you want to run? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Now it's my turn. Chu Chi's mouth curled into a bloody smile. His right hand suddenly exerted force. Under everyone's gaze, Pang Qingyang's body was slammed to the ground like a chick. With a loud bang, Pang Qingyang's head hit the ground, and 2 of his teeth broke. But Chu Chi still did not let go. He lifted Pang Qingyang's body again and slammed him from the right to the left. Then from the left, he slammed him back to the right. Boom, 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 boom. The earth trembled and began to crack. Pang Qingyang was beaten until he spat blood, his internal organs churning. After Chu Chi swung him like a hammer a dozen times, he hurled Pang Qingyang heavily away. Boom! The courtyard wall was smashed into a large pit, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. Pang Qingyang lay on the ground, suddenly coughing up a mouthful of blood. Huh, not dead yet. Chu Chi was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect this old guy to have such strong vitality. No wonder he was a master at the 9th level of the mortal realm. He picked up the broken sword that had fallen to the ground and walked step by step towards Pang Qingyang, seemingly intending to deliver the final blow. But just as he was about to approach Pang Qingyang, Pang Daqiang finally reacted. He waved his hand, leading the Pang family members to charge towards the fallen Chu family members. They grabbed the collars of the Chu family members. Their glowing right fists aimed at the heads of the Chu family members. Chu Chi, if you dare take another step forward, believe it or not, we will kill all your relatives right now. Chu Chi turned around, his brows slightly furrowed. Pang Daqiang was holding Chu Feng. Whether Chu Feng lived or died didn't matter to him. But his brother Chu Tian was also held by a Chu family member. A long sword pressed against Chu Tian's neck. Chu Chi's eyes suddenly turned cold. Not only did he not stop, but he instantly moved beside Pang Qingyang. His hand, surrounded by golden light, grabbed Pang Qingyang's neck and lifted him into the air. As Chu Chi exerted force with his right hand, Pang Qingyang spat out several mouthfuls of blood. His face had turned a deep red. Chu Chi said coldly, "Threaten me? Then you all can try. I guarantee this old man will be the first to die." Chu Chi's hand was already choking Pang Qingyang, making it hard for him to breathe. Pang Daqiang gritted his teeth and approached Chu Shan, saying, "If you harm my father, I'll harm your grandfather." Hearing this, Chu Chi's right hand continued to exert force. He coldly replied, "Go ahead. I will avenge my grandfather later. After I kill him, I'll come out and kill you all. Today, all of you must die." You. Pang Daqiang was somewhat astonished. This kid seemed not to care about Chu Shan's life or death. At this moment, Pang Fian spoke up. "Uncle, using them to threaten Chu Chi is useless. He has little affection for the Chu family since he was young. The only one he cares about is him." As her voice fell, Pang Fian walked towards Chu Tian with a long sword in hand. Without saying a word, she stabbed towards Chu Tian's calf. Sizzle. Blood sprayed. A hole appeared in Chu Tian's leg. Just now, it was only a test. If you don't release my grandfather, I'll kill him immediately. Chu Chi, you should know I mean what I say. Pang Fian's eyes were extremely vicious, just like that night when she was with a wild man. At this moment, her sword was already pressed against Chu Tian's neck, slowly piercing in. Bitch, you win. Chu Chi spread his hands, and he had to admit that this bitch understood him a bit. He spoke again. How about we make a deal? What deal? Use the lives of my relatives to exchange for the lives of your relatives. Good. Pang Fian nodded and looked at the Pang family members. You all leave first. Uncle, go get grandfather. Hearing this, Pang Daqiang cautiously approached Chu Chi, carefully picking up Pang Qingyang from beside him. Chu Chi wanted to kill them, but held back. Soon, the Chu family members left the main courtyard one after another. With their departure, the Chu family members were naturally safe. Chapter 31 Temporary Safety Now, let my brother go. Chu Chi stared at Pang Fian's face, his gaze as cold as a snake. Pang Fian felt a chill in her heart, but she didn't let go, still holding Chu Tian hostage as she stepped away from the main courtyard. You're looking for death. Chu Chi's eyes radiated killing intent. Just as he was about to charge forward, Pang Fian exclaimed, Don't move. Otherwise, I'll kill him immediately. As long as you don't move, he won't be harmed. Pang Fian was no fool. If she handed over Chu Tian, none of them would be able to leave the Chu family's gate. Chu Chi's eyes darkened. This bitch knew his weak spot too well. He could take a gamble, bet that Pang Fian and the few clan members beside her would be slower to draw their weapons than he was. However, if he lost the bet, he couldn't bear the consequences. In the end, he didn't make a reckless move. Go, hurry up. Seeing that Chu Chi didn't advance, Pang Fian breathed a sigh of relief. Only she knew how panicked she had been just now. Chu Chi, don't worry about me. At this moment, Chu Tian's voice came through. Though he was being held hostage, he still smiled at Chu Chi and made a gesture indicating he was okay. He knew that the Pang family wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Pang Fian, listen carefully if my brother is harmed in the Pang family. I swear I will slaughter your entire clan. Under Chu Chi's threat, the Pang family members gradually retreated. They left. We are safe now. I was so scared. I thought I was going to die. The Chu family members felt a sense of relief. Then, they all looked at Chu Chi. Their eyes were still filled with shock. They had never imagined that one day, Chu Chi would save their lives. This is what the ancients meant by 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not bully the young and poor, right? Chu Chi, thank you for saving us. I know you were worried about Chu Tian's safety, but he should be fine. The Pang family definitely wouldn't dare to touch him. An elder from the Chu family spoke up, intending to comfort Chu Chi unexpectedly. Chu Chi shouted angrily, What do you know? Shut up. Chu Chi clenched his fists, his eyes slightly reddening. He was tense and worried because he knew that behind the Pang family, there might be the Yu family village. You say it's safe, right? Then fine. I'll take you as a hostage to exchange for my brother. How about that? This. Would you still dare if your identity were swapped? Then shut up. Don't pretend to comfort people there. I'm very annoyed right now. Let me be quiet. Chu Chi rubbed his forehead. He was quickly thinking of countermeasures. Suddenly, Chu Chi turned to a few servants in the corner and said, You all go to the Pang family immediately and monitor their every move. Regardless of whether they act or not, report back to me once the tea is ready. The servants exchanged glances, unsure if they should listen. At this moment, Chu Shan spoke up. From now on, what Chu Chi says is what I say. Only then did the servants quickly leave the courtyard. Chu Chi didn't speak again, but sat cross-legged on the ground, chewing on a piece of grass, still in thought. Currently, the threat from the Pang family to him was not great. Chu Tian was temporarily safe. The only thing to be wary of was the Yu family. If that wild man was really the young master of the Yu family, then the Yu family might soon intervene. As a private village, the Yu family must have experts in the strongman realm. The heavenly earth dominance body entry level, while making him invincible in the mortal realm, would likely fail against strongman realm experts. To defeat a strongman realm expert, his cultivation in the mortal realm at level 6 was simply not enough. He needed to quickly raise his cultivation to level 8 in the mortal realm. At that time, with the perfected 7-sword slash and the heavenly earth dominance body, he might qualify to kill enemies across realms. In fact, if given a little time, he wouldn't just raise his cultivation to level 8 in the mortal realm. Even reaching the peak of level 9 would be easy. If his cultivation could reach the peak of the mortal realm, he would definitely enter the strongman realm, because he had the strong body crystal on him. Last night, after entering the heavenly earth dominance body in the cave, he charged all the way to the depths of the corridor. The old man who left the heavenly earth dominance body had said that he left something deep in the corridor. That something was the strong body crystal. It seems I don't have time to raise my cultivation to level 9 peak, which means the only one I can rely on is Grandpa. Chu Chi looked at Chu Shan. Chu Shan had been stuck at the peak of level 9 in the mortal realm for nearly 20 years. Once Chu Shan's spiritual energy recovered, he would give him a few strong body crystals. The strong body crystals he had were definitely sufficient. Perhaps it will be just in time. At the same time, the Pang family members rushed back without stopping and finally returned to the Pang family. After returning, the Pang family members exclaimed, "How did Chu Chi from the Chu family become so powerful? He even severely injured our father." Yes, wasn't he a useless waste who couldn't cultivate? How did his cultivation skyrocket after jumping off the cliff? Could it be that he had some fortuitous encounter after surviving the fall? Yes, it must be so. At this moment, some Pang family members wished they could jump off the cliff as well, in case they could have a fortuitous encounter too. Sigh. If I had known Chu Chi was this powerful, it would have been better for Fian to marry him. Young master, you isn't this strong, right? Some people sighed. Suddenly, they felt that marrying Pang Fian to Chu Chi wasn't so unacceptable after all. Have you all said enough? What is the use of saying this now? First, let us see how Dad's injury is. Hurry up and treat him. Pang Daqiang suddenly shouted coldly. Right? Let us check Dad's injury first. Dad, how are you? Pang Qingyang was still being carried on Pang Daqiang's back. His old eyes were cloudy, and the injury he sustained was indeed serious. He didn't speak. With a thought, a spiritual herb appeared in his hand. He wanted to feed it to his mouth, but due to his injuries, he couldn't even do such a simple thing. The herb fell from his hand and landed on the ground. This is a top-grade healing herb. How could I forget this? Quickly pick it up and give it to Dad. The top-grade healing herb is very precious. Its healing power can instantly restore injuries of practitioners above level 7 in the mortal realm. It also greatly helps practitioners at level 9 in the mortal realm. There was only one such herb in the entire Pang family. This herb was obtained through young Master Yu from the Yu family village. With the help of the family, the herb was fed to Pang Qingyang. His pale complexion quickly recovered, and the wounds on his body began to scab over. This is the power of the healing herb. But like the cultivation-enhancing herbs, healing herbs are also scarce. Dad, how do you feel? Pang Daqiang asked. Much better. Only the internal injuries haven't fully healed yet. All right, let me down. Upon hearing this, Pang Daqiang immediately set Pang Qingyang down. Pang Qingyang landed steadily, needing no assistance from anyone. Seeing that Pang Qingyang was fine, the Pang family members finally breathed a heavy sigh of relief. As long as the old man is alive, the Pang family has a backbone. At this moment, the second son of the Pang family, Pang Lei, asked Dad, "What should we do now? Should we escape?" Now, that Chu Chi is like this. Even you're not his match. We can't stay in Feiyun village any longer. As soon as he finished speaking, Pang Qingyang slapped him. Escape, you idiot. Feiyun village is about to become a private village. You want me to escape? What opportunity this is. How can I be willing to escape at this time? Chapter 32, the Pang family may not lose as he spoke. Pang Qingyang raised his hand and wanted to strike again. Pang Lei sensed the situation was not right and had already run away. Pang Qingyang suppressed the anger in his heart and turned to look at Chu Tian, saying wisely, "With him here, we are temporarily safe. From now on, we will take turns guarding him 24 hours a day. We must not let him get hurt, and we cannot let him escape." After saying this, he looked at Pang Fian. "Fian, you immediately sent a message to young Master Yu with a carrier pigeon, telling him that the Pang family needs the help of the Yu family. I estimate that the messenger will take at least a week to arrive. So we have enough time. We have not lost yet." Pang Qingyang clenched his fists, his eyes resolute, not giving up. "Yes, we still have the Yu family behind us. And there is still time. We may not lose. The wolf flag of the Pang family will definitely be planted at the entrance of the village. Grandpa, I'll go write the letter right away. Write a few more letters and send out several more pigeons. in case of any accidents if the other party does not receive the letter. At the Chu family, Chu Chi had been guarding in the courtyard for half an hour when Chu Shan was the first to stand up from the ground. The poison in his body had finally dissipated on its own. Such poison, which could make one's body soft and unable to mobilize spiritual energy, generally does not last long. At this moment, Chu Shan walked towards Chu Chi and said apologetically, "Chu Chi, it's all my fault for not listening to you. If I had been more careful, the Pang family would not have succeeded. If it weren't for you today, we..." Hearing this, Chu Chi really wanted to curse. "Old man, only now do you know regret? But what use is regret?" In the end, he refrained from cursing and shook his head, saying, "What is the use of saying this now? It's just that I was insignificant before, and you didn't take my word to heart." There was evident resentment in Chu Chi's words. The phrase insignificant struck at Chu Shan's heart. Chu Shan wanted to say something more, but Chu Chi extended his hand. "Take this and then go into seclusion immediately." What is this? A body refining crystal? But no, the color and aura seem a bit off. Could it be? Chu Shan's pupils constricted, and his body trembled slightly. Could this be the body refining crystal he had long sought after? This is a body refining crystal. What? It really is a body refining crystal. Where did you get it? Chu Shan's astonished expression was like that of a child who had never seen the world. Chu Chi explained, "I found it in a cave in the Wild Mountains, including the body technique I just used." "Grandpa, you need to hurry up and break through to the strongman realm. Otherwise, the Chu family will face a great crisis." Great crisis? Now even Pang Qingyang isn't your opponent. Where's the great crisis coming from? I don't know how to explain it. In short, within 3 days, no, within 2 days, you must elevate your cultivation to the strongman realm. We estimate that we only have this little time left. From the news reported by the servants, it seemed that the Pang family had not packed their valuables after returning, which meant they had no plans to escape from Feiyun village. This confirmed to Chu Chi that the Pang family still had a backup plan. If they had no backup, they would definitely take this opportunity to flee. That backup plan must be the Yu family village. This means that the information obtained from the turtle grandma was correct. Chu Chi estimated that within 3 days, someone from the Yu family would definitely come. What? Breaking through to the strongman realm in 2 days? Impossible. Even with a body refining crystal, it's still not possible. Chu Shan was greatly shocked, shaking his head continuously. The body refining crystal merely guides the spiritual energy within to the right place. Breaking through that unknown port and opening the twin meridians is not easy. That invisible membrane is exceptionally hard. Chu Chi frowned and retorted, 2 days, is that not enough? Far from enough. I estimate at least half a month. Half a month? Grandpa, is your talent really that poor? Chu Chi was shocked and began to curse. Chu Shan's face turned ugly at being called poor by Chu Chi. If it weren't for Chu Chi, he would have slapped him. He coughed lightly and said, "Half a month is still in the most ideal situation." Chu Chi was speechless, not knowing what to say. By the time you advance in half a month, the Chu family members might all become corpses. So, it seems that Chu Shan cannot be relied upon at all. In that case, he must rely on himself. He must find a way to rescue his brother as soon as possible. However, saying is easier than doing. The strong members of the Pang family must be on guard 24 hours a day. Moreover, he doesn't even know where Chu Tian is being held. How can he rescue his brother? Just as Chu Chi was pondering, Chu Shan spoke again. "Chu Chi, what crisis does the Chu family face? You need to clarify this." Chu Chi spoke softly. The Pang family may have a strongman realm expert backing them. But for now, they are not with the Pang family. What? Chu Shan's pupils trembled violently, nearly jumping up from the ground. His brows instantly furrowed into a shape. He wanted to say more when a servant came to the main courtyard. "Seventh young master, someone is looking for you outside." "Someone is looking for me? Who?" "It's a woman. She is wearing a veil, so her face is unclear. But she says that you saved her life in the Beast Mountain Ridge." "It's her." A stunning beauty appeared in Chu Chi's mind. He still remembers the woman lying on the ground, her long legs and the sight of spring light. He cannot forget. He simply cannot forget. Shaking his head, Chu Chi said, "Let her go. Just say she has found the wrong person." Although it's a pleasant surprise to have a beauty seeking him. This woman is neither willing to offer herself nor to have a fleeting romance with him. What is the use of a woman who can only be looked at but not touched, no matter how beautiful she is? The main thing is that his brother has been captured, and he is not in the mood for any woman right now. Then I will let her go. The servant bowed and left. Halfway out, he suddenly remembered something and spoke up. Seventh young master, I just remembered something. It seems that Pang Yu is still in the new house. Pang Yu? Chu Chi and Chu Shan exchanged glances, finally recalling the bride. I'll go take a look. Chu Chi returned to his courtyard. He pushed open his brother's door, and indeed, Chu Yu was still sitting at the head of the bed. At this moment, Chu Yu was tense, her hands clenched into fists, seemingly a bit nervous. Clearly, she thought it was Chu Tian returning. Not long after, she felt a hand placed on the red veil. Her heart raced. She suddenly felt like crying. Chu Tian, are you finally going to lift the veil? Once the veil is lifted, does it mean they will do the things that men and women do? But she has no experience. How can she make Chu Tian comfortable later? In her complicated thoughts, the red veil was suddenly lifted. Chu Yu lowered her head, not daring to look up, until Chu Chi's voice came. You've been waiting for my brother? Chu Chi, why is it you? Chu Yu was startled awake, and then gritted her teeth, saying, You, how dare you be so bold, lifting my red veil? You are truly a scoundrel, but I am your sister-in-law. Quickly pick up the red veil and cover me. Chapter 33. Pang Yu looked panicked and didn't wait for Chu Chi to act. She proactively leaned down to pick up the red veil on the ground, preparing to cover herself again. Chu Chi grabbed the red veil, and no matter how Pang Yu pulled, she couldn't move it. At this moment, Pang Yu was almost in tears. Chu Chi, let go quickly. I'm your sister-in-law. If someone sees this, how embarrassing would it be? Are you trying to ruin me? Chu Chi narrowed his eyes and asked in surprise, You really don't know anything? I only know that you need to leave quickly. Otherwise, you'll ruin me. I know you're wastrel, but I never expected you to be so bold as to lift your sister-in-law's veil. Can you live with yourself after everything your brother has done for you all these years? Pang Yu's lips were almost bitten through as she desperately covered her face with her hands. The expression of grievance and anger on her face was not fake at all. So, you really don't know the truth? What truth? Chu Chi didn't answer, but instead asked, Do you love my brother? Though Pang Yu was shy, she still nodded. Now I understand why you don't know anything. Chu Chi's eyes shifted. Then he asked, You're waiting for my brother, right? But sorry, you won't be able to wait for him. In fact, you may never see him again in this lifetime, unless you're willing to help him. Chu Chi, what are you talking about? I don't understand. My brother has been captured by the Pang family. What? Initially, Pang Yu didn't believe it and even thought Chu Chi might be drunk. But as Chu Chi explained the situation, her expression turned worried. Are you saying that the entire Pang family knew about this, and I'm the only one left in the dark? They all kept this from me. Pang Yu was on the verge of tears. Chu Chi spoke again. You just said you like my brother. Now it's time to prove whether you're sincere. I know what you want me to do. Let me go back. I won't let Chu Tian die. Pang Yu's gaze was firm. Good. I'll personally see you out. No need to trouble yourself. Not trouble at all. Sister-in-law. When Chu Chi called her sister-in-law, the tears in Pang Yu's eyes fell all at once. Perhaps just a moment ago, she wanted to test him, but just for this sister-in-law, she would do her utmost to save Chu Tian. She no longer refused and allowed Chu Chi to lead her to the door. Before they reached the door, Chu Chi heard a woman's voice. I asked the villagers again, and they all said Chu Chi is here. I didn't make a mistake. Did you relay my message? Chu Chi looked closely and saw a woman in a blue dress standing at the entrance. The woman had a graceful figure and waist-length hair. She wore a veil, so her face was unclear, but her eyes showed some anger. An aura of authority radiated from her. The servant guarding the door seemed to weaken at the sight. He was about to say, I'll go ask again, but before he could finish, he saw Chu Chi coming out from inside. Seventh young master, you're here. This woman insists on seeing you. Chu Chi nodded and, after watching Pang Yu leave, turned to the woman. You have the wrong person. I don't know you. Leave quickly. The woman thought Chu Chi didn't recognize her and pulled down her veil, saying, It's me. As the veil fell, the surrounding servants instantly held their breath. They had never seen such a beautiful woman in their lives. They instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at her. It seemed that even a glance would tarnish her beauty. No wonder she hid her face. With a face like that, if she didn't cover it, She would cause a traffic jam wherever she went. At this moment, their hearts were in an uproar. Oh my, seventh young master. When did you get to know such a stunning beauty? A fairy, no less? But seventh young master pretends not to know her. This isn't like his style. Any widow in the village who is a bit pretty gets the seventh young master's attention. How could he miss such a breathtaking beauty? At this moment, the woman spoke again. I said that once I can move, I will definitely repay you. I'm not someone who likes to owe others. After speaking, she put her veil back on. Chu Chi frowned slightly and said, So you've decided to offer yourself in return? Dream on. So that will be a one-night stand then? What? A one-night stand? Seventh young master really knows how to play. And such a fairy wants a one-night stand? This world is really chaotic. You're still so shameless. Chu Chi shrugged and said, Thanks for the compliment. But I said from the start that I don't need your repayment. Just leave. I don't have time to entertain you. Chu Chi's words once again stunned the woman. You want me to leave? Are you serious? Chu Chi didn't answer and turned to enter the Chu family house. The woman widened her eyes, her eyelashes fluttering. She looked as if she couldn't believe her eyes. This guy really went in. You. The woman was a bit angry and then stepped forward to follow him inside. You didn't invite me in, so I'll come of myself. Chu Chi looked at the woman in surprise and said, With your attire and demeanor, you must be a noble lady, having received a high-level education since childhood. You must have come from a private village, but why do you seem even more shameless than I am? The woman coldly replied, Isn't it because of you? I've decided to temporarily stay in your house until my injuries heal. Chu Chi frowned slightly. To be honest, my Chu family is in big trouble and can't take care of ourselves. If you stay and encounter danger, I can't help you. With your looks, you might be. You know what I mean. Chu Chi intended to scare the woman, but to his surprise, she smiled slightly and walked a bit faster. Aren't you afraid? Not afraid. All right, do as you wish. Chu Chi stopped talking and quickly returned to the main courtyard. The woman followed closely behind. Soon, they entered the main courtyard. The Chu family members stood up one after another. The poison in their bodies was almost wearing off. Chu Chi spoke to Chu-san, Geung ba. The Pang family shouldn't dare to cause trouble for you. I need to go out for a while. Out? Where to? To find a place to stay near the Pang family. Chu Chi had made an agreement with Pang Yu. She would find a way to rescue Chu Tian. He told Pang Yu that they only had 2 days. If they managed to rescue him, she would signal with a flare. He would rush in immediately based on the flare's location. If the plan succeeded, the crisis would no longer be a crisis. By the way, Grandpa, arrange a room for her to stay in. Chu Chi glanced at the woman. Who is she? Chu Shan asked. At this question, Chu Chi was taken aback. He suddenly realized he had never asked the woman her name. I am Feng Qingyu. The woman answered voluntarily, easing Chu Chi's embarrassment. Chu Chi then nodded. Right, Feng Qingyu. Feng Qingyu glared at him and whispered, It's Feng. Chu Chi coughed lightly. Grandpa, please arrange your accommodation. I'll leave first. You're leaving just like that? Feng Qingyu looked astonished. Why does it feel like this countryman doesn't care about me at all? This man is really special. I've never met someone like him before. Chapter 34 Final Words. If Chu Chi knew Feng Qingyu's thoughts, he would definitely laugh out loud. He did not dislike beautiful women. It was just that no one could compare to his brother's status in his heart. Normally, he would have personally arranged the rooms, placing Feng Qingyu in his own courtyard so that he could see the beauty every day. Occasionally, he could even sneak a glance while she was bathing. Just thinking about such days was wonderful. Unfortunately, he was not in the mood for such thoughts now. After leaving the Chu family, Chu Chi went straight to the vicinity of the Pang family. At this moment, in the Pang family's courtyard, Pang Yu had already returned. Where? How did you come back? Pang Daqiang asked. Pang Yu didn't answer, but instead gritted her teeth and retorted, Father, am I not important at all in the Pang family? Why do you ask that? I want to know the answer. You are certainly important in the Pang family. After all, you are my daughter. Pang Yu roared, Don't lie to me. If I were important, why didn't the whole family tell me your plans? Even when you ran away, no one remembered me and left me alone at the Chu family. You never cared about my life or death. Pang Daqiang was momentarily at a loss for words. Chu Chi had returned and severely injured Pang Qingyang. Their minds had long been muddled. At that time, they just wanted to leave the Chu family quickly, wanting to survive, and truly forgot about Pang Yu. It wasn't until they returned to the Pang family that Pang Daqiang remembered his daughter. But in this situation, Pang Yu's life or death could only be left to fate. You where? So you already know? Who told you? The people from the Chu family told me. Then why did they let you go? They didn't kill you? Do you want them to kill their daughter? No, what I mean is, why did they let you go so easily? Do you want to know the answer? Of course. It's important. Okay, I'll tell you the answer. Because I'm not important to them at all. The Chu family knows that even if they use me to threaten you, it won't work. My life cannot be exchanged for Chu Tian's. So they let you go. I begged them on my knees not to kill me. I crawled out of the Chu family step by step on my knees. Do you know how scared I was at that time? I was really afraid that the next step would have a sword stabbed into my chest, or my head would be chopped off. You've suffered. Father, stop with that. I just want to ask you, if you want to take action against the Chu family, why didn't you tell me? I'm also a member of the Pang family. We were worried that you might leak the news because of love. We all know that you truly like Chu Tian. Upon hearing this, Pang Yu smiled, a desolate smile. Father, you really don't understand your daughter. In front of family dignity and family honor, what do personal feelings count for? If you had told me, I would still have acted well in this play. In fact, I would personally stab through his heart and let him die in my arms. Pang Daqiang didn't say anything, but suddenly he turned to look at the screen behind him. Pang Xingyang suddenly walked out from inside. He nodded slightly and said, as expected of someone from the Pang family, don't blame your father for not telling you. It was my decision. But now it doesn't matter. Daqiang, take her down to rest. Pang Yu went down to rest, and throughout, she never asked where Chu Tian was. Near the Pang family, there was a small inn. Chu Chi opened a room and sat by the window, constantly paying attention to the movements of the Chu family. He was waiting for the signal flare to rise, specifically a blue signal flare. A blue signal flare meant that Pang Yu's operation was very successful, and Chu Tian had safely left the Pang family. But if it was a red signal flare, it indicated that she had rescued Chu Tian from the dungeon, but encountered trouble and needed support. Time passed, and 2 days quickly went by. Chu Chi Cheval Fu Dao Dai De. He had not seen any signal flare of any color. 2 days. Had she failed, or did she not act at all? Was I too naive to expect a member of the Pang family to save my brother and see her as the last hope? Forget it. There was no time left. Chu Chi stood up, planning to return to the Chu family. He needed to see if his grandfather had made a breakthrough. If there was no breakthrough, he could only execute the last plan. That was to have the Chu family leave Feiyun village quickly. Once the Chu family left, he would go to the Pang family alone. It would be best if he could find an opportunity to rescue his brother. If not, he also had a final plan. Just as Chu Chi got up, a loud bang sounded from the Pang family's courtyard. A signal flare suddenly shot into the sky. Chu Chi Shepupin Gonjat Gontiun Se. A red signal flare. Without saying a word, Chu Chi rushed toward the Pang family. The position where the signal flare rose was in the back courtyard of the Pang family. He stepped onto the roof and quickly ran. As he ran, a set of golden armor enveloped him. Inside the armor, the light of the sun, moon, and stars flowed. It was the heavenly dominance armor. Only by using the heavenly dominance body could he achieve his fastest speed. At this moment, before Chu Chi even reached the back courtyard, he could already hear the shouts of the Chu family. Pang Yu, do you know what you're doing? It's not too late to stop now. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. Father, second uncle, third aunt Yu. I've always been wary of me? Never believed me? It's not that we don't believe you. Even if we believe you, we have to be cautious. Pang Yu smiled bitterly, glancing at Chu Tian behind her, her gaze seemingly bidding a final farewell. Tian Yi, I'm sorry, I tried my best. But don't worry, even if they kill me, I won't let go. Chu Chi will arrive soon. Once he does, he will definitely save you. Chu Chi. So the signal flare just now was to notify Chu Chi. This is bad. He has already come. Someone had already seen Chu Chi running swiftly along the eaves and walls toward here. In that moment, everyone's expressions changed. Chu Chi was brave, and no one could stop him. We can't let him get close. Big brother, don't be reluctant. Give the order. Kill without mercy. The Pang family was already in a panic. Pang Daqiang, however, gritted his teeth and said, quickly get out of the way. There's still time. Pang Yu said nothing and did not move. She simply looked at Chu Tian's face and asked, I am your wife, right? Behind her, Chu Tian's expression was cold. Unsure how to answer. Kill. At this moment, Pang Daqiang closed his eyes and gave the order to kill. He knew there could be no more delays. The voice still lingered as the Pang family rushed toward Pang Yu. The killing intent on them was unabashed. They all knew that this was not the time for emotions. If Pang Yu did not step aside, she could only die. Pang Yu seemed unaware of the danger behind her and spoke again. "Ge, you should know that I've liked you since I was young." With a thrust, a sword pierced Pang Yu's body. The tip of the sword appeared before Chu Tian's eyes. Yet, Pang Yu seemed oblivious and continued, "I don't care whether you acknowledge me or not." Another sword stabbed through her body, but she still did not bow her head. Even as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, she spoke to Chu Tian. "In my heart, you are my husband, because we have already exchanged vows." With these words, her heart was pierced by a sword. Her body, deprived of oxygen, lost strength and fell to the ground. Her gaze began to fade, but she still managed to say one last sentence. "Marrying a chicken follows the chicken. Marrying a dog follows the dog. I'm already a member of the Chu family. Yes, I am yours." Chapter 35. The arrival of the master. This last sentence revealed why Pang Yu still wanted to save Chu Tian. She was married. She was Chu Tian's wife. As the words fell, Pang Yu's body began to convulse. The light in her eyes completely faded away. Chu Tian suddenly felt as if he had been struck by an arrow in his chest. His heart actually hurt a little. He believed that he did not value romantic relationships. He was indifferent about the marriage. He would do whatever the Chu family arranged. But Pang Yu's final words made the cold-hearted him want to cry. He suddenly remembered the first time he met Pang Yu when they were kids. At that time, she was only 4 years old. She said, "Brother, you look so good. When you grow up, can I marry you?" Chu Tian took a step forward, wanted to go to Pang Yu's side. Several swords were already pressed against his neck. At the same time, a dull sound echoed from the center of the courtyard. Chu Chi fell to the ground. "Chu Chi, don't act rashly, or your brother will die first." Pang Daqiang's cold voice came. Chu Chi said nothing, glanced at the breathless Pang Yu, and clenched his fists. In the end, was he still a step too late? He had seen everything that had just happened. To be honest, there weren't many pure girls like Pang Yu left. She wasn't very beautiful, but her feelings for Chu Tian were real. The young girl, confused, died for love. "Chu Chi, don't worry about me. Take her away." Chu Tian's voice suddenly came. He pointed at Pang Yu, his hand trembling slightly. "Barry, your sister-in-law for me." Regardless of love or not, the wedding was real. Even though there was no consummation, Pang Yu was still his wife, and a qualified one at that. "Brother, go. Don't worry about me. I will be fine." Chu Chi tightened his fists and picked up Pang Yu's corpse. "Brother, wait for me. I will definitely rescue you." He stepped forward and climbed over the wall. Without the element of surprise, he couldn't save his brother. The plan had ultimately failed, costing Pang Yu her life. After he left, the Pang family finally felt relieved. Fortunately, we were always on guard against Pang Yu. Otherwise, we would have really been deceived by her act. This girl deserved to die. As a member of the Pang family, she didn't think at all for the Pang family. Doesn't she know that if we let Chu Tian go, our Pang family would definitely be killed by Chu Chi? Yes. If she succeeded, we would all die. She must die. Pang Daqiang exhaled and said, "Shut up. Move Chu Tian to a different place. This kind of thing cannot happen again. If we hold on for a few more hours, the experts from the Yu family will arrive before sunset." At the Chu family, Chu Chi returned holding Pang Yu's corpse. When Chu Shan heard the news of his return, he stopped his seclusion and rushed out immediately. "Chu Chi, you're back. Who is that in your arms?" Chu Chi did not answer and asked back, "Grandpa, have you broken through yet?" Chu Shan replied with embarrassment, "No, I can't break through that layer." Chu Chi sighed and said, "Then hurry and take the clan members to leave Feiyun village." "My plan has failed." "Leave Feiyun village." Chu Shan's pupils shrank. He was somewhat reluctant to leave Feiyun village after living there for 40 years. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Do we really have to leave? If we don't leave, we will all die." "No, how could we die?" "Chu Chi, your cultivation is stronger than Pang Qingyang's." Chu Chi narrowed his eyes and asked, "What do you mean by that?" "I mean, a strong man must cut off his own hand." "A strong man must cut off his own hand?" "That's right. I know that you have depended on Chu Tian since childhood and have deep feelings for him. But when it's time to give up, you must give up. As long as you abandon Chu Tian, how can the Pang family threaten you? You can completely kill all the Pang family members. And then Feiyun village will belong to the Chu family and will be renamed Chu. Before Chu Shan could finish his sentence, Chu Chi suddenly coldly interrupted. All members of the Chu family can die, but my brother cannot. If you say such things again, don't blame me for turning against you. A gust of wind blew, and Chu Shan felt his body tremble. He didn't know whether it was the cold wind or the aura from Chu Chi that made him shiver. Chu Shan instantly shut his mouth and said no more. He turned around and growled, "All Chu family members, pack your belongings and prepare to leave Feiyun village." "What? We're leaving Feiyun village? We've lived here for 40 years. It's hard to part with it. Parting is better than dying. Hurry, go pack your things." The Chu family members began to gather their valuable items. The servants also went to prepare the carriages. "Seventh brother, are you leaving?" Chu Yingying suddenly came to Chu Chi's side. While others only cared about their own lives and wanted to leave quickly, she was the only one who cared about Chu Chi before Chu Chi could respond. Chu Yingying gritted her teeth and said, "You don't plan to leave, right? After all, fourth brother is still in the Pang family's hands." Chu Chi gently patted Chu Yingying's head, holding Pang Yu's body, and walked away. He didn't need to say anything. Chu Yingying understood. Sigh. Chu Yingying sighed, regretting her own weakness and inability to help seventh brother. Chu Chi returned to the courtyard. He glanced at Pang Yu's body, which had begun to stiffen. He said, "I don't know where to bury you. How about we bury you in the place where my brother and I grew up? This land carries his aura. Sister-in-law, rest in peace." Earlier, Chu Chi called Pang Yu's sister-in-law just to make this love-struck girl do her best to save Chu Tian. But this time, when he called her sister-in-law, it was from the heart. She deserved it. Chu Chi took out his sword and began to dig a pit in the corner of the courtyard. As time passed, the news that the Chu family was dispersing their servants and preparing to escape eventually reached the Pang family. What? The Chu family is preparing to flee Feiyun village? Are they aware that there are experts rushing to us from behind? At this moment, if the Chu family knew, it seemed they had underestimated the Chu family's intelligence network. "Father, should we stop them?" "It's not too late to stop them now." "Stop? How do we stop them?" "Do you stop them, or do I?" With Chu Chi, it seems we can't stop them." Pang Xingyang's eyes deepened as he said, "The reinforcements haven't arrived yet. If the Chu family wants to escape, we can only let them go. I originally wanted to catch them all and eliminate future troubles, but it seems we don't have that opportunity anymore. But father, if they escape, it will still be a threat." "Threat? Haha. Once this place becomes Pang family village, I will be the officially recognized village chief. Who would dare to defy the village chief?" "Father, I'm worried about Chu Chi." "Chu Chi, this kid is indeed growing too fast. If he doesn't die, it's indeed a bit unsettling." "Father, do you think Chu Chi will leave?" "If the Chu family is escaping because they know we have experts behind us, then he is very likely to leave." "Sigh. If only the experts from the Yu family would arrive right now." Just as Pang Qingyang's words fell, a servant suddenly ran in from the door, reporting to the master. "Someone is looking for us outside, saying he is here to help our Chu family." "Help our Pang family?" Pang Qingyang and Pang Daqiang's eyes lit up. Could it be that the experts from the Yu family have arrived? This speed is much faster than we imagined. Haha, it's good that they arrived just in time. Chapter 36. Can you escape? I'm coming to meet you. Pang Qingyang was just about to welcome the guests personally when a 3-meter-tall wolf charged in from outside. Riding on the wolf's back was an old man wearing a conical hat and gray clothes. This was a level 9 wild beast, the Yu-wolf. The fact that someone could tame a Yu-wolf and use it as a mount must mean they were a master from the Yu family. They have arrived. The reinforcements have finally come. At this moment, Pang Qingyang bowed respectfully and said, "I am Pang Qingyang. It's an honor to meet you." Before he could finish his sentence, the old man waved his hand and said, "Some things cannot be said. I am merely a passerby in this world. You do not know my identity, and I should not interfere in this matter. Do you understand?" I understand. Pang Qingyang knew that the other party did not want to reveal their identity. At this time, Pang Fian stepped out from the crowd and said, "Senior, hasn't Fengge come? He has some matters to attend to. Moreover, in this situation, it is not convenient for him to show up. Enough with the small talk. This is our contract. Sign this contract, and for the next 40 years, you must pay tribute to the Yu family every year." 40 years? Isn't it supposed to be 20 years? It was 20 years before, but this time, You are in urgent need of assistance. I have ridden the you wolf day and night to get here. Besides, 40 years will grant you the qualification to establish a private village, which is absolutely worth it. All right, I'll sign. Pang Xingyang knew that the other side was taking the opportunity to raise the price, but he had no choice but to sign. The arrow is on the string and must be shot. No matter what, he was determined to establish Pang family village. Good. Now, take me to your enemy. The old man said, I will not leave any survivors. Senior, you arrived just in time. If you had come a bit later, they would have packed their valuables and prepared to flee. I'll lead the way. Father, are we going to destroy the Chu family? I want to go too. This time, I want to see how the Chu family resolves this crisis. Damn it, we've been so suffocated these past few days. I want to see them all die. The Chu family members followed suit. This was a moment that could be recorded in history, and they naturally wanted to witness it. At this moment, Pang Daqiang seemed to remember something and said, Father, what about Chu Tian? Pang Xingyang replied coldly, he is of no use anymore, just kill him. All right, I'll do it myself. That brat caused my daughter's death. I must kill him myself. Pang Daqiang turned to leave. Wait, Pang Xingyang called out to him again. Father, is there something else? Don't kill him just yet. Bring him along to the Chu family. Once the situation is settled, it won't be too late to kill him. At the Chu family, Chu Shan and the others were unaware that the crisis was approaching. At this moment, in the messy courtyard, a large pit appeared in the corner. Chu Chi placed Pang Yu's corpse inside. Sister-in-law, you are a pitiful person. I hope in the next life, you can have a perfect love. In your next life, don't meet my brother again. He is such a fool. He doesn't understand love. Don't blame my brother. He is just that kind of person. He keeps many feelings to himself and never speaks them out loud. Speaking of which, my brother is also quite pitiful. He is clearly married but still a virgin. This is heaven's punishment for him always having a cold face. Don't you agree? As Chu Chi spoke, he covered the pit with soil. Just as he put down the shovel and turned around, he was startled. What the hell? When did you appear? How did you get into my courtyard? Unbeknownst to him, Feng Xingyu was standing quietly in the center of the courtyard, looking at him. Feng Xingyu said lightly, I've been here since you started digging. You disturbed me. What do you mean? You are staying in my courtyard? Yes, your grandfather arranged it. Chu Chi instantly understood that Chu Shan must have thought this woman was brought over to help him relieve stress due to his recent bad mood. After all, Chu Chi had brought people back many times in the past 2 years. Shaking his head, Chu Chi said, Don't stay here to recover. I don't even know if I can stay here after today. Do you hear the commotion around? All the Chu family members are packing their things and preparing to escape. Escape? Yes, the Chu family has encountered a great trouble. A family extermination trouble? Pretty much. Feng Qingyu nodded. That's perfect. I've been waiting for this moment. If I help you, I should be able to repay you for saving me, right? You want to help me? Chu Chi assessed Feng Qingyu a few times, then moved to her side and made a gesture to grope her. Feng Qingyu's expression changed as she tried to push his hand away. However, her hand was firmly held by Chu Chi and could not move at all. Chu Chi's hand, while warm, made Feng Qingyu's eyes reveal a killing intent. Does this brat know he is going to die and wants to defile me before he dies? Looking for death, Feng Qingyu tried to use the spiritual energy in her body, but her muscles felt like they were tearing apart with pain. Blood even dripped from the corner of her mouth. At this moment, Chu Chi withdrew his hand and sighed. I know you must also be a cultivator, but I only used a little strength, and your injury has relapsed. With that, you still want to help me? Hurry and leave. I need to leave too. As Chu Chi said this, he turned to leave. So you were testing me. Feng Qingyu realized this and then looked down at her wrist. This was the first time a strange man had touched her hand. Moreover, he was just a country bumpkin. The feeling was too strange, and she had underestimated him. Wait for me. Feng Qingyu gritted her teeth and chased after him. Chu Chi did not wait and quickly reached the entrance. At this moment, the Chu family had finished packing. They were only taking relatively valuable items. Those that were not worth much were left behind. Since they were escaping, it was naturally better to leave early. Is everyone here? Let's go. Chu Shan took one last look at the Chu family courtyard. Although his eyes were reluctant, he still turned away. Goodbye, my home. The Chu family members turned back, leading their horse-drawn carriages and slowly leaving. Chu Chi, aren't you coming with us? Chu Shan's voice came again. He turned back and found Chu Chi standing under the eaves, not taking a step forward. Chu Chi said lightly, "Of course, I am leaving, but not with you. I'm going to the Pang family." Chu Chi had one last plan to save Chu Tian. That was to exchange his life for his brother's life. He believed that the Pang family would be willing to make this deal. "Are you going to?" Chu Shan was not a fool and realized Chu Chi's intention. He scolded, "Foolish, is this worth it? Don't you know you are the most important?" Chu Chi's talent was absolutely astonishing. As long as he did not die, the future of the Chu family was limitless. This was also why he was willing to leave his home. "Leave the Green Mountains, and you won't worry about firewood." Chu Chi did not speak. He just smiled slightly. Between brothers, it was not about worth, but about willingness. After a while, he finally said, "You all go." Chu Shan's face turned ugly. If he could, he really wanted to drag Chu Chi away. But now he could only shout, "Leave." The Chu family members slowly left. But just a few steps away, a cold laugh came from ahead. "Leave? Hee hee. Old Chu, can you escape?" Chapter 37. Did we succeed? A cold laugh still lingered in the air as the members of the Pang family quickly surrounded the Chu family, blocking their way. Each of their faces bore a bloodthirsty smile. It was the Pang family. What were they here for? The Chu family members looked puzzled, with Chu Chi present. What game was the Pang family playing? "Pang Qingyang, do you want to stop us?" "But can you really?" "Jusan Guestin, have you forgotten that last time? You nearly died?" Pang Qingyang coldly smiled and said, "This is a different time. Brother, please take action for me and kill them all." Pang Qingyang turned around, and the Pang family members automatically parted to make way. A master from the Yu family rode on a magnificent wolf, slowly approaching Pang Qingyang's side. It was a Yu wolf. Chu Shan's pupils constricted. Someone who could have the Yu wolf as a mount was definitely not an ordinary person. Could this be a master at the strongman level? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the Yu family's master spoke coldly. "Is it them that nearly killed you?" "Yes, brother. If it weren't for my accidental acquisition of a top-tier healing herb, I would have already died," Pang Qingyang said, looking at Chu Shan with a smile. "Chu Shan, do you know who this is?" "This is my sworn brother from 20 years ago." "Brother, I'm counting on you." The Yu family master nodded, and his body suddenly released a terrifying aura. This aura was like a mountain, pressing down on all the members of the Chu family present. In that moment, both elders and juniors all knelt on the ground, including Chu Shan. At this moment, Chu Shan felt his legs go weak and half knelt on the ground. He exerted all his energy to barely stand, but his back could not straighten. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Strongman level. Damn it, this isn't just a sworn brother. This is a master from the Yu family." The Yu family master ignored Chu Shan's shock and looked in astonishment toward the eaves of the house. At this moment, all the Chu family members were kneeling on the ground. However, two people still stood under the eaves, Chu Chi and Feng Qingyu. Chu Chi was engulfed in golden spiritual energy, which flickered and transformed into golden battle armor. Even without using the power of the heavenly tripod, the elder's aura had little effect on him. As for why Feng Qingyu could still stand, Chu Chi was also somewhat surprised. But now is not the time for surprises. Chu Chi stepped forward, his body like a golden meteor falling in front of the Chu family members. His expression was extremely serious. He knew that the Pang family reinforcements had arrived. The speed at which they came was much faster than he had imagined. "Brother, I want his life." Pang Qingyang's angry voice rang out. He pointed at Chu Chi, his killing intent unabated. "Chu Chi Musti. He is the biggest threat to the Pang family. This kid seems to be using a top-tier or even a supreme body technique. No wonder you were defeated by him. But unfortunately, encountering me, he can only become a corpse. I will avenge you." With that, the Yu family master threw a punch from distance. A yellow-brown spiritual energy formed a fist that surged toward Chu Chi, spiritual energy leaving the body. Chu Shan was both shocked and envious. Spiritual energy leaving the body was truly spectacular. But this realm could only be achieved at the strongman level. At this moment, before the fist arrived, a fierce wind blew first. Chu Chi's hair was blown left and right. Chu Shan and the others took a step back. "Come on." But instead of retreating, Chu Chi advanced, his eyes showing no fear. He wanted to know if he, an invincible being in the mortal realm, could withstand the strongman level. If he could resist, today's crisis would not be a crisis. This elder was merely his touchstone. Chu Chi placed his hands in front of his chest. choosing to withstand the Yu family's master's attack. Chu Chi, don't take it head-on. Hurry and run. Maybe you can escape. Chu Shan's anxious voice came. Just as his voice fell, the fist had already descended. With a loud thud, the fist landed on the golden armor. The terrifying gust of wind swept everything around like a wind dragon. Chu Chi's body was pushed back 3 steps by the immense force. After 3 steps, he steadied himself. He looked at the Yu family master, standing like a pine tree, eyes like a dragon. What? He blocked it. The Pang family members were instantly stunned. A being in the mortal realm managed to withstand an attack from the strongman level. If this got out, few would believe it. Facing a much higher realm opponent, only a few geniuses could achieve this. Indeed, a supreme body technique. The Yu family master, however, was not surprised. Body techniques were rare. If it was a supreme body technique, it could indeed withstand his attack. But unfortunately, a gap is a gap. Watch me break your armor. The Yu family master launched another attack. This time it was not just 1 punch, but 10 punches, 100 punches, 1,000 punches. His fists moved so fast they created afterimages. With each punch that fell, a spiritual energy fist struck toward Chu Chi in just a few breaths. Chu Chi was surrounded by countless spiritual energy fists. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed continuously. Each punch from the Yu family elder could create a thunderous roar. The scene was filled with howling winds and rising dust. Suddenly, a figure flew out from the dust. After taking so many punches, Chu Chi was finally knocked away. His body rolled on the ground several times before he stood up again. Although the golden armor had not dissipated, everyone could see clearly that a trace of blood had oozed from the corner of Chu Chi's mouth. He was ultimately injured. You young ones are nothing but this. Then I won't waste any more time. The Yu family master kicked off the ground, his body like a startled swan. Rushing toward Chu Chi, he extended his hand claw-like, aiming for Chu Chi's neck. A glint of light shot from Chu Chi's eyes. He turned to glance at Chu Shan and slightly extended his hand. His hand took on a sword-holding posture. Chu Shan's eyes trembled, instantly understanding Chu Chi's intention. So, Chu Chi was waiting for this opportunity. A long sword was thrown out. This sword was the only top-tier weapon of the Chu family. As the sword was grasped in Chu Chi's hand, the Yu family master had already reached him. The figure, like a hawk, was within arm's reach. Now, the sword in Chu Chi's hand drew 7 streaks of sword light. The sword light formed a cage, instantly surrounding him and the Yu family master. Not good. What kind of sword technique is this? Could it be that this kid didn't use his full strength when he fought me last time? Pang Qingyang's eyes widened. Suddenly, he felt that something was amiss. Opposite him, Chu Shan was even more nervous. He knew this was Chu Chi's strongest strike. Could the perfected 7-sword slash, combined with the top-tier longsword, allow the invincible Chu Chi in the mortal realm to contend against a higher realm opponent? Not long after, the sword light dissipated. Chu Chi's body appeared behind the Yu family master. At this moment, the Yu family's master's hat shattered into several pieces, falling from the air. Several visible sword wounds appeared on his aged face, with blood gushing out. Did we succeed? Chu Shan spoke again, his voice tense. As soon as he finished speaking, the Yu family elder moved. He reached out to touch his face, and then his neck. Only then did everyone see that a wound had also appeared on his neck. Blood was oozing from a wound. Is this a success? His throat has been cut? Chapter 38. The crossbow of Feng Qingyu, just as everyone was guessing in their hearts. The elder of the Yu family spoke with a grave voice. Such superb swordsmanship nearly led to a disaster. But unfortunately, the gap in realms is something you cannot make up for. Your cultivation is ultimately too weak. As soon as these words were spoken, Chu Shan's eyes instantly filled with despair. These injuries seemed to be mere superficial wounds. So, does that mean the elder evaded at a critical moment? Keat, D. At this moment, the expert from the Yu family dared not be careless. His body emitted a dazzling and rich spiritual energy. This energy gathered above Chu Chi's head, resembling a cloud. Then, a massive fist appeared from the cloud. Cloud-piercing fist. The elder unleashed his martial skill. Before this skill could fully form, everyone at the scene fell to their knees, including Pang Qingyang and other members of the Pang family. This pressure, could it be a yellow-grade martial skill? Yellow-grade martial skills are higher-level skills that only those in the strongman realm are qualified to learn. Even if this is just a low-grade yellow skill, it is not something an ordinary realm Chu Chi can contend with. This fist was enormous, descending from the sky as if it intended to turn Chu Chi into a meat pie. Such a violent attack. He's doomed. This kid is definitely doomed. Pang Qingyang and others had already revealed smiles at the corners of their mouths. Once Chu Chi dies, the Chu family will no longer be a threat. This village will become Pang Family Village. Pang Fian's eyes sparkled with light as she whispered through gritted teeth, Chu Chi, good luck has finally run out. This time, you will undoubtedly die. No one can save you. My choice of Fenggu has never been wrong. Choosing him was definitely my most correct choice. In contrast to the excitement of the Pang family, the Chu family members wore expressions of despair. It's over, it's over. Once Chu Chi dies, it will be our turn next. Sai, I don't want to die. Can someone save us? Chu Chi was unaware of the thoughts of the Chu family. He sighed slightly and thought to himself, is it ultimately just a little short? Then it seems I must use it. Chu Chi had always been reluctant to reveal the Zhen Tian Ding, but at the moment of life and death, he had no choice but to reveal it. However, just as Chu Chi was about to summon the Zhen Tian Ding, a muffled bang sounded. The spiritual energy cloud above Chu Chi's head and the massive fist that had just formed vanished without a trace. This scene stunned everyone present. Pang Qingyang looked at the elder of the Yu family in surprise and asked, Big brother, why did you stop? The expert from the Yu family did not answer at all. He stood still, not moving at all, even maintaining the posture of raising his right fist. At that moment, a Chu family member exclaimed, It's her, it's her. This Chu family member pointed at Feng Qingyu under the eaves. At that moment, people realized that at some unknown time, Feng Qingyu had appeared with a crossbow in her hand. The design of his crossbow was very complex and unique, clearly filled with power. I just heard a bang. That sound was the sound of the crossbow bolt being launched. Could it be? Someone thought of something and approached the Yu family expert. They then discovered that there were blood holes on both sides of the Yu family expert's head. Feng Qingyu had shot through the Yu family expert's head with an arrow. The speed of the arrow was too fast, and at that moment, everyone's attention was on Chu Chi, so no one noticed this arrow. He's dead. The expert is dead. Ha ha, great, we're saved. The Chu family members all breathed a sigh of relief. The feeling of having gone from ice to fire was truly exhilarating. Chu Chi, I said before, I don't like owing favors. Now we are even. Feng Qingyu's calm voice came through. She came to find Chu Tian, not just to seek a place to quietly heal her wounds. The most important thing was to repay a debt of gratitude. Feng Qingyu did not like being in anyone's debt. She had been waiting for this moment. Who said that a cracked dantian and broken meridians meant one couldn't kill? Fortunately, she had tools from her past hunting trips in her storage ring. Although the level was low, they could easily kill the experts in the eyes of Chu Shan and others. At this moment, a gentle breeze blew, and her skirt fluttered. Although Feng Qingyu wore a veil, she still gave the impression of being an ethereal fairy, a quality that very few people possess. As Feng Qingyu's words fell, Chu Chi smiled and simply said 2 words, Thank you. As his voice fell, he turned to face the Pang family members, his murderous intent unabated. Pang Qingyang's expression changed, and he even felt like crying. How did the situation turn into this? Why does a twist always appear when he feels victory is in hand? Last time it was Chu Chi, this time it was a woman. And who is this woman? When did such a woman appear in Feiyun village? How could the crossbow she held possess such immense power? Pang Qingyang had 1,000 questions in his heart, but now was clearly not the time for doubts. He knew he had once again provoked Chu Chi right now. Chu Chi had already decided to unleash a massacre. He immediately spoke, Chu Chi, I know what you want to do, but don't forget, Chu Tian is still in our hands. De Chong, bring Chu Tian over. As soon as Pang Qingyang's voice fell, Pang Daqiang brought Chu Tian out. In order to guard against Feng Qingyu's hidden attack, he hid completely behind Chu Tian, not daring to show his head. Seeing Chu Tian, Chu Chi, who had intended to unleash a massacre, instantly halted. Although his fists were tightly clenched, he did not act recklessly. This scene made Pang Qingyang breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, Chu Tian was the key to this kid's life. He was glad he hadn't killed Chu Tian. If he had killed Chu Tian, all the Pang family members would have to accompany him in death. Let's go. Back to the Pang family. Pang, Qingyang waved his hand, taking Chu Tian and retreating step by step. Chu Chi wanted to make a move several times, but never took a step forward. At this moment, Chu Shan's voice came through. Are you really going to let them go? I know you were worried about Chu Tian, but this time, you are still letting the tiger return to the mountain. They will definitely contact the Yu family again, and we will experience the same situation we just did. If it happens again, we may not have such good luck. That woman's hidden weapon may be good, but once others are on guard, it will be useless. Chu Shan's anxious voice echoed. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Last time, he couldn't mobilize spiritual energy, so he could only let Chu Chi let the Pang family go. But this time, he didn't want to let the tiger return to the mountain. His body released a radiant light of spiritual energy. He planned to lead the Chu family in a hard battle against the Pang family. If not now to eliminate the Pang family, then when? Chu Chi has a soft spot, but he does not. As long as he can successfully establish the Chu family village, what does it matter if one Chu Tian dies? How can someone who accomplishes great things be reluctant to part with a grandson? Don't mention a grandson. If necessary, a son or even oneself can die. In short, one word, fight. Chapter 39. Being ruthless. Hearing this, Chu Chi remained silent. How could he not know what Chu Shan was saying? He was already fed up with being threatened by the Pang family. He understood that the more someone appeared weak, the more the other party would feel they could control you. Just like the Pang family now. But his brother was really too good to him. He was the only person in this world who truly cared for him. If it were anyone else from the Chu family, even if Chu Shan were taken hostage, he would not feel soft-hearted. Seeing Chu Chi not speaking, Chu Shan spoke again. All Chu family members, follow my orders. Follow me. Chu Shan intended to say to kill, but before he could finish, Chu Chi steeled his heart, seemingly having made a decision. He placed his sword against Chu Shan's neck. Chu Chi, what are you doing? At a time like this, you're still acting impulsively? Your heart is too soft. Chu Shan's face turned red with anger. Chu Chi replied coldly, Grandpa, I know what you want. You want this village to completely belong to the Chu family. I also know what I want. I want my brother to live. Saying this, Chu Chi looked at Pang Qingyang. We really need to settle this between us. You keep threatening me with my brother, and that's not a solution. How about we make a deal? What deal? Take my brother's life, in exchange for the lives of your entire clan. What do you mean? I mean, within 2 days? No, within 1 day, if you don't hand over my brother, I will kill all the Pang family members. If you turn him over, I'll one-t kill you. But you must leave Feiyun village. Pang Qingyang's pupils constricted as he coldly snorted. Chu Chi, are you threatening me? Aren't you afraid? I'll kill Chu Tian right now. As his words fell, Chu Chi suddenly looked at Chu Tian and asked, Brother, are you afraid of death? Chu Tian raised his head and smiled rarely. I'd rather not be your burden than die. Grandpa is right. You can't let the tiger return to the mountain. Besides, if you let them take me hostage, do you think they will ultimately let me go? Brother, I know you're worried about me. I just want to ask you, under what circumstances do you think they will let me go? Chu Chi frowned, then his eyes turned cold. He addressed Pang Qingyang. Pang Qingyang, if you have the guts, make a move. Chu Chi, do you think we dare not? At this moment, Pang Fian's voice came. She approached Chu Tian with a sword, just like last time, stabbing at Chu Tian's thigh. Blood sprayed out. Last time, this was how Chu Chi made a deal with her. But this time, Chu Chi did not retreat. Giving in would only make the Pang family more unscrupulous. Chu Chi's body suddenly appeared in front of the Pang family members. He swung his sword fiercely. With a few soft sounds, several Pang family members' heads were already hanging at an angle on their necks. Thud! The sound of heads hitting the ground came late. It was quiet. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Neither the Pang family nor the Chu family members expected that when Chu Chi said he would kill, he actually did. The terrified screams came late. Those Pang family members not far from Chu Chi woke up in shock, scared out of their wits, quickly distancing themselves from him. Chu Chi, you! Among the crowd, Pang Fian was stunned, seemingly not expecting that this time Chu Chi would not submit. She gritted her teeth and said, I don't believe you really don't care about your brother's life. You want to compete with me in ruthlessness? Then let's see. Pang Fian's gaze was extremely twisted. She placed the sword against Chu Tian's neck and slowly applied force, stabbing it in, At first, the blood was minimal. Then, it flowed more and more. Although Chu Chi's heart ached, he knew he could no longer be threatened. Because he understood that to make the Pang family let go of Chu Tian, there was only one way: to let them know that they would die. On the contrary, if the Pang family felt they still had support and hope, they would never let Chu Tian go. Although it pained him, he had to endure it. He had to make the Pang family fear him. His sword moved again. More heads fell to the ground. At this moment, he even approached Pang Fian's father, Pang Huaza. He said coldly, "If you harm my brother, I will kill your father. Is that too much?" As soon as his voice fell, Pang Huaza's leg was directly pierced by him. Not only that, but he also swung the sword, directly severing Pang Huaza's entire thigh. Then, his sword was also lowered to Pang Huaza's neck. "You stabbed 3 inches, I stab 1 inch." His sword was about to pierce through Pang Huaza's neck entirely. Since he had made a decision, he would show no mercy, nor would he be weak. Good. Chu Chi, you finally woke up." This scene made Chu Shan applaud in approval. He shouted again, "Chu family boys, follow Chu Chi and kill. Today, we will annihilate the Pang family. Kill, kill, kill." The Chu family members shouted in unison. Without strong masters in the Pang family, they naturally were not afraid. Moreover, with Chu Chi present, what were they afraid of? Damn it, just now I almost thought I was going to die. It was time to vent the grievances in their hearts. The Chu family members rushed forward with swords and knives towards the Pang family. Seeing the situation turning bad, Pang Qingyang immediately shouted, "Fian, stop! Chu Chi, eat Pomizu." Chu Chi immediately raised his hand, signaling the Chu family members not to attack. Although Chu Shan was unwilling, he still coldly shouted, "Stop." At this moment, Pang Qingyang spoke again. "Chu Chi, wait until my Pang family packs up and leaves Feiyan village. At that time, I will return Chu Tian to you. Go, return." Pang Qingyang slowly retreated. Seeing the Chu family members not pursuing, everyone finally felt relieved. After retreating far, Pang Daqiang asked Pang Qingyang, "Dad, are we really leaving Feiyan village? I'm not reconciled. If we send a message to the Yu family now, maybe it's not too late. It is possible, but will Chu Chi give us time? This kid's heart has turned ruthless. We probably want to wait for reinforcements to arrive before he acts for real. What should we do then? Like this. When we return home, immediately send a message to the Yu family about our situation. We'll pretend to leave first, and then meet here again in 3 days. I want to kill him with a surprise attack." "A surprise attack? Dad, you're smart." At this moment, at the Chu family's gate, Chu Shan frowned and asked, "Chu Chi, do you believe they will leave Feiyan village? What if they don't leave? Will you really be able to ignore your brother's life and go on a killing spree?" Chu Chi's eyes turned cold as he said, "It's not that I don't care, but it's about being more ruthless. I won't necessarily lose to them. I just realized that being more ruthless than them is the only way to save my brother. Moreover, my brother agrees with what I'm doing." Previously, Chu Tian had asked Chu Chi to think clearly about how the Pang family would let him go. It was actually about making him hard-hearted. Some things, being too emotional, would only make matters worse. "Grandpa, you don't need to leave your hometown. Let all the Chu family members guard around the Pang family." Guarding the Chu family? Why? To prevent future troubles. Preventing future troubles? What do you mean? I want you to keep an eye on the Pang family 24 hours a day. Once you spot a message pigeon, shoot it down with arrows. Not a single pigeon can enter or exit the Pang family. I will not give them a chance to contact the Pang family again. What if they leave, but return before building the village with the Yu family's masters? Chapter 40. Chu Chi wants to capture them all. As soon as Chu Chi finished speaking, Chu Shan suddenly realized. He exclaimed in surprise, "I actually didn't think of that." Then he frowned again. "However, even without any correspondence, how do you know that after leaving Feiyan village, they won't actively seek out the Yu family? Chu Chi Ziplit Gon Li. They won't have the chance. I will follow them and wipe out their entire clan." Upon hearing this, Chu Shan finally smiled. "So you never intended to let them go? Good. When it's time to be ruthless, you must be ruthless. Chu Chi, you have grown." With that, he looked at the Chu family members beside him. "Everyone, take a bow and arrow, quickly surround the Pang family. From now on, not a single fly is to escape from the Pang family." 10 minutes later, at the Pang family residence, Pang Daqiang found Pang Qingyang holding the corpse of a carrier pigeon. "Dad, look, this is our carrier pigeon. It just took off and was shot down by a Chu family member hiding on the eaves. Chu family members? Pang Qingyang asked, frowning. Yes, they have surrounded the Pang family, with archers lying in ambush on the rooftops. Hearing this, Pang Qingyang furrowed his brows. They shot the carrier pigeon. This means they don't want us to contact the outside world. Dad, what should we do? How do we notify the Yu family? Pang Qingyang remained silent for a while, then clenched his fists and said, Pack up and leave. Really going to leave? Yes, leave. Everyone hurry up. The sooner we leave, the better. Dad, why? If the carrier pigeon can't get through, then we go directly to Yu family village. If we hurry, we might still be able to return before the messenger arrives. I just hope the journey goes smoothly. Half an hour later, the Pang family packed their things and left Feiyun village with their horse-drawn carriage. Pang Qingyang walked at the back, holding onto Chu Tian. The Chu family followed closely behind. Upon reaching the village entrance, Pang Qingyang said, Daqiang, Chu Tian is in your hands. I will take the clan members and leave first. Once we are far away, you can proceed with the plan. After Pang Qingyang finished speaking, he led the Pang family away quickly. Pang Daqiang and a few middle-aged men, holding on to Chu Tian, stood still. Clearly, the Pang family was also on guard against Chu Chi. They would hand over the person, but not immediately. At this moment, Pang Daqiang and the others stood at the village entrance, maintaining a distance of 200 meters from Chu Chi. This distance could prevent Chu Chi from suddenly attacking and also guard against the crossbow in the hands of that woman. Pang Qingyang, this old fox, was indeed clever. He guessed that you wouldn't easily let the Pang family go and came up with such a countermeasure. If they walked far, we wouldn't know which route they took. They might even split into several groups. Chu Shan's voice came through. He had seen through Pang Qingyang's plan. Meanwhile, Chu Chi remained silent, standing still. Are we just going to watch like this? Dad, should we take action? The Chu family members asked Chu Shan. Chu Shan glanced at Chu Chi and said, Chu Chi has his own plans. You don't need to worry. Time passed, and soon half an hour had gone by. At this point, Chu Chi finally spoke up. They've gone far. Shouldn't you all consider committing suicide? Or are you waiting for us to kill you? You should know that you're just pawns. Pang Daqiang coldly replied, Pawns? No, you are mistaken. We chose to stay. Since we've stayed, we are prepared to die. Is that so? But who says I want to kill you? Right now, you can leave. The only condition is to leave my brother unharmed. I guarantee I won't pursue you. What? You want to let us go? Pang Daqiang looked shocked. I keep my word. If you don't believe me, you can leave one by one. The same condition applies. As long as you don't harm my brother, everything is negotiable. The Pang family members exchanged glances. If they could live, who would want to die? Especially Pang Daqiang. He initially didn't want to stay, but Pang Qingyang said that if he didn't stay, the others wouldn't want to either. As the eldest son, he had to set an example for the family. Are you really letting us go? If you don't want to leave, then forget it. Pang Daqiang squinted his eyes, gritted his teeth, and then loosened his grip to escape. As he turned around, the other Pang family members followed suit, leaving only Chu Tian alone in place. They really didn't pursue us. Pang Daqiang was astonished. It seemed he didn't expect Chu Chi to actually keep his word. After they left, Chu Chi approached Chu Tian, untied the ropes binding him, and removed the cotton stuffed in his mouth. Brother, it's okay now. Chu Tian sighed but said with guilt, You shouldn't have let them go. Chu Chi smiled. Letting them go is letting them go. Nothing is more important than your life. Chu Tian shook his head and said, You don't understand what I mean. During these days at the Pang family, I learned a bit about their situation. It turns out that there's a stronger force supporting the Pang family. Brother, the ones you killed that day were not the Swarm Brothers, but people from that force. I suspect they will definitely return after leaving this time. The village building quota is something the Pang family will not give up. Chu Chi continued to smile. Brother, I know. You don't need to worry about these things. Let me carry you back. Chu Chi carried Chu Tian and quickly headed back to the Chu family. 10 minutes later, in the courtyard. Brother, your leg is injured. Take care of your injury first. I have things to take care of. When I return, everything will be settled. By the way, I buried sister-in-law there. You should go burn some paper for her. You're going out now? To do what? Of course, to destroy the Pang family. Destroy the Pang family? Do you know where they escaped to? I do. Chu Chi waved his hand, preparing to leave. As if he thought of something, he turned around and said, There's a woman living in the courtyard named Feng Qingyu. Please take care of her for me. Feng Qingyu, Please also take care of my brother." As his voice lingered, Chu Chi's figure had already disappeared. When he reached the gate, he saw Chu Shan. "Grandpa, were you waiting for me?" "Yes. I thought about it and decided to accompany you. Otherwise, I would feel uneasy staying here. I hope your judgment is correct." Chu Chi's eyes gleamed with wisdom as he said, "My judgment should not be wrong. The Pang family will be completely destroyed because of their unwillingness to accept defeat." "I hope so. Let's go." The two mounted their horses and quickly left. A day later, they arrived at a certain official road. The road was located in the middle of a canyon, flanked by steep mountains on both sides. This road was the most suitable for blocking the Pang family. Chu Chi hid the horses and concealed himself on the mountainside. He asked, "Grandpa, are you sure this is the only road to Yu Family Village?" "Absolutely. If they really want to go to Yu Family Village, this is the only way. If they take a detour, it will take several times longer. The village building quota could come down at any time, so they can't afford to take a detour. Then let's wait here. They should still be behind." Why didn't Chu Chi pursue the Yu family members? Because as long as he predicted the other party's intentions, there was no need to chase. He only needed to guard the essential road to capture them all. Chapter 41. The burial ground. The night quickly passed. The next day, from sunrise to sunset, many people came and went on this road, but not a single one was from the Pang family. Chu Shan frowned and said, "It shouldn't be like this. Why haven't the Pang family shown up yet? Even if they are numerous, they should have arrived by now. Could it be that they really gave up? Or did we guess wrong?" Chu Chi glanced at the sky and said, "Let's wait a little longer." "You brat, you actually have more patience than I do." "Oh no." I suddenly realized an issue. "What issue?" "That powerful expert. Is he really from Yuja village? I have been to Yuja village before, and if he were one of them, their clothes would bear the character Yu as a symbol of identity. But the old man's clothing has no such mark." "Grandpa, he must be deliberately concealing his identity." "I know, but what I mean is, what if he isn't from Yuja village? Your information all came from the turtle lady at Ichuan courtyard. But have you considered that what she heard that day might not have been you, but something like Yoriwa? It's just that Yuja village is closer to us, and we assumed it right away. Are you suggesting it's not Yuja village?" Chu Shan's words made Chu Chi's pupils constrict. If they were mistaken, not only would they wait a lifetime without seeing the Pang family, but the Chu family would also face great danger. "Grandpa, do you know what other private villages are nearby?" "I really don't know. I've only been to Yuja village. Our map only covers a few nearby villages. Larger maps can only be possessed by private villages. In the Diyuan Kingdom, maps are a very precious resource and are graded. The maps that small villages can have are limited to their vicinity. The larger the force, the bigger the official maps they possess. If it's a city, their maps would encompass the entire country. This means that weak cultivators wanting to know which village or even which small town lies in unknown areas can only rely on their own exploration. But venturing out is definitely a matter of life and death. Forget it. Let's wait another day. If we still can't see them tomorrow, we'll have to hurry back." Time passed, and another night went by. The sun rose and quickly hung in the sky. It was already noon. Chu Chi and Chu Shan exchanged glances. They could no longer wait. Perhaps they had really assumed too much and mistook other surnames for you. But just as the two were about to take action, dust appeared in the distance. The presence of dust indicated that a large group was heading this way. Chu Chi Pupin Gunjat, and a glimmer of hope emerged in his eyes. Could it be the Pang family? At this time, about 2,000 meters away from Chu Chi, the Pang family, led by Pang Qingyang, was hurrying along. "Father, will we make it in time? We were delayed quite a bit by those bandits. Even if we reach Yujia, will it still be too late? If nothing unexpected happens, messengers have already been sent to Feiyun village." It turned out that the Pang family was late because they had encountered a group of formidable bandits on the road, which had delayed them considerably. Pang Qingyang's face turned ashen as he gritted his teeth and said, "No matter what, we have to give it a shot." Soon, Pang Qingyang arrived at this crucial road. As they got closer, the heavy stone in Chu Chi and Chu Shan's hearts was finally lifted. It was indeed the Pang family. The Pang family had finally arrived. Although it was a bit later than expected, at least their judgment was not wrong. "Chu Chi, you block the front, and I'll cut off their escape route. Today, we must not let a single Pang family member go. To cut the grass, we must remove the roots." Chu Shan's voice came through as he retreated along the mountainside like a gecko. Chu Chi nodded, his eyes filled with murderous intent. When the Pang family got a bit closer, he jumped down from the mountainside, blocking the road like a bandit. He lowered his head, wearing a straw hat, and mockingly said, "This mountain was opened by me. This tree was planted by me. If you want to pass here, leave your life behind." What? More bandits? The faces of the Pang family members changed immediately. Why hadn't they heard before that there were so many bandits here? Moreover, this road was the only path to Yuja village. Wasn't robbing here courting death? At this moment, however, Pang Qingyang furrowed his brow. Something was off. Something was off. Although the person blocking the road was keeping his head down, his figure and voice felt so familiar. "It's Chu Chi, it's him." At this moment, Pang Fian exclaimed, being the first to recognize Chu Chi. "What? Chu Chi?" As she spoke, all the members of the Pang family panicked. Had they been recognized so quickly? Chu Chi then raised his head, a bloodthirsty smile spreading across his face. He was already clad in the golden armor of the celestial overlord. It really was Chu Chi. How could he be here? It's over. It's over. He must be here to kill us. At this time, Pang Qingyang's face turned ashen, and he coldly spoke. "No wonder you didn't pursue us a few days ago and let the Chong go. So you knew we would pass through here. But how did you know I was going to Yuja village?" Pang Qingyang was certain that he had never revealed the forces behind him. Even if he sent a message via carrier pigeon, there was no mention of you in the letter. Before Chu Chi could respond, Pang Qingyang suddenly roared, "Go, quickly leave." Since Chu Chi had blocked the road, going to Yuja village was no longer possible. Their only option was to flee quickly. As long as they didn't linger in battle, it would be somewhat difficult for Chu Chi to kill them all. No matter what, someone from the Pang family had to survive. The Chong, second brother, you protect Fian and leave. Pang Fian, although not strong, was the most important person in the Pang family. As long as she was alive, they could still maintain their connection with Yuja. Yes, Pang Daqiang and an elder quickly moved to Pang Fian's side, preparing to escape from the back. From behind, Chu Shan's voice came. "Want to leave? Can you? Today is your day of death. This place is your burial ground." "It's Chu Shan." "Not good." Pang Daqiang instantly froze, his expression grave to the extreme. Although only 2 people from the Chu family had come, these 2 were enough to wipe them out completely. "The Chong, I'll deal with Chu Shan. You all run quickly." Pang Qingyang knew he had to hold off Chu Shan. Otherwise, Pang Fian wouldn't even get past him. But just as he moved, Chu Chi burst forth like a golden meteor, charging towards Pang Qingyang. "Old fool, take care of yourself first." As his voice fell, Chu Chi was already beside Pang Qingyang, his golden fist smashing toward Pang Qingyang's chest. Chapter 42. Severing the legs, Pang Qingyang did not dare to be careless and quickly unleashed the divine wind leg to block Chu Chi's punch. However, it was of no use. With a loud bang, Pang Qingyang's body was sent flying. While still in the air, Chu Chi grabbed his ankle and slammed him down to the ground. Boom! With a muffled sound, dust flew everywhere. As Pang Qingyang's head hit the ground, he felt dizzy, and a mouthful of fresh blood gushed out. History always seems remarkably similar. This scene felt familiar. "Father, grandfather!" The cries of the Pang family members came too late. Pang Qingyang endured the pain and discomfort, shouting loudly, "Run, run with all your might. If you can escape even one, that's one less." As soon as he finished speaking, the Pang family members, like startled sheep, were thrown into chaos. Some quickly ran forward, while others hurriedly ran back. Among them was Pang Fian. At this moment, Pang Fian's face turned pale. The last time she escaped from Chu Chi's hands was because the Chu family was all poisoned, and Chu Tian was being held captive by them. But this time, they had no trump cards left. Was she really going to die Chu Chi's hands today? Bitch. Trying to run. Chu Chi had been keeping an eye on Pang Fian, even if some of the Pang family members could escape in the chaos. It absolutely could not be this bitch. Just as Chu Chi was about to rush over, Pang Qingyang grabbed his foot. Chu Chi merely chuckled, and the next moment, a flash of sword light appeared. Pang Qingyang's hand fell to the ground. After severing Pang Qingyang's hand, Chu Chi kicked him hard in the neck. This kick was extremely powerful. Pang Qingyang's body spun several times in the air before crashing heavily against the mountain wall. Pang Qingyang spat out another mouthful of blood. He wanted to stand up, but felt darkness closing in and collapsed to the ground. Chu Chi knew that Pang Qingyang was not dead yet, just unconscious. But now was not the time to finish him off. He turned his head and looked once again at Pang Fian. At this moment, Pang Fian was riding a fine horse, taking advantage of the time he spent dealing with Pang Qingyang to gallop away quickly. She was not running backward, but forward instead, because she knew that running back offered no hope at all. Chu Chi would definitely pursue her relentlessly, but running forward still held a glimmer of hope. After all, Yujia village was right ahead. Seeing this scene, Chu Chi sneered coldly, and with a sudden kick of his right foot, a stone the size of a fish shot towards the horse like a meteor. The terrifying force directly shattered the horse's leg. The horse fell heavily to the ground, and Pang Fian was also thrown off due to inertia. Ignoring the pain in her body, she turned to glance at Chu Chi. Just one look frightened her so much that her face changed. At that moment, Chu Chi, radiating golden light, was charging toward her. Chu Chi's face quickly enlarged in her vision. The murderous intent in his eyes showed no sign of retreat. Pang Fian was almost scared to faint, but she knew that now was not the time to pass out. She stood up and continued to flee. But due to her fear, her body could not stabilize at all. She was almost crawling forward. Moreover, in her panic, behind her was a mountain. It's over. There was no way out. No, don't come over. Pang Fian was already in despair. She curled up on the ground like a frightened rabbit, hugging her legs with her arms. But no matter how she shouted, Chu Chi was slowly closing in on her. Originally, Chu Chi could have appeared right in front of Pang Fian in an instant. But he enjoyed seeing the panic and helplessness on this bitch's face. Chu Chi, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I know you like me. How about we start over? I'm willing to be your woman. Perhaps due to desperation. Pang Fian actually wanted to start over with Chu Chi. This stunned Chu Chi. He looked at her with disdain. Pang Fian, what do you get the superiority to think I want to start over with you? Chu Chi, I know you can't have me, so you hate me out of love. As long as you don't kill me, I promise to serve you obediently. Look at my tongue. Your tongue? Inchu kai esse bazodgaze. Pang Fian opened her mouth, and her tongue flicked out like a snake's tongue. After flicking, it spun around continuously. Chu Chi, however, coldly said, stop using that mouth, which licks others' back doors to disgust me. Damn, don't you like it? You should really. Before Pang Fian could finish her sentence, she immediately closed her mouth, because the sword in Chu Chi's hand had been raised. With one slash, swish, this sword cut a gash in the mountain wall. This gash was right in front of Pang Fian's neck, a mere 0.01 centimeters away from her. Pang Fian was already trembling in fear. There was a puddle of water on the ground. This bitch had peed herself out of fear and fainted at the same time. She fainted like this, and I didn't even have to lift a finger. Chu Chi looked at her with contempt. He had no intention of killing Pang Fian right now. He said he would let this bitch be the top star at Yichun Courtyard, and he would definitely make her the top star. Turning around, Chu Chi charged toward the panicked Pang family members. He was about to go on a killing spree. All the Pang family members had to die. Chu Chi, like a tyrant among men, charged into the crowd. Wherever he passed, heads would fall. His swordsmanship was magnificent, yet filled with the threat of death. No one could block his sword. Just as Chu Chi was on a killing spree, Pang Fian opened her eyes. Clearly, she had fainted just now as an act. She was looking for an opportunity to quietly escape. Now was the best chance. Taking advantage of Chu Chi's killing frenzy, she needed to flee quickly. Pang Fian ran all the way, not daring to look back, afraid that Chu Chi would notice her. It seemed that as long as she didn't look at Chu Chi, he wouldn't see her. But in reality, while Chu Chi was killing, he had not forgotten to keep an eye on her situation. He had already discovered Pang Fian, who was escaping, pretending to faint to escape. Then she could forget about those legs. After all, without legs, she could still entertain clients. Chu Chi sneered coldly and threw the sword in his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The long sword spun through the air, creating a sound of breaking air. Pang Fian heard this sound. Just as she turned her head, she felt a chill in her calves. Her body shrank by a small section. Looking down, she saw two long legs, covered in blood, fall beside her. My legs, my legs. The piercing scream came too late. Pang Fian covered her thighs. Her face as pale as a ghost. At this moment, she felt utterly hopeless. She knew she was doomed. The Pang family was also doomed. In the distance, Pang Xingyang woke up to the sound of Pang Fian scream. Seeing that her legs had been severed, he looked as if he had aged 10 years. It's over. It's over. My Pang family is finished. He knew that even if Pang Fian survived today, how could she be worthy of young Master Yu without her legs? The Yu family would never allow a cripple to enter their gates. The Pang family was finished. Just then, the sound of hooves approached from the front. It seemed a luxurious carriage was coming. This was a very lavish carriage. Next to the carriage was a flag. The flag had the word Yu. Chapter 43. The messenger and the supervisor in the carriage. There sat a young man and a middle-aged man. The young man had long hair cascading over his shoulders and a tall, slender figure. Hearing the commotion ahead, he frowned and asked the coachman, San, what's going on up ahead? Young Master San, there are two groups of people fighting to the death. Fighting to the death? The young man instinctively lifted the curtain. Initially, he just wanted to see the excitement and didn't take the noise seriously, but suddenly his pupils constricted. The fighters looked somewhat familiar. Was it the bloodied figure lying at the foot of the mountain, Grandpa Pang, and the woman screaming in agony? Pang Fian. Although the young man had 100 questions in his mind, he still shouted coldly, Stop. His voice was deep and resonant, echoing around. The two men, Chu Chi and Chu Shan, who were in the middle of a bloody massacre, frowned and turned to look at this unexpected guest. Upon seeing him, the killing intent in Chu Chi's eyes intensified. It was him, the wild man who had been with Pang Fian that night. That wild man was indeed a young master from the Yu family. Compared to Chu Chi's surprise, the Pang family members looked as if they had seen a savior. It's young Master Yu. It's young Master Yu. Great, we are saved. Young Master Yu, save us. Pang Fian was even more frantic, continuously shouting, Brother Feng, save me. Brother Feng, save me. The young man, however, did not move, because at that moment, he also saw Chu Chi. That look in his eyes was 10 times more shocking than when he saw Pang Fian. This kid, wasn't he dead? That night, he had seen Chu Chi fall off the cliff with his own eyes. Now their eyes met. Chu Chi was quickly considering whether to kill the man in front of him. He couldn't forget the harm that wild man had done to him. The girls from Ichuan Courtyard had also been brutally killed by that wild man. Although he knew that the other party was a young master from the Yu family, and that he currently did not have the strength to confront the Yu family, he thought as long as he killed everyone on the scene, who would know it was him? Thinking of this, he acted without hesitation, regardless of who it was. He charged at Yu Feng with his sword, moving as fast as a golden meteor. So fast. Yu Feng was taken aback. Chu Chi's speed was so fast that he could only catch a glimpse of shadow. This indicated that the opponent's cultivation was stronger than his. But how was that possible? Wasn't this kid a waste? Just as he was surprised, the sword in Chu Chi's hand was raised. Chu Chi was about to attack. Suddenly, the middle-aged man also stepped out of the carriage. The sounds of fighting and screams around seemed to have disturbed his rest. As soon as he came out, he let out a loud shout. It's too noisy, shut up. This roar was like the angry roar of a god king. Everyone on the scene felt their heads buzzing, and their movements froze in midair. Clearly, this was a master of the strongman realm. The strongman realm. Chu Chi frowned, and the raised sword was instantly retracted. It was not appropriate for him to act with a strongman realm expert beside this wild man. However, from their clothing, it seemed that Yu Feng and the middle-aged man were not from the same place. Yu Feng had a Yu character embroidered on his chest, while the middle-aged man had a roaring lion embroidered on his. After the shout, the middle-aged man looked at Yu Feng and said, These people are asking you for help. Do they know you? Yu Feng nodded without denying it, and then said, They are all from Feiyun village. Oh, from Feiyun village? Could it be the Chu family and the Pang family? The middle-aged man looked surprised. His words made Chu Shan and Chu Chi a bit astonished. The middle-aged man actually knew about the power dynamics of Feiyun village. Exactly. Interesting. Two families are actually engaging in a life-and-death duel here. But sorry, your duel has to stop first. Originally, I was supposed to meet with you in Feiyun village, but since we've met here, let me introduce myself. My name is Wu Fan, and I am the messenger sent from above, responsible for the establishment of the private village. As Wu Fan's words fell, everyone's emotions on the scene were stirred. Was the qualification for building the village finally coming down? The eyes of Chu Shan and Pang Qingyang revealed a glimmer of expectation. The reason they were fighting was for that one coveted spot. This is Yu Feng from Yu Family Village. He is the supervisor sent from Yu Family Village. His duty is to supervise me and ensure that I do not show favoritism towards either side. The middle-aged man spoke again, and upon hearing this, both Chu Shan and Chu Chi's eyelids twitched. The supervisor was actually Yu Feng. This was not good, although he was here to supervise Wu Fan. What if the two of them reached a consensus and colluded? I know that Feiyun Village has two major powers, namely the Pang family and the Chu family. I am here to give you two families a test. Whoever passes the assessment will get the only qualification to establish a village. So, stop fighting and return to your homes to prepare well. When Wu Fan's words fell, Chu Shan reluctantly said, Sir Messenger, my Chu family has the strength to destroy the Pang family. I know, and I've seen it, but didn't you understand what I said? My task this time is to assess both of your families. Both of you. Wu Fan's eyes suddenly turned cold. The pressure of the strongman realm pressed down on Chu Shan. Chu Shan immediately straightened up, unable to maintain his posture. I know you are unwilling, but it's your fault for not eliminating the Pang family before I came. Of course, if your strength is indeed stronger than the Pang family, then the final qualification to establish the village will also belong to you. All right, don't block the way. Go back to Feiyun Village. Chu Chi and Chu Shan exchanged glances, then quickly rode away. Since they encountered the messenger and Yu Feng here, their plan to kill the Pang family had fallen through. After riding far away, Chu Shan gritted his teeth and couldn't help but curse, damn it. Why did he come at this time? My Chu family's luck is so bad. Why do we have to run into the messenger? I have a feeling that something bad is about to happen. Chu Chi nodded in agreement. Wu Fan's earlier words seemed fair, but in reality, they favored the Pang family. He could have turned a blind eye, but he still gave face to the Yu family. This was not a good omen. What worried Chu Chi even more was that the supervisor was that wild man. His duty was originally to supervise the messenger, preventing him from being biased or taking bribes. But what if he didn't fulfill his supervisory duties? At this time in the canyon, seeing that Chu Shan and Chu Chi had left, the Pang family finally smiled. We are saved. Thank you, messenger. Thank you, young master Yu. Yu Feng did not speak. He quickly went to Pang Fian's side. Brother Feng, my leg is gone. I'll be a cripple from now on. Will you still want me? Seeing the severed leg on the ground, his face turned icy cold. He did not answer but asked in return, what happened? How were you being chased by the Chu family? And what about Chu Chi? Wasn't he supposed to be dead after jumping off the cliff that night? How is he still alive? And how is his cultivation so strong? Chapter 44 time is of the essence. Pang Fian explained, Brother Feng. Chu Chi is actually not dead. After he jumped off the cliff, he encountered a master who not only saved him, but also helped him become a cultivator. What? Yu Feng was astonished. This kid actually had such a fortuitous encounter? Why didn't you tell me? What about my fourth uncle? Didn't he come to help you destroy the Chu family? He is dead. Fourth uncle is dead. Impossible. He is a strong cultivator. In Feiyun Village, no one is his match. Yu Feng looked shocked. Young Master Yu, the elder was killed by a hidden arrow. Pang Qingyang's voice came from the side as he briefly explained. There is actually such a powerful crossbow arrow. So does this mean that now, no one in your Pang family is a match for Chu Chi? As long as a strong cultivator doesn't appear, he is invincible? Yes, young Master Yu. So, does my Pang family still have a chance in this village establishment? Pang Qingyang still cared about the village establishment quota. Yu Feng's eyes flickered, and after a while, he said, follow me, let's return to Feiyun Village first. One day later, in Feiyun Village, Chu Chi and Chu Shan returned first. As soon as they arrived, they were surrounded by members of the Chu family. Father, you finally returned. Did you succeed? Yes. Did all the Pang family members die? Is my Chu family now the only one remaining? Chu Shan shook his head and said, the Pang family will return soon. What? The Pang family will return too? Father, what's going on? Did they manage to contact the Yu family successfully? Should we escape? Escape or not, I don't know. I only know that the village establishment assessment in Feiyun Village is about to begin. What? It's going to be established? Father, do you mean the Pang family will also participate in the assessment? What is going on? How do they come back? Also, when will the village establishment assessment take place? Chu Shan said calmly. We will wait for the messenger to come and notify us. Chu Shan and Chu Chi didn't wait long. They had just returned for an hour. The messenger, Wu Fan, came to the Chu family along with Yu Feng. The Chu family received the order. 3 days later, before noon, gather at Huangtu Slope, which is 80 miles west of Feiyun Village, for your assessment. This assessment allows a maximum of 20 participants. Whoever passes the final assessment, or whoever earns the most points, will gain the qualification for village establishment. Prepare well in these 3 days. After speaking, Wu Fan and Yu Feng left behind a map and turned to leave. Once they left, some members of the Chu family spoke up in confusion. Why is the assessment time set for 3 days later? It doesn't take long to walk 80 miles. Who knows? Maybe the assessment location isn't ready yet. What kind of assessment could it be? Is it a one-on-one match against the Chu family? Whoever is strong gets the village establishment quota. It shouldn't be that simple. If it were, there would be no need to go to Huangtu Slope. While everyone was discussing, Chu Shan spoke up before participating in the assessment. There are some things I need to clarify with you. This assessment may be unfavorable for us. In fact, we might even die in this assessment. Father, assessments are inherently dangerous. Besides, if we are in danger, the Pang family is too, right? Chu Shan shook his head and suddenly asked, Do you know who that young man was just now? Who? That was the man who spent the night with Pang Fian and framed Chu Chi. Father, do you mean that this man is Pang Fian's lover? Exactly. So I'm contemplating whether we should participate in the assessment. If we do, not only is there a danger to our lives, but we might also not gain the qualification for village establishment. However, if we don't participate, I am unwilling. Chu Shan clenched his fists. This decision is not easy to make. At this moment, Chu Chi spoke up. Grandfather, isn't there still 3 days? I will go out first. 3 days later, I will head directly to Huangtu Slope. At this time, you want to go out? Chu Shan was somewhat surprised. Yes, 3 days may be short, but perhaps it is enough. Chu Chi knew that the messenger set the time for 3 days later to give the Pang family a chance to recuperate. But similarly, these 3 days are also his opportunity. He needs to go to the Wild Mountain Ridges again. The entrance to the Wild Mountain Ridges is just to the west. By that time, he can come out from the Wild Mountain Ridges and head directly to Huangtu Slope. At that time, he must have the strength to confront strong cultivators. No, he must enter the realm of strong cultivators. The village establishment quota is too precious. He must seize this opportunity. Chu Chi also wanted the surname of Chu to be carried on in Feiyun Village. He also wanted the character Chu to be embroidered on his clothes. Where are you going out to? Wild Mountain Ridges. You think you can encounter opportunities every time you go? I only know that doing something gives you a chance. If you don't do anything, you have no chance at all. All right, I won't waste any more time. I'll take a look at the map. Chu Chi picked up the map left by the messenger, memorized the location on it, and immediately turned to leave. He didn't want to delay even a minute. This kid has taught me a lesson. All right, let us give it a shot. I will also enter seclusion. I don't believe I can't break through that invisible barrier. At the same time, in the Pang family, the Pang family members were also informed about the assessment at Huangtu Slope in 3 days. However, Pang Daqiang was still not at ease and found Pang Qingyang. Father, do we really have to participate in this assessment? Chu Chi is so powerful, and you were defeated by him. We have almost no chance. Hearing this, Pang Qingyang looked at his right hand wrapped in bandages and said coldly, Who says we have no chance? Rest well. In 3 days, we will give it our all. My hand and Fian's leg cannot be sacrificed in vain. By the way, has young master you left? No, he went to Fian's room. Still going to find Fian? Yes, although Fian has lost her leg, she is still a beauty. Indeed, even without a leg, she can still do those things. In fact, it might even have a different flavor. However, in the future, Fian can only be a tool for young master Yu to release his desires. Young master, you will not marry her again. So we must seize this opportunity for village establishment. But father, I know what you're worried about. There is no need to worry. You must understand. Going all out is what young master you said. Pang Daqiang's eyes brightened, and he no longer asked further. The sky soon darkened. Chu Chi finally arrived at the Wild Beast Mountain Ridges. He did not linger and quickly headed deeper into the mountain. Deep in the Wild Beast Mountain Ridges, there lived first-level 8-tier and 9-tier beasts. Chu Chi came this time to seize the opportunity to obtain beast cores. Once he entered the territory of first-level 7-tier beasts, Chu Chi unleashed the body of heaven and earth. He donned golden armor and began a massacre. In the past, when hunting beasts of a higher level, he would be cautious. But after entering the body of heaven and earth, with his invincibility in the mortal realm, he no longer needed to be careful, charging straight ahead. No matter what level of beast he encountered, as long as he saw them, he did not let a single one escape. Chapter 45. Crazy Hunting Soon. Chu Chi entered the realm of the 9th-tier beasts. 9th-tier beasts have a strong territorial awareness. Sensing an unfamiliar aura, they actively sought out Chu Chi. This made Chu Chi very happy. These creatures were coming to their deaths. With a high-grade human sword in hand, he killed them one by one. As he ventured deeper, after killing the 15th 9th-tier beast, Chu Chi successfully obtained a first-level 9th-tier beast core. Without hesitation, he swallowed the beast core whole. Once the 9th-tier beast core was ingested, it transformed into pure power. With the help of the Zhun Tian Ding, all the energy was absorbed by Chu Chi just from one 9th-tier beast core. His internal spiritual energy had already reached saturation. At this moment, Chu Chi sat under a large tree, guided by the body tempering crystal, and began to break through the 7th hidden vein. In just over 10 minutes, the entrance of the 7th hidden vein broke through. He had reached the 7th layer of the mortal realm. He continued to kill. Chu Chi dared not rest and continued his hunting. Time passed, and after 10 hours, he had hunted 82 8th-tier beasts and obtained 4 9th-tier beast cores. That should be enough. Time to eat. After consuming the 4 9th-tier beast cores, his internal spiritual energy successfully reached saturation. Under the effect of the great way of natural order, he broke through the 8th hidden vein. His cultivation level rose to the 8th layer of the mortal realm. Keep killing. For the next day, Chu Chi continued his rampage. After a day and a half, he hunted another 98 9th-tier beasts and obtained 5 9th-tier beast cores. The probability of 9th-tier beasts producing beast cores was about 1 in 20. Now, looking at the 5 beast cores in his hand, Chu Chi felt no joy at all. His cultivation had increased, but the consumption had tripled. This meant he still needed 12 9th-tier beast cores to saturate his internal spiritual energy. Yet he only had 5. He needed 7 more 9th-tier beast cores. But the problem now was that there were fewer and fewer 9th-tier beasts around. In the past, although some had hunted 9th-tier beasts, who could be as abnormal as Chu Chi? He hunted 9th-tier beasts as easily as cutting tofu. In just 2 days, he had killed 180 9th-tier beasts. The 9th-tier beasts around were already scarce. He worried he might not be able to raise his cultivation to the peak of the 9th layer. Forget it. Why think so much? Just take it step by step and keep killing. Chu Chi continued to delve deeper, running without stopping or slowing down. He had to check out places others dare not enter. He was afraid of missing any first-level 9th-tier beast. Thanks to his efforts, by the 3rd night, he finally gathered 12 9th-tier beast cores. Almost all the 9th-tier beasts in the depths had been killed by him. Those still alive probably dared not show themselves. That's enough. Time to eat. One by one, the beast cores went down, transforming into pure energy. His 8th layer cultivation quickly reached its peak. Both his dantian and the spiritual energy in his hidden veins reached their maximum. Without hesitation, he began to break through the 9th hidden vein. The great way of natural order automatically operated, and the spiritual energy transformed into needles, continuously striking. After a quarter of an hour, the 9th hidden vein appeared within his body. This hidden vein connected the entire body, like a bridge linking the dantian and the human body. The 9th layer of the mortal realm was already the limit. Chu Chi, he knew there were not many 9th-tier beasts left for him in the depths. And even if there were, he didn't have time to hunt them. To raise his cultivation 3 layers in 3 days was already a miracle. If he wanted to elevate his 9th layer cultivation to its peak, he would need 2nd-level beast cores. And not just one, but that was too difficult. It was time to go to Huangtu Slope. Chu Chi knew it was time to leave. If he left now, he could arrive at Huangtu Slope just before noon. Although he hadn't reached the strongman realm, reaching the 9th layer should allow him to contend with those at the strongman realm. He still had that confidence. In other words, even knowing that this assessment would favor the Pang family, he still had a chance. Chu Chi quickly departed, and on the way, he didn't forget to look around. What if he encountered a high-grade, human-level spiritual herb to enhance his cultivation? That could also potentially elevate his 9th layer cultivation to its peak. As long as he could reach the peak of the 9th layer, Chu Chi was confident he could quickly step into the strongman realm. But unfortunately, ideals are beautiful while reality is harsh. Along the way, there were no spiritual herbs. Night slowly faded away. The next day, in Feiyun village, as dawn broke, the Chu and Pang families set off almost simultaneously. At this time, at the entrance of the Pang family, Pang Fian sat in a wheelchair. Her eyes sharp as she said, "Grandpa, I await your triumphant return." Pang Qingyang nodded coldly and said, "Rest assured, I will bring back Chu Chi's corpse to honor our deceased family members." Many members of the Pang family had been killed by Chu Chi in the canyon battle that day. This grudge would never be forgotten. At this moment, at the Chu family, the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. "Dad, did you break through?" An elder asked softly. Chu Shan sighed and shook his head slightly. In these 3 days, he had exhausted all his efforts to break through that invisible entrance. But even after injuring himself internally, he still couldn't break through that layer. Indeed, 3 days was still not enough. "Dad, what should we do?" Chu Shan gritted his teeth and said, "What else can we do? We can only pin our hopes on Chu Chi, hoping he brings us good news. Let us go." The two families rode out of Feiyun village, one after the other. 2 hours later, they arrived at Huangtu Slope. The soil here was yellow. The mountains were also yellow. The two families each carried a map and arrived at the foot of a large mountain. This was the gathering place. Time passed, and the sun rose higher. But Chu Chi still had not appeared. They didn't know if he had encountered an accident in the wild mountains. Without Chu Chi, Chu Shan felt no sense of security. The expressions of all the Chu family members were also very grave. At this moment, they realized that at some point, they had all come to rely on Chu Chi as their backbone. It seemed that as long as Chu Chi was around, there was no danger. At this moment, the Pang family also noticed that there seemed to be no sign of Chu Chi in the crowd. Pang Qingyang, who had been silent, couldn't help but speak up. "Where's Chu Chi? Don't tell me he didn't come." Chu Shan didn't respond at all, as if he hadn't heard Pang Qingyang's voice. Pang Qingyang asked again, "He is not afraid, is he? Too cowardly to come." Pang Qingyang's words made Chu Shan frown. The more the other party asked like this, the more it indicated that there was something fishy about this assessment. Perhaps the Pang family knew what the content of this assessment was. Just as Chu Shan was about to speak, distant hoofbeats were heard. Everyone turned to look as Chu Chi rode a fine horse, quickly approaching. In the sunlight, his body radiated a glow that was blinding. Soon, the horse reached the Chu family members. Chu Chi dismounted, a smile on his lips. "Fortunately, I'm not late." Chapter 46. The Chu family, unable to survive 3 trials when Pang Qingyang saw Chu Chi, the heavy stone in his heart finally fell. He thought this kid was scared and wouldn't dare to come. It's good that he's here. It's good that he's here. The assessment site is where this kid will be buried. Beside him, Chu Shan, unaware of Pang Qingyang's thoughts, stepped forward and asked with concern, "Chu Chi, how is it?" Chu Chi smiled and replied, "I've gained something. The village construction assessment should be fine." "Really? Then I can rest easy. I was just thinking if you didn't come, how we get in?" Hearing this, Chu Chi frowned and asked, "Grandpa, have you still not broken through in these 3 days?" Chu Shan felt a bit awkward. Why does this kid always bring up things that he shouldn't? He merely nodded slightly. Chu Chi was somewhat disappointed, but didn't say much. He didn't place his hopes on Chu Shan either. At this moment, he glanced at the Chu family members and noticed that Chu Tian was not among them. It seems Grandpa understands him well and didn't call Chu Tian to the assessment. If there really is danger, he can handle it alone. Soon, the sun reached its zenith, and Wu Fan and Yu Feng slid down the hillside. "The time has come. You all are very punctual. Now, I will explain in detail the content of this assessment." As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell silent. At this moment, Wu Fan took out a scroll and pressed it against the mountain wall. With the infusion of spiritual energy, the scroll lit up, and the patterns on it seemed to come alive. This is a formation scroll. It is drawn by a formation master on a special material. After a flash of light, A large door appeared in everyone's line of sight. The door was 5 meters high and 4 meters wide. The door frame had 9 characters inscribed on it. What is going on? How did a door suddenly appear? This is too magical. There must be an illusion formation here. The envoy just removed the illusion formation, which is why we can see this door. I see. Quiet. Wu Fan waved his hand, signaling everyone to be silent. He then continued, this is the No. 9 assessment ground. After you enter, you will encounter 2 corridors. Each family will choose one. Each corridor has 9 stone houses. In other words, this assessment has a total of 9 trials, and each trial will have its dangers. Your task is to go into the stone houses and take as many flags as possible that are placed inside. The flags have numbers on them. These numbers represent scores. After 3 days, return along the same path. Whoever has the most flags and the highest score will get the village construction quota. Do you understand the basic rules? Understood. The Pang family members nodded in agreement. However, the Chu family members frowned. This rule is too easy to manipulate. What if the other side has high-scoring flags in their first room? Just as Chu Chi was about to say something, Yu Feng spoke up. It's my turn to say a few words. I am the supervising envoy, and my duty is to ensure that the assessment is fair and just. I will supervise the envoy's every action and not allow any violations. Before you came, I checked the flags inside. They are arranged in order from low to high scores. This assessment is fine. The assessment can begin. Fine? I don't believe you. Chu Chi felt 1,000 doubts in his heart, but he knew that Yu Feng's words were meant to reassure them. The supervising envoy said it was fine, that it must be fine. At this moment, Wu Fan spoke again. Thank you, supervising envoy. Do you have any questions? If you have doubts or don't understand, feel free to ask me. Upon hearing this, Chu Chi asked, Envoy, is the final victory only determined by scores? Is there any other possibility for direct victory? Also, can we fight each other inside without regard for life or death? Wu Fan glanced at Chu Chi and replied, Indeed, there is another way to win directly. Really? What way? Chu Chi felt that the scoring system was unfair to them. Wu Fan explained, the 2 corridors lead to the same place at the end. There, a token is placed. Whoever obtains this token can directly gain the village construction qualification without needing scores. Hearing this, Chu Chi's eyes lit up, but the envoy's next words felt like a cold splash of water on his face. However, I advise you, even if you can reach the end, don't think about the token, because over the years, no one has ever taken a token. Is there danger? Of course there's danger. As for what kind of danger, if you're curious, you can go and see. The premise is that you can reach the end. As for your question about whether you can fight each other without regard for life or death, there have never been any regulations regarding this over the years. No regulations? Chu Chi narrowed his eyes. No regulations mean no restrictions. This means that if they encounter the Pang family members inside, they can kill them. All right, any more questions? One last question. You said there are 2 paths inside. How do we choose between the 2 families? Of course, it's by drawing lots. Only this way can it be the fairest. Drawing lots? Yes, who will draw first? Wu Fan's gaze swept over the 2 families. I'll go. I can't wait any longer. Pang Qingyang spoke first. Chu Chi narrowed his eyes. Being so eager must mean there's something fishy. He stepped forward and went to Wu Fan's side. I'll draw first. Wu Fan glanced at Chu Chi and smiled. All right. With that, he took out the prepared bamboo sticks. Even this needs to be snatched? Pang Qingyang snorted coldly beside them. Chu Chi ignored him, drew a bamboo stick, and it read left. You drew the left side, then go ahead. Wu Fan said indifferently. Chu Chi note that? Leading the Chu family members into the large door. Chu family goes left, then you Pang family go to the right. Yes, envoy. Pang Qingyang gritted his teeth, leading the Pang family members toward the right corridor. After they entered, the heavy door closed behind them. This stone must weigh tens of thousands of pounds. Once everyone had entered, Wu Fan glanced at the bamboo stick in his hand, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The remaining bamboo stick still read left. This means that no matter which stick Chu Chi drew, he would be going to the left. Trying to play clever tricks in front of me is still too naive. Saying this, he looked at Yu Feng. Don't forget to give me half of the resources the Pang family offers. Yu Feng nodded. Of course. But Wu brother, are you sure the Pang family will definitely win? Of course I'm sure. There are a total of 9 trials in the assessment. but after at most 3 trials, the Chu family members will be wiped out. Do you know what level the beasts I arranged for them are? Is it second level? That's right, second level. And not just one. It's not that simple as just one second-level beast. Yu Feng's eyes brightened, and he said with a teasing expression, "They 1T just encountered second-level beasts right in the first trial, will they?" "You guessed it right." "Ha ha ha, Wu brother. With what you said, I really want to see their expressions when they first encounter the second-level beasts. They must be approaching the first trial now." At this moment, in the left corridor, the Chu family members continued deeper. Soon, their vision brightened. At the end of the corridor was a stone chamber lit by torches. At the entrance of the stone chamber were some inscriptions. It read 1. Chapter 47. Not danger, but opportunity. This should be the first level. I wonder what's inside. I'll go in first. Chu Chi found the mechanism and opened the stone door. He didn't rush in, but took a look first. Inside the stone door was a vast stone chamber. The chamber was empty and very spacious. After Chu Chi entered the stone room, Peng, Qingyang, and the others followed in. Once inside, there was no danger. "Dad, the flags." A member of the Chu family pointed at the wall. On the wall, small flags were inserted. Each flag had a character written on it. Clearly, the flags at the first level only had 1 point. At that moment, a member of the Chu family jumped high and pulled down one of the flags. In that instant, a rumbling sound echoed. Suddenly, 4 doors appeared in the stone room. There were sounds coming from the doors. It seemed something was approaching. "Did you hear that? It sounds like something is getting closer," someone asked. Just as the words fell, a cheetah burst out from one of the stone doors. If the person hadn't been on guard, they would have already lost their head to the cheetah. This cheetah was just the beginning. From the 2 doors beside it, several more leopards rushed out. "Be careful. This is a level 7 beast, the 3-eared leopard." "Beasts? Looking for death." Chu Shan roared, his body bursting with spiritual light as he took action. Although there were many leopards, fortunately, those present were all experts. After a fierce battle, the number of 3-eared leopards still standing decreased. Just as Chu Chi and Chu Shan were preparing to eradicate the remaining wild beasts, the surviving 3-eared leopards seemed to sense the crisis and turned to flee. In their panic, a few of the 3-eared leopards collided with each other. Just as the Chu family members were puzzled, a powerful beast roar came from the 3rd stone door. The sound lingered, and a massive male lion charged out from within. One 3-eared leopard was knocked down to the ground, and its head was instantly bitten off. This is a level 2 beast. Seeing this lion, Chu Shan was already speechless in shock. The pressure and appearance were unmistakably that of a level 2, first-tier beast, the gray-eyed lion. After biting off the head of the 3-eared leopard, the gray-eyed lion turned to look at the Chu family members. Its gray eyes were as chilling as death itself. It didn't enjoy its meal, but instead turned its body. In the next moment, the lion opened its mouth wide and let out a fierce roar. Saliva mixed with blood sprayed everywhere. The Chu family members instantly broke out in a cold sweat, already feeling like they were sitting on needles. This was a level 2 beast, equivalent to the strength of a powerful person. "Dad, how could there be a level 2 beast here? Is there a mistake?" In the desperate eyes of the Chu family members, the gray-eyed lion leapt high, its strong claws seeming capable of crushing stone. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, Yu Feng and Wu Fan were drinking. Suddenly, Yu Feng's eyes lit up, and he smiled. "Brother Wu, I seem to have heard the roar of a level 2 beast. That sound is truly magnificent. How many people do you think will die in the first level?" Wu Fan replied casually, "That depends on how fast they can run. But don't worry, within 3 levels, they will definitely be wiped out, unless they stop advancing." At this time, in the stone chamber, a loud thud echoed. The body of the gray-eyed lion fell heavily to the ground. After landing, it never stood up again. Chu Chi didn't know when he had positioned himself in front of the Chu family members. He held a long sword and crushed the head of the gray-eyed lion. It's actually a level 2 beast. Does it have a beast core? At this moment, Chu Chi's face was filled with anticipation. He reached his hand into the shattered head of the gray-eyed lion. Before long, a shining beast core was in his hand. A smile instantly appeared on his face. "Envoy, supervisor, I really have to thank you. The first level 2 beast actually left me a beast core." Chu Chi knew that this level 2 beast was definitely released by Wu Fan and Yu Feng on purpose. The goal was to inflict heavy casualties on them in the first level, or even wipe them out completely. But they probably didn't expect that Chu Chi, whose cultivation had reached the 9th layer of the mortal realm, was already able to fight against a higher realm. Chu Chi, was that aura you just had the 9th layer of the mortal realm? At this moment, Chu Shan's astonished voice came through. He had thought he would die here. But unexpectedly, Chu Chi killed the gray-eyed lion with one sword. Yeah, the 9th layer. It's really the 9th layer. Chu Shan's eyes were filled with disbelief. In just 3 days, Chu Chi had raised his cultivation by 3 layers? How could that be possible? How did you do it? Grandpa, I don't know how to explain. I'll just show you directly. Show me directly? Yeah. Do you see the beast core in my hand? What are you going to do? Of course, I'm going to eat it. Eat a level 2 beast core? Chu Shan looked shocked. The level 2 beast core indeed contained immense power. This power was 10 times that of a level 1, 9th tier beast core. However, a cultivator could absorb less than 1% of the beast core's power. This beast core was probably only useful for cultivators around the 5th layer of the mortal realm. For Chu Chi, who was at the 9th layer, to rely on a level 2 beast core to elevate his cultivation to its peak, he would need a substantial amount. What is this kid doing eating the beast core? Chu Chi didn't explain and swallowed the beast core whole. As the beast core entered his stomach, the energy was quickly absorbed. The spiritual energy in Chu Chi's dantian and hidden meridians became a bit brighter. However, unfortunately, a single level 2 first-tier beast core was still not enough to elevate his cultivation at the 9th layer to its peak. He would need 1 or 2 more. Chu Chi Wen, he had intended to demonstrate to Chu Shan how he advanced, but he forgot that 1 beast core's power was insufficient. He stood up and looked towards the stone door from which the level 2 beast had emerged. Grandpa, you all wait for me here. Chu Chi was eager to know if there were more level 2 beasts behind this stone door. Soon, Chu Chi came back. At the end of the stone door was a dead end. Only 1 level 2 beast was kept inside. Chu Chi then checked the other stone doors. Out of the 4 stone doors, 3 were dead ends, and only 1 stone door could lead further ahead. Chu Chi, what are you looking for? The voice of Chu Shan came from behind him. I'm looking for level 2 beasts. Grandpa, if nothing unexpected happens, this path leads to the 2nd level. So you all don't need to go, just wait for me here. You're going alone? Yeah. If nothing unexpected happens, there will also be level 2 beasts in the 2nd level. If you are here, it will only drag me down. Just wait for me here. Don't worry. I will definitely not give the village building quota to the Pang family. As Chu Chi spoke, he quickly left. Although Chu Shan was worried, he also knew he couldn't help with anything. Everything was already beyond his control. At the same time, in the right corridor, the Pang family had already reached the 3rd level. At this moment, in the 3rd stone chamber, as the stone door opened, dozens of wild beasts rushed out from the door. However, the highest level of these beasts was only level 1, 5th tier. The Pang family easily killed these beasts. At this moment, Pang Daqiang's eyes sparkled, and he smiled that these beasts are not high in level. Is this the favor that young master you have shown us? Did he bribe the envoy? Pang Xingyang retorted, what do you think? Chapter 48. Promoting to the strongman realm rhetorical questions are affirmations. Pang Daqiang laughed at that moment. Dad, does this mean we can easily reach the 9th gate? This time, the village building quota must be ours. No wonder young master you encouraged us to go all out. It turns out he had everything arranged in advance. Hey Dad, look, what is this? Pang Daqiang suddenly pointed to the walls around them. On the walls, there were carvings of small figures practicing martial arts. Pang Xingyang said lightly, this is martial skill. Young master, you mentioned that starting from the 3rd stone house, there will be officially engraved martial skills. This is only a medium-grade human skill. If we go deeper, there will be high-grade human skills, and even high-grade body techniques and movement techniques. Really? What young master you said can't be false, right? So can we reach the innermost part? Don't worry. Young master you said we can make it all the way to the 9th gate. In the left corridor, Chu Chi arrived at the 2nd stone chamber. A hint of anticipation appeared at the corner of his mouth. He knew there must be 2nd-level beasts inside. Yu Feng and Wu Fan were not trying to harm him, but were actually helping him. Even in the wild mountains and hills, he might not be able to find so many 2nd-level beasts. Messenger, I hope you 1T let me down. There must be more second-level beasts in this second stone chamber than in the first. Muttering to himself, Chu Chi opened the large door of the stone chamber. After entering, he immediately closed the stone door and then took down a flag. As soon as the flag was removed, the stone door inside the stone house slowly rose. Before the door was fully opened, a hyena charged out. This was also a first-level 7th grade beast. But Chu Chi knew that these beasts were just appetizers. What he wanted were the second-level beasts that would come later. He didn't have to wait long for the second-level beasts to finally arrive. This time, there were not 1 but 3. Only 3. Chu Chi Fawens Fly. 3 second-level beasts was a bit few. He didn't know if he could get a beast core from them. But why care so much? Just kill them. A few minutes later, the stone chamber fell silent. Chu Chi felt a bit disappointed. Not a single second-level beast core. He could only pick up the first-level 7th grade beast core on ground. The energy from a first-level 7th grade beast core wasn't very helpful to him. But if there were many, it could still be somewhat useful. After storing the beast cores, Chu Chi continued moving forward. At the foot of the mountain, Yu Feng frowned and said, "Why do I feel there's still movement on the left?" Wu Fan shook his head and said, "Impossible. Even if they ran out of the first stone chamber alive, they wouldn't dare to go back in." But Yu Feng seemed to remember something and slapped his forehead. "I forgot, this Chu Chi has powerful hidden weapons that can kill strongmen." "What? He has such high-level hidden weapons? That means he really might escape from the first gate. But don't get too nervous. Hidden weapons are good, but they can only be used one-on-one. At most, he can get through the second gate. Like I said, he went past the third gate." "How are you so sure?" "Because I placed a full 22nd level beast there." 20. Yu Feng was shocked, then he laughed. 21st level beast would still kill a first layer strongman in there. Of course. At that moment, in the third secret chamber, Chu Chi looked at the second level beasts rushing out and was stunned. So many. Soon, he was pushed into a corner. Only in a corner could he avoid being attacked from all sides. Finally stabilized, Chu Chi let out a sigh of relief. Then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Other cultivators might struggle to fend off so many second-level beasts, but with the heaven and earth overlord body, he could still hold on. Time to kill. Chu Chi's eyes hardened, holding a high-grade human sword, and began a slaughter. With so many second-level first-grade beasts, they should at least leave him 1 second-level beast core, right? Half an hour later, Chu Chi was covered in blood, half kneeling on the ground. This blood included that of the second-level beasts, as well as his own. Finally killed them all. Chu Chi Salet. Luckily, he had obtained the heaven and earth overlord body. Otherwise, anyone else wouldn't have been able to hold on. At this moment, he had 2 second-level first-grade beast cores in his hand. 2 beast cores were enough. Are these martial skills? Chu Chi initially wanted to consume the beast cores, but he also noticed the martial skills carved on the walls. "This is a medium-grade human martial skill. I don't have many at home. Let us have Grandpa and the others come take a look." A few minutes later, Chu Chi brought the Chu family to the third stone chamber. "Grandpa, you all write down the martial skills. I got 2 second-level beast cores again. I'll go into seclusion first." Chu Chi gave a brief instruction, went to the corner, and began consuming the beast cores. Chu Shan wanted to speak several times, but hesitated. He raised his head and focused on watching the martial skills on the walls. About 20 minutes later, Chu Shan's pupils suddenly constricted. He sensed a terrifying aura. This aura appeared without warning, right in this stone house. Could it be that enemies were coming? Not good. Chu Shan exclaimed and turned around abruptly. Then he was dumbfounded. There were no enemies behind him, nor were there any beasts. This aura actually came from Chu Chi. "It's Chu Chi." Chu Chi's aura suddenly surged. Could it be that he has advanced? At this moment, all the Chu family members' gazes shifted from the martial skills to Chu Chi. Each person's eyes were filled with disbelief, especially Chu Xuani in the crowd. Is he about to advance? How can he be so monstrous? Nanner, you are really foolish. Losing to Chu Chi. You don't need to feel ashamed at all, because our entire Chu family is no match for him. As everyone was astonished, Chu Chi's body emitted a radiant aura of spiritual energy. This energy left his body like tentacles, like ribbons, flying through the air. Spiritual energy leaving the body. He is really advanced. Chu Shan's voice trembled, so excited he was almost incoherent. As soon as his voice fell, Chu Chi stood up. The scattered spiritual energy was retracted back into his dantian. Chu Chi, you are now a strongman? Chu Shan asked. Chu Chi smiled slightly. Yes, strongman realm. At this moment, inside Chu Chi's body, the first twin meridian appeared. The twin meridian, with two meridians coexisting, was twice as wide as a single hidden meridian. This. Chu Shan was so surprised he couldn't speak. He knew very well that Chu Chi had only consumed 3 second-level beast cores and advanced. How is this possible? Not to mention that 3 second-level beast cores can't elevate a 9th-layer cultivation to its peak. Even if he reached the peak, how could Chu Chi possibly break through the entrance of the first twin meridian in 20 minutes? He had been pushing for several days. Yet he felt no loosening at all in this invisible entrance. Is the gap between people really this vast? After a while, Chu Shan continued. Chu Chi, is this how you advanced before? Yes. My physique seems to be very special. There's no bottleneck in breaking through the hidden meridians. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, even if you told me, I wouldn't believe it. So, you are a peerless genius. Chu Shan's eyes were brighter than ever. With such a monstrous Chu Chi, the future of the Chu family is limitless. Grandpa, let's not talk about so much for now. I need to keep moving forward, but these points might not be enough. You should have guessed. We have been targeted all along. Chapter 49. At the end of the corridor, well, you go ahead. But be careful. If it really doesn't work, come back immediately. Chu Shan suddenly felt that the quota for building a village was not that important. Chu Chi's life was the most important. As long as Chu Chi was alive, the Chu family still had a future. Don't worry. Chu Chi nodded and quickly left. At the same time, at the foot of the mountain, Wu Fan smiled and said, It seems there hasn't been much movement on the left side. The Chu family members should be mostly dead by now. Yufeng picked up the wine jug, sniffed the aroma of the fine wine, and then spoke, Indeed, I haven't heard the roars of beasts anymore. I really want to go in and see how miserable the Chu family members are inside. Of course, what he wanted to see most was the state of Chu Chi's death. Little brother, there's no need to rush. We still have to go in to clean up the scene in 3 days. For now, let's drink. All right, let's drink first. Cheers. In their eyes, the Chu family members were already heavily casualties. They couldn't imagine that not a single person from the Chu family had died from the beginning until now. At this moment, Chu Chi had reached the 4th stone house. So few beasts? Chu Chi Fawen Sly. It seemed that the beasts in this stone house were not many. Perhaps because they thought the Chu family members would not come here. There were only 3 second-level beasts. The only consolation for Chu Chi was that these 3 second-level beasts were all tier 2. The messenger had still reserved a hand, just in case. After more than 10 minutes, all the beasts in the stone house were slaughtered by Chu Chi. Unfortunately, none of the 3 second-level beasts left behind any beast cores. There were simply too few beasts. Dear messenger, could you please be a bit more generous and not be so polite to me? Chu Chi sighed, then looked at the stone wall. On the stone wall, there was also a martial skill engraved, but the level was still only mid-tier human level. Human-level martial skills were no longer very helpful to Chu Chi. He did not linger and continued to move forward. Time passed, and he reached the 5th stone house, then the 6th. In just 2 hours, Chu Chi arrived at the 7th stone house. By now, he had killed over 100 first-level 9th-tier beasts and around 10 second-level tier 2 beasts, obtaining 1 second-level tier 2 beast core. But this number was definitely not enough. At this moment, Chu Chi did not continue forward, but instead turned back towards the Chu family members. It had been a few hours, and he should report back that he was safe. Additionally, he wanted the Chu family members to go to the later stone houses, as these stone houses also had martial skills engraved. Among them, there were rare movement martial skills. However, the level was not high, still mid-tier human level. At the same time, on the right corridor, the Pang family had already arrived at the 9th stone house. This 9th stone house was too large, like an open training ground. They took down a flag, and 2 huge doors appeared in the stone house. One of the doors opened, and beasts surged out. The number was several times more than the previous stone houses. So many, but fortunately, they're only first-level 6th-tier beasts. De Chong, lead the clan and kill them. Pang Qingyang did not make a move, only watching quietly. Before long, all the beasts in the stone house were dead. Dad, that's great. We cleared all 9 stone houses. We've collected the flags from each stone house. Haven't we won? Pang Daqiang's excited voice came. Pang Qingyang shook his head. Don't be careless. Dad, are you being too cautious? We should have won for sure, right? It's better to be cautious. What if? I'm saying what if the Chu family members managed to enter the ninth stone house and collect all the flags as well? Dad, that's impossible, right? Young Master Yu and the others won't let the Chu family members go far. Pang Qingyang remained silent, looking at the stone door in front of him, murmuring, "This stone door has no beast coming out. It should lead to the end." Do you remember what the messenger said? Pang Daqiang recalled, saying, "The messenger said there's a token at the end of the corridor. Whoever gets the token directly qualifies to build a village." Dad, you don't want to go to the end to take a look, do you? You want to get the token directly? Since we've come this far, we naturally have to take a look. If we can get the token, it would be the safest way. As Pang Qingyang spoke, he walked into the stone door. Dad, I'll accompany you. Pang Daqiang followed, closely behind. The stone door was long and somewhat dark. After walking for about half an hour, it suddenly became clear. As they emerged, they were greeted by a huge, boundless cave. They stood at the entrance, which was about 20 meters above the bottom. What a big cave. It looks like the mountain has been hollowed out. Dad, look in the middle. Is there a box? Pang Daqiang exclaimed. The cave was vast, and in the middle, there was a stone niche. On it was a stone box, and if nothing unexpected happened, the box contained the token. Pang Qingyang's eyes lit up. He didn't waste words and jumped down immediately. As soon as he landed, the blue stone slab beneath him began to sink. Daqiang, don't come down. There are traps. Pang Qingyang's face changed dramatically. He stepped on the wall like a gecko and climbed back to the platform. At this moment, the entire cave floor began to emit light. The light formed special patterns, illuminating the entire cave. After a few breaths, with a loud whoosh, the ground ignited in a raging fire. The flame soared 10 zhang high. It was like a wall of fire or sea of burning flames. The entire cave was as bright as day. Dad, the sea of fire has surrounded the stone niche. Trying to take the stone box and retrieve the token inside is just a pipe dream. Now I understand why no one can directly take the token. The fire is merciless. Who would dare to go to their death? Let's go. Pang Daqiang's voice came. Just as he finished speaking, Pang Qingyang jumped down from the platform again. This scared Pang Daqiang. Dad, what are you doing? Pang Qingyang didn't answer. He burst forth with spiritual light and plunged into the sea of fire. As soon as he landed, he rushed out from the sea of fire. Using the wall, he jumped back onto the platform. At this moment, the spiritual energy on him had been mostly burned away by the flames. He frowned and said, "The temperature of this fire is too high. A mortal can't endure it at all. Even a strong person might not last more than a few breaths. To reach the middle and take down the token is tantamount to suicide." It turned out that his earlier action was to test the temperature of the flames. Let's go. No one can get that token. After saying this, Pang Qingyang turned and left. At the same time, at the foot of the mountain, Yufeng looked at the sky and said, "If nothing goes wrong, the Pang family has already reached the ninth stone house." Wu Fan nodded. Yes, they should have arrived. Brother Wu, you were merciful, right? What do you think? The ninth stone house can accommodate hundreds of beasts. The difficulty of a ninth level is the sum of the previous 8 levels. If I don't hold back, they will have no choice but to escape or be completely wiped out. But what I let them face were all just first level 6-tier beasts. Brother Wu, then I can rest assured. By the way, what about the left corridor? Although I know the Chu family members can't reach the 9th level, I'm still a bit curious. Did you set up anything in the left stone houses? Yes. You set something up too? Brother Wu Yu Feng casually asked, not expecting Wu Fan to have really set something up. Little brother, since this is your first experience, you don't understand my character yet. Have you ever heard that even a lion uses all its strength when hunting a rabbit? Although I'm sure they won't pass 3 levels. I still like to keep a hand. In the left 9th stone house, I placed a total of 350 2nd level beasts. What? So many. Yu Feng was so surprised that he spilled his drink. Chapter 50. Thanking the messenger for resources, Wu Fan sneered and said, "Is it a lot? If it weren't for only having 3 days to prepare, I could have had more brought in. By the way, these over 300 2nd level beasts are not just 2nd level 1st tier. Among them, 100 are 2nd level 2nd tier, and 10 are 2nd level 3rd tier. You tell me, with this kind of configuration, Even if the Chu family really goes to the ninth stone house, can they survive? Ha ha ha, of course they can't survive. Brother Wu, I really admire you. You're so cautious. I should learn from this. Come, let me toast to you, brother. At this moment, in the corridor on the left, Grandpa, you all stay here and focus on memorizing martial skills. I'll continue ahead. After bringing the Chu family members in, Chu Chi casually instructed and went to the 8th stone house. The 8th stone house also had no surprises. Although there were beasts inside, their levels were not high. In fact, there wasn't even a single second-level beast. It seemed they didn't think I could make it this far, and there wouldn't be any second-level beasts next, right? Chu Chi sai sly. He wanted to take this opportunity to hunt more beasts. He knew better than anyone that once this village passed, there would be no more shops left. Soon, Chu Chi arrived at the 9th stone house. Hopefully, there would be surprises here. With mixed feelings, Chu Chi opened the door to the 9th stone house. After taking down a flag, 2 stone doors appeared on either side. The stone door on the right was completely silent, but on the left, there was quite a commotion, as if 1,000 troops were galloping. It's coming. Chu Chi felt a bit nervous. What level are the beasts in the 9th stone house? Could it still be first level? Soon, a beast appeared in Chu Chi's line of sight. Seeing this beast, Chu Chi was instantly excited. The first one to appear was a second-level beast. Before he could react, second-level beasts surged out of the stone door like a tide. Some ran out, while others were knocked out by the beasts behind them. In just a few breaths, the large stone house was filled with second-level beasts, including some second-level second-tier and even second-level third-tier beasts. Ha ha ha! Chu Chi finalis, my. He really wanted to shout. Thank you, messenger, for the resources. These second-level beasts were resources in his eyes. Stopping his smile, the heavenly dominance armor appeared instantly. Holding a long sword, Chu Chi began to slaughter. His swordsmanship became more exquisite, because now he had perfected the 7-sword slash. His understanding of the heavenly dominance body had deepened as well. The heavenly armor on him not only lasted longer, but the power of the stars, sun, and moon within it shone brightly like pearls. Ordinary cultivators, even those at the 3rd layer of the strongman realm, would face a life-and-death situation in this situation. But Chu Chi was excited to kill. There was always light in his eyes, although he was only at the 1st layer of the strongman realm. With the primordial great sun body plus the heavenly dominance body, he was enough to fight against 2 layers. The main thing was that once his cultivation level caught up, using the heavenly dominance body, his consumption would be negligible. He was definitely the most enduring man in the world. No wonder he was the primordial great sun body, the fighter among men. Haha, so satisfying. Chu Chi laughed heartily, looking like a madman. It was the first time he had killed so freely and recklessly. At first, this group of beasts surrounded Chu Chi to attack, but as their kind kept dying, they became afraid. Some beasts even turned and ran, but Chu Chi would not give them a chance. But time passed, and half an hour later, all 300 beasts lay dead. Chu Chi, however, was still full of energy, showing no signs of fatigue. In this battle, he obtained 11 first-tier, second-level beast cores and 4 second-tier, second-level beast cores. Most importantly, he was lucky enough to get a second-tier, third-level beast core. If nothing unexpected happened, the energy from these beast cores would be equivalent to a second-tier, 4th-level beast core. This meant that his cultivation could be raised another level. But Chu Chi did not rush to raise his cultivation. He turned to look at the walls around him. This was actually a body technique, and it was of high quality at the human level. Body techniques were rare, and high-quality human-level body techniques were even more precious. As long as someone entered this level of body technique, regardless of their cultivation level, even if they were only at the 7th layer of the mortal realm, or even the 6th layer, they could withstand attacks from the 9th layer of the mortal realm. He called Grandpa over. They had to seize the time to memorize the body technique. Chu Chi quickly left and returned with a group of excited Chu Shan and others behind him. It really is a body technique. Hurry, copy it down. Never thought that the 9th stone house would have such a great opportunity. Chu Chi, thanks to you. Chu Shan looked at Chu Chi with a look of relief. He knew that the Chu family could come this far entirely due to Chu Chi's efforts. Grandpa, don't be too happy. Even if we got here, we might not necessarily get the village building quota. If I'm not mistaken, the Peng family might have already reached the 9th level. Is there such a possibility? Their cultivation is only at the mortal realm. There is. Chu Chi nodded and then looked at the stone door on the right. If nothing unexpected happened, this stone door would lead to the end. Grandpa, you all stay here. I'm going to check the end. You're going to the end? Are you going to get the token mentioned by the messenger? Yes. Only by obtaining the token can we be 100 sure to get the village building quota. Otherwise, everything is still uncertain. But the end should be very dangerous. Chu Chi replied indifferently. If it weren't dangerous, wouldn't anyone be able to get the token? Would there be a chance for us? As his voice fell, Chu Chi stepped into the stone door. Soon, he arrived at the platform and saw the stone shrine in the distance. Like Pang Qingyang before him, he jumped down immediately. Just as he landed, an unexpected change occurred. Chu Chi narrowed his pupils and jumped back onto the platform. As soon as he jumped up, flames ignited fiercely before him. In his sight, there was nothing but fire. A sea of fire blocked the way. What a grand gesture! Chu Chi frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and resolutely summoned the heavenly dominance armor, jumping into the sea of fire without hesitation. Sizzle! The flames scorched the armor, making a sizzling sound. Chu Chi did not dare to be careless. He had to constantly replenish his spiritual energy, otherwise the spiritual energy armor would be burned. Gritting his teeth, he rushed forward quickly. His speed was like a gust of wind. But not long after, he retreated again. The distance was too far. Charging headlong, he was afraid he wouldn't make it. He was still a bit short, but there was no rush. First, he would raise his cultivation level. Chu Chi finally took out the beast cores and swallowed them one by one. When the last beast core was swallowed, the spiritual energy in his body reached saturation. This was pretty much what he had expected. After about 10 minutes, a second twin meridian appeared in his body. He had successfully advanced to the second layer of the strongman realm. With the cultivation raised a layer, his strength increased threefold. Sea of fire, here I come. Chu Chi glanced at the direction of the stone shrine and jumped into the sea of fire again. With his cultivation raised a layer, the temperature of the flames seemed to drop significantly. There is hope. Chu Chi charged forward. The distance to the stone shrine was getting closer. Just about 100 meters away from the stone shrine, he sensed something was off. Before, the flames were bright red. But here, the flames seemed to have turned blood-colored. The temperature here was even higher. Chapter 51. No mercy. The heavenly overlord armor on Chu Chi was slowly melting. In fact, the further he advanced, the faster it melted. The heavenly overlord armor actually couldn't hold up anymore. This flame could definitely burn to death a master at the third level of the strongman realm. Chu Chi understood why for so many years, few people have been able to directly seize the token. But instead of backing down, Chu Chi accelerated his speed. Even if the temperature inside was rising, what was there to fear? The stone shrine should be close. It was impossible for him to retreat now. Even if he couldn't hold on, he still had the towning cauldron. After a few breaths, Chu Chi could no longer hold on. Just as he was about to use the towning cauldron, his vision was no longer filled with raging flames, but a 3-meter-high stone shrine. It turned out that in the very center of the sea of fire was a vacuum zone. This meant he had already rushed out of the danger zone and reached the safe area. How marvelous! Only officials could possibly set up such a sophisticated fire array. Chu Chi Tao. Then, using his spiritual energy as a hand, he removed the stone box from the stone shrine. As soon as the box left the shrine, the flames vanished into thin air. In a vast cave, Chu Chi stood in the center of the open space, feeling a bit lonely. The flames had disappeared. It seemed he had passed the final test. If all went well, there should be the token inside, right? As Chu Chi spoke, he carefully opened the stone box. What came into view was an iron token. The token was engraved with the words "Build Village." In the lower right corner, there was the official seal of the Great Yuan Kingdom. The village building token. It was indeed the village building token. I did it. I really did it. Feiyun Village is about to be renamed to Chu Family Village. All of this is my achievement. I wonder in the future, who in the Chu family will not respect me? Who will look down on me? Chu Chi clenched his fists, his eyes shining brightly. At this moment, he wished he could immediately return to the Chu family, holding the village building token, flaunting it in front of the Chu family members. He wanted all the Chu family members to look up and admire his heroic figure. Just thinking about it made him feel exhilarated. There's an opening. Suddenly, Chu Chi squinted his eyes. He seemed to see another opening on the wall opposite. Could this opening be? Chu Chi's eyes suddenly emitted a murderous intent. The messenger had said that the two corridors led to the same place. This meant that this opening was a passage to where the Pang family was located. Previously, the messenger had mentioned that there were no rules against fighting inside, because almost no one could take the token from Chu Chi. In fact, not many people could reach the 9th level. But now that the sea of fire had disappeared and the two corridors were connected, Chu Chi could go over to the Pang family's side from here. So what was he waiting for? Time to go kill. He put away the token and advanced quickly. Soon, he reached the opening. Following the passage, he went deeper. After about 10 minutes, he saw light ahead. This light was coming from the 9th stone house. Because he heard the voices of the Pang family. Is the body technique copied well? Don't make any mistakes. Dad, don't worry, there's still more than 2 days. That's enough time for us to copy all the martial arts in the stone houses. I'm still assured with you handling things. I'll go take a nap. I haven't slept much these days. As Pang Qingyang's voice fell, Chu Chi's voice came through. Can you sleep here? Pang Qingyang instantly turned his head to look at the stone door behind him. His expression was very shocked. The voice was coming from behind this stone door. But how could that be? This stone door led to the sea of fire at the end. How could there be voices coming from here? Moreover, this voice sounded somewhat familiar. It seemed to be Chu Chi's voice. Chu Chi, behind the stone door? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In Pang Qingyang's complex emotions, clear and bright footsteps came from behind the stone door. Top, top, top. Each step felt like it was pressing down on Pang Qingyang's heart. His heart tightened immediately. He sensed an inexplicable sense of crisis. Soon, Chu Chi's figure appeared in his line of sight. He had his hands in his pockets, a smile on his face. That seemingly nonchalant demeanor struck Pang Qingyang like a heavy hammer, making him feel the urge to spit blood. Chu Chi. Pang Qingyang's breath became rapid, because he was terrified. It really was Chu Chi, and he was absolutely no match for him. Chu Chi enjoyed the reactions of Pang Qingyang and the Pang family. He grinned, and the air around him seemed to drop by dozens of degrees. Pang Qingyang, we meet again. Are you surprised to see me? Chu Chi, how could you be here? This is impossible. Young master, you assured me you would definitely die in here. How could you still be alive? Chu Chi tilted his head and said, I'm standing right in front of you, and you still think it's impossible. Do you feel like you're dreaming? But soon, you'll know it's not a dream, because you'll feel pain. As the word pain fell, a dull sound echoed out. Chu Chi's body shot toward Pang Qingyang like a cannonball. The speed was so fast that Pang Qingyang couldn't even catch it. He only felt a flash in front of him, and Chu Chi's fist was already in front of his head, rapidly enlarging in his pupils. The next moment, with a loud bang, it sounded like a watermelon bursting. Pang Qingyang's head exploded directly. In that instant, blood sprayed everywhere, and brain matter splattered. Pang Qingyang was dead. Silence. The scene instantly fell silent. All the Pang family members widened their eyes and opened their mouths, unable to believe what they were seeing. Until one of the Pang family members cried out, Dad is dead. Run. Run quickly. Save yourselves. With that cry, the Pang family members could no longer care about copying martial arts. They turned to flee. But could they escape? And the pressure of someone at the second level of the strongman realm was suddenly released. This pressure was like a mountain, like a sea, like a heaven. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of kneeling came almost simultaneously. All the Chu family members felt their legs go weak and knelt down to the ground. The weaker ones even spat out blood and prostrated themselves. You are actually a strongman realm cultivator. How? How is this possible? Pang Daqiang's astonished voice came through. The last time he met Chu Chi in the canyon, he was merely relying on body techniques, invincible at the mortal realm. How could he be this strong upon their next meeting? Is this kid even human? Pang Daqiang knelt on the ground, unable to straighten his back, utterly powerless to resist. Do you find it unbelievable? But I'm sorry, this is reality. Chu Chi grinned and walked step by step toward the Pang family members. Under the illumination of the firelight, his expression looked as sinister as a demon. What? What are you going to do? What do you think? Of course, to kill. As the word kill fell, Pang Daqiang's head was kicked to pieces by Chu Chi. Pang Daqiang was dead. It turned out that the feeling of exploding someone's head was so exhilarating. Did you all hear that? The sound of the head bursting. Bang, so thrilling. As the sound fell, another Pang family member's head was kicked to pieces by Chu Chi since he had come to this side. He had no intention of leaving any survivors. There were only 20 Pang family members here, but these people were all experts of the Pang family. When it was time to kill, he would never hesitate, never show any mercy. Chapter 52. How is Chu Chi? You are not human. You are a devil. You are a devil. Please let me go. I don't want to die. The screams and cries echoed continuously in the ninth stone house. Members of the Pang family begged for mercy, even bowing repeatedly to Chu Chi, but it was of no use. Chu Chi showed no mercy at all. When it was time to blow heads, he blew heads. At this moment, he was a devil. Just a few minutes later, the scene quieted down. 1, 2, 3. 15. Chu Chi counted the corpses. There were fewer than 20 people here, indicating that there were still members of the Pang family practicing martial arts in other stone houses. There are still survivors, so let us continue killing. Since Chu Chi was here, he had no intention of letting any member of the Pang family go. He searched one stone house after another. Soon, all 20 members of the Pang family, who came to take the assessment, were dead. Chu Chi collected the storage bags carried by Pang Qingyang and Pang Daqiang and rushed back to the left corridor. At this time, where the Chu family members were located, Chu Shan frowned and said, "It's been so long. Nothing has happened, right? No, I need to go take a look." Just as Chu Shan was about to enter the stone door, Chu Chi's voice came. "Grandpa, I'm back." As the voice fell, Chu Chi walked out from the stone door. In his hand, he held a token. The token spun in his hand, making a whirring sound. It was impossible not to attract attention. Chu Shan, with sharp eyes, was the first to exclaim, "Chu Chi, what is that token in your hand?" "Oh, this." Chu Chi grinned and stopped spinning the token. Before he could explain, Chu Shan had already jumped up from the ground. "Building a village. This is the village building token." As soon as this was said, all the Chu family members who were practicing martial arts turned their heads and stared at the token in Chu Chi's hand. It really is the village building token. There is an official seal on it. He did it. He actually did it. At this moment, the Chu family members looked at Chu Chi as if they were looking at a deity. Their gazes were no longer as proud and disdainful as before. Instead, they were filled with respect and fear. This scene was exactly what Chu Chi wanted to see. He finally proved that he was not a waste. "Chu Chi, quickly, let me see it." Chu Shan trembled as he extended his hands. He was eager to see this token. "All right." Chu Chi nodded and directly threw the token towards Chu Shan. "Be careful." Chu Shan exclaimed and hurriedly caught it with his hands, afraid that the token would fall to the ground and break. His nervous demeanor made Chu Chi unable to help but chuckle. He smiled and said, "Grandpa, don't be so nervous. This is a metal token. It won't break." Chu Shan rubbed the token and said seriously, "Don't be careless. Don't be careless. Is this the village building token? The feel of it, the quality, it feels good to touch." Saying this, he finally revealed a smile. "Ha! With the village building token in hand, Feiyun Village is destined to be renamed Chu Family Village. Now, I can finally rest assured. Even if that old fellow Pang Qingyang has also reached the 9th level, even if they have all collected the flags, so what? So what? Haha." Chu Shan was genuinely happy. For a small family like theirs, who wouldn't want to establish a private village? This is the first step for a small family to become a big family. This first step is crucial. At this time, Chu Chi spoke again. "Grandpa, even without the village building token, Pang Qingyang can't seize the quota." Chu Shan asked in astonishment. "Why?" Chu Chi grinned. "Because Pang Qingyang is already a corpse." "What? Pang Qingyang is dead? How do you know, and how did he die?" Chu Shan was too shocked, his mind filled with 1,000 question marks. Chu Chi said lightly, "Of course, I killed him." As he spoke, Chu Chi took out 2 storage bags. These 2 storage bags were obtained from Pang Qingyang. "You killed him? So you went to the right corridor?" "Yes. Not only did Pang Qingyang die, but all 20 members of the Pang family who came to take the assessment were killed by me." Although Chu Chi's words were calm, they made the eyes of the Chu family members widen. 20 people all killed. Chu Chi was too ruthless and decisive. At this moment, they deeply realized that this seemingly carefree young master was no longer someone to mess with. Once angered, it would definitely be a dead end. Grandpa, there are still 2 days left. You all practice martial arts at ease. And by the way, clean up the beast corpses here. Sell the furs that can be sold. I want to rest for a while. I'm too tired during this time. Chu Chi hadn't really slept much during this period. Even a cultivator couldn't hold on. Now he just wanted to have a good rest. You go rest. We'll take care of the rest. Chu Shan held the token, looking left and right. His posture was like a child who had gotten a beloved toy. Their words? Suddenly, Chu Shan's pupil shrank. He found text at the 4 corners of the token. These words were not easy to notice unless looked at closely. He took a careful look at the text, intending to find Chu Chi, but found that Chu Chi had already fallen asleep. Forget it. He has been too tired these days. Let him have a good sleep. Chu Chi slept very soundly. He slept for more than 2 full days. If it weren't for the assessment time arriving, he might still be sleeping. At this time, at the foot of the mountain, Yufeng looked at the sun in the sky and said, "Brother Wu, the time is almost up. Let us finish this wine. It's time to open the door." As Yufeng's voice fell, he had already reached the bottom of the door. He turned the mechanism, and the door slowly opened, like a beast suddenly opening its mouth. "Brother Wu, do you think there will be any members of the Chu family coming out later?" Yufeng suddenly asked. Wu Fan smiled and said, "Even if there are, it won't be more than a handful. We'll know soon." The two stood tall at the door, waiting for the people inside to come out. Just as the sun was about to reach its highest point, there was a noisy sound of footsteps coming from inside. There were quite a few people. It should be the Pang family. "Little brother, don't forget about my share," Wu Fan said with a smile. Yufeng clasped his hands and said, "Naturally, I won't forget." "That's good." The footsteps from inside grew closer and closer. Yufeng smiled, already prepared to welcome Pang Qingyang. However, when the people inside were exposed to the sunlight, his smile froze, and his pupils kept shrinking, as if he had seen something incredible. Chu Chi, the first person to walk out, was not a member of the Pang family, but rather Chu Chi, who had already died 1,000 times in his heart. Following behind Chu Chi were Chu Shan and 20 other members of the Chu family. Yufeng and Wu Fan exchanged glances, both in shock. How could not a single person have died? This is absolutely impossible. Could it be that the Chu family members escaped after entering the first level? After escaping, they never went back in? Yes, there is only this possibility. Realizing this, Wu Fan looked at them with some disdain and said, "You guys stayed inside for 3 days, didn't you? Didn't even pass the first level? I'm very curious. Did you get a flag? You probably didn't, right?" Chapter 53. The Village Establishment Order. As Wu Fan finished speaking, Chu Chi grinned and said, "Your Excellency, you're underestimating us. We have a banner." With that, Chu Chi took out a small flag from his pocket. On the flag, the number 1 was written. 1 point. Haha. Wu Fan laughed at that moment, feeling it was ridiculous to take out just 1 point. Chu Chi shrugged and replied, "What's embarrassing about that? Maybe the Pang family doesn't have even 1 point." Chu Chi initially wanted to directly present the village establishment token. However, he suddenly thought that winning with just 1 point would be even more interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, Yufeng coldly said, "Do you think the Pang family is as useless as you? Who are you calling useless?" Chu Chi's eyes sharpened as he glared at Yufeng, his gaze filled with killing intent. He did not hold back this killing intent at all, for Yufeng was also a target he intended to kill. Some grudges must be avenged, regardless of who you are or which village you belong to, or which family's young master you are. For some reason, under Chu Chi's intense stare, Yufeng actually felt a bit scared. Chu Chi's eyes were like a beast watching its prey. Just as the atmosphere became heavy, Wu Fan spoke up. "It's strange. The time is almost up. Why hasn't the Pang family come out yet? There's not a single sound of footsteps." Upon hearing this, Yufeng was startled. Indeed, why were there no footsteps at this time? Are you waiting for the Pang family? There's no need to wait. They can't come out at all. Chu Chi's voice rang out again. "Can't come out? What do you mean?" Chu Chi smiled faintly without explaining, glancing at the sun overhead, and said, "With the sun already high, the time is up. Those who haven't come out on time lose their qualification and get 0 points, right?" Yufeng snorted coldly. "Who told you that those who didn't come out on time lose their qualification? I didn't know about this rule. Let's wait for them for another incense stick." Chu Chi shrugged and replied, "I knew you would favor the Pang family. All right, I'll tell you honestly, the Pang family is all dead. No one will come out." "What?" Yufeng and Wu Fan's pupils contracted repeatedly. Yufeng was the first to speak up. I'll go in and take a look. With that, he entered the stone gate and headed towards the right corridor. After running frantically for about half an incense stick, Yufeng came out with a cold expression. The Pang family was indeed dead. Brother Wu, did you get it wrong? Wu Fan's eyelids twitched. Did they really mess with the beast? But it shouldn't be. Well, since the Pang family is dead, it means they get 0 points. And our Chu family has 1 point, so the village establishment quota belongs to our Chu family, right? At this moment, Chu Chi's voice came again. Beside him, Yufeng and Wu Fan remained silent. Their eyes narrowed as they exchanged glances. Yufeng moved in front of Wu Fan and whispered, if the Chu family establishes a village, we won't get any benefits. Since we've already joined forces, let's be more ruthless. If we don't take action now, we'll regret it later. Let's kill them all. Wu Fan did not respond for a while, then nodded. Although he didn't know why the Pang family was dead, just as Yufeng said, they might as well kill all the Chu family members present. After that, they would return to Feiyun village and forcefully give the victory to the Pang family. After all, they were responsible for the assessment, but one was still up to them to decide. Your eyes are terrifying. You're not planning to kill us, are you? Chu Chi spoke again. Congratulations, you guessed right. Yufeng's eyes turned cold as he struck first. But he wasn't attacking Chu Chi. He knew he wasn't Chu Chi's opponent. Instead, he aimed at the Chu family members behind Chu Chi. However, as soon as he made a move, he was stopped by Wu Fan. Brother Wu, why are you stopping me? Are you having second thoughts? Wu Fan did not answer, but pointed at Chu Chi at that moment. Chu Chi held up a token in his hand. The token shone with dazzling light under the sunlight. Seeing the token, Yufeng was so shocked that he nearly jumped up. This is the village establishment order. Impossible. How did you get the village establishment order? Chu Chi smiled and said, of course, I got it by crossing through the sea of fire. Yufeng still didn't believe it, but Wu Fan spoke up. Since you have the village establishment order, I announce that this village establishment quota belongs to the Chu family. From today on, Feiyun village can be renamed Chu family village. Brother Wu, why? Yufeng started to say, aren't we supposed to kill? But his words were cut off by Wu Fan's cold snort. Shut up. The village establishment order takes precedence over everything. Besides, remember, I am the one responsible for this assessment. I say the village establishment quota belongs to the Chu family, and it belongs to the Chu family. Do you understand? Brother Wu Yufeng clenched his fists, looking very angry, but in the end, he still suppressed his anger. At this time, Wu Fan turned to Chu Chi and the others, saying, congratulations, you have successfully passed the assessment. We too need to return to report. Farewell. After speaking, Wu Fan grabbed Yufeng's shoulder and quickly left. Once they had distanced themselves from Chu Chi, Wu Fan finally let go of Yufeng. Yufeng immediately asked, Brother Wu, why did you stop me just now? Didn't we agree to kill them all? Wu Fan said with a serious expression. Did you see the killing intent in that kid's eyes? If we had struck, I am sure he would have killed you. He might even kill me. Don't you realize what it means for him to have the village establishment order? It means his cultivation is stronger than mine. Upon hearing this, Yufeng finally calmed down. Wu Fan's words made a lot of sense. Although it was shocking and hard to accept, it seemed to be the truth. Little brother, I just saved you. Let us go. Your task of supervising me is over. I also need to go back to report. Feiyun village now belongs to the Chu family. Hearing Wu Fan mention Feiyun village, Yufeng exclaimed, not good. I need to hurry to Feiyun village first. What? Are you planning to inform the Pang family to leave quickly? I'm curious about what your relationship with the Pang family is to be so concerned. Never mind. It's not important. I just want to ask you, do you have a grudge against that Chu Chi? Yes, there's a grudge. Sure enough, I knew it. But listen to your brother's advice. Don't go back to seek death. That kid will definitely kill you if he encounters you. You need to understand, the assessment is already over, and you're no longer the supervisor. If I were you, I would hurry back to Yu family village now. Once Wu Fan finished speaking, he quickly left. Yufeng stood on the dirt slope, looking toward the east. That position was where Feiyun village was located. He seemed to hesitate about whether to take the risk and go to Feiyun village to notify the Pang family. The current Pang family should be preparing for a celebration. After much thought, he ultimately decided not to go to Feiyun village. There is nothing in this world more important than life. Women can be lost, but now, Pang Feiyun is not worthy to enter the Yu family's door. At the foot of the mountain, the Chu family members were puzzled and said, "Your Excellency, why are we leaving so quickly?" Chu Shan smiled and said, "He is afraid that Chu Chi will act against them. All right, let us hurry back and tell the good news to the clansmen. They are still waiting for us. Yes, let's hurry back. I can't wait to plant our Chu family's flag at the village entrance." Chapter 54. The Destruction of the Pang Family, Feiyun Village. Today, Feiyun Village is anything but peaceful. Both Aunt Zhang and Aunt Li are discussing the village establishment matter. The assessment is supposed to end today, right? Who do you think will come out on top, the Pang family or the Chu family? Who knows? But I heard that the Pang family is very likely to get the village establishment quota. How do you know? I have a distant relative working for the Pang family. He said the Pang family has been preparing food and drinks early this morning, already getting ready to celebrate. What? They're already preparing to celebrate? Yes, on the contrary. I just passed by the Chu family and saw them gathering, as if they were about to leave Feiyun Village. At this moment, the atmosphere between the Chu family and the Pang family is indeed completely different. Everyone in the Pang family looks expectant. When Pang Qingyang left, he assured them, this time, the village establishment quota must belong to the Pang family. He told the Pang family to prepare for a celebration with beef and lamb in 3 days. Grandpa, you must have obtained the village establishment quota, right? Brother Feng, you promised me that even if you can't capture Chu Chi alive, you must bring back Chu Chi's head. I'm waiting for you. The atmosphere in the Chu family, however, is somewhat heavy. At this moment, the Chu family members are gathering at the front gate. Standing at the front of the Chu family members is Old Mu, who guards the martial arts pavilion. He speaks to the Chu family members. Old Chu instructed me to gather you all at noon to leave Feiyun Village, in case we don't have time to leave later. Is everyone here? Grandpa Mu almost. But it seems that Chu Tian and that girl Feng Qingyu haven't come out yet. What? Fourth brother hasn't come. I'll go call him. Ying, there's no need to go. I already called him. He said he's waiting for Chu Chi to come back in the yard. At this moment, in the courtyard where Chu Tian is sitting under a big tree, meditating with his eyes closed. Previously, he practiced hard to create a better life for himself and Chu Chi, but now, he practices diligently so as not to be left too far behind by Chu Chi. The Chu family is all left. Why aren't you going? Feng Qingyu's voice comes from under the eaves. Chu Tian replies, Chu Chi asked me to take care of you. If you don't leave, I won't leave. Feng Qingyu, with a calm expression, says, I'm not leaving because I don't care who wins between you. Chu Tian doesn't say anything further. After a while, he opens his eyes. The chicken soup can be stewed now. If Chu Chi comes back, it will be just in time to serve. Time passes, and the sun gradually sets. The Pang family can no longer contain their excitement, and has even arrived at the village entrance. Calculating the time, Pang Qingyang and the others should be back by now. Although Pang Fian has lost her legs, she still comes to the village entrance. She sits in a wooden wheelchair, her face full of anticipation. But she is not waiting for her grandfather. She is waiting for her brother Feng. Finally, in the glow of the sunset, figures appear. Someone has come back. Someone shouted. In an instant, the entrance of the village is filled with onlookers. Who is it? The Chu family or the Pang family? Who knows? The distance is too far, and with the sun shining on them, their faces are not clear yet. The sunset is behind this group of people. Their faces are obscured by the glow of the setting sun. As the figures move closer, everyone can finally see their faces. In that moment, the smiles on the faces of the Pang family froze. They widened their mouths and stared with wide eyes. Their expressions were filled with terror. Pang Fian kept murmuring, Impossible. How can it be Chu Chi? How can it be Chu Chi? Among the crowd, the one walking at the front is indeed Chu Chi. Chu Chi has his hands in his pockets, whistling, looking nonchalant. It's not the Pang family. It's the Chu family. Does this mean the Chu family has obtained the village establishment quota? Not necessarily. The Pang family might still be behind. However, when the Chu family members finally arrive at the village entrance, no one sees a single member of the Pang family. Suddenly, a blue signal flare rises into the sky. The person releasing this signal flare is Chu Shan. The signal flare lights up the evening sky a little more. At this moment, about 5 miles away from the village entrance, the Chu family has settled here. They have been watching the direction of the village. Upon seeing the blue signal flare rise, the previously quiet Chu family instantly erupts with excitement. The blue signal flare, it's the blue signal flare. Chu Shan said that if the final village establishment quota goes to the Chu family, they would release a blue signal flare. We won. In the end, it was our Chu family who won. Everyone, what are you waiting for? Let's go home. The Chu family members, like crazy, quickly run back to Feiyun village. Every member of the Chu family has tears of joy in their eyes. They all know that from today on, Feiyun village will be completely under the Chu name. Seventh brother, is that you? You really did it. At the same time, in the Chu family, Chu Tian lifts his head and glances at the blue signal flare in the sky. His stern face slightly breaks into a smile. The chicken soup is ready. You can drink it when you come back. At the village entrance, Chu Chi stands under the blue signal flare, grinning as he says, "Bitch, are you here to welcome me?" Pang Fian's pupils lose focus. Her mind seems a bit dazed. She asks, "Why are you here? What about my grandfather and the others? What do you think?" Of course, they're dead. As soon as these words came out, the Pang family members at the village entrance panicked. But Pang Fian gritted her teeth and said, "Impossible. Brother Feng said that this time's assessment would only result in your death. By the way, where's Brother Feng? He probably escaped back to Yujia village because he knows that if he appears in front of me again, he will die." Saying this, Chu Chi looks at Chu Shan. "Grandpa, it's time to clean up the scene." Chu Shan nods and speaks to Chu Xuani and the others. "Kill." As soon as the word kill fell, the Chu family members charged towards the Pang family at the village entrance. Since they are already mortal enemies, there is no reason to leave any survivors. Run, quick, run. The Pang family members were in shock. Their cultivation levels are not strong. How could they be a match for Chu Shan and the others? They want to run, but cannot escape at all. Blood blooms at the village entrance. The surrounding onlookers fall silent in an instant. Some adults even cover their children's eyes, preventing them from witnessing this brutal scene. Just a few minutes later, only Pang Fian is left at the village entrance. Follow me to the Pang family. Remember, not a single Pang family member is to be left. Chu Shan speaks again. As his voice falls, he rushes into the village. No. Beside her, Pang Fian looks desperate. She knows that the Pang family is finished. At this moment, she wants to commit suicide but lacks the courage. It turns out she is the coward. Chu Chi, I know you want to kill me. Go ahead. Since she has no courage to commit suicide, let Chu Chi do it. However, Chu Chi smiles and says, "If I wanted to kill you, you would have died at the very beginning. Just sleep for now. Tomorrow, I'll take you to a place." The place Chu Chi is referring to is, of course, Ichuan Courtyard. As his words fall, he slaps Pang Fian unconscious. He pushes her wheelchair and also enters the village. The destination, the Pang family. How could he miss out on the task of destroying the Pang family? That day, screams of terror echoed from the Pang family. It wasn't until the sky was completely dark that the screams stopped. The entire Pang family, 88 people regardless of age, were all killed. This is the world of cultivators, cold and ruthless. That night, the entire Chu family celebrated loudly. That night, the sign at the village entrance changed from Feiyun village to Chu family village. The Chu banner is planted at the village entrance, fluttering high in the wind. Chapter 55. Kneel and apologize at this moment, in the main hall. Chu Shan held a bowl of wine and spoke loudly. "Everyone, today is a day worth celebrating. From today onwards, our Chu family will be the only overlord of Feiyun village, not Chu family village." "Overlord, overlord!" The Chu family shouted in unison. "Quiet down. Do you know who's brought this glory to our Chu family? It is Chu Chi." Chu Shan pointed to Chu Chi, who was standing beside him. At this moment, all the eyes of the Chu family were focused on Chu Chi. Everyone was in awe. "I heard that Chu Chi has already reached the strongman realm. Such talent is incredible. He doesn't practice, but when he does, he breaks through like a bolt from the blue. Yes, I really didn't expect that the one who brings glory to the Chu family is the wild kid I always rejected." At this moment, where Chu Tian was standing, he naturally attended this family celebration. He murmured, "Brother, you have made everyone see you in a new light. Chu Chi, do you have anything to say?" Chu Shan's voice came again from the platform. Chu Chi nodded. "I do have something to say. But Grandpa, before that, I want to ask you, Is my current status second only to you? Chu Shan smiled and said, not just second to me, but even higher than me. Chu Chi also smiled. Then what I say, does everyone have to listen? When he said this, there was a glint in Chu Chi's eyes. As long as it is good for the family. They must listen, including me. Good. Chu Chi looked around. His expression suddenly turned cold. Now, I want you all to kneel and apologize. Kneel and apologize. Chu Chi's voice echoed around. The sound lingered on, persistent and unyielding. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell into a stupor. The smiles on everyone's faces froze. They exchanged glances, seemingly unable to believe their ears. Chu Shan asked in disbelief, Chu Chi, what did you say? Chu Chi ZP. I said, kneel and apologize. This. Chu Shan frowned and asked, why apologize? Chu Chi enusita kolia. For the ridicule and humiliation I've suffered over the past 10 years. Some grudges are not forgotten, but the time has not come. Now it is time. After saying this, he continued, why are you all in a daze? Are you shocked by me? Or do you think you have never bullied me? Eliminate names one by one. Uncle, when I was 6 years old, I passed by your yard and wanted to catch butterflies. You scolded me, saying, where did this wild bastard come from? Get out, and then had your servants throw me out. Aunt, when I was a child, it was clearly Chu Chinghe who bullied me. Yet you slapped me in public. You said little useless thing, learning to frame people at such a young age. Third, aunt, during Grandpa's birthday celebration, everyone went, but only I and my brother were left in the servant quarters. You said, the seeds of a lowly person don't deserve to be at the table. Second, aunt. Third, cousin. With each recounting of the past, the faces of the Chu family members grew uglier. No one expected that Chu Chi remembered these events so clearly. In fact, every bullied person in the world remembers who bullied them. Most just lack the ability and strength to take revenge. You have excluded and ridiculed me too much. I can't be bothered to elaborate. You call me petty or narrow-minded. In short, I swore when I was young that one day, I will make those who bullied me kneel and apologize. Except for Eight's sister, all of you must kneel. The entire Chu family, from the elders to the younger generation, except for Chu Yingying, had never comforted him or acknowledged him. When he was hungry as a child, it was Chu Yingying who secretly brought them food. As Chu Chi finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped the venue. Just then, Chu Shan's voice rang out again. Chu Chi, I know you have grievances in your heart over the years, but they are your elders. They can apologize, but there is no need for them to kneel. Chu Chi, however, replied firmly, they don't have to kneel, but I will not accept a verbal apology. If they don't kneel, I will smash their mouths, knock out their teeth, or break their arms and legs. Choose for yourselves. Standing under the moonlight, Chu Chi's eyes were as cold as a god devoid of emotion. I will count to 3. 3, 2, Chu Chi, that's enough. I know that the Chu family is where it is today, thanks to you. But are you not being too overbearing and arrogant? You must remember, we are your elders. How can a junior treat their elders like this? Chu Chi-on, Chu Liu-hu suddenly spoke up. As soon as her words fell, Chu Chi charged towards her. 1. Slap. Chu Chi sapet Chu Liu-hu. The sound echoed sharply in the night sky. With that slap, Chu Lihua's slightly plump body was sent flying. While still in the air, blood mixed with teeth was spewed out. Half of her face was already bruised. He was absolutely merciless. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Chu Chi, do. Chu Shan's eyes narrowed. This kid was serious. He really could be ruthless. He wanted to stop Chu Chi, but ultimately took no action. The current Chu Chi was no longer the ordinary person who allowed others to control him. He understood that Chu Chi was releasing the grievances he had harbored over the years. All grievances in this world can only be released when one stands at the pinnacle. At other times, it is called impotent rage. After sending Chu Lihua flying, Chu Chi looked at his uncle, Chu Xuanze. Chu Xuanze's expression changed, and he turned to run. But how could he escape? Chu Chi extended his right hand, and spiritual energy left his body, like a whip, grabbing Chu Xuanze's leg. The next moment, the spiritual energy tightened. With a cracking sound, Chu Xuanze's leg was crushed. It was crushed, not merely fractured. This meant that Chu Xuanze's leg was ruined. Chu Chi, is this too much? You are showing no regard for family ties. Chu Shan could no longer hold back. Chu Chi coldly smiled, his eyes like a beast, glancing at Chu Shan, and said with a bloodthirsty smile, "When I was young, they didn't talk about family ties with me. Besides, I have done so much for the Chu family, and even saved all your lives. Is it so difficult for you to kneel before your savior? Or, as I said, if you don't kneel, wait to be beaten into a cripple." Chu Chi's body released brilliant spiritual light. His spiritual energy was golden. Under the golden light, he looked like a god of war or a divine child. As his voice fell, Chu Chi looked at Chu Feng, who was not far from him. His gaze was cold and devoid of emotion. This gaze frightened Chu Feng, making his legs weak and his mind blank. Just as he didn't know what to do, his parents knelt down first. "Don't harm him. We will apologize right now. Chu Chi, we were wrong. We shouldn't have excluded you or insulted you. Feng Ya, holy, you kneel too." Chu Feng's parents took the lead. After they knelt down, more people followed suit. Because everyone feared for their children's safety. They all knew that Chu Chi was not joking. Although they felt unwilling and humiliated, they could only kneel. "Do you feel very humiliated? But this is how I have felt inside since I was young. You can finally understand it now, right?" Chu Chi knew that in this world, no one can truly empathize with another's experiences, unless you let them experience it as well. Chapter 56. Go kiss the sound. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of kneeling continued to come, rising and falling. Chu Chi suddenly looked at his sixth uncle, Chu Xuanhu, who was about to kneel. He said, "Sixth uncle, for the sake of my eighth sister, your family doesn't need to kneel." Seventh brother. Chu Yingying's eyes turned red, thinking her parents really were going to kneel. Once everyone knelt down, they spoke together. "Chu Chi, we were wrong. We apologize to you." Huff. Chu Chi let out a heavy breath. After so many years of humiliation, they finally repaid him. He suddenly felt very light. The feeling of repaying grievances, regardless of whether they were family or not, was really good. "All right, you all drink. Brother, let's go." Chu Chi downed the wine in his hand and strode out of the main courtyard. He didn't care about the celebration here. Chu Tian nodded and followed Chu Chi's side. "Brother, do you think I went too far?" Chu Tian didn't answer, but murmured, "You did what I've always wanted to do, but couldn't." Chu Chi smiled slightly, putting his arm around his brother's shoulder. "Brother, you said you made me chicken soup. You didn't throw it away, did you?" "Of course not." "Then let's go back and drink some chicken soup." A few minutes later, in the courtyard, Chu Chi drank a big bowl of chicken soup and smiled. "Brother, your soup is still so delicious. By the way, where's Feng Qingyu? I didn't see her at the banquet just now. She didn't leave, did she?" "She's resting in her room." "Oh, it's good she hasn't left." Chu Chi's mood was very good. Now, he had the time and mood to have a good chat with Feng Qingyu about life. "Chu Ti, what is it, brother?" "Nothing, nothing." Chu Tian's expression was somewhat melancholic, wanting to say something but hesitating. Chu Chi said seriously, "Brother, if you have something to say, just say it. In the past, you protected me and provided me with everything that satisfied my vanity, especially money. From now on, it's my turn. Just tell me what you want." Chu Tian didn't speak. He looked at Chu Chi's face for a long time before saying, "I don't want anything." But Chu Chi firmly said, "No, you do." "I do." Chu Tian was slightly taken aback, wanting to ask what he had. Chu Chi stood up and stretched. "Brother, save the chicken soup for me. I'll drink it tomorrow morning. Take this jade pendant. You know, my martial arts skills came from behind the stone gate. I originally wanted to copy it and give it to you, but I feel it's better for you to see the original." Chu Tian tightly grasped the jade pendant, saying nothing. "Brother, I'm going to see Feng Qingyu." Chu Tian instinctively said, "Be quiet." "Brother, what are you thinking? There's nothing between me and her." As Chu Chi said this, he got up and left. In his heart, he spoke, "Brother, I really know what you want to say and what you want. Don't worry. I won't let you drift too far away from me." Chu Tian watched Chu Chi's departing figure, his expression complex. He held the chicken soup and got up to return to his room. After putting down the chicken soup, he clenched his fists. After a while, he took out the blue light grass that Chu Chi had given him. This spiritual herb he had always been reluctant to eat, wanting to keep it for Chu Chi. But now it was time to eat it. "Brother, I won't let you push me away." At the same time, at the door of Feng Qingyu's room, Chu Chi knocked on the door and said, "The long night is endless, and I can't sleep. I wonder if Miss Qingyu is feeling the same." Before Chu Chi finished speaking, Feng Qingyu's voice came from inside the room. "If you want to come in, just say so." "Oh, can I come in?" "No." Chu Chi had already planned to push the door open, but Feng Qingyu's words made him pause slightly. This beautiful woman has a personality. Thanks, then I'll come in. Chu Chi still pushed open the door. Inside the room, Feng Qingyu was sitting cross-legged on the bed, seemingly healing her injuries. At this moment, her brows were slightly furrowed. A bit annoyed. How did you get in? Didn't I say you can't? Huh? Didn't you say I could? Sorry, I misheard. You can mishear this? Chu Chi said nonchalantly. Hey, those details don't matter. What's important is that I'm here to thank you. Thank me? That day, you helped me kill that master in the strongman realm. I never properly thanked you. Now that everything is settled, tell me, how do you want me to thank you? A kiss or 10 kisses? Who wants your kiss? If you want a kiss, go kiss the sow. Sows suit you. Chu Chi chuckled, then said seriously, I won't allow you to insult yourself like that. When did I insult myself? Chu Chi explained, one day, you will definitely let me kiss you. Isn't that just insulting yourself? Heh, who wants to let you kiss? You are truly shameless to the extreme. But Chu Chi smiled and said, when you curse, do you only call me shameless? But I have to say, you look pretty when you're angry. Since she was alone in the room, Feng Qingyu didn't wear her veil, and every frown and smile was seen by Chu Chi. Feng Qingyu had never seen such a glib-tongued man. She gritted her teeth and said, all right, if you're here to thank me, then you don't have to. I said that day, we owe each other nothing. No, I only saved your life, but you saved the entire Chu family. I have no way to repay such a great kindness. So how about I suffer a loss and offer myself to you? Feng Qingyu was so angry she laughed. You offer yourself to me? Yes. You aren't good looking, but your thoughts are quite pretty. All right, you can leave now. No need to see me off. Just let me go. Well then, I won't joke anymore. Let's talk seriously. Chu Chi's expression suddenly became serious. What do you want to say? Is there something in your heart that you can't tell anyone? Feng Qingyu was slightly taken aback, just about to say something when Chu Chi's voice came again. Whether it's a young girl in love or a wandering woman burning with desire or wanting something. Get lost. Feng Qingyu's voice suddenly became sharp. She actually thought this country bumpkin would say something serious. She never expected him to be so lewd. Simply a rogue among rogues. What a big reaction. I was just joking with you. Not funny at all. If you're still like this, aren't you leaving? Then I'll leave. Feng Qingyu stayed at the Chu family because she wanted a quiet place to heal. In this tiny place, she didn't know anyone. Only knowing Chu Chi, who would save her life. Staying at the Chu family was for healing and to repay her debt of gratitude. Having repaid the favor, she didn't necessarily have to stay here. Before Feng Qingyu could act, Chu Chi spoke again. What level of healing medicine do you need to recover your injuries? Mid-grade yellow level or upper-grade yellow level? Feng Qingyu looked at Chu Chi in surprise. At this moment, Chu Chi's expression was serious, completely unlike his previous playful demeanor. Chapter 57. The head girl. Pang Fian, why are you asking this? Haven't I already said, I owe you? Go ahead. What level of medicinal herbs do you need? Chu Chi's eyes became clear. This sudden change left Feng Qingyu somewhat astonished. Is this really a person? She shook her head and said, my injury is not something you can heal. So you mean yellow-level healing elixirs are useless to you? Chu Chi Fawen Sai. The power contained in yellow-level elixirs can heal injuries of someone at the strongman level. If yellow-level elixirs are useless, doesn't that mean Feng Qingyu's cultivation level exceeds that of a strongman? You said earlier that your meridians are severed, right? Then I need to find you a medicinal herb that can restore your meridians. Such herbs are indeed very rare. But don't worry, I'll keep an eye out for it. I'll make sure your injuries recover as soon as possible. All right, I'm leaving now. You should rest well. Chu Chi waved his hand and strode out of the room. Is he really leaving? Feng Qingyu raised an eyebrow. This Chu Chi is truly strange. If you say he is shameless, his shamelessness is only to a certain extent, as if he is just teasing your heart. Feng Qingyu naturally didn't know that this was Chu Chi's way of flirting. Although he is glib-tongued, he wouldn't go overboard. Being glib once or twice would definitely make the girl feel repulsed. But if it's 10 times, 20 times, or 100 times, eventually, there will be a moment when the girl's mindset will change. Perhaps at that moment, she is just feeling sorrowful. Perhaps at that moment, she just needs comfort. They would then take advantage of Chu Chi's reckless words and give him a way out. Many widows in the village were won over by Chu Chi in this way. After returning to his room, Chu Chi did not go to sleep. In his hand appeared the village construction token. On the way back, Chu Shan had told him that this token has words. It says, use spiritual energy as a pen and trace the words village construction to open the token. Let me see what's inside this token. Spiritual energy left his body, tracing along the words village construction on the token. When the last stroke was completed, a sound similar to gears turning emerged from inside the village construction token. The token, which seemed perfectly sealed, revealed a crack from the side. Chu Chi gently exerted force and pried the token open. What caught his eye was a small booklet. The booklet had the words snake step technique written on it. This is a yellow level mid-grade body technique. It seems this is the official reward for the person who obtained the token. It makes sense. Anyone capable of obtaining the village construction token must be at least at the 3rd level of the strongman realm. The official reward is just right. Chu Chi's my sly. Body techniques are as rare as body skills. If Chu Chi learns the snake step technique now, his speed and body technique would not be weaker than that of a practitioner at the 5th level of the strongman realm. This suits me well. Since I have nothing to do, I might as well learn it. Chu Chi did not go to sleep. That night, he practiced the snake step technique in the courtyard. Under the moonlight, his body radiated spiritual light, resembling a snake. A night of silence passed, and the next morning, the sun rose. Chu Chi stopped practicing the martial technique and went to the firewood room. As he pushed open the door of the firewood room, a woman's whimpering sound immediately came out. Wake up! I'm taking you to a place. From now on, that will be your home. The woman was none other than Pang Fian, whose mouth had been stuffed with stinky socks. Chu Chi picked up Pang Fian and headed to the Ichuan courtyard. The entrance of Ichuan courtyard had been repainted. The red lantern hanging at the door was also new. Chu Chi smiled slightly and knocked on the door. Who is it so early in the morning? As the impatient voice of the old woman came, the door opened. Oh, young Master 7. Upon seeing Chu Chi, the old woman's mouth immediately revealed a smile. Old woman, is Ichuan courtyard reopening? I see the door has been repainted. Young Master 7, you really can't hide anything from you. To be honest, it will reopen tomorrow. That's just right. I brought you a head girl. Chu Chi directly threw Pang Fian onto the ground. Head girl? Ah, young Master 7, she's a cripple. She can't be the head girl. Who says a cripple can't be a head girl? Just look at her face. Her face. The old woman bent down and brushed aside Pang Fian's disheveled hair. Upon seeing it, she almost jumped up from the ground. This is Miss Pang. This. Old woman, there's no need to be afraid. The Pang family has been destroyed. She is no longer a lady. From today onwards, she is the head girl of Ichuan courtyard. You don't need to wait until tomorrow to reopen. Open today. I want her to start receiving guests tonight. Woo. Woo. Chu Chi's words left Pang Fian with a face full of terror. She finally understood what Chu Chi brought her here for. Is this good? I think it's very good. Also, tell everyone in the village, whoever calls for Pang Fian, all expenses will be on me. Young Master 7, really? Of course it's true. As Chu Chi spoke, he pulled out a large handful of silver notes. Each handful was 1,000 taels in denomination. These silver notes should be enough. Enough, just one is enough. This is too much. Keep the extra. For me? Yes, for you. If it weren't for you, this village wouldn't have the surname Chu. From now on, Ichuan courtyard will be under my Chu family's protection. Young Master 7, having your word is worth more than 10,000 taels of silver. Then I'll go prepare for the reopening. By the way, I remember that Pang Fian seems to be a practitioner. She won T resist, right? I've already shattered her meridians. Now she is just a waste. Good. Then I can rest assured. I'll go arrange it. By the way, young Master 7, a newlywed couple just arrived here. They look good, and most importantly, they are still virgins. You must come and support tonight. Don't worry, I'll be there. As time passed, news of Ichuan courtyard's reopening spread quickly throughout the village. It instantly ignited the entire Chu family village. Have you heard? Ichuan courtyard is reopening. Finally reopening. I've been dying to wait. I heard from the old woman that this time the head girl is a lady from the Pang family. A lady from the Pang family? Who? Didn't the Pang family get wiped out? Pang Fian. It's her. She is our village flower. Is the news fake? Really, the old woman told me personally. Damn. I'll sell everything I have to go try it out. No need to sell everything. I heard it's free. What? That's such a good thing. I'm going to line up now. As the sun set, people were already lining up at Ichuan Courtyard. Even some well-off men couldn't help but sneak into the queue. There were even people from the Chu family. Chu Feng, Chu Liwen, and even the eldest grandson, Chu Qingyang, were among the crowd. They were all wearing masks. Even elders wearing masks came here, such as Chu Chi's fifth uncle. Pang Fian is recognized as the village flower. She was actually sent to Ichuan Courtyard by Chu Chi. This opportunity cannot be missed. This day was definitely the most lively day since the reopening of Ichuan Courtyard. The old woman knew that so many people were here for Pang Fian. That night was undoubtedly the most humiliating day for Pang Fian, because she was not willing, but rather was tied to a chair and pushed onto the high platform. Her mouth was stuffed with stinky socks. This abused posture drove people even crazier. That night, she had no idea how many people she received. There were those who slaughtered pigs in the village and those who slaughtered chickens. Every one of them had a ferocious and frenzied expression. In their lives, they never imagined there would be such a good opportunity. This was the most beautiful young lady of the Pang family before. Some even picked up candles and whips. Human nature is indeed so cruel. Chapter 58. Arrival at Yujia village. At this moment, in a private room, Chu Chi was drinking, with Chu Tian sitting beside him. Surrounding them were 7 or 8 young women who were striving hard for a living. Some of these women were sitting on Chu Chi's lap, while others were leaning on his back. Compared to Chu Chi's relaxed demeanor, Chu Tian was tense and serious, not allowing these women to touch him at all. Brother, why do you look unhappy in a place like this? I ordered these girls. Are you not satisfied? Chu Tian said lightly. I don't like this kind of occasion. I'm here just to see Pang Fian. She treated you like that. She deserves this outcome. Chu Chi grinned and said, See Pang Fian? Brother, you don't want to sleep with her too, do you? The wine that Chu Tian had just swallowed sprayed out. He looked a bit speechless and said, I'm not interested in that kind of thing. You're insulting me. Come on, it was just a joke. Don't be so serious, Chu Chi said. Suddenly, Chu Tian stood up and said, You drink. I really can't get used to being here. I'm going to the wild beast mountain range. I should arrive just in time for dawn. You're leaving? Not drinking anymore? All right, let's go together. Together? Aren't you staying here for the night? This batch of newcomers isn't great. Let us go. I'll escort you. Then I also need to go to Yujia village. To Yujia village? You mean? But are you sure about it? Chu Tian frowned, as he had a rough idea of what Chu Chi wanted to do. It was definitely to kill Yu Feng. Chu Chi smiled and said, Whether I'm sure or not, he is going to die. During the assessment, Chu Chi had wanted to kill Yu Feng, but at that time, Yu Feng's identity was that of a supervisor. He was worried that killing Yu Feng would anger the authorities, so he didn't act impulsively. Then be careful. Originally, Chu Tian wanted to say he would accompany him, but he knew he couldn't be of help. He was too weak. Soon, the two left the Ichuan courtyard through the back door. Brother, you need to lead the horse back, right? Yeah, riding a horse is faster, right? I'll also say goodbye to Feng Qingyu. 10 minutes later, in the miscellaneous courtyard, Chu Chi knocked on Feng Qingyu's door. Feng Qingyu, are you awake? Is there something? Not much. I just wanted to tell you that I'm going out for a while. I might be back in a day or two, or maybe longer. You don't need to tell me about this. Where you go is none of my business. You're so indifferent. After all, we live together. Mind your wording. We live in the same courtyard. Oh, come on, it's close enough. No, it's very different. Chu Chi shrugged and said, All right. That is all I'll say to you. This time out, I'll see if I can find any medicinal materials that might be useful to you. You can't find those kind of things here. Not necessarily. All right, no more nonsense. I'm leaving. Remember to think of me, as if I would think of you. You're in a bad mood. I like it. Ha ha. Chu Chi laughed heartily and left casually. A few minutes later, Chu Chi and Chu Tian rode away on their horses, leaving Feiyun village. When they reached the village entrance, the two parted ways. Chu Tian headed towards the wild beast mountain range, while Chu Chi went straight to Yujia village. The next day at noon, Chu Chi's horse stopped at the entrance of Yujia village. So many people in his line of sight, almost everyone was heading to Yujia village. There were so many people that they even formed 2 long lines. Compared to Chujia village, Yujia village seemed much more lively. Have you heard? At this auction, there might be spirit herbs that can directly enhance cultivation. I've heard, but I don't know if it's true. I also don't know what level they are. It should be human level. It can't be yellow level. The earlier description was incorrect. The strongman realm corresponds not to Xin level, but to Huang level. At this moment, as Chu Chi heard the discussions from the surrounding cultivators, his eyes narrowed slightly. Yujia village is going to hold an auction? Although Chu Chi had never been to an auction, he had heard of them. Auctions were only held in private villages because only private villages had the qualifications to establish auction houses. What is the most precious thing to cultivators? Resources. An auction house is a place where resources can be directly obtained, provided you have enough money. Did he come across an auction right away? Chu Chi originally just wanted to kill someone, but now it seemed he could conveniently check out the auction. If there was something useful, he could buy it, especially items that could enhance his brother's cultivation. So, it seemed that killing could wait a bit. Chu Chi dismounted and queued to enter. At the village entrance, there were two people wearing Yujia uniforms. One of them would shout every now and then, entering the village fee, 1 body refining crystal or 10 taels of silver. Once in the village, no one is allowed to cause trouble. Even entering the village requires a fee. This was Chu Chi's first time in a private village, and he now understood the benefits of establishing a private village. The first benefit was the entrance fee. Chu Chi noticed that most people handed over silver notes, with only a few submitting body refining crystals. He gave 10 taels of silver notes before entering the village. Not long after entering, he heard shouting. Passers-by, don't miss this opportunity. I have fresh goods dug out from the 10,000-year ruins. Golden wound medicine, a family heirloom. Its efficacy is no less than that of elixirs, and the price is very fair. The road ahead was filled with stalls. These people entering Yujia village seemed to be there not only to buy things, but also to sell. At this moment, a loud crash came from a nearby stall. A middle-aged man slammed a sword that had been stuck in the ground down heavily. The soil shattered, revealing a rusty sword in everyone's view. Ah, another decayed sword. Completely useless. What a loss. The middle-aged man sighed, and then questioned the stall owner. Are you sure these things were dug out from some ruins? Are you not just trying to fool people? The stall owner was a fat man, and he glared, roaring, Don't wrongfully accuse me. I swear to the heavens. These things were all dug out from ancient ruins. A few days ago, someone even dug out a non-decayed, human-level top-grade weapon. Many people saw it. There was even someone who dug out a manual from tile. Although it was incomplete, it shows there's still good things inside. If you can't afford to play, then don't play. The middle-aged man fell silent, seemingly hesitating whether to continue playing. At this moment, Chu Chi was very interested. He approached the stall owner and asked, How much to smash? This friend, do you want to try your luck? My price is fair, 10 taels of silver per smash. 10 taels, not too much. I'll smash once. Under Chu Tian's guidance, Chu Chi had been used to spending freely since he was young, and 10 taels of silver didn't seem much to him. After all, it was just for fun. Chu Chi picked a canister that looked like coal. The canister was large, about the size of a person. It had a sword handle inserted into it. The handle was a bit rusty, but the rust wasn't deep. It could be cleaned off easily. Little brother, you chose this? The middle-aged man couldn't help but speak up. Yeah, what is wrong? Little brother, you clearly lack experience. The exposed sword handle already has rust on it. The sword inside must have rotted long ago. You're just wasting money. Chu Chi smiled and said, It's fine. Just playing around. I'm here anyway. Young man, not listening to advice. If you manage to pull out a complete sword, I'll immediately go eat a big. The middle-aged man's words were cut short as his pupils contracted, because Chu Chi has already knocked down the jar. Chapter 59, 2 Yellow-level weapons, the jar shattered. And amidst the gray-black soil, a faint light flickered. Chu Chi kicked the dirt aside, revealing a long sword that shimmered under the sunlight. At that moment, everyone present was astonished. The light flickered, and there was not a single flaw on the sword. My God, this is actually a perfect sword. This is unbelievable. This kid has such good luck, right? Chu Chi looked at the sword on the ground and smiled, saying, Uncle, what did you say you wanted to eat just now? The middle-aged man awkwardly replied, I want to eat a big bowl of rice. Little brother, you should try this sword and see if it's sharp. Chu Chi didn't need the middle-aged man to remind him. He had already picked up the sword and then let go. With a whoosh, the long sword plunged directly into the stone slab. Although it only penetrated a few dozen centimeters, it left everyone present gasping for breath, speechless. It actually pierced the stone slab. This slab can only be damaged by someone at the strongman level. So that means this sword is a yellow level weapon. What? This young man actually obtained a yellow level weapon. The surrounding cultivators were wide-eyed with envy and jealousy. A yellow level weapon can defy the heavens and change one's fate, because it can be exchanged for strong body crystals. For a family with only ordinary cultivators, it is no different than a treasure. Meanwhile, the stall owner was continuously slapping his own face, displaying an expression of despair. At that moment, an old man spoke up. "Young man, I'll buy that sword. Just tell me, how much do you want? I can give you 10,000 taels of silver. Is that good? 10,000 taels of silver for a yellow level weapon? Little brother, don't be fooled. I'll offer 100,000 taels. I'll offer 200,000. I'll offer 1,000,000. The crowd began to bid. However, it was clear that they were bullying Chu Chi because real silver can't buy a yellow level weapon at all. Money is not that important to cultivators. Although Chu Chi didn't understand, he wasn't stupid either. He calmly said, "Not for sale." He could definitely use a yellow level sword, so why sell it? When his cultivation level rises and he no longer needs it, he can think about it then. "Little brother, are you still playing? Do you want to smash a few more jars, just to help my business? I'm at a huge loss here." The stall owner's voice came again. He looked like he was mourning the death of his parents. Chu Chi originally didn't want to continue, knowing that he had already struck it lucky by obtaining a yellow level weapon. But the stall owner looked so earnest and pleading. "Fine, let us give him some money. How about this? I'll smash all 20 of these. Here, 200 taels. Little brother, you're generous." Chu Chi gave him the money and continued to smash jars. One by one, the clay jars were shattered. Inside, there was nothing. All the swords and knives were rotten. At this moment, Chu Chi approached the last small jar. This small jar also had a sword hilt sticking out. But even if there was a sword inside, it could only be a broken sword. Chu Chi raised his foot and casually stomped down. Bang! Dust flew everywhere. Chu Chi kicked the dirt aside, and soon something inside reflected the sunlight. Wow, there's light. Could it be that he found something good again? Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chu Chi bent down and picked up a dagger. He let go, and the dagger fell to the ground. Whoosh! The small dagger directly embedded itself into the stone slab. What the heck? At that moment, the onlookers couldn't help but curse. Damn, how is this even possible? This small jar was definitely the kind that no one would bother to smash at first glance. It actually yielded another yellow level weapon. Although it was only a dagger, it was still quite rare. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, the sound of slapping could be heard again. The stall owner slapped his face red. His expression seemed to say, "I'm such a fool. Everyone else wants to leave. And I'm still actively asking him to continue smashing. Smash your mother's flower." Huh? Now, it was bad. He was so frustrated he felt like dying. But this was strange. He had set up a stall for so many years. He hadn't produced many good items at all. Why did all of a sudden, 2 yellow level weapons appeared? What kind of luck did this kid have? Is he the chosen one? "Little brother, are you selling the dagger?" "Yes, little brother. You have 2 yellow level weapons. You can sell one. I'll offer 10,000 taels of gold for that dagger." Chu Chi smiled and said, "Even if I sell it, it won't be to you guys. Isn't there an auction? I should be able to consign it, right?" Chu Chi wants stay stupid. He didn't know how much a yellow level weapon was worth. But there was an auction, wasn't there? "Little brother, the auction house is still a bit far from here. Are you sure you can make it there?" An old man suddenly spoke up. His voice was full of threats. Chu Chi smiled slightly and asked, "Are you threatening me?" What else could it be? Chu Chi's eyes turned cold. This old guy was seeking death. Did he think young people were easy to bully? Just as he was about to make a move to kill the old man, a cold shout rang out. With so many people surrounding here, is someone causing trouble? Haven't you seen the announcement at the village entrance? At the auction, anyone causing trouble will be kicked out of the village, and for serious offenders, they will be killed. Now disperse immediately. The cold voice belonged to a man from the Yu family, dressed in armor. As his words fell, the crowd gradually dispersed. Although the old man was unwilling, he still left. Before leaving, he coldly said, "Kid, the Yu family saved you, but you'd better stick to the main road and not go into any corners. The things in your hand are not something you are qualified to possess." With that, the old man turned and left. But he didn't go far. He stayed in the corner, observing Chu Chi's every move. Chu Chi shook his head and murmured, "It was the Yu family that saved you." After saying that, Chu Chi led his horse and continued forward. Is Yu family village really that big? The further he walked, the more shocked Chu Chi became. The size of Yu family village was several times that of Chu family village. It was indeed a well-established private village. Forget it. Let us go straight to the auction house. Chu Chi was too lazy to wander around anymore. He inquired about the location of the auction house. The auction house was not in the center of the village, but in the northwest, in a relatively remote and spacious area. Chu Chi led his horse and moved quickly. The further he went, the fewer people there were. He didn't know if he'd taken a wrong turn, but in front of him was a country road. As soon as he entered this road, the old man appeared in his line of sight, blocking his way. "Kid, didn't I advise you not to go into corners? Are you really looking for death?" The old man smiled coldly, his eyes icy. He glanced around and continued, "Killing you in a place like this. No one will know who did it. Do you really think that just because the Yu family said not to cause trouble, no one will cause trouble? Young man, you're too naive." As the old man finished speaking, several figures appeared behind Chu Chi. They stepped closer, leaving Chu Chi with no way to retreat. Chu Chi shrugged and suddenly asked, "So many people are envious of the sword in my hand, yet only you dare to follow me and want to kill me. Aren't you afraid of the Yu family? You're quite clever, aren't you?" "Yes, we're not afraid of the Yu family. As long as we give the Yu family face and don't cause trouble in public, even if the Yu family finds out we did it, they won't pursue it." "Why?" The old man's eyes were filled with pride as he said, "Because we are also from a private village. We just aren't wearing clan clothes." Chapter 60. Young Master Yu Chao, so that's how it is. Chu Chi finally zilit. These people were also from the private village. He knew that the so-called rules were always meant to restrain the weak. For the strong, as long as they did not go too far, those who made the rules would turn a blind eye. "Young man, don't blame me for not giving you a last chance. I bought both of your yellow-grade weapons. I will give you 1,000 taels of silver. You will profit from this. So generous? Should I thank you then? If you want to thank me, that is also..." Before the old man could finish, Chu Chi's body shot towards him like a snake. "How so fast?" The old man was taken aback. Just as he was about to make a move, Chu Chi was already in front of him. The old man suddenly felt a chill in his neck. As he bent down to look, he found that he could not control his vision, because his head had already rolled off his neck. He opened his mouth wide, as if to speak, but could not make a sound. His consciousness had already dissipated. Fourth uncle is dead. Impossible. Did he underestimate his opponent? At this moment, the cultivators surrounding Chu Chi were dumbfounded. Fourth uncle is a strong practitioner. After the shock, someone questioned, "Kid, do you know who you just killed?" "He is the fourth elder of Wu family village." "Idiot. Chu Chi Conlis, Colette." He wielded the yellow-grade weapon and charged at these cultivators. "Not good. He wants to kill us. How dare he? Run, quick run." The group of cultivators finally realized what was happening. They wanted to escape, but it was already too late. Chu Chi's sword unleashed several sword lights. The heads of a few people fell to the ground almost simultaneously. Since he was going to kill, he naturally had to eliminate all witnesses. Chu Chi was definitely a ruthless person who spoke little. "You want to kill me? Then I will counterattack." After rummaging through the bodies, he found that these people had no storage bags on them. Chu Chi then returned to the old man's side. Inside the old man's clothing, he found a palm-sized storage bag. With a thought, Chu Chi quickly checked it. Wow, so many strengthening crystals. The old man's storage bag contained a considerable number of strengthening crystals. A rough estimate suggested there were tens of thousands of them. This was definitely not a small sum in the private village. "Let us leave here first." Chu Chi did not explore the storage bag in detail. He led his horse and quickly departed. After he had walked for a while, screams echoed from the path behind him. It was likely that someone had discovered the bodies. At this moment, Chu Chi arrived at an inn in the west of the village. This inn was the closest to the auction house. He had already learned that the auction would not start until tonight. He was a bit early. Now, he needed to investigate the strength of the Yu family. The inn was the best place for that. Since he intended to kill Yu Feng, he naturally needed to know both himself and his enemy. If he could find out the cultivation level of the strongest member of the Yu family, it would make things much easier. If he could kill the strongest member of the Yu family, he could swagger about, even slaying Yu Feng in broad daylight. At this time, in the inn, Everyone was discussing what items would be auctioned off tonight. Not a single piece of information was about the Yu family. Chu Chi frowned slightly, pondering how to steer the conversation towards the Yu family. Just then, someone was thrown down from the second floor. Before the person could get up, a burly man jumped down from the second floor and landed right on top of him. With a thud, the person below spat out a mouthful of blood. With your skills, you still want to save your sister? The burly man sighed. As his voice fell, he stepped down again. The man beneath him had at least 3 ribs broken. His face was covered in blood, and he looked feeble. My sister, where is she? Let me see her. The man spoke weakly. Before the burly man could answer, a bell rang from the second floor. Ding, 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 ding. Then, a young man appeared on the second floor. You want to see your sister? All right, I'll bring her down now. Little bitch, hurry up and come down. In the young man's hand was a rope. At the end of the rope was not an animal, but a girl. The girl had disheveled hair and a vacant expression. She wore a collar around her neck and a gag in her mouth. Her clothes were tattered, and her body was covered in whip marks. The young man led the girl down like one would walk a dog. As he descended, the once boisterous inn fell silent. The nearby cultivators quickly stood aside, fearing they might obstruct the young man's path. Sister, no, no. The man with broken ribs let out a howl. Then he closed his eyes, unable to bear to look. He gritted his teeth and said, You Chow, you're a beast. No, you're even worse than a beast. Insulting the young master. Seeking death. The burly man's face turned cold as he raised his foot, aiming to stomp on the man's face, seemingly wanting to crush his head. At that moment, Yu Chao's voice rang out. Did I say I wanted him dead? Are you acting on my behalf? The burly man's expression changed, and he immediately began to slap his own face. Young master, I dare not. I was wrong. The burly man's strength was considerable, and his face was already bruised and bloodied from his own slaps. Only then did Yu Chao speak. All right, I'll spare you this time. If they're essay next time, just kill yourself. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. The burly man sighed in relief. Yu Chao continued. Hold his eyelids open for me. He wants to see his sister? I'll let him see clearly. Yes. The burly man pulled up the man's eyelids. The man, unwilling to look, was forced to see. At that moment, Yu Chao sat on the girl's back, pulling the rope as if riding a horse, forcing her to crawl in place. As she crawled, he shouted coldly, Bark. The girl bit her lip, her eyes red as she glanced at her brother. Ultimately, she began to bark like a dog. Around them, many people shook their heads and sighed, but no one dared to step in to help, because such actions in the world of cultivators were tantamount to seeking death. At this moment, Chu Chi also frowned. This spoiled rich kid was quite perverse. So perverse that even this spoiled rich kid found it hard to watch. But he did not intervene until he was sure he could handle the Yu family. He would not act recklessly. Don't. At this moment, the man was already in tears. He turned his head away, not wanting to see, but the burly man choked him, holding his eyes open. He had no choice but to look. My shoes are dirty, little dog, lick them clean for me. Yu Chao's voice rang out again, his arrogant demeanor making one wish to slap his face to pieces. But no one dared to act. This was the young master of the Yu family, Yu Chao. He was the heir of the Yu family, with a status far higher than Yu Feng. As his words fell, the girl extended her tongue and began to lick the shoes. Her tears continued to flow down. The humiliation and resentment in her heart could only be understood by her alone. Ha, did you see? The highest realm of raising pets is treating people like dogs. Yu Chao's voice rang out once more. Chapter 61. The Zhou siblings. As soon as these words were spoken, the man's vision darkened, and he fainted from the shock. He never expected his sister to willingly do such things. Young master, he fainted. Should we just kill him now, or? The burly man asked. He didn't dare make a decision for Yu Chao anymore. What is the point of killing him? Just throw him into the alley nearby. That's a garbage dump. Fitting for him. Young master, you're truly merciful. The burly man hoisted the man and left the inn. Little dog, let us go back to our room. Yu Chao led the woman back upstairs. He walked for a long time before the first floor of the inn gradually returned to its noisy state. They were still discussing the auction. No one dared to mention what had just happened. It was as if nothing had occurred. Chu Chi originally wanted to gather some information about the Yu family from these people, but he soon realized he was overestimating the situation. Even without the previous incident, it was unlikely anyone would casually discuss information about the Yu family. If anything detrimental to the Yu family were to leak out, it could lead to a death sentence. After listening for a while, Chu Chi found it uninteresting and decided to leave. 20 minutes later, in a small alley, Chu Chi spoke for the way. Beside him was the man who had just fainted. The man looked at Chu Chi and then at his own body, asking, "Did you bandage my wounds?" There was a bandage on his abdomen, indicating someone had given him a simple dressing. Chu Chi didn't deny it and nodded. The man gritted his teeth and said, "Why did you save me? It will be better for me to die. You should leave quickly and don't get involved with me. If that beast from the Yu family finds out, you will be in great danger." Chu Chi replied calmly, "This place is remote, and usually no one comes here. Besides, I have questions to ask you. Are you familiar with the Yu family?" The reason Chu Chi helped the man was that he wanted to learn some information about the Yu family from him. Others dared not speak about the Yu family, but this man certainly would. The man's eyes suddenly became fierce. "Familiar. I was originally a servant of the Yu family." "A servant of the Yu family?" Chu Chi's eyes lit up. As a servant who lived in the Yu family for a long time, he should know about their strength. He had found the right person. Instead of directly asking the man about the Yu family's strength, he asked, "Do you want revenge?" "Revenge? I dream about it. I wish I could tear Yu Chao into pieces. But unfortunately, I don't have that strength. What if I said I could help you get revenge?" "You?" The man was taken aback. Chu Chi was younger than him, yet he claimed he could help him get revenge? To be honest, I have a grudge against the Yu family as well. I want to kill Yu Feng from the Yu family. Young Master Yu Feng. Yes. I want to know what cultivation level the strongest person in the Yu family has. The strongest in the Yu family is the family head, Yu Zhengran. He is at the 4th level of the strongman realm. Are you sure it's the 4th level of the strongman realm? Not sure. I just heard from others. I haven't seen him act, so he could also be a master at the 5th level of the strongman realm. Could he possibly be at the 5th level of the strongman realm? I understand. Chu Chi's current cultivation was at the 2nd level of the strongman realm. The other party's cultivation was 3 levels higher than his. Although Chu Chi was confident he could take on someone 3 levels higher, it was still wise to be cautious. After all, the strongman realm experts in the Yu family were not just 1 or 2. So, killing Yu Feng shouldn't be too high profile. Unless, of course, the auction tonight can raise my cultivation by another level. In that case, I wouldn't take the entire Yu family village seriously. Are you scared? Chu Chi asked. After all, he is at the 5th level of the strongman realm. I don't even know if I can reach the strongman realm in my lifetime. The man sighed, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Chu Chi then asked, "What is your cultivation level?" 8th level of the mortal realm. 8th level of the mortal realm? Your cultivation talent is quite good. The man shook his head, self-deprecatingly saying, "What use is that? Even if I raise my cultivation to the 9th level of the mortal realm, I don't know if I can enter the strongman realm in this lifetime. Is it because of the strong body crystals?" "Yes, we servants, unless we are particularly favored by the Yu family or are their death warriors or confidants. The Yu family will not reward us with strong body crystals." Chu Chi note that, as the saying goes, a penny can be hard for a hero. High-grade crystals are the most important wealth for cultivators. I'm curious, since you were a servant of the Yu family, why do they treat you like this? Did you do something to offend the Yu family? The man shook his head. I have never done anything to offend the Yu family. It was that beast who bullied my sister. That beast? Is it Yu Chao? Yes, it is him. Can you tell me what exactly happened? Sure. The man organized his emotions and briefly explained the situation to Chu Chi. Chu Chi finally understood why Yu Chao treated these 2 siblings this way. About 7 days ago, the man's sister came to visit him at the Yu family. Previously, she had come before without incident, but this time, there was an unexpected occurrence. As the man was sending the woman away, they encountered a drunken Yu Chao returning. Yu Chao mistook the woman for a maid of the Yu family and grabbed her, insisting she accompany him to bed. Despite the man's attempts to tell Yu Chao that this was his sister visiting, not a maid, the drunken Yu Chao still forced himself on her, even trying to pin her down in the garden to take advantage of her. In desperation, the woman bit Yu Chao's ear. This instantly enraged Yu Chao. He pulled the woman's hair and dragged her away. The man still remembers his sister's desperate screams. He wanted to help, but was held down by Yu Chao's guards. Since that night, he had not seen his sister again. However, he heard from other servants that there were daily sounds of whips and cries coming from Yu Chao's courtyard. His sister was definitely being cruelly abused. He had tried several times to rescue his sister, but was beaten back by Yu Chao's guards. Today, he learned from others that Yu Chao had gone to an inn in the west of the city, seemingly planning to attend the auction tonight. His sister had also been brought along, so he followed. Thus, the earlier scene occurred. That Yu Chao is quite ruthless. Just because your sister is disobedient, Chu Chi, he then asked, "Are you very angry about why your sister would degrade herself like this?" The man remained silent, only clenching his fists. Seeing his sister's miserable state today filled him with both anger and a chilling sense of helplessness. How could his sister willingly be treated like a dog? How humiliating. Living like this is worse than death. That's why he fainted from anger at the time. Do you think your sister has no backbone? Yes. Chu Chi shook his head and continued, setting aside the so-called backbone. It's worthless in the face of life and death. Do you know why Yu Chao didn't he kill you? The man was slightly taken aback and asked in return, why? Because you are alive, he can control your sister. He can make your sister become a dog. If nothing goes wrong, he should have threatened your sister with your life. The humiliation and pain in her heart may not be less than yours. Chapter 62. Can't hold it anymore. The words of Chu Chi made the man's pupils tremble continuously. You mean she willingly did this because she want me to live? Chu Chi nodded and said, your sister loves you very much. You are definitely the most important person in her life. Important enough that she can give up all her dignity. The man's complete breakdown was triggered by Chu Chi's words. His eyes reddened as he repeatedly slammed his head against the wall. It's my fault that she suffers. Sister, it's because your brother is useless. Because your brother is useless. Seeing the man's state, Chu Chi spoke again. I can give you a chance to take revenge with your own hands. Do you want it? The man immediately stopped banging his head against the wall. You? Can you really let me take revenge? It should be possible. But you need to wait for the right moment. After all, I plan to kill the Yu family. Killing one or two doesn't make a difference. But the man looked worried and said, no, I can't implicate you. You should not know that the burly guard beside Yu Chao is at the strongman level. You are simply no match for him. Chu Chi smiled and said, you don't need to worry about that. Now, you should find an inn to stay in. Don't go to the inn in the West Village. There seems to be a Feng Yun Inn in the center of the village. Stay there and wait for my news. You can really help me take revenge? The man's lifeless eyes finally regained a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, do you think I'm going to send you to your death? But why are you helping me? 1. I want to thank you for telling me about the Yu family. 2. The bond between you and your sister is rare. Chu Chi saw a reflection of himself and his brother in these two siblings. Go ahead, wait for me at the inn. If I find the opportunity to kill Yu Chao, I will notify you. If there is truly no chance for you to take your enemy's life, I will bring his head to you. By the way, what is your name? My name is Zhou Tao. My sister's name is Zhou Yusen. And you? Chu Chi. Zhou Tao. Then I'll take my leave. Chu Chi waved his hand and turned to leave. His back, illuminated by the sunlight, looked very imposing. Chu Chi, I hope you can really help me save my sister. If you can save her and take revenge for her, in the future, I will be your servant, even if it costs my life. Zhou Tao gritted his teeth and left the alley. At this moment, at the West Village Inn, Chu Chi Zetun, but he did not enter the main hall. Instead, he went to the stable in the backyard. He had a rough understanding of the Yu family strength and no longer needed to gather more information. He planned to head directly to the auction house. As soon as Chu Chi arrived at the stable, he saw a burly man take down a large knife from his back and slash it toward a white horse's head. With a sound of whoosh, the horse's head fell heavily to the ground. This scene instantly turned Chu Chi's expression cold. That horse was his mount. His face turned ashen as he looked at the burly man. The burly man wiped the knife in his hand and was putting it away. Standing next to the burly man was Yu Chao. Next to Yu Chao was Zhou Yusen, who was lying on the ground, treated as a pet. Young master, he is the owner of the horse. The owner has arrived. At this moment, the horse attendant's voice came. He was the one responsible for feeding the horses at the inn. Yu Chao turned his head and glanced at Chu Chi with a look of disdain. You're the owner of the horse. Chu Chi nodded coldly, saying, what is going on here? This guest, let me explain. First, let me introduce you. This is the young master of the Yu family. Also the young master of the Yu family. The horse attendant emphasized young master to remind Chu Chi of the noble status of the person in front of him and to avoid angering him. After pausing, the horse attendant continued. Just now, the young master was about to leave when your horse suddenly broke free. Did my horse hurt him? Not really. But your horse went into the young master's horse pen and ate the fine feed in the trough. You probably don't know that the Westin is owned by the young master, and this horse pen is also exclusive to him and not open to outsiders. Yu Chao's visit to the West Village and was not actually for the auction. Although Yu Family Village was not small, it was definitely not big. If he wanted to go to the auction, he could directly leave from a Yu family, and it wouldn't take much time. He came here to collect profits for the first half of the year and to take a walk with his dog. Chu Chi frowned and said, "So you mean, just because my horse ate the feed meant for his horse, he had someone kill my horse?" The horse attendant nodded, and before he could speak, Yu Chao's voice came. "What level is your horse? What qualifications does it have to eat the fine food I prepared for my beloved horse? Greed leads to death." Yu Chao's voice was high and mighty. Saying this, he pulled out a silver note from his pocket. "This is a large silver note of 5,000 taels. Enough for you to buy a good horse again. No need to thank me. It's what you deserve," Yu Chao said and directly threw the silver note on the ground. His posture perfectly embodied the definition of a rich young master. "Ha ha!" Chu Chi was so angry he started laughing. At this moment, he was already contemplating whether to kill Yu Chao right now. Originally, he wanted to wait for a good opportunity to strike, but now he could hardly hold back. "I am indeed a rich young master. How dare you show off in front of me? Are you happy? Do you think a pie fell from the sky? That a horse could fetch 5,000 taels of silver?" Yu Chao did not notice the murderous intent in Chu Chi's smile because he had never looked directly at Chu Chi, always glancing sideways. "Am I happy?" Chu Chi continued to smile, and suddenly a dagger appeared in his hand. He could no longer hold back from wanting to kill this brat. "Horse attendant, we're here to collect the horse." Just then, more people entered the stable. Once they came in, their attitudes became respectful. Clearly, they had seen Yu Chao. These few people lowered their heads and cautiously approached their horses. They untied the horse ropes, but did not dare to leave in front of the young master. Instead, they spoke to Yu Chao. "Young master, you go first." They had witnessed what had happened in the inn earlier. This young master of the Yu family was definitely not someone to provoke. Yu Chao smiled proudly. These people are quite considerate. He turned to the horse attendant and said, "Go tell the shopkeeper that these guests do not need to pay for their stay. If they do, return the amount to them. Consider my treat." "Thank you, young master. You are truly generous." The few guests quickly flattered him. "Ha ha!" Yu Chao laughed heartily and got on the carriage with Zhou Yusen. The burly guard led the steed and slowly left. Chu Chi looked at Yu Chao's retreating figure and ultimately did not strike. With so many people present, if he acted, he would have to kill them all. Originally, he planned to swiftly take action and kill the horse attendant and the burly guard together. But now that a few strangers had arrived, he lost the opportunity, unless he killed those holding the horses as well. But Chu Chi was not someone who killed innocents indiscriminately. He could only remember this grudge for now. At this moment, without even glancing at the silver note on the ground, Chu Chi strode away. "Guest, your silver note," the horse attendant called out. Chu Chi replied without looking back, "Consider it a reward for you. If you pick it up, it's yours." Chapter 63. Mid-level and high-level yellow grade. What? Reward me. This. The horseman was too surprised, seemingly not expecting Chu Chi to be so generous. This was a large sum of 5,000 taels in silver notes. The horseman wanted to say something else, but Chu Chi's figure had already left. Others might throw silver notes on the ground to insult his dignity, but no matter how much it was, he wouldn't bend down to pick it up. 5,000 taels? There was no chance of making Chu Chi bend down. Not even a little. Even if Chu Chi was still not a cultivator, it was impossible. After leaving the stable, Chu Chi headed straight to the auction house. On the way, he carefully examined the storage bag he had received from the old man. Inside the storage bag, the specific number of body-strengthening crystals was not tens of thousands, but a full 130,000. Besides the body-strengthening crystals, there were also a few martial arts techniques, but their levels were not high, only at the human level. It seemed that they wouldn't carry high-level martial arts techniques with them. Next to the martial arts techniques were some herbs and some human-level weapons. There wasn't anything valuable. Chu Chi shook his head. A few minutes later, a building resembling a bird's nest appeared in his sight. This was the auction house of Yuja Village. Although it was still daytime and the auction hadn't started, there were quite a few people coming in and out at the entrance of the auction house. "Young man, are you here to participate in the auction? I have insider information. Do you want it?" A middle-aged man approached. "Chu Chi insider information? It's the items up for auction this time, and I even estimated how much you might need to spend to win them, so you can have an idea, right? Chu Chi's eyes lit up. If he could really know what items would be sold at the auction, that would be perfect. How much for a copy? The price is fair, just 50 taels of silver for a copy. Isn't that a bit expensive? It is a bit pricey, but information is priceless. If you know what items are being auctioned, you can spend your money wisely. Don't you agree? I don't have much money on me, just 10 taels. 10 taels? Young man, your bargaining is too harsh. 30 taels. I can only offer 10. Come on, add a bit more. Young man, don't leave. Okay, 10 taels it is. One hand gives money, the other hand gives information. Chu Chi took out 10 taels in silver notes and exchanged them for the information in the man's hand. He focused his gaze and then asked, what does this success rate estimate mean? It's like this. The items listed here are my personal predictions. Of course, my predictions are quite accurate in the industry. I can predict at least half of the items correctly. So you mean the items on this list might not necessarily be what is up for auction? Yes, that is exactly what I mean. Can I get my money back? Young brother, why are we talking about refunds? As long as I predict one item correctly from this list, it's a profit for you, right? Chu Chi the my silen, carefully looking at the information in his hand. Although this middle-aged man seemed unreliable, the prices listed made him understand what currency was used among cultivators. For example, a mid-level human-grade healing herb had an estimated starting price of 1,000 body strengthening crystals, with an expected final transaction price of 3,000 to 5,000 body strengthening crystals. A low-level yellow-grade healing herb had a starting price of 100 body strengthening crystals and an estimated transaction price of 300 to 500 body strengthening crystals. That is to say, among cultivators that didn't use money. Instead, they used crystals corresponding to their level for trading. Chu Chi understood why there were so many body strengthening crystals in the old man's storage bag. He had probably come here to hide his identity and participate in the auction. Little did he expect to lose his life over 2 yellow-grade weapons and send Chu Chi a large sum of money. He was truly a timely rain. With a slight smile, Chu Chi entered the consignment hall. Of course, he wasn't there to sell anything. He just wanted to know what level the sword and dagger he obtained were. As soon as Chu Chi entered, he heard an old man speaking. Everyone, please don't bring things like animal skins or horns. It's a waste of time. Also for this auction, the items prepared by our auction house are already stunning enough. So anything below yellow grade doesn't need to be brought out. Of course, some items with miraculous effects are exceptions. As soon as these words were spoken, many people left the consignment hall. The number of people in the hall instantly decreased by more than half. Chu Chi took a number and waited. After half an hour, it was finally his turn. What do you want to consign? The old man asked softly, without looking away. Chu Chi replied calmly, I have a sword and a dagger that I want to consign. Is it yellow grade? The old man asked. Let me see them. Chu Chi took out the sword and the dagger and handed them to the old man. On the old man's table were 3 stones of different qualities. He took the sword and the dagger and struck them one by one. The sword barely left a mark on the second stone, but the dagger left a mark on the third stone. The old man nodded and said, This sword is a mid-level yellow grade. This dagger is a high-level yellow grade. Do you want to consign both? Is the sword only a mid-level yellow grade? Chu Chi frowned slightly and then asked, How much can it sell for? Yellow-grade weapons are very rare. This sword can sell for at least 100,000 body strengthening crystals. As for this dagger, it's estimated to be around 300,000 body strengthening crystals. 300,000. Chu Chi was taken aback. 300,000 was something he wouldn't have dared to imagine before. It would be enough for the Chu family for 10 generations. At this point, the old man continued. It's also because there are too few people who use daggers. If it were a sword or knife, the price would definitely exceed expectations, certainly not just 300,000. Chu Chi thought for a moment and said, I'll keep the sword, sell the dagger. Chu Chi obtained the sword technique inheritance, and although the sword's level was lower, it was definitely more convenient to use than the dagger. Of course, Chu Chi actually didn't plan to sell the dagger either. This thing was absolutely unexpected for close-range sneak attacks, but he worried that if there were any auction items he really needed at night, he wouldn't have enough money to buy them, so he could only temporarily sell the dagger. All right, this is the consignment contract. Take a look. We will charge 15% of the transaction price as a commission. 15%? That's really high. Chu Chi thought this in his heart, but still signed a consignment contract. Young brother, here's a free ticket for you. This ticket is worth 100 body strengthening crystals. Hearing this, Chu Chi was a bit surprised. A ticket to enter the auction house actually cost 100 body strengthening crystals? He didn't know when the auction house in Chu family village had started being built. Shaking off his internal thoughts, Chu Chi took the ticket and left the room. After the sun set, the auction began, and Chu Chi entered with his ticket. The ticket in his hand had a seat number. He sat in the main hall on the first floor, holding number plate 1114. Chu Chi glanced around. This auction house could accommodate at least 3,000 people. Besides the main hall, there were also private rooms on the second floor. The people in the private rooms were the truly wealthy and powerful. At this moment, in the first private room, Yu Chao sat on the sofa, a burly man standing behind him. As for Zhou Yusen, she curled up in a corner like an injured rabbit, motionless. It was unclear whether she was asleep or dead. Young master, she seems to have fainted. Should we wake her up? The burly guard respectfully asked. Yu Chao said indifferently, no need to bother with her. Even a dog needs to rest when it's tired. I can also focus on the auction. My grandfather said that tonight's auction items might include moonheart grass. Moonheart grass, a top-tier human-grade elixir for improving cultivation. It could allow a cultivator at the 8th level of the mortal realm to directly elevate their cultivation to the peak of the 9th level of the mortal realm. As long as you possess the strong body crystal, reaching the strong person realm is just around the corner. Chapter 64. Moonheart grass. The burly man flattered. Young master, if there is any, the moonheart grass must belong to you. Yu Chao arrogantly replied, of course, if it's not mine, whose could it be? My grandfather has already given the word. If there really is moonheart grass, the Yu family members better not compete with me for it. Young master, the family head really treats you well. That's only natural. Who told me I am the young master? Yu Chao said. By the way, did you call the person I asked you to? They should be here soon. As soon as it had finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. They're here. Ada immediately opened the door, and a young woman walked in. The woman was dressed in a qipao, curvaceous and somewhat awkwardly crossing her legs. Once inside, she gritted her teeth and said, Young master, we agreed this would be the last time. I'm afraid my husband will find out. Is that so? But you didn't say that last night. You said to be forceful. After Chu Chi sat down, he put on a bull mask. This was to maintain a low profile. What if Yufeng also came to the auction? Until the specific plan for killing was confirmed, it was better to keep a low profile. It wasn't long before a female host walked onto the auction stage. The host was stunningly beautiful, with an alluring figure and captivating eyes. Hello, everyone. The large auction held every 4 years is back. I am your host tonight, Rose. After some polite remarks, the host directly got to the point. Now, let's present today's first auction item. As everyone knows, the first item, even if it isn't the main attraction, is sure to be a hot commodity. I guarantee that everyone wants this first item. Miss Rose, stop keeping us in suspense. Let's start the bidding. We all want to know what it is. All right, I won't keep you waiting. Please take a look. Rose clapped her hands, and a beautiful woman walked up beside her, holding a box. In front of everyone, Rose opened the box. Inside lay a grass that resembled a crescent moon. Seeing this grass, everyone in the room became agitated. It's moonheart grass. This time, there really is moonheart grass. I came here just for it. All the cultivators attending the auction went wild. Even Chu Chi's eyes lit up. Moonheart grass was definitely a very rare spiritual herb. He couldn't use it himself, but it would be perfect for his brother. He had to win this moonheart grass. To his surprise, the first auction item was precisely what he was aiming for. At this moment, in room 1, ha, there really is moonheart grass. Yu Chao had half his pants down, but put them back on again. He came here specifically for the moonheart grass. Exercise could be done any time, but he absolutely couldn't miss this. I believe everyone has guessed what this is. That's right, it's moonheart grass. This is a top-grade human-level spiritual herb that can directly elevate a mortal's cultivation from level 8 to the peak. Although moonheart grass is ineffective for strong cultivators, it can be given as a gift to the younger generation of the family. The starting bid for this moonheart grass is 10,000 body refining crystals, and each raise cannot be less than 1,000. Now let the bidding begin. 10,000? Chu Chi suddenly realized that the estimated price in the materials he bought was completely inaccurate. As Rose's words fell, everyone in the room began bidding. Each person raised their hands to bid. The scene was spectacular. 10,000 body refining crystals was nothing to them. Soon, the price soared from 10,000 to 30,000. 50,000, 80,000. I bid 100,000. Room 3 directly called out a bid of 100,000. This price was a watershed moment. Most people in the hall sighed. 100,000 body refining crystals. It was definitely sky high. For small families like the Chu family, which have been operating for decades, they probably saved only this much body refining crystals. Only the families in private villages could obtain body refining pills more easily. 110,000. 120,000. The price continued to rise. 200,000. At this moment, Yu Chao called out a bid. As soon as he opened his mouth, he raised it by 80,000. This was definitely a display of wealth. But the Yu family had this strength. Yu Chao came to participate in the auction with his grandfather's support. He didn't need to worry about not having enough money. What? 200,000. As soon as this price came out, everyone in the hall frowned. In the past, moon heart grass had been auctioned, but the price only reached 200,000 body refining crystals at the end. But today, it had already reached 200,000 in such a short time. Rose chuckled and reminded, "The guest in room 1 has bid 200,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" After her words, someone continued to raise the bid. 210,000. A guest in room 5 bid 210,000. 230,000. A guest in room 3 bid 230,000. In room 1, Yufeng stood in front of the glass window, his eyes playful as he said, "There really are people competing with me, but do they have the qualifications?" 300,000. Yufeng raised his bid again, and the increments were substantial. At this moment, people began to discuss among themselves. Who is in room 1? So wealthy? I don't know, but it should be someone from the Yu family. Only the Yu family can be so rich. Damn, if the Yu family is involved, who dares to compete with him? Before the surrounding discussions had settled, room 3 called out again, 350,000. What? Who is this person in room 3, daring to compete with the Yu family? Could it be someone from another private village? In room 1, Yu Chao frowned. It seemed that someone really wanted to compete with him. 400,000. Yu Chao raised the bid again. He was determined to secure the moon heart grass. His grandfather had told him to bid as much as he wanted. Body refining crystals are nothing. For a village leader's family like the Yu family, it's not a big deal, because high-level crystals could be exchanged for lower-level crystals. For example, one strong body crystal could be exchanged for 100 body refining crystals. However, body refining crystals could not be exchanged for strong body crystals. This rule allowed major powers to better control small forces. Controlling resources means controlling others' growth. 450,000. Room 3 showed no signs of retreating. Everyone was certain that the person in room 3 must be from a nearby private village. Resources are something everyone wants, the more the better. In room 1, Ada frowned and said, "Young master, the guest in room 3 seems determined to compete with you. Shall I go say hello?" "Yes. Go tell him that the moon heart grass is going to be secured by my Yu family. Just say this was what my grandfather said. Rest assured, young master." "I know what to say." Ada turned to leave. At this moment, Rose began to count down. "The guest in room 3 has bid 450,000 body refining crystals. Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" 450,000 for the first time. 450,000 for the second time. In the hall, Chu Chi glanced at room 1. The glass of the room reflected light, making it impossible to see what was happening inside. Is room 1 not bidding? Then I have to take action. Chapter 65. No respect. Although Chu Chi didn't have much body refining crystal on him, he had inquired at the consignment hall that strengthening crystals could be exchanged for body refining crystals at a ratio of 1 to 100. This meant that 10,000 strengthening crystals could be exchanged for 1 million body refining crystals. He originally didn't have so many strengthening crystals and had to thank the elder from the Wu family for sending him money. He was also determined to acquire the moon heart grass. Just as Chu Chi was about to place his bid, Yu Chao spoke up again, 460,000. This time, he only increased the bid by 1,000. The guest in box 1 bid 460,000 body refining crystals. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 460,000 first time. 460,000, second time. 500,000. Box 3 increased the bid again. Yu Chao, however, was not anxious. He knew that the day had not yet arrived. It was only when the countdown reached the second-to-last moment that he continued to raise the bid. 510,000. Box 1 offered 510,000 body refining crystals. Is there a higher bid? 510,000 first time. 510,000 second time. This time, the guest in box 3 did not raise the bid again. Rose had already raised her hammer. Only then did Yu Chao smile. Dede was doing well, and it seemed he had persuaded the other party. After all, this was Yu family village. A strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. 510,000 third. Just as Rose's hammer was about to fall in the hall, Chu Chi raised his bidding paddle. 510,000, 1,000. His voice was like a heavy bomb, and the crowd instantly exploded. At that moment, everyone turned to look in his direction. Who was this person wearing a bull's head mask, sitting in the hall, yet daring to bid against the Yu family? This person is too bold. He is probably from a nearby, private village. He wore a bull's head mask to hide his identity. This auction really is full of hidden talents. At this moment, in box 1, Yu Chao's smile froze. He had thought the moon heart grass was already in his grasp. But how did another contender suddenly appear? 550,000. After his shock, Yu Chao raised his bid again. Chu Chi immediately raised his paddle. 550,000, 1,000. 600,000. 600,000, 1,000. Damn, who is this 1114? Every time he raises the bid, he only adds the minimum. It's clear that he's opposing the Yu family. At this moment in box 1, Dede had returned. He could see clearly that the young master was about to explode with anger. He spoke, "Young master, let me handle this." "No, I will deal with it personally." 70,000. This time, Yu Chao directly raised the bid by 100,000. After raising the bid, he added, "This friend, I am Yu Chao, the young master of the Yu family. The moon heart grass is of great importance to me. I hope this friend can give the Yu family some face." Before Yu Chao could finish his sentence, Chu Chi raised his hand again. No wonder he found the voice of the guest in box 1 somewhat familiar. It turned out to be Yu Chao. Since he knew the other party's identity, he was even less likely to give him face. Moreover, Yu Chao had no face in front of him. "Chu Chi, 70,000, 1,000. Chu Chi said lightly. As soon as these words came out, the entire hall fell eerily silent. Everyone's eyes widened and mouths gaped. Who exactly is this 1114? This is clearly a blatant disregard for Yu Chao's face. No, this is no longer simply not giving face. This is practically a slap in the face to Yu Chao. At this moment in box 1, Yu Chao was nearly biting his teeth in frustration. As the young master of the Yu family, he had never felt so humiliated. He wished he could immediately tear 1114 to shreds. 75,000. Are you sure you will not give the Yu family any face? Don't you want to walk out of the Yu? Yu Chao spoke again. This time, his words were interrupted again. But it was not Chu Chi, but the host, Rose. Enough. Rose suddenly shouted coldly. Has some people forgotten that this is the Tianxia auction house? Threatening guests here is breaking the rules of my Tianxia Chamber of Commerce, and it is opposing the Tianxia Chamber of Commerce. Are you sure you want to do this? A chilling aura emanated from Rose. Even through the glass, Yu Chao felt it. He immediately calmed down. He was impulsive. Although the private village had an auction house, the auction house was not managed by the private village, but by the Tianxia Chamber of Commerce. The auction house was built by the Tianxia Chamber of Commerce, and the items inside were also provided by them. The Yu family did not know how powerful the Tianxia Chamber of Commerce was. They only knew that this chamber was not to be trifled with. Now apologize. Otherwise, get out. Rose's voice echoed around. To dare to tell the young master of the Yu family to get out, she must be the first. But she had this qualification. Not to mention telling Yu Chao to get out, even telling the head of the Yu family to get out would be met with no opposition. Hearing this, Yu Chao clenched his fists and reluctantly said, "Sorry." Rose's expression then softened a bit. She smiled and said, "Box 1 bids for 75,000 body refining crystals. Is there anyone else who wants to bid?" When Rose asked this question, she was looking at Chu Chi. Chu Chi immediately raised his paddle. 75,000, 1,000. Still adding the minimum. It seemed he was intent on driving the Yu family people mad. At this moment, Yu Chao was already feeling chest tightness. his face flushed with anger. This was too humiliating. This was the most humiliating day of his many years. After a while, he finally calmed down and opened his mouth. Before he could finish, the door suddenly burst open. An old man leaning on a snake-headed cane, with a gloomy expression, walked in. Second uncle, Dada Bovid Hispik Chfuli. The old man didn't even look at Dada and spoke to Yu Chao. No need to continue bidding. This person is clearly determined to obtain the Moonheart Grass. Second grandfather, why are you here? This old man was Yu Tongda, the second grandfather of the Yu family. Your grandfather asked me to keep an eye on you, fearing that you might act impulsively in this situation. Now stop. But second grandfather, the Moonheart Grass. Yu Tongdao waved his hand. Even if the Moonheart Grass is obtained by him, it is still in Yu family village. What are you afraid of? Second grandfather. Do you mean? Yu Chao's eyes lit up. Yu Tongda coldly smiled. This person is so disrespectful to our Yu family. We can't do anything to him in the auction house, but outside the auction house, it's our Yu family's territory. I am very curious to know which village this person is from. Doesn't he know that a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake? Second grandfather. Should I notify my grandfather? What? Do you think I can't deal with this person? That's not it. It's just that if grandfather comes, it will be more secure. You are overthinking it. From his voice and aura, he must not be very old. While the two were talking, Rose brought down the hammer. 75,000 and 1,000 sold. Although they had already decided to give up on the Moonheart Grass, Yu Chao still felt aggrieved. You, come here. He pointed at the young woman, his eyes filled with anger. As soon as the young woman walked over, Yu Chao grabbed her head. Seeing this scene, Dada very thoughtfully used his sturdy body to block Yu Chao. In the next moment, Yu Chao closed his eyes and let out a heavy breath. Much more comfortable. Meanwhile, Yu Tongda's expression showed little change, as if he was used to this scene. He stood in front of the window, staring intently at the bull-headed mast. Chu Chi Chapter 66, A Broken Sword. Congratulations to guest number 1114 for winning the Moonheart Grass. Shortly, a staff member will come to connect with you. By the way, I would like to remind everyone to make sure they have enough money. If you win something but can't pay, first offense means breaking both hands, and second offense means losing your head. Rose's voice came again. She was definitely a strong person. Every time she frowned, it seemed the temperature around her dropped a few degrees. Not long after she spoke, a staff member approached Chu Chi. Hello, guest. You just won the Moonheart Grass. Would you like to pay now or settle at the end? Let's settle at the end. Okay, I won't disturb you then. Please take the Moonheart Grass. Have a nice day. The staff member turned to leave, clearly aware that Chu Chi had something on consignment. And didn't he require him to pay immediately, not requiring payment up front? This man with a bull-headed mask seems to be quite significant. The people around looked surprised. At this moment, Rose's voice came again. Next, let us present our second auction item. Rose clapped her hands, and two women brought up a sword box. Rose opened the sword box, revealing indeed a sword inside. However, it was a broken sword. Generally speaking, a broken sword is considered a destroyed sword. No matter how powerful a sword was, once broken, it would become increasingly fragile over time, regardless of whether it was once a divine weapon. Much like iron slowly rusting away. How can it be a broken sword? Can a broken sword even be auctioned? At this moment, Chu Chi's expression changed slightly upon seeing the broken sword. Everyone be quiet. Do you think the Tianxia Chamber of Commerce has no good items left to present? Bringing up a broken sword? But in fact, this is our Tianxia Chamber of Commerce providing benefits. Rose said, picking up the broken sword from a sword box. This sword was enormous. If it weren't broken, it would definitely be a giant sword. Whether it was the sword being too heavy or Rose slipping. The broken sword fell from her hand. The next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. The broken sword hit the ground and embedded itself directly into the earth. Did you see that? Even though this sword is broken, it is still extraordinarily sharp. Its sharpness is equivalent to a low-grade yellow weapon. But that is not the reason we are selling this broken sword. The most important reason is that this sword is made of special materials, extremely solid. Even a high-grade yellow weapon cannot shatter it. As Rose spoke, a long sword appeared in her hand. This is my weapon, a high-grade yellow weapon. Please take a look. Rose slashed at the broken sword. Sparks flew at the scene, yet the broken sword remained unscathed. What? It can actually withstand a high-grade yellow weapon. People finally became interested. Although the broken sword would become increasingly fragile, at least for now, it could still rival a yellow-grade weapon. I've said it before, this sword is equivalent to a benefit giveaway, priced at only 1,000 strength crystals. As soon as this price was announced, many from smaller forces shook their heads. 1,000 strength crystals? Isn't that too much? Starting now, bidding begins, with increments of no less than 100. As soon as Rose finished speaking, someone immediately raised their bid. Smaller forces or loose cultivators thought 1,000 strength crystals was too much, but for larger forces, 1,000 strength crystals was still bearable. The most important thing was that this broken sword could withstand a high-grade yellow weapon. Even as time passed and it became more fragile, it could still be used for a year or two. For that reason alone, it was worth it. Soon, the price of the broken sword reached 10,000 strength crystals. This was definitely an exorbitant price. At this point, not many people were bidding anymore. Guests from room 1 bidding 10,000 strength crystals. Is there a higher bid? Rose's voice rang out. The current price was exactly what the Yu family had offered. At this time, in room 1, Yu Chao was still holding the head of a young woman. Second Grandpa, it seems no one is competing with you. But is it worth it just for a broken sword? It's just a consumable. Yu Tongda replied faintly, in a few days, I will be delivering goods and will pass through a dangerous place. This sword could come in handy. Second Grandpa, that's just you. If it were someone else, they probably wouldn't be willing to spend. 10,000 strength crystals, though not a lot, was certainly not insignificant. While the two were talking, Rose began her countdown. 10,000 strength crystals, first time. 10,000 strength crystals, second time. Rose raised her hammer, ready to bring it down. Just then, Chu Chi raised his hand. 10,100. Wow. As soon as this was said, the entire venue was shocked. All eyes turned to Chu Chi. What? Number 1114 is bidding again. What the heck? Is he really competing over a broken sword? Who is he? Does he have a grudge against the Yu family? Why is he specifically targeting their items? At this moment, everyone believed that Chu Chi had a grudge against the Yu family. Again him. Second Grandpa. He must be doing this intentionally. He is targeting our Yu family. Yu Chao was furious. Of course, it wasn't just him who was angry. Yu Tongda was furious as well. This person could be forgiven for competing over the moon heart grass since every family wanted it. But just for a broken sword? Why bother? Seeking death, seeking death. Yu Tongda's eyes revealed murderous intent. This masked junior was too arrogant. Did he really think the Yu family was easy to bully? Did he not understand the concept of leaving a line for future encounters? Yu Tongda decided not to continue bidding, since this person was intentionally targeting the Yu family. Continuing to bid would only benefit the auction house. He had already decided that once the auction was over, he would deal with this masked person. Guest number 1114 has bid 10,100 strength crystals. Is there any further bidding? 10,100, first time. 10,100, second time. 10,100, third time. Sold. Rose brought down the hammer. Until she did, Yu Tongda did not raise his bid again. Wow. Did the Yu family really not bid? Did they suffer a loss in silence? This person is not to be trifled with. Not to be trifled with. In room 1, Yu Chao glanced at Yu Tongda and suddenly spoke to Ada, go bring the wife of Yang Laowu from the south of the village. My second grandpa also needs to vent a little. Understood. Ada turned and left without a word. Yu Tongda did not stop him. He was feeling gloomy and indeed needed to release some of that tension. His nephew was quite understanding. Congratulations to guest number 1114 for winning this broken sword. Now, please bring up the third auction item. Rose continued the auction on the stage. After the two women carrying the sword box walked off the stage, they directly came to Chu Chi's side. Hello, guest. This is your sword. Chu Chi nodded and placed the sword box at his feet. At this moment, his gaze was surprisingly filled with anticipation. He really wanted to open the sword box and carefully examine the sword. He was eager to know what kind of treasure this sword was that could resonate with the Zhen Tianding. Everyone present thought he was deliberately targeting the Yu family. Only he knew why he wanted to win this broken sword. It was because from a moment he saw the broken sword, the Zhen Tianding had sensed something. At this moment, the sword box was at Chu Chi's feet, and the Zhen Tianding was slightly trembling. Could something that resonated with the Zhen Tianding be anything ordinary? He was just very curious. But now was clearly not the time to investigate. Only after the auction ends, when he is alone, can he safely investigate. Chapter 67, Yellow Grade Mid-Level Spirit Fruit Auction continues. The items that follow seem a bit bland. They are mostly high-quality human-grade weapons or martial arts techniques. Among them is a high-quality human-grade body technique. Once the body technique was revealed, the various families fought fiercely for it. In the end, it was still obtained by the Yu family. Chu Chi did not compete this time because the Chu family already had a high-quality human-grade body technique. Grandpa didn't compete with us either. It seems he knows that if he continues to fight, it would be unforgivable. Only now does he realize? It's too late. Tell someone to keep an eye on him to prevent him from leaving early. The Yu family thought that Chu Chi's decision not to compete was because he understood the pros and cons. Time passed, and about 40 minutes later, the second wave of excitement in the venue came. Ladies and gentlemen, are you feeling a bit bored? Why is everything human grade? The next auction item will surely make the strong practitioners envious. A Rose was holding a box. She opened the box, and a fruit appeared before everyone's eyes. Chu Chi didn't recognize what it was. His knowledge was still somewhat shallow. The Chu family's knowledge base couldn't broaden his understanding much. But at this moment, the strong practitioners around him had already gasped in surprise. The fruit was slender and golden. Indeed, it was the golden needle fruit. It had been many years since the golden needle fruit had appeared. Finally, it was here. Ha ha ha, after 12 years, I've finally waited for you. Golden needle fruit? Even when reminded by the surrounding strong practitioners, Chu Chi still didn't know what the golden needle fruit was used for. He had heard of the golden needle mushroom, though. It seemed he needed to read more books in his spare time. Otherwise, in the future, when he encounters higher-level spiritual herbs and fruits, he wouldn't recognize them. For the first time, he felt that knowledge and insight were extremely important for cultivators. Someone must have recognized what it was. That's right, this is the golden needle fruit. This fruit not only has the effect of improving the human body, but can also raise the cultivation level of practitioners at the third layer of the strong practitioner realm and below by 1 layer. What? Even practitioners at the third layer of the strong practitioner realm can be raised by 1 layer? I want this. Miss Rose, let's start the bidding. It seems everyone can't wait any longer. All right, the bidding starts now, with a starting price of 1,000 strong body crystals. Each bid must increase by at least 100. The starting price for the golden needle fruit is not high, but everyone knows that this price is just a nominal one. How precious are resources that can enhance cultivation? Each one that appears means 1 less in the world. Its true value far exceeds the market price. 2,000, 3,000, 50,000. In just a few minutes, the price shot from 1,000 to 50,000. Guests in both the private rooms and the hall were raising their cards. However, after reaching 50,000, the price increase became very slow. Most families couldn't afford this price. No matter how good the golden needle fruit is, it is still just a yellow-grade, low-level spirit fruit. At this moment, Chu Chi showed a pensive expression. He was contemplating whether to bid. 50,000 is indeed a bit high. But then he smiled. Why think so much? After all, he had picked up over 100,000 strong body crystals for free, so he wouldn't feel too pained to use them. Moreover, he came to the auction to see if there was anything that could enhance his cultivation. Since he encountered it, he should bid. 50,100. Chu Chi raised his card. As soon as he did, the practitioners around him showed expressions of anticipation. Here it comes, here it comes. This guest from room 1114 is competing with the Yu family again. Perhaps it was a case of fate. The one who quoted 50,000 earlier was from room 1. At this moment, in room 1, Yu Tongda's expression was not good. He had originally thought that guest 1114 had come to his senses and wouldn't compete with the Yu family anymore. He didn't expect the other party to strike again. 55,000. Yu Tongda thought for a moment and continued to raise the bid. Yu Chao asked in surprise, Grandpa, why did you raise the price? Since you decided to eliminate this person, why not let him keep spending money to win the item? We wouldn't have to pay anything in the end and could just reap the benefits. Yu Tongda shook his head slightly. You don't understand. He hadn't competed with us before, but now he has started again. What does this indicate? Yu Chao is puzzled. What does it indicate? It indicates that his cultivation is also at the strong practitioner realm, and he urgently needs the golden needle fruit. Yu Tongda's words were like a wake-up call, instantly making Yu Chao understand. If guest 1114 were to win the golden needle fruit, he would likely consume it directly to enhance his cultivation. Now you understand why I raised the bid, right? The other items can be given to him, but this golden needle fruit must belong to the Yu family. This can make our family have one more strong practitioner at the 4th layer. After saying that, Yu Tongda raised the bid again. Because of Chu Chi, he raised it by 100. 60,000. 60,100. 70,000. 70,100. 80,000. 80,100. No matter how much he raised the bid, Chu Chi would always add one more. The guests around them had gone from shock to indifference. They were just curious about who this bull-headed masked man was that could provoke the Yu family like this. At this moment, everyone finally understood why this person wore a bull-headed mask. With such a personality, not hiding his face would almost be a dead end. But by covering his face, he could take advantage of the chaos when the crowd dispersed. He still had a chance to escape. 85,000. 85,100. The two continued to bid, neither willing to back down. Very good, very good. 100,000. Yu Tongda's voice became sharper with anger. This time, he directly raised the price to 100,000. My God, 100,000 strong body crystals for a yellow-grade, low-level spirit herb. This is insane. This is 100 times the market price. The village chief's family is indeed wealthy. Chu Chi just smiled slightly and raised his bidding card again. 100,000. He was just about to call out the bid when Rose's voice suddenly rang out. 100,000 strong body crystals sold. As the hammer fell, Chu Chi was somewhat surprised. Wasn't he still bidding? Why did it fall? Seemingly understanding the question in Chu Chi's mind, Rose's voice came again. Congratulations to the guest in room 1 for being the first to bid at the capped price of 100 times for the golden needle fruit. Capped at 100 times? Just those 4 simple words made Chu Chi's expression turn somewhat unpleasant. This was his first time attending an auction, and he wasn't familiar with some of the rules. What Rose meant was that the maximum price for an auction item is 100 times the starting price. Whoever reaches this price first gets the item. Setting this limit also indicates that although the auction house is mercenary, there are limits to their greed. Wolas. Now he can only hope there are still spiritual herbs and fruits that can enhance cultivation. Chu Chi sai slai. If there were another opportunity, he would directly bid 100,000, not giving anyone else a chance. At this moment, in room 1, Yu Tongda sneered coldly. Competing with me? Did you expect I would raise the price to 100,000 directly? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Noble guest, the golden needle fruit, I have brought it to you. Hand it over to me. Adit took the golden needle fruit and walked towards Yu Tongda. Yu Tongda took the golden needle fruit in his hand, looked at it, and laughed heartily. Our Yu family is about to have another strong practitioner at the 4th layer. Saying this, Yu Tongda put the golden needle fruit into his storage bag. The fact that he didn't consume the golden needle fruit only indicated one thing. His cultivation was at least at the 4th layer of the strong practitioner realm, or even higher. Chapter 68. Only 200,000? Everyone, don't blink, the climax continues. The next item is sure to pique your interest. On the auction stage, Rose's voice continued. As she spoke, a woman approached Rose, holding a long box. Rose opened the box, revealing a dagger that caught everyone's attention. Rose picked up the dagger and deftly spun it on her fingertips. The level of this dagger is something that might leave everyone in disbelief, as such high-level weapons have not appeared in Yujia village for a century. Indeed, this is a high-grade yellow weapon. What? A high-grade yellow weapon. This is unbelievable. Even the Yujia family doesn't have such a weapon. The cultivators were surprised and stood up. What? High-grade yellow. In the first private room, Yu Tongda and Yu Chao were also astonished. How could there be a high-grade yellow weapon up for auction? In the past, the highest level was only a mid-grade yellow weapon, and in the past century, only 2 have appeared. No, we cannot let anyone else have it. Otherwise, our Yujia family will be threatened. Yu Tongda instantly decided that this dagger must belong to the Yujia family. If it were to fall into the wrong hands, it would definitely be a threat. My dagger. I wonder how much it can sell for. Chu Chi my sly. Finally, he saw the item he was selling. A high-grade yellow weapon is extremely precious, and I need not elaborate. Originally, our Tianxiao auction house had no intention of publicly selling weapons above mid-grade yellow in Yujia village, as it might upset the village's balance. However, after discussion, we decided to auction it off. After all, it is just a dagger. Without further ado, the starting bid for this dagger is 10,000 strong body crystals. Each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 1,000, 20,000, 30,000. The cultivators began to bid frantically. Although this weapon is just a dagger and not a sword, it is ultimately a high-grade yellow weapon. With this dagger, a mortal can kill a master at the strongman level if they find the right opportunity. 100,000. Soon, the price reached 100,000. The bidder was naturally the Yuja family. However, there were quite a few competing with the Yuja family. Private rooms 3, 4, and 5 were all fighting for it. These people were definitely from nearby, private villages. They all wanted this one and only high-grade yellow weapon. Quickly, the price reached 200,000. At this point, there weren't many people left bidding. After all, the strong body crystals brought by people from other villages were limited. Moreover, this dagger is not a necessity. The final item hasn't been presented yet, so spending too much money here isn't worth it. The first private room bid 200,000 strong body crystals. Is there a higher bid? This is a high-grade yellow weapon. Miss this village, and there won't be this shop again. 200,000 strong body crystals first time. 200,000 strong body crystals second time. In the hall, Chu Chi felt somewhat displeased. Didn't that old man say it could sell for 300,000 strong body crystals? Damn it, I've been fooled. Although 200,000 strong body crystals is already quite a lot, he still wasn't satisfied. Who would want their items to fetch a higher price? Chu Chi originally wanted to raise the price himself, but in the end, he didn't do so. He knew that his actions had already angered the Yuja family. The other party probably even had the intention to kill him. What if he called out a bid, and they didn't follow? Ultimately, the dagger was bought by the Yuja family for 200,000 strong body crystals. After that, the auction entered a dull period. Chu Chi occasionally bid and won a few mid-grade human-level spirit herbs to enhance his cultivation. He planned to give these herbs to his 8th sister, Chu Ying. Just when everyone was feeling drowsy and uninterested, a mid-grade yellow martial technique suddenly made an appearance, bringing the atmosphere back to a climax. This was a rare movement technique. If Chu Chi hadn't already obtained one, he would definitely have bid for it as well. In the end, this martial technique was also bought by the Yuja family at a very high price. Next, there was a long yellow sword. The one who won this sword was a guest from the 3rd private room. Although the Yuja family was wealthy, after buying so many items consecutively, they wouldn't dare to bid easily unless it was a necessity. As time passed, just before the auction was about to conclude, something finally caught Chu Chi's interest. Ladies and gentlemen, the next spirit herb is quite miraculous. It can repair damaged meridians at the strongman level. A spirit herb that can repair meridians? Chu Chi's eyes instantly lit up. Feng Qingyu needs such a spirit herb. The starting bid for this herb is 300 strong body crystals. Surprisingly, there were quite a few bidders. Many people were raising their paddles. Chu Chi, fearing any unexpected events, directly bought the herb at 100 times the capped price. Congratulations to guest number 1114. Next is the final item of this auction, also the highlight item. Everyone should know that the highlight item is either of very high level or very miraculous. What exactly is the highlight item of this auction? The answer will be revealed shortly. Rose clapped her hands. A staff member came up holding a large stone. After placing the stone on the ground, everyone noticed that the surrounding spiritual energy was converging towards the stone. Could this be yellow stone? Someone exclaimed. What? It's actually yellow stone. This item is in high demand even in the town. The Tianxia Chamber of Commerce is really giving us a benefit here. Rose smiled and said, everyone here is indeed well informed. Yes, this is yellow stone. The only function of yellow stone is to gather spirit. Although this piece of yellow stone is not large, it can help you cultivate with double the results for half the effort. In the absence of spiritual herbs, others would need 20 years to reach the limit state of spiritual energy within their bodies. But you only need 15 years, 12 years, or even 10 years. Yellowstone, while it cannot directly increase cultivation, its spirit-gathering effect is enough to drive cultivators crazy, especially for families like the Yuja family. If they had had Yellowstone earlier, their cultivation would be even stronger than now. A stone that can gather spirit. At this moment, Chu Chi was also interested. All right, Without further ado, this large yellow stone has a starting bid of 50,000 strong body crystals. Each subsequent bid must be no less than 1,000. So expensive. 50,000 strong body crystals stunned the small families present. However, families like the Yuja family knew that this price was not expensive at all, because Yellowstone is too precious and in high demand. Having Yellowstone at this auction is definitely a benefit from the Tianxia Chamber of Commerce. 60,000, 70,000, 100,000. The cultivators began to bid. The increments were almost in the tens of thousands. Soon, the price reached the sky-high figure of 300,000. This, Chu Chi was stunned. He was originally interested in this piece of Yellowstone, but isn't this price rising too fast? It had already risen to 300,000. Adding everything up, he barely had enough. But the price was still climbing. 350,000. Soon, the price reached 350,000. This price was offered by the first private room. At this moment, in the third private room, damn it, I didn't expect there to be Yellowstone. I only brought a total of 400,000 strong body crystals on this trip. I spent quite a bit at the previous auction. Sigh, the Yuja family has the advantage of being nearby. The guests in the third private room knew that the Yuja family definitely didn't have that many strong body crystals. But since this is Yuja village, they could easily go back and fetch more. Chapter 69, Murder and Robbery, 360,000. At this moment, only the second private room continued to bid. The guests in the second private room had held back their bids, waiting for the final item. Unexpectedly, their gamble paid off. The previous items, while good, whether it be spirit medicines or weapons, were all temporary. Once one's cultivation level increased, they would not be of much use. However, the Huang stone could be passed down through 3 generations. Even when the person is gone, the stone remains. Someone is competing with me. 370,000. Yu Tongda raised the bid again. The guest in the fourth private room followed up with a few more bids, but when the price reached 440,000, he ultimately could not afford it. 440,000, third call. Congratulations to the guest in the first private room for winning the final item of this auction. I dare say, you will definitely profit. The gavel finally fell. Ladies and gentlemen, this auction has come to a successful conclusion. Thank you all for coming. And thanks to the staff. The host began to wrap up the event. At this moment, in the first private room, Yu Tongda spoke to Yu Chao. Aren't you going to follow that bull-headed man? After the staff hands me the Huang stone, I will come find you immediately. Second uncle, there's no need to rush. I already had someone keep an eye on him. It seems he's gone to the consignment hall. He probably has something to consign here. That's good. Once we have a Huang stone, we'll find a suitable place to kill and rob. At this moment, in the consignment hall, Chu Chi, holding the previous consignment contract, approached the staff. The staff confirmed it and then spoke. This customer, after deducting the consignment fee, you still have 175,000 strong body crystals remaining. I see you have also bid on several items. Would you like to deduct from those, or just deduct it? After the deduction, you will have exactly 120,000 strong body crystals left. Here's the detailed list. Take a look. If you find no issues, please sign on it. Chu Chi calculated briefly and looked over the list before signing. This storage bag contains 120,000 strong body crystals. You can check it. If everything is fine, transfer it to your own storage bag. If your storage bag can't hold it, or if you don't have one, we can sell you this storage bag for just 20,000 strong body crystals. The price is absolutely fair. No need. Chu Chi took the storage bag and checked inside. The strong body crystals were neatly stacked, and the quantity seemed correct. With a thought, he transferred everything into his storage ring, then immediately stood up and left the consignment hall. As he exited, he had already taken off the bull-headed mask and changed his clothes. Now, it would be hard for anyone to guess that this seemingly inconspicuous youth was the one who had robbed the Yu family multiple times. Who would have thought that a young boy could be so bold? Chu Chi walked away, heading towards the West Inn. The West Inn, although somewhat remote, was the closest inn to the auction house. At this moment, Chu Chi appeared in a small alley. As long as he turned past this dark alley, he would see the West Inn. However, as soon as he entered, he was stopped. Blocking his way was a burly man. After the man appeared, 2 more came. No, to be precise, there were 3. The leader was an old man whom Chu Chi did not recognize. But he had seen the man beside the old man twice already. This was the third time. It was Yu Chao. Yu Chao was holding a rope, and at the end of it was not a dog, but Zhou Tao's sister, Zhou Yusen. Seeing these people, Chu Chi frowned. He still could not evade the Yu family surveillance at the auction house. The Yu family has some power. Then, his frown eased, and a smile appeared on his face. Since these people followed him all the way, they probably hadn't returned the items they had on them to the Yu family yet. This meant that the alley was a perfect place to kill and silence them. They had what Chu Chi needed. Of course, while Chu Chi thought this, the Yu family was thinking the same. This was indeed the best place to make a move. Originally, Yu Tongda could not hold back from striking, but upon seeing Chu Chi's appearance, he frowned. Ada, are you sure you haven't followed the wrong person? Second uncle. I'm sure. I've been following him since he left the consignment hall. He is the bull-headed masked man. I never expected that the one robbing from me would actually be a young kid. Kid, since you're seeking death, I hereby announce your death sentence. The items you obtained at the auction belong to the Yu family now. Yu Tongda finally understood why the kid wore a bull-headed mask. He was just trying to create a mystery, making others think he had some great power. Keet, D. Yu Tongda shouted coldly and was about to strike. But he found that Chu Chi's body moved first. Like a swimming snake, his speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he was before the three men. Huh. Yu Tongda's eyelids twitched. This speed was too fast. He nearly couldn't catch it. This was definitely a martial technique, and not a low-level one. But Yu Tongda remained unfazed. A dagger appeared in his hand. For this kid to approach him was seeking death. The dagger gleamed coldly, like lightning, stabbing towards Chu Chi's neck. He thought this kid was doomed without a doubt. But unexpectedly, a massive broken sword was suddenly blocking in front of the kid's neck. With a clang, sparks flew. The yellow-grade upper-tier dagger could not pierce through the broken sword, which was the one from the auction. Just as Yu Tongda was about to change his move, Chu Chi had already moved behind him. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimmer of light. After the light fell, he felt he could not control his body at all. It seemed his body was no longer under his brain's control. In his vision, the floor was rapidly approaching. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground echoed. That was Yu Tongda's head rolling on the ground. Yu Tongda was dead. He was killed by Chu Chi with one sword strike. At this moment, what Chu Chi held was not the broken sword, but the yellow-grade middle-tier long sword that had not been auctioned off. Silence. The scene fell into an eerie quiet. Ada was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Yu Chao, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Big. Ada was just about to shout for the young master to run. As soon as he opened his mouth, his throat was unable to produce any sound. Chu Chi's sword pierced through his throat. After withdrawing the sword, he slashed horizontally. The nearby Yu Chao also lost his head. Under the moonlight, the only person still standing was Chu Chi beside Chu Chi now Zhou Yusen. At this moment, Zhou Yusen's vacant gaze seemed to gain a hint of color. That beast is dead. He has finally died. Just then, a hand reached towards her neck. Zhou Yusen was not afraid. Instead, she closed her eyes and voluntarily extended her neck. Is this to kill me and silence me? Wonderful. She was liberated. She could finally die. Previously, she had endured humiliation but dared not seek death, because that beast said that if she died, her brother would undoubtedly die too. Now, she could finally leave this damned world. Brother, I will be your sister in the next life. No, I don't want a next life. Living is too painful. Chapter 70, Golden Needle Fruit. Eat with a muffled bang. Zhou Yusen lost consciousness. But she was not dead. She was just knocked out by Chu Chi. Chu Chi knocked out Zhou Yusen because he didn't want to waste time explaining who he was and why he didn't kill her. This was not a place to linger. It was not a place for idle chatter. He had to leave quickly while there was no one around. After searching Yu Tongda and the others, he carried Zhou Yusen and left swiftly. 20 minutes later, at the center of the village, Fengyan Inn. As soon as Chu Chi entered, he saw Zhou Tao sitting in the hall, looking as stiff as a stone. Chu Chi had told him to wait for news, but he was worried that Chu Chi wouldn't know which room he was staying in, so he had remained in the hall. At that moment, seeing Chu Chi, his dull eyes sparkled with light. On Chu Chi's shoulder was his sister. He succeeded. He really succeeded. He stepped forward, wanted to say something, but Chu Chi spoke first. Go back to the room. Zhou Tao immediately led the way. Once they entered the room, Chu Chi placed Zhou Yusin on the large bed. Just as he turned around, Zhou Tao had already knelt on the ground. Thank you, benefactor. From now on, my life belongs to you. I'll do whatever you ask. Is my sister okay? Chu Chi replied indifferently. Get up. She is fine. I just knocked her out. Zhou Tao then breathed a sigh of relief and went to the bedside to touch Zhou Yusin's face. This action instantly awakened Zhou Yusin. She was like a startled bird, curling up in the corner. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Go away, just go away. She bit her lip tightly, blood flowing out, but she was completely unaware. This was an instinctive response after being humiliated. Zhou Tao looked at her with pity. Sister, it's me, your brother. Zhou Yusin then raised her head. Brother. When she saw Zhou Tao's face clearly, she cried. Zhou Yusin hugged Zhou Tao tightly, her tears streaming down. It's okay, it's okay. Zhou Tao patted her back, continuously comforting her. After crying for a while, Zhou Yusin spoke. Brother, as long as you're okay, I can rest easy. You, just live well. Zhou Yusin slightly opened her mouth, intending to bite her tongue to end her life. But as soon as she moved, Chu Chi pinched her mouth. She could only make muffled sounds. Benefactor, what are you doing? Zhou Tao asked, confused. Chu Chi replied, she wants to commit suicide. With that, a slap landed on Zhou Yusin's face. This slap left Zhou Tao dumbfounded. Just as he was about to say something, he felt a sword pressed against his neck. The one acting was still Chu Chi. Chu Chi said coldly, if you commit suicide, I will kill your brother. Chu Chi knew that Zhou Yusin currently had nothing to live for. The only thing she still cared about was Zhou Tao, so he didn't bother to say any comforting words. The torment and abuse Zhou Yusin had suffered couldn't be alleviated by mere words of comfort. He knew that Zhou Yusin's body was far from perfect. Only she knew how much humiliation she had endured in these days. No, don't kill my brother. Indeed, only when Zhou Tao's life was threatened would the woman yield. Chu Chi spoke again. Your life is saved by me. I won't save someone for free, and I'm not that noble. You have just enough beauty to be my servant. Your brother can be my coachman. If you commit suicide, I will definitely kill him. If you don't believe me, you can try. Beside them, Zhou Tao glanced at Chu Chi. He finally understood that Chu Chi was saying this on purpose. These words not only threatened his sister, who was in a chaotic state of mind and seeking death, but also indirectly offered them a way out. Chu Chi didn't say a word of comfort, yet he gave them the greatest comfort. How could this young man's thoughts be so delicate? No, as long as you don't kill my brother, I can be a servant. Zhou Yusin held Zhou Tao tightly. Her eyes filled with fear as she looked at Chu Chi. She suddenly remembered that the one who killed Yu Chao was this young man. Wasn't it? This person was too cruel and ruthless. She had no doubt that Chu Chi would really kill her brother. That's right. You two leave. Chu Chi originally wanted the Zhou siblings to leave Yu family village first. But before he could finish speaking, the outside suddenly became noisy. Not long after, a loud shout came from the hall. The Yu family has issued an order. From this moment on, no one in the inn is allowed to leave even half a step and must wait for questioning. Anyone who dares to leave will be killed without mercy. Chu Chi opened the door and looked downstairs. The one speaking was a patrolling guard from the Yu family. After shouting, the guard left 2 people to guard the front and back doors of the inn before going elsewhere. At the same time, all major restaurants, tea houses, and inns of the Yu family received the notice of confinement. Everyone stayed in place and was not allowed to move recklessly. In the streets, horses galloped, and someone shouted, "Seal all entrances and exits. From now on, the village's entry only, no exit." This commotion instantly exploded throughout the village. Why is the village suddenly locked down? I don't know. Something big must have happened. I know what happened. The eldest young master and the second elder of the Yu family were killed. What? Who dares to kill a member of the Yu family in Yu family village? Are they seeking death? This news can't be true. It's not fake news. I'm the one who discovered the eldest young master of the Yu family's corpse. In the inn, Chu Chi closed the door and squinted his eyes slightly. The Yu family's actions were faster than he had anticipated. It seemed that shortly after he left, someone discovered the corpse. At this moment, Zhou Tao asked, "Benefactor, is this commotion because of you?" I haven't asked you how you saved my sister. What else could I do? Of course, I killed him. You killed Yu Chao. Hey, now the whole village is under martial law. If we move around, we will definitely be discovered. I've implicated you, benefactor. What should we do now? Chu Chi shrugged. What else can we do? We'll kill our way out. Kill our way out? That's impossible. It's a bit troublesome, but it's not impossible. Chu Chi my sly. Although things were developing toward the worst-case scenario, it didn't mean he couldn't escape. Previously, Chu Chi didn't have much confidence without obtaining the yellow grade sword. But now, not only did he possess yellow grade, mid-tier martial arts skills, but he also obtained a yellow grade, mid-tier weapon. Even without an increase in cultivation, he was not afraid of the Yu family. After all, how many people could withstand the sword in his hand? By the way, the old man's storage bag is also with me. I wonder if the golden needle fruit is still there. With a thought, Chu Chi began to explore the old man's storage bag. As he explored, a smile appeared on Chu Chi's face. Just as he had hoped, everything he won at the auction was inside. The Huangshe, yellow grade, mid-tier martial arts skills, and his yellow grade upper-tier dagger were all there. Even the golden needle fruit was inside. He and consumed the golden needle fruit. Chu Chi's smile grew even brighter. He originally had no hope, but unexpectedly, the golden needle fruit was also in there. This meant that the old man's cultivation was originally at the 4th level of the strongman realm. The golden needle fruit he won was intended for the Yu family members, not for himself. This was a stroke of luck for him. Originally, Chu Chi was confident that he could kill his way out with his golden needle fruit. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for the Yu family. Eat. Without any hesitation, Chu Chi consumed the golden needle fruit. Chapter 71. Cultivation Improvement, Counterattack. In fact, the golden needle fruit is most suitable for consumption at the 3rd level of the strongman realm. However, in order to ensure that everything goes perfectly tonight, Chu Chi resolutely decided to consume it. What if the intelligence was inaccurate, and Yu Zhongran's cultivation was a bit higher than expected? After the golden needle fruit was ingested, it transformed into a peculiar energy. This energy didn't even require the operation of the Great Tao natural technique. It automatically transformed into golden needles. The golden needles surged like a tide towards the 3rd twin vein. Just a few minutes later, the 3rd twin vein appeared within his body. Chu Chi's cultivation was raised to the 3rd level of the strongman realm. Now, he could handle a 5th level strongman without any weapons. The Yu family no longer posed a threat. Chu Chi opened his eyes and said to Zhou Tao, I'm going out for a bit. You all wait for me here. Benefactor, you're going out. Do you really plan to fight your way out? I was thinking that way before, but not anymore. I'm not trying to escape the village. I'm heading to the Yu family. Yu Feng is still alive. Chu Chi came to the Yu family, this time specifically to kill Yu Feng. Yu Chao and that old man simply ran into trouble. As his voice fell, Chu Chi climbed out of the window and onto the roof. Under the moonlight, he flew across the eaves and walls, heading towards the Yu family's mansion. Who goes there? Stop. They couldn't let him escape. He must be the murderer. As soon as Chu Chi moved, he was discovered. The patrolling guards jumped onto the roofs and chased him on the ground. But their speed was nowhere near Chu Chi's. None of these patrolling individuals were even at the strongman realm. This group was preparing to launch a signal flare to attract the Yu family's experts. Someone exclaimed, wait, he's not running out of the village. It seems he's headed toward the Yu family. Did he run in the wrong direction in the panic? The Yu family is located at the center of the village. About 1,000 meters east of the Fengyun Inn is the Yu family mansion. 1,000 meters isn't far. Just a minute later, Chu Chi arrived at the entrance of the Yu family. Under the moonlight, he looked at the Yu family's plaque, a smile creeping onto his lips. But this smile concealed a blade. He stopped. The pursuers behind him exchanged glances. What was going on? Could it be that this person isn't the murderer? Otherwise, why would he come to the Yu family to seek death? In shock, Chu Chi stepped forward like a great rock spreading its wings, and jumped directly into the Yu family. As soon as he landed, he bellowed, "Where is Yu Feng? Come see me at once." His voice reverberated throughout the entire Yu family, the echoes lingering and refusing to fade. Who is causing trouble? Seeking death. The Yu family members were immediately enraged. They were already in a bad mood, and now someone dared to cause trouble. Wasn't this simply looking for death? After his roar, the Yu family members appeared one after another in the front courtyard. Armed with long swords, they surrounded Chu Chi in the center. "Kid, who are you?" An elderly man asked with a frown. This elder was none other than the head of the Yu family, Yu Zhongran. He never expected that the troublemaker would be a young man. "Beifo Chu Chi Gao Zet Pong, I U Feng Sudali Et Glim, Chu Chi. You dare come to the Yu family?" So he is Chu Chi, the one who ruined my Yu family's plans. "Kid, we didn't come looking for you, yet you delivered yourself to our door." The Yu family originally supported the Pang family. In their eyes, Feiyun village certainly belonged to the Pang family. But when Yu Feng returned, he told them that the village establishment quota was snatched away by the Chu family. This shocked the Yu family greatly. They had previously sent a strongman realm expert to assist the Pang family in eliminating the Chu family. They only learned upon Yu Feng's return that Yu family member had been killed by a hidden weapon. Afterward, the Pang family was also eliminated by the Chu family during the village establishment assessment. Although the Yu family was furious, they could only suffer in silence. They knew that the Chu family must have experts backing them. Otherwise, how could the Chu family have directly obtained the village establishment token? So, this matter could only end without resolution. However, he never expected that a member of the Chu family would come to the Yu family to seek death. "Yu Feng, you're here too, so I can relax. Now tell me, are you going to kill yourself, or am I going to kill you?" Chu Chi stared at Yu Feng, his gaze like a beast watching its prey. Wow! At this declaration, the entire scene erupted in an uproar. No one expected that, surrounded by the Yu family members, this kid would actually speak so arrogantly. Does he not take us seriously? Damn, this kid is too arrogant. I've seen many arrogant young people, but this is the first time I've seen someone so audacious. "Big brother, please allow me to kill him. Tong Da is already dead, and I am very sad. I want to kill someone to vent my anger." An old woman suddenly stepped forward. This old woman was very plump, with a face full of flesh. She held 2 meteor hammers in her hands. This posture was simply one word: fierce. Yu Zhongran nodded. "I understand your feelings. Then you could take action and kill this kid. And don't worry, I will definitely find the murderer. My Yu family members are not so easy to kill." "Thank you, big brother." The old woman radiated spiritual light as she swung her meteor hammers like a giant beast, charging toward Chu Chi. Chu Chi shook his head and said 2 words, so ugly: "Fly." As his words fell, Chu Chi raised his hand. A golden palm, formed from spiritual energy, slapped toward the old woman. "You overestimate yourself." The old woman scoffed, casually raising her meteor hammer to block. However, when the spiritual palm struck the meteor hammer, her expression changed instantly. What appeared to be a casual strike was filled with unparalleled power. She actually couldn't withstand it. Her arm was forced back rapidly. The meteor hammer slammed into her chubby face. With a loud thud, blood and flesh flew in the air. The old woman's face was shattered by her own hammer. Half of her face was a bloody mess. Her body spun several times in the air before turning into a parabolic arc, crashing against the courtyard wall. The hard wall created a deep pit upon impact. After landing, she did not get up again, leaving everyone unsure whether she had fainted or died. What? At that instant, everyone was shocked. This old woman, although not particularly good-looking, was actually at the 3rd level of the strongman realm. A 3rd-level strongman was slapped away? How could this be possible? As everyone was in shock, Yu Feng suddenly screamed, "Grandpa, save me, Grandpa." Everyone turned to look, and they saw Yu Feng's body entangled in golden spiritual energy. The other end of the golden spiritual energy was Chu Chi. Just now, all of their attention was on the old woman, which gave Chu Chi the perfect opportunity to easily restrain Yu Feng. He lifted Yu Feng into the air from a distance. "Kid, what do you want? Let go." A middle-aged man coldly shouted. He was Yu Feng's father, Yu Jingyan. "What do I want? Of course, I want to kill him." As Chu Chi's words fell, Yu Zhongran shouted coldly, "Kid, you dare? If he comes to any harm, I swear you." Before Yu Zhongran could finish his words, Chu Chi shot him a cold glance. That gaze was as proud as an eagle. Sometimes, to refute someone, it isn't necessary to say any more nonsense. A single look is enough. In the next moment, Chu Chi grinned and simply said one word: "Explode." Chapter 72. The head of the Yu family. Dead, Chu Chi stretched out his hand and suddenly squeezed. With a muffled bang, a bloody scent filled the air. Yu Feng's body was directly crushed by Chu Chi from a distance. A mere mortal-level cultivator was easily subdued. No, Yu Jingyun's eyes were bloodshot with rage. Yu Jingran's expression was even more terrifying. This kid was too arrogant. In front of so many people from the Yu family, he actually dared to kill. Did he forget that this was the Yu family? He pointed at Chu Chu's face, gritting his teeth as he said, "Tear him to pieces." As soon as the word pieces fell, all the members of the Yu family, armed with knives and swords, charged at Chu Chu. Kid die. Kill, kill, kill. The one at the forefront was a strong cultivator at the 4th level of the strongman realm. Before he arrived, spiritual energy formed a storm, pressing down on Chu Chu. Chu Chu was unafraid. Golden spiritual energy emanated from his body, forming a golden armor. It was the heavenly dominance armor. All attacks landed on him, not even shattering the armor. Even though the opponents wielded low-grade yellow weapons, the swords and knives merely sparked against him, like fireworks being set off. At this moment, Chu Chu reached out and grabbed the wrist of an elder. This elder was the 3rd great-uncle of the Yu family, and also a cultivator at the 3rd level of the strongman realm. However, he realized he couldn't break free from Chu Chu's grip. Chu Chu's hand felt like a giant steel claw, just as he was preparing to muster all his strength. Chu Chu lightly tossed him away, sending the Yu family's 3rd great-uncle flying. Chu Chu shook his head and glanced at the attackers around him. He sneered and simply said 4 words. "Is your strength weak?" The Yu family members were momentarily stunned. Once they reacted, they were all filled with rage. Some narrow-minded individuals even spat out blood in anger. The meaning of those 4 words was too humiliating. "Oh my, how arrogant! Kill him, kill him! I don't believe we can't break his armor." The Yu family members went mad. Just as they were about to intensify their attacks, Yu Jingran's voice rang out. "Step back. You are no match for him." Saying this, Yu Jingran waved his hand, and spiritual energy formed a wall, pushing the surrounding Yu family members away. He stepped forward. This aura was not from the 4th or even the 5th level of the strongman realm, but from the 6th level. Although Zhou Tao was a servant of the Yu family, the information servants received could not be accurate. The news they knew was only what the Yu family wanted them to know, intended to make opposing forces underestimate their strongest combat power. As the aura was released, dust flew everywhere. The fallen leaves in the courtyard began to swirl, forming a storm. In the next moment, a large knife appeared in Yu Jingran's hand. The knife glinted coldly under the moonlight. This was a medium-grade yellow weapon from the Yu family. A medium-grade yellow weapon could injure cultivators below the 6th level of the strongman realm. "With this knife in hand, I own the world," he shouted loudly, and his body shot towards Chu Chu like a bolt of lightning. The hand holding the knife fell quickly. This strike was fast, precise, and fierce. His intention was to cleave Chu Chu's body in 2. But who would have thought that this kid's body twisted like a snake, evading the attack? The knife did not hit Chu Chu's body, but merely struck his spiritual energy armor. This seemingly indestructible armor was shattered by the blow. Not deterred by the failure, Yu Jingran swung the large knife horizontally, seemingly intending to cleave Chu Chu's body in half. Clang! The next moment, the sound of steel clashing rang out. Chu Chu had somehow produced a long sword in his hand. This sword blocked Yu Jingran's large knife. Yu Jingran raised an eyebrow in surprise and exclaimed, "You actually have a medium-grade yellow weapon too? Could it be that you were the one who killed Yu Chao and Yu Tongda? Congratulations, you guessed right." Chu Chu did not deny it. After all, whether he killed 1 person or 3, the outcome was the same. "You must die." Gautik gal blad technique. The hatred in Yu Jingran's eyes intensified. He no longer held back and directly unleashed the Yu family's secret technique, the medium-grade yellow weapon technique, the chaotic gale blade technique. Grandpa is actually using a blade technique. This kid will definitely die in the storm. The onlookers sneered. Their gazes towards Chu Chu had already shifted to that of a corpse. Blade techniques, like sword techniques, were incredibly difficult to learn. Yu Jingran had immersed himself for a full 20 years before mastering this technique. Although he couldn't kill opponents above his level, he believed there was no one of his own level who could rival him. But soon, he would realize he was wrong. Just as his blade technique began to form a spiritual energy storm, before it could be unleashed, Chu Chu's body twisted like a snake, suddenly appearing behind Yu Jingran. However, Yu Jingran was ultimately a 6th-level strongman realm expert. Although surprised, he immediately turned to defend with his sword. He understood that Chu Chi had circled behind him with the intent to stab through his head. At the same time, his body released brilliant spiritual light. This way, even if the sword could not block Chu Chi's attack, his protective spiritual energy would. A medium-grade yellow weapon could injure cultivators below the 6th level of the strongman realm. But the damage to a 6th-level expert would not be severe. As long as he wasn't careless and didn't let his spiritual energy down, there would be no life-threatening danger. The next moment, a clang sounded. This was the sound of weapons clashing. Yu Zhengran had correctly judged Chu Chi's intent. But even so, Yu Zhengran did not make a second move. His body stood eerily still in place. Until Chu Chi gently pushed him, Yu Zhengran's body crashed to the ground. Even as he fell, he maintained the posture from before. Stunned, dazed, this scene left all the Yu family members around utterly speechless. Some members rubbed their eyes repeatedly, thinking they were seeing things. Someone exclaimed, "What is going on? What the hell is happening?" From the perspective of momentum, everything was clearly under the control of the family head. How could the family head suddenly fall? While the Yu family members were astonished, Chu Chi stepped on Yu Zhengran's back. He bent down and grasped a sword hilt. This hilt was embedded in the blade of the large knife, like a nail piercing through the knife, into the back of Yu Zhengran's head. With Chu Chi's force, a bloodstained dagger was held in his hand. This dagger was the medium-grade upper weapon he had drawn. Only a medium-grade upper weapon could pierce through a medium-grade yellow large knife. Yu Zhengran had predicted all of Chu Chi's movements. He even thought of how to counter Chu Chi's attack while using the chaotic gale blade technique to counterkill him. However, he never anticipated that Chu Chi would use a medium-grade upper weapon for this attack. The dagger pierced through the large knife, directly entering his brain. Spiritual energy flowed through the dagger, instantly shredding his brain. Yu Zhengran was dead. Since Chu Chi decided to act, he would not show mercy. The strongest combat power of the Yu family had to be killed. In the past, the Chu family was weak and did not dare to defy the village head's family, as this position was conferred by the authorities. Anyone who killed the village head would see their entire clan perish. But now, the Chu family was also the village head's family, both being private clans. They could take revenge for grievances. Chu Chi picked up the dagger, wiped the blood off it, and then pointed it at the Yu family members. He looked around coldly, as if to say, "It's your turn." This simple action sent chills down the spines of the Yu family members. They instinctively took a few steps back, and someone asked in terror, What are you going to do? Do you want to kill all the Yu family?" Chu Chi grinned and replied, "That is indeed the plan." Chapter 73. The Yu family's tribute. With just one sentence from Chu Chi, all the members of the Yu family felt like they were facing a great enemy. They were so tense that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They knew that if this kid wanted to go on a killing spree, they would be unable to resist at all. For the first time in many years, they felt a sense of crisis regarding death. "Don't kill me, I surrender." A timid member of the Yu family threw down his sword. "I also surrender. I have no grievances with you. I don't even know who you are. I had no knowledge of what my grandfather did." At this moment, the third elder of the Yu family spoke up. "Chu Chi, you came to kill Yu Feng because he once plotted against you, right? I know a bit about this matter. But since you've already taken your revenge, why must you go to such extremes?" Chu Chi coldly replied, "Only the dead are the safest for me." He had already killed several members of the Yu family, even the head of the family. He did not believe that the Yu family members did not hate him. Where there is hatred, there will inevitably be revenge. The third elder continued, "Little brother, have you heard of the saying, disaster does not affect family members? It said that one should leave a line when doing things, so that they can meet again in the future." Chu Chi shook his head. "I've only heard that if you cut the grass without removing the roots, it will grow back in the spring breeze. The problem is you can't remove the roots. Not to mention my Yu family. There are others training outside. Even if you slaughter the entire clan now, you can't kill all the Yu family members. Although we are not your match, if we run separately, can you catch every single one of us?" Although the third elder of the Yu family was not very strong, only at the 3rd level of the strongman realm, he was very clear-headed. Once these words were spoken, Chu Chi frowned slightly. It seemed to make some sense, seeing that Chu Chi seemed to be convinced. The third elder seized the opportunity and said, "Little brother, You've killed the people you wanted to kill, and you've taken your revenge. How about we clear the slate between our two families? I swear on you family's clan flag that I will absolutely not cause you or your Chu family any trouble. We are not foolish enough to seek our own destruction. Can what you say be taken as true? Chu Chi's tone softened a bit. Previously, the Chu family exterminated the Pang family because the two families had reached a point where only one could survive. But it was different with the Yu family. Chu Chi came to the Yu family not to exterminate them, but to kill Yu Feng. Killing Yu Zhengran was because the other party was very strong and had to be dealt with. If he didn't kill him, it might be his own death. Thinking this in his heart, Chu Chi still spoke. I still think that the dead are the safest. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Chi moved. His body appeared next to Yu Jingyun, Yu Feng's father. The dagger pierced through the other man's neck. Yu Jingyun didn't even have the strength to resist. He killed Yu Jingyun because he saw hatred in his eyes directed at Chu Chi at this moment. Yu Jingyun was clutching his neck, gasping for breath. Just as Chu Chi was about to continue killing, the third elder of the Yu family roared. My Yu family pays tribute to the Chu family every year. Chu Chi's movements paused for a moment, but he still continued. The third elder of the Yu family continued. If you are not at ease, you could take my grandson as a hostage. Only then did Chu Chi stop moving. Just now, the other party only said to clear the slate, and he gained no benefits from it. So, of course, he wouldn't stop. You are the fish, and I am the knife. You say we can clear the slate just like that? Wouldn't that be a joke? At this moment, with an interest in benefits, he had a way out. He calmly said, I also think that one should leave a line when doing things so that they can meet again in the future. But can what you say really be taken seriously? Big brother, second brother, with the young master dead, I, Yu Haoran, am qualified to be the head of this family. Third uncle. As Yu Haoran finished speaking, some members of Yu Zhengran's descendants showed defiance in their eyes. After all, they were the direct descendants of a Yu family. But if third uncle took the position, the direct line would become third uncle's descendants, and they would become collateral branches. At this moment, an old woman spoke up. With Zhengran dead, the position of head of the family should go to my eldest son. You should be assisting, not competing. This old woman was Yu Zhengran's legitimate wife. Who is his eldest son? Chu Chi asket Yu Haodan. Yu Haoran's expression was displeased as he looked at a middle-aged man. Chu Chi grinned, without any unnecessary words, and with a surge of spiritual energy, he smashed the middle-aged man's head with a single slap. This scene left all the Yu family members feeling anxious and fearful. This kid was too decisive in his actions. There wasn't even a hint beforehand. How ruthless. If he dies, who will inherit it now? The second son? Chu Chi asket Lai. At this moment, a middle-aged man instinctively took a few steps back. He lowered his head, not daring to look at anyone, especially the old woman. He gritted his teeth and said, Third uncle is qualified to be the head of the family. I have no objections. Clearly, this middle-aged man was Yu Zhengran's second son. Second brother has no objections. I have no objections either. In this current predicament, only third uncle can lead us out. The Yu family members expressed their opinions one after another. Only then did Chu Chi smile. He glanced at Yu Zhengran's corpse, collected Yu Zhengran's storage bag, and then asked, Since you are the new head of the Yu family, then I will trust you. By the way, where's your family's storage room? I want to take a look. For the first year's tribute, I want to choose for myself. Please follow me. Yu Haoran turned and led Chu Chi to the Yu family storage room. Although storage bags were good, the space inside was ultimately limited. Every family almost had a storage room. After the two left, everyone in the front yard finally felt relieved. The killing god finally left. Is he even human? He kills without blinking an eye. This person is definitely not ordinary. His mindset is too mature. At this time in the backyard, Yu Haoran suddenly spoke to Chu Chi. Thank you. He knew that his position as head of the family was due to Chu Chi's help. Chu Chi killing Yu Zhengran's eldest son was to warn the others. Chu Chi said lightly, It's just a win-win situation. Yu Haoran self-deprecatingly said, I've coveted the position of young master since I was young, but I could never compete with my elder brother. I never expected that in a crisis I would have this opportunity, but I do this for the good of the entire family. You seem not to hate me? Where's the hatred? Since my Yu family has hit a snag, we must bear the consequences, even losing a whole foot. In this world, great families and powerful forces can turn to dust for offending the wrong person, let alone my mere Yu family. You are quite rational and wise." As they chatted along the way, they soon arrived at the backyard. The Yu family storage room was located underground in the backyard. The storage room was about the size of a courtyard, filled with a dazzling array of items. Chu Chi came to see if there were any good things. At the auction, he learned that the Zhentian Ding could sense rare treasures. What if there were good things in the Chu family storage room that had not been recognized? But ideals are beautiful, while reality is harsh. Chu Chi walked around twice, but the Zhentian Ding showed no reaction at all. The items inside were all just of human level. "Take me to your martial arts pavilion." Since there was nothing good, Chu Chi didn't stay longer. He planned to go to the martial arts pavilion to get a few yellow-level martial arts techniques. The Chu family had just become a private village, and yellow-level items were very scarce. In the future, the number of strong people in the Chu family would only increase. Without corresponding martial arts techniques, how could that work? In the end, Chu Chi took away 5 yellow-level low-grade martial arts techniques and 2 yellow-level mid-grade martial arts techniques. Yu Haoran didn't feel too pained. Because Chu Chi took these martial arts techniques, they suffered no loss. They all had them memorized in their minds. Just as Chu Chi was about to leave, he suddenly frowned and asked, "Did you hear any sounds?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Chi headed toward the nearby miscellaneous yard. "Young Master Chu." Yu Haoran's expression changed immediately, and he quickly followed. Chapter 74. Little Chui at the village inn. When Yu Haoran caught up, Chu Chi had already pushed open the door to the main room. What came into view was a group of young girls bound tightly. These girls were in their prime. Some probably hadn't even reached adulthood. Most of them were unconscious, while a few made whimpering sounds, seemingly pleading for help or mercy. Chu Chi Fawen Sly. Did the Yu family still engage in the trafficking of girls? Young Master Chu, this is a private matter of the Yu family. A small issue, just a small issue. Yu Haoran came to Chu Chi's side and then reached out to close the door. As he closed the door, he observed Chu Chi. Noticing that Chu Chi did not stop him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. These girls could not afford to have any issues. Just as the door was about to close, one girl wriggled on the ground like a maggot. With her mouth blocked, she made a loud whimpering sound, seemingly very anxious. She was deliberately trying to attract Chu Chi's attention. Chu Chi originally did not plan to intervene, as such things were too common in the world. He was not a meddler, but at this moment, he still reached out and blocked the closing door. "Young Master Chu, what are you doing?" Yu Haoran instantly frowned. Chu Chi did not explain, pushing the door open again and quickly going to one girl. After untying her ropes, he removed the cloth that had been stuffed in her mouth. "Little Chui, is that you?" This girl was Little Chui from the village end. Chu Chi had spent several nights talking and playing with her by candlelight. "Seventh young master, it's really you. I thought I had mistaken the person. Please save me. Save me." Chu Chi stood up and spoke to Yu Haoran. "I know this is your Yu family's private matter, but I want to take this girl away. Is that all right?" Yu Haoran's expression was troubled. He hadn't expected that these girls would have connections to Chu Chi. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Although letting them go may put my Yu family in danger. Since young Master Chu knows this person, you may take her away." Once Yu Haoran said this, the awake girls around immediately began to make noise. They all wanted to attract Chu Chi's attention, their eyes pleading for him to save them as well. Especially one girl who looked underage. Her tearful and pitiful gaze made it hard for Chu Chi to ignore. "Young Master Chu, do you want to save them?" "No." Yu Haoran's voice came again, his expression very serious. "Let me tell you the truth. These girls were captured by my Yu family for a force we cannot offend. Capturing them took me 2 whole months. Today, I can let one go for your sake, but if I let them all go, even if you don't destroy my Yu family, those people will retaliate and annihilate my entire family, even slaughter the whole Yu family village." Chu Chi was somewhat surprised. Who dares to defy the village chief's family? Ordinary families and common people naturally wouldn't dare, but there are many desperate people in the world. Those people are inhumane. Who are those people? They're from a gang. A gang. Chu Chi shouted Doi. In the Great Yuan Kingdom, any gang must be officially recognized to exist. The Great Yuan Kingdom does this to control all sects and factions in the world. There is only one type of faction that does not need official recognition. Those with strength comparable to, or even stronger than the Great Yuan Kingdom. Chu Chi did not ask further about which gang it was. If it was a gang, it would be very tricky, since they were officially recognized. Even if the Yu family was destroyed, The authorities would not pursue responsibility. Conflicts and grudges among practitioners were quite normal. Little Chui, let us go. Head of the Yu family, prepare a carriage for me. All right, I will personally prepare it for you. Young Master Chu, please. Chu Chi took Little Chui and left the room. Woo woo woo, woo woo woo. The girls around continued to cry out for help. But Chu Chi did not look back. In this world, being a hero is not that easy. Without strength, trying to intervene would only lead to self-destruction. Soon, a carriage drove out from the Yu family. The driver was Yu Haoran's eldest grandson, Yu Chongping. Letting Yu Chongping escort them was essentially sending him to the Chu family as a hostage. This pest is finally gone. Yu Haoran let out a breath, turning around with a spirited expression. From today onwards, no one can offend the Chu family, especially Chu Chi. Also, spread the word, lift the ban, and restore normalcy to the entire village. There are still some in the Yu family who are not obedient to Yu Haoran, but no one dared to defy him. It was clear to everyone that Chu Chi was intentionally helping Yu Haoran rise to power. In the carriage, Little Chui knelt with her legs and gratefully said, "Thank you for saving me, seventh young master." Little Chui's appearance was only average. After Chu Chi helped her up, he asked, "How were you captured? How long have you been held?" "A long time. It should be almost a month." "A month? So, after I last came to find you, you got into trouble?" After becoming a practitioner, Chu Chi had focused primarily on his cultivation. He hardly went to find Little Chui, and even the widows in the village were rarely visited. He knew that he was now in a different world from these ordinary people. Even if he sought women, it would be in places like the Yichuan courtyard. "Seventh young master, what about you? How did you end up here?" "I came to handle some matters." "Then, seventh young master, are we going to?" Chu Chi smiled teasingly. "What? Are you feeling itchy?" "Seventh young master, you're annoying." Little Chui said this, but secretly nodded. Chu Chi did not speak. He didn't know why, but he used to find it fun to tease Little Chui. However, now his heart showed no fluctuations at all. After dual cultivating with 3 extraordinary beauties, his state of mind seemed to have changed. Having seen the mountains, how could he have any emotional fluctuations towards ordinary hills? Perhaps only a beauty like Feng Qingyu could spark a bit of interest in him. If Feng Qingyu said she was feeling itchy, he would definitely not hesitate to act immediately. "Little Chui, take this money." A large stack of banknotes appeared in Chu Chi's hand. "Seventh young master, so much. Is all of this for me?" Little Chui was too surprised. Previously, Chu Chi would give her money, but it was never this much. This amount could ensure her a lifetime of no worries about food and clothing. "Yes, keep it well, and take good care of yourself in the future." "Seventh young master. Thank you. You are so kind to me." Little Chui was very happy, completely unaware that this was the last time Chu Chi would give her money. "Seventh young master, aside from my body, I really don't know what I can give you. If you don't mind, please accept this jade pendant as a token of my gratitude for saving my life." Little Chui took off a pendant from her neck. It looked like a piece of jade, but in reality, it was just an ordinary stone. Little Chui's family could not afford a jade pendant. It seemed to have been passed down from her great-grandfather. Although it was not valuable, it was a family heirloom. Previously, when meeting with Little Chui, he had seen her use this jade pendant to crack walnuts. Chapter 75. Item. Chu Chi pushed his hand and said, "Xiao Chui, take your family heirloom yourself." "Seventh young master, do you not want it? This is all I have to give you to express my gratitude for saving my life. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to thank you." "Fine, I'll accept it." "Good, then I'll hang it for you." Xiao Chui hung the jade pendant around Chu Chi's neck. Xiao Chui wanted to say something else when Yu Chongping's voice came from outside. "Young Master Chu, we've arrived at the Fengyun Inn. Do you want me to stop here? Are you planning to stay? If you're staying, I will go and book a room for you." Chu Chi thought for a moment and said, "Book 2 rooms." Chu Chi was still thinking about the broken sword. Now that everything was settled, it was time to take a good look at that sword. Additionally, Yu Jingran's storage bag was also with him. As the head of the Yu family, he might have some good items. As his words fell, Xiao Chui looked a bit surprised. "2 rooms? Seventh young master, aren't you going to share with me? You haven't eaten well or slept well these days. Take a bath, eat something, and get a good night's sleep." Soon, Yu Chongping booked 2 upper rooms for Chu Chi. Chu Chi did not return his room first, but went to Zhou Tao's room. At this moment, Zhou Yusin was asleep, right in Zhou Tao's arms. Even in her sleep, her brows were furrowed. Occasionally, Her body would curl up and tremble as if she were dreaming of something terrifying. It's easy to save a person, but hard to save their heart. Benefactor, please don't have any accidents. At this point, Zhou Tao was very worried about Chu Chi. It had been so long. He didn't know if his benefactor was still alive. He knew that if Chu Chi died, no one would use his life to threaten Zhou Yusen. Just as Zhou Tao was feeling anxious, there was a knock at the door. Who is it? Zhou Tao looked cautious. The person checking has finally come. Benefactor. Zhou Tao was taken aback. His benefactor actually came in boldly from outside. He didn't escape. He put down Zhou Yusen and immediately opened the door. Benefactor, are you okay? I came to inform you that everything is fine now. It's getting late. Let's get a good night's sleep tonight and set off again tomorrow. Really? Nothing happened to you? The Yu family didn't do anything to you? They wanted to, but they don't have the strength. All right, rest well. Take good care of your sister. Thank you, benefactor. No need for too many words of thanks. I'm helping you simply because it's within my capacity. Chu Chi waved his hand and went to the room next to Zhou Tao's. A broken sword appeared in his hand. He just wanted to know what this sword was all about. Why could it make the Zhen Tian Ding shine? Chu Chi examined it carefully, but found nothing special. Could it be that it wasn't a broken sword? Was it a sword box? Chu Chi took out the matching sword box, but found nothing special about it either. At that moment, he used the broken sword to smash the sword box. Inside the sword box, there was nothing, so it still had to be this sword. Chu Chi tried to channel spiritual energy into the sword. The broken sword shone brightly, but aside from that, there was no other anomaly. Strange. Since the sword was fine, why did the Zhen Tian Ding react? Could it be that he needed to smash this sword? The broken sword could withstand attacks from yellow-grade superior weapons. To smash it, one would need a yellow-grade superior weapon or even a profound-grade weapon. Chu Chi didn't have such high-level weapons, but he had the Zhen Tian Ding. Chu Chi made sure to close the window and the door properly. It was the first time he summoned the Zhen Tian Ding. Holding the Zhen Tian Ding, he smashed it down hard on the broken sword. The broken sword was so hard, it couldn't withstand the attack of the Zhen Tian Ding. Crack! Crack! The huge sword body began to crack, but inside there was nothing. Just as Chu Chi thought he might have made a mistake, he glanced inside the sword's hilt. Inside the hilt, there was a piece of paper. This paper, he didn't know what it was made of, emitted a faint yellow glow. Touching it felt like touching human skin. After taking out the paper, the light of the Zhen Tian Ding intensified. Afraid of attracting attention, Chu Chi quickly put the Zhen Tian Ding back into his sea of consciousness. Chu Chi attached his spiritual sense to the paper. In that instant, words appeared on the paper. These words flickered quickly, like a rapid parade. Finally, a single character appeared on the paper. Item. Seeing this character, Chu Chi was dumbfounded. What does it mean? In his astonishment, the character disappeared, followed by a fragment of text. After this fragment disappeared, the words, Spiritual Medicine Chapter, appeared on the paper. In the next moment, the small piece of paper was filled with dense small characters. Various small characters entered Chu Chi's mind like tadpoles. Blue Spirit Flower, a human-level spiritual medicine, slightly sweet in taste, can enhance the cultivation of mortals below the 6th layer. Deep Water Ghost Grass can absorb the power of water. Smiling Flower blooms like a smiling face, consuming it can enhance. Various knowledge surged like a tidal wave. His mind felt like it was about to explode. He didn't know how long it took. The small characters on the paper disappeared, replaced by the words, Dan Medicine Chapter. Then, again, dense small characters entered Chu Chi's sea of consciousness. I can't keep looking. Chu Chi immediately withdrew his spiritual sense. His forehead was already drenched in sweat. This was terrifying. A small piece of paper contained vast amounts of information. After resting for a while to calm himself down, he continued to release his spiritual sense. About 2 hours later, he finally understood what this was. It seemed to be a book. The name of the book was just one character. Item. This meant that this book encompasses all things in the world. Is divided into chapters on Dan medicine, spiritual medicine, odd items, rare stones, strange arrays, etc. The page that Chu Chi obtained recorded the chapters on Dan medicine and spiritual medicine. The spiritual medicine chapter explained various medicinal materials in the world, listing each material's name, effects, and even appearance clearly. The Dan medicine chapter recorded all known recipes for pills in the world. Knowing what this was, Chu Chi was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. There was probably nothing in this world more precious than this piece of paper, especially the content of the Dan medicine chapter. Many of the recipes on it might be unknown even to legendary Dan kings or Dan saints, right? Unfortunately, Chu Chi couldn't use the content of the Dan medicine chapter for now because he wasn't a Dan master. Dan masters were the most sought-after profession in this world. This thing was definitely a treasure. No wonder the Zhentian Ding reacted. At the auction, Chu Chi had lamented that his knowledge and insights were too superficial. He never expected to immediately obtain such a divine book as, although it was just a piece of paper recording the Dan medicine and spiritual medicine chapters. It was precisely the most important chapter for cultivators. In the future, when he encounters spiritual medicines, he wouldn't fail to recognize them. He even wanted to find a way to become a Dan master. That way, he wouldn't waste the content recorded in the Dan medicine chapter. At that moment, Chu Chi suddenly felt that he had the qualifications to compete for supremacy in the world. He even felt that his achievements wouldn't be weaker than those of the female Sword Immortal. With strong talent and so much knowledge, if he didn't rise, who would? Chapter 76. The Blood-Robed Man, Blood 7 suppressing his excitement, Chu Chi put away the page of paper. He then took out Yu Zhengran's storage ring and examined it carefully. Inside Yu Zhengran's ring, there was a medium-grade yellow-tier longsword and even a medium-grade yellow-tier healing elixir. There's actually a healing elixir. Fortunately, I killed him in an instant. Otherwise, this elixir would have been enough to heal his injuries. Just right. I can use this medicine too. A medium-grade yellow-tier healing elixir can repair any injuries of cultivators below the 6th layer of the strongman realm. Even if the heart is pierced, as long as one does not die immediately, they can recover quickly. This is the preciousness of healing elixirs. It's equivalent to a person having a second life. It seems there's not much good stuff. Chu Chi roughly checked and felt a bit disappointed. What he wanted most was still elixirs to improve his cultivation. Such elixirs would surely be in high demand in the Yu family. Silence lasted through the night. The next day, Chu Chi called Xiao Chui and the Zhou siblings and left the inn. At the inn's entrance, Yu Chongping had already prepared the carriage. Yu Chongping, you can go back, Chu Chi said lightly. Can I go back? Yu Chongping was quite surprised. He was just a hostage, and Chu Chi actually let him go. Your grandfather is a wise man. Wise men do not do foolish things. If he really did something foolish, it means your life is not important, and keeping you is of no use to me. Then I'll go back. Yu Chongping did not linger and quickly ran back to the Yu family, fearing that Chu Chi would change his mind. Chu Chi turned around and glanced at Zhou Tao, saying, "Drive the carriage." "Yes, benefactor. Don't call me benefactor. Just call me Chu Chi or Young Master 7. "All right, Young Master 7. Please get in the carriage." Soon, the carriage drove out of Yu family village. At this time, in the Yu family, Chongping, why are you back? Did you escape? Yu Haoran looked at Yu Chongping with a somewhat cold expression. "Grandfather, it was Chu Chi who let me go." "What? He actually let you go? This kid is truly terrifying." Yu Haoran frowned. If Chu Chi did not keep hostages, it meant that he was confident in himself. He wanted to say more, but his pupils suddenly constricted. He sensed a terrifying aura. Yu Haoran hurriedly went to the courtyard, where a figure dressed in a blood robe had appeared without him noticing. On the back of the blood-robed man, there was a large character for blood. "My lord." Upon seeing the blood-robed man, Yu Haoran's expression became respectful as he bowed. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-robed man suddenly waved his hand. Spiritual energy surged like a wave of blood, instantly knocking Yu Haoran away. "Who are you? What qualifications do you have to welcome me, Yu Zhengran?" Yu Haoran stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although he had been injured, he showed no anger. "My lord, there has been a bit of trouble in my Yu family. My elder brother is dead, and now I am the head of the Yu family." Yu Zhengran is dead? The blood-robed man was quite surprised. Yu Zhengran's cultivation was at the 6th layer of the strongman realm, the same as his. Such cultivation was considered outstanding in private villages. To think someone could kill Yu Zhengran? It seems this old guy offended a strong practitioner while he was out. After the surprise, he spoke. "If he is dead, he is dead. Have you prepared the goods we want? There is no problem, right? If there's a problem, your entire Yu family will die. This is what I, Blood 7, say. My lord, rest assured, there's no problem with the goods. I'll take you there right now. Yu Haoran led the blood-robed man to the side courtyard. Pushing open the door of the main room, he revealed the young women being held inside. The blood-robed man approached one of the women and bit into her neck. His tongue was stained with blood. The sight was somewhat terrifying. The taste is good. I'll 1T check each one, as I believe you wouldn't dare to fool us. Load the goods and send the people over. Yes, my lord. Call me. Just as Yu Haoran was about to call for people to load the goods, the blood-robed man suddenly frowned. Wait, the number seems off. Why is there one less? Yu Haoran explained, my lord. You asked me to find women from the Yin Moon clan. I have done my best and have only found this many. Missing one shouldn't matter, right? Yu Haoran lowered his head and did not notice the killing intent radiating from the blood-robed man's eyes. In a flash, the blood-robed man appeared beside Yu Haoran, grabbing both of his hands and pulling back. Yu Haoran's arms were dislocated. His feet were also pressed down on Yu Haoran's back, the immense force causing him to kneel on the ground. Missing one doesn't matter? Then does it mean if you lose a hand, it also wouldn't affect anything? The blood-robed man's voice was devoid of any emotion. After finishing his words, he released Yu Haoran's left hand and pressed his hand against Yu Haoran's back. With his right hand, he forcefully pulled Yu Haoran's right hand. Yu Haoran let out a howl. His right arm was torn from his shoulder by the blood-robed man. The severed limb revealed clear veins. Blood gushed out violently. Now tell me, does missing one matter? Blood Seven's voice was cold and merciless. It matters, it matters. Senior, I will immediately call people to continue searching. Give me 7 days, and I will definitely find it. Yu Haoran covered his arm with his hand, trying to prevent too much blood from flowing out. The blood-robed man stepped on Yu Haoran, pinning him to the ground. Do you think I will stay here for 7 days? Moreover, this isn't a matter of time. It's a matter of your attitude. I'm actually quite easy to talk to. As long as your attitude is good, everything is fine. But you dare to tell me that missing one doesn't matter. Lord Blood 7, it was my mistake. I spoke too hastily. I will change. Next time, I will definitely. Next time? No, there will be no next time. My lord, do you mean? Yu Haoran was completely terrified. Originally, he thought that Chu Chi taking one person was not a big deal. But unexpectedly, just because of his words, this blood-robed man wanted to kill him. Let us change to a new family head. The blood-robed man extended his hand like a claw, releasing a rich bloodlight. With his claw coming down, it would undoubtedly shatter his skull. My lord, don't kill me. I'm telling the truth. It's not that we didn't gather enough people, but one woman was taken away by someone. Taken away by someone? Are you a waste? Someone says they take them away, and you let them take them away. My lord, it's my fault. I didn't know that missing one would have such serious consequences. That person is also from a private village. I wanted to give him some face. Hearing Yu Haoran mention the private village, the blood-robed man sneered. Private village? Impossible. Who dares to take away my people from the nearby private villages? You should know that the 3 private villages nearby are all preparing goods for us. Yu Haoran explained, my lord, you may not know. That village has just successfully established itself. You're talking about Feiyun village? No, it's Chujia village. My lord, you know about this? Yu Haoran was astonished. Not long after Chujia village was established, there were definitely not many people who knew this news. Of course I know. This time, I'm not only here to inspect goods from your Yu family, but Chujia village is also one of my destinations. Yu Haoran understood. The blood-robed man wanted Chujia village and was also looking for people there. Since it was someone from Chujia village who took them away, then I might as well let him return. My lord, are you going to pursue them now? You can catch up if you go now. They should have just left the village. Chapter 77, Bloodthirsty Sect, Don't Rush. I've traveled for 2 days and just got here. I need to rest a bit before pursuing. Do you understand what I mean? If you don't get this, the blood-robed man's eyes once again radiated a murderous intent. I understand. I'll call someone to arrange for the girl right away. Lord Bao was satisfied. Yu Haoran picked up the severed arm and turned to leave. Soon, the news of Yu Haoran's severed arm spread throughout the Yu family. The head of the family had his arm severed. Who exactly is that blood-robed man? Hush, don't discuss it. The other party is from the Bloodthirsty Sect. What? The Bloodthirsty Sect? The Yu family members dare not speak further. The 3 characters Bloodthirsty Sect were too shocking. Over the years, the bloodthirsty sect had committed countless heinous acts. At the slightest disagreement, members of the bloodthirsty sect would take lives, even exterminating entire families. Whether it be private villages or ordinary ones, many had suffered persecution from the bloodthirsty sect. But no one dared to resist, because the bloodthirsty sect was an officially recognized gang. What is more shameful is that the bloodthirsty sect only bullies the weak and never targets those stronger than themselves. They prefer to pick on the softest persimmons. Under the strict control of resources by powerful forces, weak factions, even if they hate the bloodthirsty sect, cannot destroy it. This is why nearby private villages have been collecting women for the bloodthirsty sect. Since they can't fight back, they can only do some work for the bloodthirsty sect. As long as they obediently do their tasks, the bloodthirsty sect won't cause trouble for no reason. On the carriage, Chu Chi was unaware of what had happened in the Yu family. He had his eyes closed, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. With the natural Tao technique, combined with the ancient great sun and the yellow stone beneath him, Chu Chi's rate of absorbing spiritual energy was definitely more than 10 times that of others. It was as if the spiritual energy within a radius of 1,000 meters was gathered around him. Beside him, Xiao Chui, although not a cultivator, could still feel the air was clearer and her heart was at ease. She looked at Chu Chi's face and suddenly felt that the seventh young master was different from before. Although the seventh young master was still the same playful and smiling person, treating her as a friend, she felt a mountain stood between them. After a while, Chu Chi opened his eyes and sighed. The spiritual energy in this area was really too scarce. He didn't know where there might be a land of opportunity. If he could cultivate in such a place, even if his cultivation level required more spiritual energy as it increased with his physique, he could probably elevate his level in a day, perhaps even within a day. Unfortunately, a land of opportunity is not something one can just encounter. Chu Chi was already contemplating how he could quickly raise his cultivation level in the future. So, does that mean he can only rely on beast cores? But the wild beast mountain range wasn't of much help to him anymore. The beasts that were at most level 2 or 3. He didn't even know which nearby mountain might have higher level beasts. As he traveled forward, by the time the sun set, Chu Chi returned to Chu family village. After escorting Xiao Chui to the end of the village, he let Zhou Tao return to the Chu family. The seventh young master is back. Greetings, seventh young master. The servants bowed respectfully upon seeing Chu Chi. He smiled and waved to everyone. Although he was a young master, he had grown accustomed to the ups and downs of life, and even towards the servants, his attitude was quite good. Look, the seventh young master waved at me. The seventh young master is so handsome. I want to have his child. I heard the seventh young master has a bit of a wild side. I wonder when that will come my way. Some maids looked at Chu Chi with starry eyes. Just you? You should be reborn and change your appearance first. Chu Chi, you came back just in time. Come here. I have something to show you. The voice of Chu Shan suddenly came. As he spoke, he looked at Zhou Tao and Zhou Yusen. Who are these two? They are my servants. I'll take them to the miscellaneous courtyard first, and then come to find you. Chu Shan nodded and continued. Chu Chi, with your current status, you don't need to live in the miscellaneous courtyard anymore. How about moving back to the small courtyard you lived in before? I had someone tidy it up a couple of days ago. The small courtyard I lived in before? Chu Chi looked at the sky, trying to recall something. Wasn't he that the place where he lived with his parents since childhood? That courtyard was indeed bigger and better than the miscellaneous courtyard. But ever since his mother made the Chu family a laughingstock and his father went missing, they had been kicked out of that courtyard and moved to the most remote miscellaneous courtyard because the Chu family didn't want to see them. Whenever they saw them, the Chu family members would think of that promiscuous woman, inevitably getting angry. Chu Chi didn't answer but instead asked, "Is my brother back?" "No." "Then I'll wait for my brother to return and ask him. Let's just stay in the miscellaneous courtyard for now." Chu Chi said as he took Zhou Tao and Zhou Yusen to the miscellaneous courtyard. "This is where I live. There should still be a room available in the firewood room. You two siblings can stay together for now." As he spoke, Chu Chi looked at Zhou Yusen. Zhou Yusen had changed her clothes and washed her hair, looking much prettier, but her eyes still lacked color. She seemed like a puppet without emotions. "Remember, if you try to kill yourself, I will definitely kill your brother. By the way, can you cook?" Zhou Tao nodded. "Yes, definitely." "That's good. From now on, You two will take care of their food, clothing, and living arrangements. This courtyard houses my brother and one of my friends. You two, take good care of them. All right, go tidy up the room first. The firewood room is a bit dirty. As Chu Chi spoke, he went to Feng Qingyu's room. He knocked on the door and said with a playful smile, "Qingyu, are you in there? I have something to give you." As his words fell, Feng Qingyu opened the door. She still wore a veil over her face. Since coming to the Chu family, apart from Chu Chi, no one else had seen her true appearance. "Don't call me Qingyu. We're not that familiar." "All right, Qingyu. You." Feng Qingyu was both amused and exasperated, but didn't say much more. She knew that sometimes Chu Chi just had that shameless personality. "What do you have to give me?" "Of course, it's something very useful for you." With a thought, Chu Chi produced several spiritual herbs in his hand. "These herbs can repair broken meridians. What do you think?" Surprised, right? I was chased by 100 people to get these herbs. 100 people. Luckily, I was nimble and quick as a swallow. At that time, your image was all I could think about. I told myself I couldn't die. I couldn't be captured alive. Feng Qingyu slightly shook her head, directly interrupting Chu Chi. "So, you had 100 people chasing you and you didn't get hurt all?" "I did have some injuries, but I ate a healing herb and it's all good now." "Is that so?" Feng Qingyu gave Chu Chi a skeptical look. "Your aura seems to have grown stronger again. I remember when I first met you, your aura was very weak. You seemed to be at the 3rd or 4th level of the mortal realm. Now, you've actually reached the strong person realm. Surprised, right? I'm a genius." "You a genius?" Feng Qingyu chuckled mockingly. Although Chu Chi's cultivation had progressed rapidly, he was still far from being a genius. "Let me see your herbs." Feng Qingyu took the herbs from Chu Chi's hand. After inspecting them, she shook her head. "These herbs won't help with my injuries." Chu Chi frowned. "Not even a little help?" "A little," she replied. Upon hearing this, Chu Chi hadn't even had the chance to feel happy when Feng Qingyu continued, but that little could be disregarded. Chapter 78, Blood 7. At this moment, Chu Chi stopped talking. He was sure that Feng Qingyu's cultivation was definitely beyond the strongman realm. Could it be that she was a master at the madman realm? At such a young age, to be at the madman realm. This woman is not simple at all. After a while, Chu Chi shrugged his shoulders and said, "If it doesn't work on you, then that knife I took for you was in vain." "You were stabbed?" Chu Chi rolled his eyes at Feng Qingyu. "When chased by 100 people, how could I not get hit? But don't worry, it's just a small injury." Feng Qingyu looked at Chu Chi carefully, her expression half in doubt. "Really? You were chased by 100 people for me? Really?" Chu Chi lied without blinking. "Why would you do that?" "I said I want to sleep with you." "No, I want to pursue you." "Do you believe me?" Inadvertently, he actually spoke the truth. Chu Chi indeed wanted to sleep with Feng Qingyu. With such a beauty, which man wouldn't want to? Moreover, he had awakened the ancient sun body. Although he had been with the female Sword Immortal for 300 years and could control his desires, it didn't mean he didn't need women. Men have their nature. The female Sword Immortal was unattainable in his eyes, and she only regarded him as a tool. But Feng Qingyu was someone he could pursue. As soon as Chu Chi finished speaking, Feng Qingyu's expression turned serious as she said, "You can't possibly pursue me. Don't have such foolish thoughts." "Chu Chi Fawen Sai. Is it because you think I'm not worthy of you? Looking down on someone from the countryside? If I looked down on you, I wouldn't be living in a place like this. It's just that we are not meant to be." "Why not? What standards do you have for choosing a boyfriend?" Feng Qingyu didn't answer, but disdainfully said, "I've heard that you are a playboy, and many women in the village have been harmed by you. I dislike unlearned playboys." Others would have given up upon hearing such words, but Chu Chi didn't mind at all. Instead, he grinned. "Although I'm a playboy, I'm not unlearned. Besides, if one day you find out you like someone you hate, is that true love? Ha ha." With that, Chu Chi waved his hand and laughed as he left, leaving Feng Qingyu dumbfounded. Fall in love with someone you hate? How is that possible? If you hate someone, how could you love them? This Chu Chi was somewhat interesting. Although Feng Qingyu was a wealthy young lady, she had a kind nature. She was noble, but not arrogant. She was cold, but not dismissive of others. Wherever she went, she could adapt and blend in. In her eyes, although Chu Chi was lecherous and liked to tease her, he also knew when to stop. Such a person was indeed interesting. Chu Chi should know that her background was not simple, yet he was not at all self-conscious. When her family came to pick him up after healing, she wouldn't mind letting her family give Chu Chi a tremendous opportunity. In the main courtyard, Chu Chi found Chu Shan and asked, "Grandpa, did you call me for something?" "Chu Chi, take a look at this booklet." Chu Chi took the booklet. After a glance, he instantly became interested. This was the village chief's manual. The manual was sent by the authorities and defined the jurisdiction of Chu family village. Within a radius of 5 miles, it was all Chu family village's territory. Here, the Chu family could collect tolls and even protection fees since this was their domain. The manual also contained a map, and the area covered was much larger than before. It not only included Yu family village, but also the geographical locations of Wu family village and other private villages. The area of this map was more than 10 times that of the previous one. Chu Chi, pay attention to the last part. The last part? Chu Chi flipped through a few pages. After reading it, his eyes lit up. The last content stated that private villages could fight among themselves. For example, Zhang family village could attack Li family village. The victorious party could make the other submit. If Zhang family village could subdue 50 villages, they would qualify to develop into a tribe. A tribe is a much stronger entity than a village. The leader of the tribe is called a chieftain. But unfortunately, the map in the manual did not show the location of any tribes. Villages were not qualified to know where the tribes were unless the tribe members actively sought them out. Did you see? It says here that villages can compete with each other and develop into tribes. Chu Shan's eyes also sparkled. At this moment, however, Chu Chi frowned. "Grandpa, let's not even talk about whether it's easy to attack 50 villages. This manual seems to refer to villages without masters. Without a master does not mean there is no village chief. It means that this village does not belong to any tribe. This makes it very difficult. Yu family village has existed for 100 years. Why hasn't it developed into a tribe? Is it because they don't want to attack other villages? No, it's because there are too few independent private villages nearby. Altogether, there are only about 10. Grandpa, there aren't 50 unmastered private villages nearby, right?" Chu Shan smiled and said, "There weren't before, but now there are." "Grandpa, how do you know? Look closely at this map." Chu Chi took a closer look at the map. Chu family village was at the center, depicted as a red circular area. The words Chu family village were written on it. In the areas next to Chu family village, some are labeled as Li family village and Guangming village. But if Chu Chi remembered correctly, Li family village used to be an ordinary village. This meant that more than just Feiyun village nearby had received the village establishment quota. In addition to the named villages, there were other circles that only had one word written, private. This indicated that these villages were about to become private villages. The reason they didn't have names yet was that the village establishment assessment was conducted in batches. After all, there were only 9 assessment sites. Do you understand now? In the past, there weren't many private villages around, at most a dozen, so there was little fighting among them, because no matter how they fought, it was impossible for a tribe to emerge. But now, there's an opportunity. Chu Chi still frowned. "But we can only fight each other after 5 years. That's too long." The manual stated clearly that newly established private villages had a protection period for beginners. They were not allowed to be attacked within 5 years. This 5 years was the time for private villages to develop. Is 5 years long? I think it's short. 10 years would be better. Give you 10 years, and you could definitely easily subdue 50 villages. Chu Chi didn't explain. A sparrow cannot understand the ambition of a swan. Suddenly, Chu Chi pointed to the end of the manual and said, "Isn't there another way to become a tribe?" As soon as he said this, Chu Shan almost jumped up from the ground. The last sentence of the manual was as follows: "If one has absolute confidence in oneself, one may directly challenge the authority of the tribe. If one can make the tribe submit, one can take their place." This kid doesn't plan to directly attack the tribe, does he? That would be too crazy. Just as he was about to say something, a voice of surprise came from outside. "Grandpa, hurry and save Fourth Uncle. Fourth Uncle is going to be killed." "Huh? What? Who is so audacious?" Chu Shan immediately left the courtyard and arrived at the front yard, where he saw Chu Xuanyi being choked by a man in a blood robe, lifted into the air. Blood 7 has arrived. Chapter 79. Killable, what is going on? Chu Shan's face turned pale with anger, struggling to contain his fury. His son was actually being choked until his face turned red, in imminent danger of losing his life. The reason he hadn't acted yet was that he sensed the formidable aura of the man in the blood robe. The man exuded a murderous intent and bloodlust that ordinary people did not possess. The man appeared to be in his mid-30s, his face somewhat pale, as if he rarely saw the sun. Beside him were several severely injured servants, spitting blood. At that moment, one of the servants spoke up. Head of the family. This person came to the front gate and demanded that you bring everyone from the Chu family to kneel and welcome him. Fourth master had just returned and said, looking for death. Then he acted. Hearing this, Chu Shan remained silent. The man in the blood robe was too arrogant. Such arrogance indicated he had the strength to back it up. Chu Shan turned to glance at Chu Chi, his eyes asking if he had confidence. Before Chu Chi could respond, a slightly hoarse voice came from Blood 7. You're the head of the Chu family, right? Nice to meet you. It must be shocking. Blood 7's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. His hand suddenly loosened. He had been choking Chu Xuani's neck, but now he had grasped Chu Xuani's mouth instead. Chu Xuani's mouth was slightly open. His teeth seemed to be crushed, and blood dripped from the corners of his mouth onto the ground. At that moment, Blood 7 stretched out his right hand and grabbed Chu Xuani's tongue. The next moment, in front of everyone from the Chu family, he yanked it out forcefully. This scene was too bloody, too violent. Blood 7 tossed Chu Xuani's severed tongue onto the ground and lightly stepped on it, crushing it into pieces. Across from him, Chu Chi's brow furrowed instantly. Who was this person? His strikes were so cruel. He could have killed Chu Xuani directly, yet he chose to torture him. Was he trying to instill fear and reverence in the Chu family? Who exactly are you? Chu Shan clenched his fists, no longer daring to act rashly. Although this person did not deliberately release his aura, it sent chills down his spine. Blood 7 did not answer, but smiled eerily. Then he turned around, revealing the huge blood character behind him. Blood character, could it be that you are from the bloodthirsty sect? Chu Shan's pupils contracted repeatedly. You have some insight. Let me introduce myself. I am Blood 7, one of the 10 fiends of bloodthirsty. This is your son, right? Here, take him back. Blood 7 threw the blood-spitting Chu Xuani towards Chu Shan. Chu Shan wanted to catch him, but found the force too great. He was almost knocked off balance. It was only when Chu Chi placed a hand on his back that he steadied himself. Xuani, are you okay? Chu Shan immediately turned to Chu Xuani. But Chu Xuani was unable to respond at all. Fourth brother, what happened? At this moment, more and more members of the Chu family rushed over upon hearing the commotion. The younger generation, including Chu Feng, arrived one after another. Everyone was shocked and furious. Who is so bold, making a scene at the Chu family? Yeah, they must be looking for death. I want to see who it is. Even Feng Qingyu, who usually kept a low profile, came out. The commotion of the Chu family was not small. Even those in the remote courtyard could hear the noisy chatter, and Feng Qingyu followed out to see what was happening. Beside Feng Qingyu stood Zhou Tao and Zhou Yusen. As Chu Chi's servant, Zhou Tao naturally had to show his stance. Father, is it him? At this moment, some members of the Chu family wanted to take action against Blood 7. Chu Shan quickly shouted, stop. He first gave Chu Xuani a human-level healing elixir. After stopping the bleeding, he cupped his hands towards Blood 7, this esteemed person from the bloodthirsty sect. May I ask why? What bloodthirsty sect? The Chu family members who had just been ready to act were immediately startled. This person was from the bloodthirsty sect? Who didn't know of the bloodthirsty sect's infamous reputation? Nearby villages avoided this sect like the plague. The saying goes, prevent fire, theft, and the bloodthirsty sect. Why? Blood 7's expression turned cold as he questioned, are you pretending to be confused or really confused? Was it not you who took away the person my bloodthirsty sect wanted from the Yu family? Upon hearing this, Chu Shan was completely bewildered. He hadn't even gone to the Yu family. Meanwhile, Chu Chi seemed to have been away for 2 days. Could it be? Chu Shan looked at Chu Chi at this moment. Although Chu Chi appeared calm, he was shocked inside. He suddenly recalled that on that day at the Yu family, Yu Haoran had indeed mentioned that these women were goods prepared for a powerful force. So that powerful force was the bloodthirsty sect. Did Yu Haoran intend for him to take the person and then immediately inform the bloodthirsty sect, hoping to use them to eliminate him? Chu Chi was well aware of the bloodthirsty sect's cruelty. This sect would annihilate entire families at the slightest disagreement. Chu Chi, did you go to the Yu family? Did you take someone away? Just as Chu Chi was pondering, Chu Shan's voice came through. Chu Chi nodded and said, I did take someone. What? Chu Shan's face changed drastically. The person the bloodthirsty sect had their eyes on, and Chu Chi actually dared to take away? He instinctively asked, was it a woman? Yes. As expected, he knew that this kid, if he was going to take someone, it must be a woman. After all, he was known as the notorious playboy in the village. But how bold was this kid? He even dared to take a woman that the bloodthirsty sect had its eyes on. He was just about to ask Chu Chi where that woman was, to quickly return her when Blood Seven's voice came again. Offend my bloodthirsty sect, and your entire family will die. You should know this, right? As soon as these words were spoken, all the Chu family members gasped, feeling a chill down their spines. Some younger members were so frightened by Blood Seven's aura that they collapsed onto the ground. Hee, don't be so nervous, and don't be so fearful. Originally, you were indeed going to die, but the village head's family has given you a way out. I have two things to say. First, return the person. Second, starting today, collect women born in the Een year, Een month, Een day, and Een hour for my bloodthirsty sect. Every 3 months, or my subordinates will come to check the goods. Chu Shan breathed a sigh of relief. At least they wouldn't be exterminated. The bloodthirsty sect was not something to be trifled with. He had heard that the strongest in this sect was at the madman realm. That's why they were so arrogant. Esteemed sir, do all conditions of Een year, Een month, Een day, and Een hour have to be met? Meeting any one of them is fine. Of course, if you can meet all of them, my bloodthirsty sect will definitely reward you generously. Chu Shan cupped his hands and said, Thank you, esteemed sir. My Chu family will do our utmost. Meanwhile, Chu Chi realized why Xiao Chui had been taken away. Xiao Chui seemed to be someone born in the Een hour. Enough with the nonsense. Go bring back my person. Understood. Chu Shan turned to glance at Chu Chi, but Chu Chi still did not move. Chu Shan frowned, pulling Chu Chi aside and quietly asking, Who is that woman? Why are you so reluctant to part with her? Don't you understand that if we're not careful, we could face extermination? Chu Chi the mai si len. He had just rescued Xiao Chui. Did he really have to return her? Wouldn't that be a bit cold-hearted? Besides, was the bloodthirsty sect really something to be afraid of? The aura of this Blood Seven was almost the same as Yu Zhongran. It seemed his cultivation was also at the 6th level of the strongman realm. The 6th level of the strongman realm could kill. As long as he killed someone and destroyed the body, the Chu family might not necessarily be in danger. Who could have imagined that a newly established village would have the capability to kill Blood Seven? Chapter 80. Exposing the face no, even if I kill to silence. It seems I can still trace it back to the Chu family. After all, Chu Chi killed Yu Zhongran at the Yu family before. This point, he almost overlooked. So, for the sake of the Chu family, should I hand over Xiao Chui? Deep down, Chu Chi didn't want to give her up. But if he didn't hand over Xiao Chui with the methods of Blood Seven, even if he didn't really slaughter the Chu family, there would still be deaths. Just when Chu Chi was struggling to make a decision, a panicked voice from Chu Yingying came through. What are you doing? Don't come closer. Chu Chi turned to see Blood Seven actually walking towards Chu Yingying. His eyes were filled with the lustful intent of a scoundrel. Hee, I didn't expect your Chu family to have such a girl. This girl resembles my first love so much. Just thinking about my first love makes me want to kill her. Blood Seven's gaze was that of a madman. You, don't come here. Dad, Grandpa. Chu Yingying cried out in panic for help. This scene made Zhou Yusin instinctively cover her head under the eaves. This scene felt familiar. Once upon a time, she had panicked like this too. Should kill. Should kill. Zhou Yusin suddenly pointed at Blood Seven, murmuring incessantly. Her gritted teeth showed she wanted to tear Blood Seven into pieces. In the next moment, she stepped forward, seemingly intending to fight Blood Seven to the death. A person who has been hurt doesn't want to see others get hurt. Zhou Yusin didn't consider her own life. Anyway, she didn't want to live anymore. Sister. Zhou Tao was taken aback and quickly embraced Zhou Yusin, covering her mouth with his hand. Beside them, Feng Qingyu looked surprised. This woman with vacant eyes, clearly weak, actually wanted to help. Do you want to kill him? Feng Qingyu softly asked. Zhou Yusin simply repeated, should kill, should kill. Feng Qingyu suddenly held Zhou Yusin's hand and whispered a few words in her ear. At this moment, in the courtyard, Chu Shan hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Sir, he took a step forward, seemingly wanting to persuade Blood 7. But Blood 7 coldly shouted, "Get lost." Spiritual energy erupted from Blood 7's body, and Chu Chi was immediately sent flying. After he stood up, he no longer dared to move. He didn't dare to persuade anymore. This time, he was merely knocked away. Next time, he feared he might die. Forget it. Chu Ying was only sullied, which is better than having the whole family wiped out. He could only watch helplessly as Blood 7 approached Chu Ying step by step. Even Chu Ying's father closed his eyes. It wasn't that he didn't want to save her, but he couldn't. Even if he acted, it would only lead to death, and the result wouldn't change. Seventh brother. Chu Ying looked at Chu Chi again. That gaze regarded Chu Chi as her last hope. Damn it. Chu Chi clenched his fists, unable to hold back any longer. Handing over Xiao Chui had already made him hesitate, and this beast actually had designs on his eighth sister. Chu Ying was definitely one of his bottom lines. Damn you, Blood Cult. Damn you, Blood 7. I worked hard to become a cultivator, not to be someone else's dog. I can't endure it. I absolutely can't endure it. Chu Chi had made up his mind to kill Blood 7. As for what happened next, he would deal with it later. In any case, he would face whatever comes. The water will cover the earth. However, before Chu Chi could act, a sound of something breaking through the air came from under the eaves. Feng Qingyu had made her move, holding a crossbow in her hand. Not good. This scene caused Chu Shan's face to change drastically. This crossbow had previously killed a powerful master from the Yu family in an instant, saving the Chu family. But this time, he truly feared that the crossbow might pierce Blood 7's head, because he couldn't even begin to imagine the consequences. If Blood 7 died, this woman would definitely not be saving the Chu family, but rather harming it. Fortunately, Chu Shan's worries were unnecessary. This time, Feng Qingyu missed. Blood 7 was a master at the 6th level of the powerful realm, and his perception was not something a first-level master could compare to. Just as the crossbow bolt was about to hit his head, blood-red spiritual energy emerged, blocking it momentarily. Although it didn't fully stop it, it caused the crossbow bolt to lose its aim. The bolt that should have pierced his head brushed past his forehead and ultimately embedded itself in the wall. A drop of blood dripped from Blood 7's head. At the moment the blood fell, Blood 7 became enraged. The aura of a master at the 6th level of the powerful realm was fully revealed. His body seemed to erupt like a small universe. The blood-red spiritual energy made him look like a revived demon. It seemed he was about to unleash a massacre. Sir, calm down. This woman is not from my Chu family." Chu Shan's voice came immediately. Blood 7 said nothing, his spiritual energy already grasping Feng Qingyu's waist from afar. He planned to kill this woman first. Did she dodge? At this moment, Feng Qingyu frowned but did not panic. The crossbow did not take the life of the opponent, but that did not mean she couldn't kill him. If she didn't have confidence, why would she have acted? She glanced at Zhou Yusen. In Zhou Yusen's vacant eyes, a spark of light suddenly shone. Although she was still being held by Zhou Tao, she still raised her right hand. In her palm, there was a small talisman. This talisman was called Palm Thunder. It was just now that Feng Qingyu had placed it in her hand. Feng Qingyu said that activating this talisman could shoot out a thunderbolt that could kill the man in front of them in an instant. This Palm Thunder was not a high-level talisman. It was only a level 3 talisman, but a master in the powerful realm could not withstand it. Feng Qingyu's meridians were severed, so she couldn't use spiritual energy and couldn't activate the talisman at all. But Zhou Yusen could. Zhou Yusen was not an ordinary person. She was also a cultivator at the 2nd level of the mortal realm. Although her cultivation was pitifully weak, she could still activate the talisman. Should kill. Zhou Yusen's gaze was icy. However, just as she was about to activate the talisman to kill Blood 7, an unexpected scene occurred for Feng Qingyu. When Zhou Tao pulled Zhou Yusen, he inadvertently touched her hand. The talisman, which was pressed against her palm, fell into the air. The talisman had not been activated and fell. Once the talisman fell, unless the spiritual energy left the body, it could never be activated. At this moment, Feng Qingyu was somewhat stunned. It could still be like this? Miss, can you be a bit more careful? This low-level talisman was the only one she had. While in doubt, Feng Qingyu felt a gust of wind blow past. This was a wind wave formed by spiritual energy. Her hand suddenly hurt. The crossbow fell to the ground, and the mask she had been wearing also fell like a kite with a broken string. Her face was exposed for the first time to the Chu family members. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Even Zhou Yusin, who was struggling, quieted down. She stared at Feng Qingyu's face, seemingly not expecting that there could be such a beautiful woman in the world. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Everyone widened their eyes and opened their mouths. No one expected that the masked woman brought back by Chu Chi could be so beautiful that it made people forget to breathe, even forgetting the crisis at that moment. Blood 7 was the first to react. A peerless beauty, a peerless beauty. Luckily, my curiosity led me to lift your veil. Otherwise, I might have directly crushed your body. That would be such a waste. Blood 7's eyes were unprecedentedly crazy. At this moment, he completely ignored Chu Yingying and stepped towards Feng Qingyu. Such a stunning beauty, unheard of and unseen. If he could have her beneath him, how joyous and gratifying would that be? Chapter 81. Bloodthirsty Secret Technique. As he walked, Blood 7 spoke to Chu Shan. Old man, I want this woman. I forgive your Chu family sins. From now on, your Chu family will be under my protection. I can responsibly say, anyone who bullies your Chu family will die along with their entire family. After all, you are my father-in-law. He laughed sinisterly, his laughter resembling that of a beast rather than a human. Father-in-law? Chu Shan realized that Blood 7 considered Feng Qingyu as one of the Chu family. He did not explain, but said, as long as you can spare my Chu family, this woman is yours to do as you wish. At that moment, under the eaves, Zhou Yusin wanted to pick up the talisman on the ground, but Zhou Tao was holding her and wouldn't he let go. Feng Qingyu was about to bend down to pick it up herself when Blood 7 had already reached in front of her, grabbing her cheek. This action made Feng Qingyu's eyes suddenly turn cold. Her face was not something these ordinary folks could touch. How infuriating, if only her body didn't hurt so much. If that were the case, even without using spiritual energy, she could directly smash the opponent's head with her physical strength. But her injuries were too severe. Why had she barely moved since coming to the Chu family? Because she had only just managed to regain the ability to walk normally. Any slight exertion would cause her a tearing pain, as nearly all the bones in her body had cracks. Her meridians were severed. So how could her bones be fine? Unable to exert herself or use spiritual energy, this was her current predicament and one of the reasons she remained in the Chu family to recuperate. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Up close, Blood 7 almost drooled. Most women in the world look like green mountains and clear waters from afar. But when seen up close, they reveal their true, less appealing selves. Yet this woman was even more stunning up close. Her skin resembled uncut jade. Her swan-like neck made one want to bite down and leave a mark. Blood 7 was mesmerized. His blood was boiling. Such a beautiful woman was about to be pinned beneath him. Just the thought of it made him click his tongue in excitement. Just as Blood 7 was lost in his fantasies, a murderous intent came from behind him. 7 sword lights appeared in the air. It was the 7 sword slash. Chu Chi had made his move. This old lecher had his back turned to him, his eyes only on Feng Qingyu. This was the best opportunity to strike. One hit, guaranteed kill. Facing Chu Chi. Blood 7 did not turn around. A blood-colored aura formed a protective barrier around his body. Clang, clang, clang. The sword lights struck the aura, creating numerous cracks. One sword even slashed horizontally towards Blood 7's head. The sword light flashed like a shooting star and then vanished. At that moment, Blood 7's body quickly retreated, both hands clutching his neck. Blood continuously oozed from his fingers. His face turned even paler than before. When he moved his hands away, everyone could see clearly that Blood 7's neck was slanting awkwardly on his shoulder. Chu Chi's sword had severed half his neck. The artery was cut, and blood sprayed out like a fountain. Not decapitated, Chu Chi, clad in the earthly dominance armor, was visibly surprised. His 7-sword slash had the first 6 strikes as feints, meant to distract and force Blood 7 to defend. The final strike, the most powerful one, was the real killing move. He had intended to sever the opponent's head with one blow, but he hadn't expected Blood 7's combat experience to be richer than he imagined. He had narrowly dodged the fatal blow. His neck was not completely severed. Although this injury would mean certain death for an ordinary person, the opponent was a cultivator at the strongman level. Chu Chi, what are you doing? In the courtyard, Chu Shan's exclamation came a beat too late. What had he just seen? Chu Chi was actually trying to kill Blood 7. Had he gone mad? Even if he truly had the strength to kill Blood 7, how could he dare to do so? This was a member of the bloodthirsty sect, one of the 10 bloodthirsty fiends. If Blood 7 died, would the other 9 fiends let it go? Chu Chi did not speak. He knew that when someone was sick, it was time to take their life. He raised his sword and shouted, "You dare to touch the woman I have chosen? You're asking for death." Chu Chi raised his sword again and charged forward. Blood 7 tilted his head, dodging while feeding himself a healing herb. As the herb went down, he quickly straightened his head. The severed blood vessels and shattered wounds rapidly healed and scabbed over under the power of the herb. Not good. This must be a mid-grade or even high-grade healing herb. It's over, it's over. Chu Shan's face turned pale. At that moment, Blood 7's neck stood upright again. His gaze was as cold as that of a primordial beast. He had almost died. This kid's skills and strength were completely different from the aura he had released. Had he recovered? Chu Chi furrowed his brow and glanced at the Chu family members around him. You all retreat. Since he couldn't kill him in one strike, he would have to fight hard. The opponent's cultivation was only 3 levels above him, so it was not without opportunity. In that moment, Chu Chi's body radiated overwhelming golden light. The sword in his hand once again surged with sword lights. He employed the snake step technique and charged up again. Even without using sword techniques, his understanding of the sword path made his sword strikes overwhelming. Impossible. Blood 7 was too shocked. He had originally thought he had been careless to be injured. But once he truly fought Chu Chi, he realized how terrifying he was. The sword in this kid's hand always found his weaknesses, forcing him to defend. But this kid clearly only had the aura of a 3rd-level strongman. How could he have such terrifying combat power? What? Chu Chi had actually gained the upper hand. In the courtyard, Chu Shan frowned. Although he was surprised by Chu Chi's current strength, it was not a good omen that Chu Chi had the upper hand. If he really killed Blood 7, what would happen then? A beauty brings disaster. A beauty brings disaster. Chu Shan thought Chu Chi's actions were for Feng Qingyu, which was something a wastrel would do. He did not know that even if Feng Qingyu did not act, Chu Chi still intended to kill Blood 7. This middle-aged man was too arrogant, too reckless. Chu Chi, stop. Lord Blood 7, I will hand this woman over to you right now. Chu Shan suddenly rushed to Feng Qingyu's side, pressing his sword against her neck. Begging for mercy? Too late. Today, apart from her, all of you must die. The killing intent from Blood 7 was completely unhidden. A member of the bloodthirsty sect dared to oppose him. They must be exterminated. Kid, you're the first person to push me to this extent. Let me show you the bloodthirsty technique of my sect. As he spoke, Blood 7's aura suddenly turned violet. His whole body was filled with bulging veins, and blood flowed rapidly through his veins. His aura, originally at the 6th level strongman, surged to the 7th level in that moment, then to the 8th level. His cultivation directly increased by 2 levels. The gap between him and Chu Chi had now reached only a handful. A 5-level difference was immense. With just a tremor, Blood 7 sent Chu Chi flying. Chapter 82. Heart Thunder. Chu Chi's body fell like a kite with a broken string, crashing under the eaves and shattering the steps. Just as he got up, a mouthful of fresh blood spewed from his mouth. His face was somewhat pale. The bloodthirsty technique was indeed powerful. Blood 7 laughed heartily. The bloodthirsty technique, the most powerful technique of the bloodthirsty sect. Once this technique is unleashed, it can increase the strength of a strong practitioner by 10 times. 10 times, which is just a little over 2 levels of difference. This is the reason his aura reached the 8th level of the strong practitioner realm. This was actually the first time Blood 7 used the bloodthirsty technique against an enemy. He had only just learned this incredible technique. Chu Chi's luck was indeed quite poor. 7th brother, no. Seeing Chu Chi spitting blood, Chu Ying exclaimed. The members of the Chu family turned pale. They all knew that the Chu family was doomed. The bloodthirsty sect was indeed not to be trifled with. Since Blood 7 had declared the death of the whole family, it was certain that the whole family would perish. Who could save the Chu family? The Chu family had just become a private village and had just seen a glimmer of hope for rise. Were they really going to be cut down now? This world was too cruel. You never know which will come first, accidents or tomorrow. Sigh. Chu Shan sighed in despair. Chu Chi was ultimately young and impetuous. Young people always struggle to control their tempers and cannot tolerate grievances. Provoking the authority of the bloodthirsty sect means death without mercy. Blood 7, declare your death sentence. Blood, Chi extended his tongue and licked his lips. His face was pale, like a ghost walking out of the underworld. Chu Chi's eyes were cold. He did not expect the bloodthirsty sect to possess a technique that could enhance cultivation. Such a technique, while not a secret technique, was indeed rare. Once it was revealed, it would definitely cause strong practitioners to fight over it. It seemed that to kill Blood 7, he could only use the Towning Cauldron. Did he have to use the Towning Cauldron in front of the Chu family today? Regardless, Blood 7 must die, with his life in danger. He could not care about revealing anything. Anyway, with the Chu family's perspective, they would not know how powerful the Towning Cauldron truly was. Just as Chu Chi was about to summon the Towning Cauldron, Feng Qingyu suddenly came to his side and held his hand. Feng Qingyu's hand was cold and soft. Chu Chi was puzzled about what Feng Qingyu meant by holding his hand at this moment. He raised an eyebrow and noticed something in his palm. It was the Heart Thunder talisman that Feng Qingyu had picked up again. Activate. Feng Qingyu said only 2 words, as she had no time to explain. At this moment, seeing the two holding hands, Blood 7 instantly became furious. You dare to hold hands with a woman I have chosen. His body transformed into a bloodlight and rushed towards Chu Chi. The speed was so fast that it created an afterimage. Watch me blow your head off. Before Blood 7 could finish speaking, Chu Chi raised his right palm. A brilliant light radiated from his palm, blindingly bright, making it hard to open one's eyes. The next moment, a bolt of lightning shot out from Chu Chi's palm. With a loud bang, half of Blood 7's body was turned into minced meat, scattered everywhere. Each piece of flesh was smoking. The entire courtyard was filled with a burnt smell. Blood 7 was dead. In the courtyard, only his lower half remained. This still standing lower half flickered with electric light, with no blood or organs visible, as these had long been charred by the power of lightning. A gentle breeze blew, and Blood 7's lower half also fell to the ground. The electric light flickered for a moment before disappearing. Silence. The scene was unprecedentedly quiet. Everyone looked at Chu Chi as if he were a monster. Was that just martial arts? But what level of martial arts could contain lightning attributes and even kill across 5 levels? No, it wasn't team martial arts. It seemed like a talisman. They clearly saw a blank talisman fall from Chu Chi's hand. After a brief silence, Chu Yingying's excited voice broke through. "Seventh brother, you are amazing. We are saved." Just as Chu Yingying's words fell, Chu Shan let out a cold shout. "Shut up, Grandpa." Chu Yingying was taken aback, unsure why Chu Shan was so angry. At this moment, Chu Shan's eyes were cold. Glancing at the remains of Blood 7 before looking at Chu Chi, he gritted his teeth and pointed at Chu Chi's face. "Do you know what kind of disaster you have caused?" The word disaster were almost shouted out by Chu Shan. His whole body trembled. That was because he was afraid. Do you know what it means to kill Blood 7? It means that we have no room for reconciliation with the bloodthirsty sect. My Chu family will definitely be exterminated. Definitely exterminated. Chu Shan's words echoed around, waking all the members of the Chu family. Chu Chi killed a member of the bloodthirsty sect. With the means of the bloodthirsty sect, there would definitely be no peace. How could the bloodthirsty sect be provoked? Previously, a force had provoked the bloodthirsty sect, fleeing 8,000 miles, yet they were still wiped out. Their heads were hung on the main residence. It's over, we are doomed. Chu Chi, why are you so impulsive? For a woman, is it worth it? She's beautiful, but what good is beauty if you lose your life? Everyone felt that they were not saved by Chu Chi, but rather pushed into an abyss. Originally, as long as they gave up this woman, the Chu family would be fine. But Chu Chi actually killed Blood 7 for this woman, offending the bloodthirsty sect. Just thinking about it made the Chu family members feel dizzy. Some even felt their bodies weaken and were unable to stand. Who would dare to offend the bloodthirsty sect? Did you act for me? At this moment, Feng Qingyu's voice came. Chu Chi did not answer. Now was not the time to respond to such questions. He glanced at the Chu family members and questioned, "If I hadn't acted, 8th sister would have been defiled. Can you tolerate such a thing happening?" "Seventh brother." Chu Yingying bit her lip, very touched. Chu Shan, however, coldly snorted. Previously, Blood 7 had this intention, but once this woman revealed her true form, Blood Seven's eyes were only on her. I am certain that as long as he gets this woman, my Chu family will be safe, and Chu Yingying will be fine. And you, for the sake of a woman, have implicated all your clansmen. Are you thinking with your lower body? Chu Shan's words made Chu Chi very displeased. He liked to play with women, but he absolutely did not think with his lower body. How can you be sure he won to act against Eighth Sister afterward? Chu Shan coldly replied, even if he acts, it's better than the whole family dying. Grandpa Yu. Chu Yingying could hardly believe her grandfather would say such things. Chu Chi, however, was not surprised. He continued, Feng Qingyu saved our Chu family before. Don't you remember? I haven't forgotten. Since she has saved us once, why not let her use her body to save us again? It's also a way of repaying kindness. Chu Shan's words left Chu Chi speechless. Was this how one repaid kindness? Chu Chi believed he was not a do-gooder, but understood what it meant to be grateful. Moreover, this time, Feng Qingyu also wanted to help, which led to the trouble. This young lady, though somewhat cold, had a kind heart. Do you all think so? Chu Chi glanced at the Chu family members. His gaze was exceptionally cold. Chapter 83. Blood 7 has died. The Chu family members gritted their teeth and replied, Of course, her death is better than all of us dying. Besides, being favored by Blood 7 is not a bad thing. It's a tremendous blessing. Blood 7 will surely treat her well. He. Chu Chi looked at the grim-faced members of the Chu family and couldn't help but laugh. He was laughing at the Chu family members, but also at himself. He suddenly realized that no matter how much he gave, no matter how outstanding or monstrous he was, these people's hearts were not with him. In other words, they were not on the same path. It wasn't worth it to sacrifice for the Chu family. Sigh, Chu Chi, your future was originally limitless. But why can't you understand the need for patience? Why can't you endure grievances? The voice of Chu Shan came again. He sighed repeatedly. I can't endure grievances? Chu Chi Lauget? After all these years, has he not endured enough grievances? It's not that he couldn't endure grievances. It's that he had had enough. He knew better than anyone that once you learn to endure grievances, you will keep enduring them. The most important thing was that Blood 7 had touched his reverse scale. Chu Chi was too lazy to explain further. He picked up the slightly darkened storage bag from the ground. This storage bag belonged to Blood 7. A level 3 talisman wouldn't destroy a storage bag. After putting away the storage bag, he turned around and took Feng Qingyu's hand. In front of everyone, he led Feng Qingyu to the miscellaneous courtyard. He just left like that? This playboy, even when death was imminent, was still thinking about those trivial matters. Dad, what should we do? Are we just going to wait for death like this? Or, while the bloodthirsty cult doesn't know about this yet, let's run quickly. What private village? What village chief's house? Nothing is more important than our lives. Right, let's split up and run. Maybe we can survive. He can't possibly know what each of us looks like. Hearing this, Chu Shan clenched his fists, his expression dark and sinister. After finally becoming the village chief, you want me to escape? Do you know how slim the chance of having a private village is? Dad, if we lose our lives, what use is an empty village? Chu Shan didn't speak. He naturally understood this reasoning. He watched Chu Chi's departing back for a while, as if making a decision. Notify everyone to come to the main courtyard quickly. I want to hold a family meeting, excluding Chu Chi. At this moment, in the inner courtyard, Feng Qingyu felt a strange sensation in her heart as Chu Chi held her hand. She knew that Chu Chi was comforting her by holding her hand. He was telling her that even if the entire Chu family wanted to hand her over, he would still hold her hand tightly and not let go. Feng Qingyu didn't know what the bloodthirsty cult was, but from the reactions of the Chu family members, it was clear that the bloodthirsty cult was definitely stronger than the Chu family. If nothing unexpected happened, this cult must have experts of the madman realm. In other words, this country bumpkin was willing to risk himself and even his entire family's safety to protect her. Is such a person foolish? Rationally speaking, any family would hand her over, right? However, it was precisely because there were so many cold-hearted people that Feng Qingyu preferred someone like Chu Chi. She never expected that a person with such courage and deep feelings would be a country bumpkin. Of course, Feng Qingyu didn't know that Chu Chi holding her hand wasn't thinking that much. In that situation, Chu Chi didn't have many complex thoughts. He was just holding Feng Qingyu's hand and leaving the front yard. It was that simple. Can you let go of my hand now? Feng Qingyu spoke softly. She wanted to pull her hand away, but Chu Chi's grip was too strong for her to break free. Huh, haven't I let go yet? Chu Chi showed a look of sudden realization. Feng Qingyu was somewhat speechless. Didn't he know whether he had let go or not? Shaking her head, Feng Qingyu gritted her teeth and asked, "Are you really not afraid of death for saving me? Why are you asking such questions? The situation has already been decided. What's the use of saying this? The most important thing is to find a way to cope with the upcoming situation. By the way, do you have anything on you that can kill experts at the Madman Realm? The Thunder Talisman you just gave me was rare, right? Is it a level 2 high-grade talisman? No, it's level 3. What level 3? Chu Chi didn't expect that this Thunder Talisman was even more powerful than he imagined. This means that Feng Qingyu's cultivation is indeed at the Madman Realm. No, at least at the Madman Realm. After the shock, Chu Chi asked, "Do you have any more good stuff like this? Have you taken me as your greatest reliance? But if I tell you that I've exhausted all the resources on me, would you believe it?" "I believe it. You were injured so severely. You must have used up all your trump cards. So, you no longer have the previous talisman? Chu Chi Shabadao Fudao. There's still one left. Just one left. And that's not enough. This means I need to take this time to quickly raise my cultivation. Chu Chi must find a paradise or a place with a large number of level 2 beasts." He believed that the bloodthirsty cult would not find out about Blood 7's death for a while. By the time they realize something is wrong with Blood 7 and trace it back to the Chu family, it would take some time. All in all, it should take at least half a month, right? Using this time gap, as long as he can quickly raise his cultivation, he can resolve this crisis. Half a month to raise 4 levels of cultivation should not be a problem, as long as he can elevate his cultivation to level 7 of the Madman Realm. He believes he would be invincible at that stage. By then, no matter who comes, it would be like sending themselves to death. After killing the opponent, he would have time to catch his breath. He could use this time to raise his cultivation by 1 or 2 more levels. Even if the leader of the bloodthirsty cult is indeed a strong person at the Madman Realm, as rumored, he is confident that he can fight against them. Even if he is not a match, doesn't Feng Qingyu still have a level 3 Thunder Talisman? This Thunder Talisman is just right for dealing with the leader of the bloodthirsty cult. Just as Chu Chi was deep in thought, Feng Qingyu asked, "Raise your cultivation? Aren't you going to escape during this time?" Chu Chi grinned and said, "I'm not running. What can running solve? Only by eliminating the bloodthirsty cult can we solve the problem once and for all. You." Feng Qingyu stared closely at Chu Chi. Her gaze was very surprised. She actually saw the light of self-improvement in Chu Chi's eyes. This kind of light was too rare. If it were anyone else in such a situation, they would be in despair and fear, just like the Chu family members earlier. But Chu Chi had light in his eyes. While others were thinking about how to survive this crisis, he was thinking about how to eliminate the opponent and resolve the crisis. This is the difference between a genius and an ordinary person. At the same time, about 100 to 200 miles west of the Chu family, there was a large mountain rarely visited by people. Few knew that the bloodthirsty cult was established in this mountain. Chu Chi thought that the bloodthirsty cult would take a long time to find out about Blood 7's death. However, that was not the case. At this moment, in a certain stone house of the bloodthirsty cult, a disciple who was originally drowsy suddenly stood up as if he had seen a ghost, fully awake. He rushed to the altar in front of him. On the altar were a dozen jade tokens. One of the jade tokens was broken. Below the jade token, the box clearly had the words Blood 7 written on it. The disciple picked up the jade token and quickly ran out of the stone house. While running, he shouted, "Bad news, Blood 7 has died." Chapter 84. The 5 Evils. Departure. As soon as the disciple's words fell, a middle-aged man in his 50s appeared in front of him, his spiritual energy clawing at the disciple's neck. "What nonsense are you talking? Lord Blood 6. I'm not talking nonsense. Lord Blood 7's soul jade has shattered. The soul jade is a magical jade. As long as the blood of the practitioner is dripped on it, it can bind to the practitioner's soul. Once the jade shatters, it signifies that the practitioner is dead." "What? Show it to me." A few minutes later, at the Blood Fiend Hall, here is the place where the bloodthirsty 10 evils cultivate. There are a total of 6 blood-robed figures sitting cross-legged in the main hall. They wear blood robes, each with a huge blood character behind them. An old man with white hair spoke first. "Blood 7 is dead. What do you all think? Should we inform the sect leader?" This is the leader of the bloodthirsty 10 evils, Blood One. Big brother, it's just a small matter. Why tell the sect leader? Do we need the sect leader to decide for us? Yeah, we can handle Blood Seven's matter ourselves. The priority is to quickly find the murderer and make him pay. Big brother, what was old Seven doing when he went out? Blood One replied. He went to Yuja village to verify goods and stopped by the newly established Yuja village. I know Yuja village. The head of the Yu family is at the 6th level of the strongman realm. He indeed has the capability to kill old Seven. Damn, Yuja village is courting death. Big brother, give me the task of exterminating the Yu family. I'll go avenge old Seven right now. Blood Six volunteered. Among the bloodthirsty 10 evils, he had the best relationship with Blood Seven. With Blood Seven dead, he was the angriest. Without Blood Six, who would accompany him at night to ease his loneliness. Old Six, don't be careless. You're also at the 6th level of the strongman realm. Since the other party can kill old Seven, they can also kill you. Big brother, that's because old Seven hadn't learned the bloodthirsty secret technique. But I will. Blood Six was unaware that Blood Seven had already learned the bloodthirsty secret technique. Even Blood One didn't know this, because Blood Seven learned the secret technique on his way to the Yu family. Still, don't be careless. How about this, old Nine, old Five, old Four, and old Two? You all go with him. Blood One's words surprised everyone, especially Blood Two. Big brother, you want to go too? Yes, big brother. Second brother doesn't need to go. He's at the 8th level of the strongman realm. With the bloodthirsty secret technique, he is absolutely invincible unless a master at the madman realm shows up. Blood One, however, said, with him here I can rest easy. Moreover, Old Two is the only one besides the sect leader who has learned the soul-searching technique. With him here, you can better find the murderer. Remember, your mission is to avenge Blood Seven. Anyone who offends the bloodthirsty sect must die without mercy. Take the one-eyed crow and go. About 10 minutes later, a giant crow flew out from the mountains. This is a 2nd level, 5th tier flying beast, the one-eyed crow. This crow has only one blood-colored eye. The one-eyed crow flapped its wings and quickly flew towards the Yu family. Blood Six stood on the crow's head, holding a blood-colored large knife. Blood knife, are you itching for action? Soon, I'll let you feast. At the Chu family, Chu Chi had returned to the miscellaneous courtyard. At this moment, he spoke to Feng Qingyu. Pack your things, let's go. Feng Qingyu was surprised. You brought me back just to let me leave? But didn't you just say you wanted to eradicate the bloodthirsty sect once and for all? I want to eradicate the bloodthirsty sect. As long as you give me time, I can definitely solve this trouble. But this is just the ideal situation. What if I don't have time? So you must leave. The Chu family must also leave. I can handle things here alone. Chu Chi was not an idealist. What he had just considered were all the best-case scenarios. If given enough beasts, he could indeed rapidly increase his cultivation within half a month. But the problem now is that he didn't even know where 2nd-level beasts lived. Even if he inquired, he didn't know if he could find out. As Chu Chi finished speaking, Feng Qingyu remained silent because she didn't want to leave. She really wanted to know if this young man in front of her could solve this crisis. Is this a woman's natural curiosity? Not speaking? Don't you want to leave? Qingyu, you won't fall for me so quickly, will you? Chu Chi suddenly became playful. Feng Qingyu's recently rising fondness for Chu Chi vanished. She coldly said, "You're overthinking it." Chu Chi shrugged. "It doesn't matter if you don't admit it." With that, he turned to look at Zhou Tao and Zhou Yusin behind him. He spoke to Zhou Tao. "You saw it too. I've run into big trouble and offended people I shouldn't have. You should leave too." Chu Chi originally took the two in for Zhou Yusin's sake. But now, he wasn't even sure if he could protect himself, so why keep the two around? Benefactor I. Zhou Tao wanted to say he wouldn't leave, but before he could finish, Zhou Yusin's voice came. "I won't leave. I'll stay and accompany you to die." Zhou Yusin's eyes sparkled for the first time. This sparkle was given by Chu Chi in her mind. She now had the image of Chu Chi striking down Blood Seven. This image had only appeared in her fantasies before. On that day, when she was taken away by Yu Chao, she wished for a hero to appear and rescue her. Unfortunately, Chu Chi arrived too late. "Accompany me to die? Are you cursing me?" Chu Chi was somewhat speechless. "Anyway, I am staying." Chu Chi frowned. "Fine, suit yourself." "Zhou Tao, what about you?" "7th young master, I'm your driver. Wherever you go, I go. From now on, this life of mine is yours." Then I order you now to take your sister and my future woman to the starry sky inn. Who is your future woman? Shameless. Chu Chi only smiled slightly and continued. If I die, take good care of her for me. Her body is severely injured and can't do any physical work. If I survive in the end, come back to find me. Young master. Aye. If you really regard me as young master, then obey the order. Zhou Tao immediately cupped his hands. Yes. Only then did Chu Chi smile. Let's go, let's go. Feng Qingyu remained silent. In fact, she really wanted to stay, but she truly had nothing in her storage ring that could save the Chu family. The low-level things in her storage ring were just these. She could kill one person, but killing more was beyond her capability. As for high-level items, they were all destroyed in that battle. Then I'll change the environment first. This talisman, I'll give you. Feng Qingyu placed the palm thunder on the stone table. She walked into the house, quickly tidied up, and then left the miscellaneous courtyard without looking back. This woman, just says she's leaving without even looking back at me. Is she really that cold? Chu Chi Wen. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Feng Qingyu turned back. I hope you can live. Chu Chi smiled. I knew you couldn't bear for me to die. After all, there aren't many excellent men like me. Feng Qingyu looked at Chu Chi but said nothing. In her heart, she recognized Chu Chi in this world. There truly aren't many people who rise to the challenge. Those who can make such decisions are all outstanding individuals. After a while, Feng Qingyu asked, Chu Chi, do you know what a genius is, what a mortal is, and what a freak is? Chapter 85. Family tree separation. As Feng Qingyu finished speaking, Chu Chi looked bewildered. He didn't understand why Feng Qingyu asked that. Without waiting for a reply, Feng Qingyu answered her own question. Ordinary people, when faced with difficulties, always blame themselves and complain about the heavens and others. When they encounter a bit of pressure, they become anxious, unable to sleep, as if a heavy mountain is pressing down on their hearts. Before the pressure even eases, their hearts have already collapsed. Geniuses, on the other hand, think of every possible way to ultimately solve their problems. Chu Chi smiled and said, Why do I feel like you're praising me as a genius? What about monsters? Don't they face difficulties? Feng Qingyu replied, Monsters are those who can still survive after encountering 100 or 1,000 difficulties. Chu Chi squinted. That condition seemed too harsh. He curiously asked, Is this your definition of ordinary people, geniuses, and monsters? The geniuses and monsters that Feng Qingyu referred to were definitely different from how others viewed them. In everyone's eyes, a genius is someone with exceptionally high talent. A monster not only has extremely high talent, but also cultivates at an incredibly fast pace. However, Feng Qingyu didn't mention talent at all. Feng Qingyu nodded. Yes, that's my definition. These words were actually told to her by the ancestor of the Feng family. The ancestor said that to determine whether a man has a future or potential, it's not about his family background, talent, or current achievements in cultivation. While talent is important, what is more important is whether the person has a heart that is never afraid. This heart is the cultivation heart of a practitioner. In other words, it's the Tao heart spoken of by the strong. A firm Tao heart leads to a smooth path. Of course, it's not enough for a person to only have a firm Tao heart. They must also have luck. What is luck? It's the ability to turn every difficulty into an opportunity. If a person has a Tao heart and also luck, even if their talent isn't strong, they will definitely achieve great things. Feng Qingyu wrapped her scarf around her head again and turned to leave the courtyard. Chu Chi, just stay alive. Only then can I know if what the ancestor said is true. After Feng Qingyu left, Zhou Tao and Zhou Yusin also departed one after another. The Chu family should be packing their things now, right? I'll go take a look and say goodbye to the eighth sister. The resources obtained from the Yu family haven tea been given to them yet. Chu Chi caused such a huge disaster. He knew that with the mindset of the Chu family, they would definitely choose to run away. Running away is fine. In the future, he didn't want to see them anymore, because they weren't worth it. At this moment, in the main courtyard, Chu Shan gathered all the Chu family members in the yard. Everyone was whispering to each other, seemingly discussing something. Have you all come to a decision? What do you think of my proposal? Chu Shan asked. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yingying said, Grandpa, do we really have to do this? Isn't this too cruel and inhumane to seventh brother? Chu Shan reprimanded. That's foolish compassion. This is the only way to keep the Chu family in Chu family village. Enough. I want to hear the result of your discussion. After Chu Shan finished speaking, Chu Xuanzi said, Dad, I agree with your decision. Chu Chi should be kicked out of the Chu family. Chu Xuanzi touched his broken leg. He still couldn't forget that day when Chu Chi did that to him. That kid broke his leg and turned him into a cripple. He harbored hatred towards Chu Chi. I also agree. Although Chu Chi saved us before, he also pushed us into the depths of despair. He never thought about us, nor did he have any feelings for us. Otherwise, he would have made us kneel that day. Kick him out of the family tree. He must be kicked out. You all Chu Ying didn't expect the Chu family members to harbor such deep resentment towards seventh brother. They should still reject him in their hearts, right? Fine. Since everyone agrees, from now on, Chu Chi is kicked out of the family tree and is no longer a member of the Chu family. The matter of him killing Blood 7 has nothing to do with us. Later, we need to find a way to actively contact the bloodthirsty sect and tell them that Lord Blood 7 died at the hands of our abandoned grandson, Chu Chi. We must take the initiative to plead for forgiveness in order to have a chance of survival. But just in case, we still need to take some people away to preserve the lineage. Chu Shan's voice was devoid of any emotion, cutting off one's own flesh and taking the initiative to plead for forgiveness. This was the only way he could think of to allow the Chu family to continue being the village chief. He knew that the bloodthirsty sect needed to collect women and would still use them. Perhaps the bloodthirsty sect wouldn't eradicate them completely. Chu Xingying, you have the best relationship with Chu Chi. Go and call him over. I want to announce this decision. Chu Ying felt embarrassed to call Chu Chi. She couldn't bring herself to say it. Just as she was in a dilemma, Chu Chi's voice came from the side door. No need to trouble yourselves. I'm here. As his voice fell, Chu Chi stepped into the main courtyard, his gaze cold to the extreme. The aura around him made everyone present feel a bit afraid. Do you want to expel me from the Chu family? Chu Chi hasket gonli. Chu Chi, your trouble is too great. We the Chu family members didn't dare to meet his eyes. Afraid? No need to be afraid. I'll just say one thing. Thank you. Chu Chi smiled. He placed his hands behind his head, looking up at the sky, appearing very relaxed. What does that mean? Isn't it obvious? Do you think I want to be a family with you? You're right. I indeed have no feelings for you, because feelings are always mutual. If I weren't of Chu blood and want to bring glory to the family, I wouldn't bother doing so much for the Chu family. But now, I'm just going to separate my family tree. The Chu family could share wealth, but not hardships. A family like this isn't worth keeping. A family without cohesion is just a pile of loose sand. It's just right for me to go solo. He will independently write the legend of the Chu family. This is exactly what he wants. He smiled and said, from now on, we're no longer family. In the future, whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. But I must make one thing clear. If I rise in the future, don't come to me with your faces asking me to do things. Whoever comes, I will break their legs. Chu Chi, keep my word. Goodbye. Chu Chi waved his hand and turned to leave. His back, under the sunlight, stretched long and far. Dumbfounded, the Chu family originally thought expelling Chu Chi would be troublesome. They even feared it might anger him. Yet unexpectedly, he left voluntarily. It was as if he had never regarded the Chu family at all. This is the village chief's home. Seventh brother Chu Ying looked at Chu Chi's departing figure, tears welling up in her eyes. She knew that leaving might be Chu Chi's last consideration for this family, but she was completely overthinking it. Chu Chi left simply because it wasn't worth it. Chu Chi had always been a decisive person. Since it wasn't worth it, then separating the family tree was a win-win situation. Chapter 86. Sir, it's a misunderstanding. He really left? Did he leave with a smile? The Chu family members exchanged glances, not expecting that distancing themselves from Chu Chi would be so simple. They did not realize that what they were doing now made Chu Chi suddenly enlightened, feeling as if he had received a revelation. From the very beginning, Chu Chi knew that the Chu family did not share the same heart and mind with him. When he previously warned Chu Shan to be wary of the Pang family, did Chu Shan care? He had even self-deprecatingly said that his words held little weight and that no one paid attention to him. Later, when his brother was kidnapped, Chu Shan even suggested cutting ties. One could say that very few people in the Chu family genuinely cared about the life and death of his brother, or even him. Their kindness towards Chu Chi was merely because he was beneficial to the Chu family, plain and simple. This was the reason why Chu Chi was indifferent towards the Chu family. Just now, when he heard the Chu family discussing expelling him from the family, he awakened. If they were not on the same path, why force themselves to walk together? He should create his own power. He wanted to establish a new Chu family. He felt as if his thoughts had suddenly become clear, and he felt much lighter. It was as if a Buddhist had achieved sudden enlightenment. A smile appeared on his lips as he slowly walked away. His steps were not heavy at all. Instead, they were incredibly light. Suddenly, he stopped. At the main gate of the courtyard, Chu Tian was standing there. He didn't know when. Brother, Chu Chi wanted to say something. But Chu Tian calmly said, let's go. Just 3 words, but they clearly expressed his stance. It was obvious he had also witnessed the scene just now. Chu Chi smiled and quickly walked over to Chu Tian, whispering, brother, when did you come back? Do you know what happened here? I don't know, but it doesn't matter. Let's go back and pack our things. Chu Tian said little. Just as the two were about to leave, Chu Yingying's voice suddenly came. 4th brother, 7th brother. Wait for me. Chu Chi turned around and saw Chu Yingying running towards them with red eyes. 8th sister, what are you doing? Chu Yingying said with red eyes. I'm going with you. As soon as these words came out, Chu Yingying's parents changed their expressions. Yingying, what are you talking about? Come back. Chu Chi's time is running out. What are you following him for? Chu Yingying replied, 7th brother acted to save me. I can't just watch him leave. If he goes, I go too. Are you stupid? Is he doing this for you? He's doing it for that Feng Qingyu. Come back, you come back. Chu Yingying did not look back. She went to stand behind Chu Tian and Chu Chi, saying, 7th brother, you won't leave me behind, right? The two turned back, as if they saw the scene from their childhood, where Chu Yingying chased after them. Chu Yingying was definitely an odd one. The whole family disliked Chu Chi. This useless person. Only she always clung to him. When they were young, it was because of her kindness, not wanting to see Chu Chi bullied by his older siblings. As they grew up, she thought 7th brother was very strong. Despite being ostracized, he could still smile every day. Life seemed unable to crush him. Difficulties only tempered his will. Chu Chi glanced at Chu Yingying, smiled slightly, and did not linger. Growing up was not like childhood. When he was young, he would reach out his hand, waiting for Chu Yingying to come over. But now he could not, because his crisis had not yet been resolved. 7th brother. 4th brother. You also don't consider me family? Chu Yingying stood there, feeling a bit cold inside. Chu Chi did not speak. And only after walking out the door did he say, silly girl, wait for me to solve my troubles, and you're welcome to come find me. Whether you want to stay or leave is entirely up to you. For now, take care. He waved his hand, and Chu Chi and Chu Tian strode away. They did not leave the Chu family directly, but returned to the miscellaneous courtyard. Brother, is there anything to pack in the miscellaneous courtyard? Yes, the body of Pang Yu. Although Chu Tian had no feelings for Pang Yu, she was ultimately his wife. Though the story ended before it began. Some people only needed a moment of brilliance to be remembered for a lifetime. Brother, let's not move sister-in-law for now. We haven't found a place to settle yet. It's not too late to come back once we have our own home. That's fine. Let me once pack it up. My things are all in the storage bag. Let us go. Brother, aren't you going to ask me what happened? Not important. Chu Chi was somewhat speechless, then took the initiative to say, I killed someone from the bloodthirsty sect, one of the bloodthirsty 10 evils. Chu Tian's eyelids twitched. And after a long while, he said, not important. Still saying it's not important? Your eyelids keep twitching. Is it? Chu Tian's expression did not change as he asked. So what are your plans? You voluntarily left the Chu family. You must have a plan in mind, right? Brother, you understand me. Since we're going to create our own family tree, we need to have our own power. I plan to go to Baiyun Village. Chu Chi had looked at the map before. Baiyun Village was marked with the word private. This meant that Baiyun Village also had the qualification to establish a village. It was just that the assessment had not yet begun. It was estimated to be either tomorrow or the day after. Going to Baiyun Village? Have you been to Baiyun Village? Yes, I have a friend there. A friend? I didn't know you had friends. With your personality, you can make friends? Chu Chi looked stupid. Chu Tian said lightly. He saved me once in Beast Mountain, and I saved him 3 times. It's just that this year, I haven't seen him come to Beast Mountain much. I originally planned to find time to visit him. Then it's settled. Let us go. By the way, brother, why did you come back so quickly? Don't tell me you learned the heavenly overlord body. No, I just memorized it. Chu Tian, still worried that Chu Chi would get into trouble. After memorizing the heavenly overlord body, he immediately returned. Chu Chi understood in his heart, but smiled and said, I thought you learned it. Let us go. When Chu Chi and Chu Tian arrived at the main gate, Zhou Tao happened to be leading a horse-drawn carriage over. Feng Qingyu stood at the entrance, glancing back at Chu Chi and Chu Tian. Among the two brothers, Chu Tian was a bit more handsome. Chu Chi couldn't be called handsome, but his face was very sunny, always with a smile on his lips. Seventh young master, why are you out? Are you here to see us off? Zhou Tao asked. You haven't left yet, just in time. Take us to Baiyun village. Also from now on, just call me young master. No need to add the word 7. Yes, young master. The horse-drawn carriage gradually moved away. Baiyun village was not far from Chu family village. Even if the rural roads were bumpy, it would take at most an hour by carriage. An hour later, Chu Chi arrived at Baiyun village. At the same time, in Yu family village, at the Yu family's main courtyard, Yu Haoran and others knelt in the courtyard, not daring to breathe. In front of them stood the bloodthirsty 5 evils. Blood 6 held a large knife in his hand, dripping with blood, with 3 severed heads on the ground. Sir, please don't kill us. Lord Blood 7 was really not killed by our Yu family. Yu Haoran was so anxious he was about to cry. These killing gods came to the Yu family and immediately said they wanted to take revenge for Blood 7. This left him confused. Blood 7 was dead? How could this be? Who would dare to kill someone from the bloodthirsty sect? Even if Blood 7 really died, what did it have to do with his Yu family? Sir, it's a misunderstanding. More unjust than Do-E. Why is it always my Yu family that gets hurt? Chapter 87. Chu Tian's friend Blood 6 snorted coldly. Bullshit. Who else but Yu family has the ability to kill old 7? Could it be the newly established Chu family? The speaker had no intention, but the listener took it to heart. Yu Haoran's eyes lit up. Blood 7 went to the Chu family, didn't he? Master, you are wise. It must be the Chu family, definitely. Before he could finish a sentence, Blood 6 kicked Yu Haoran away. The kick made his internal organs churn. His breastbone was directly shattered. He tried to stand up, but found he couldn't get up at all. Damn it, do you think Blood 6 is easy to fool? The Chu family probably doesn't even have a strong person. Can they kill old 7? If you don't want to die, tell me the truth. Tell me where Yu Zhongran is. Is he hiding? Master, my elder brother is already dead. Everyone present knows. Yu Zhongran is dead? Blood 6 looked astonished. He turned to glance at Blood 2 and the others. At this moment, Blood 2 stepped forward and said, let's search his soul directly. As his voice fell, Blood 2 approached an old woman who was Yu Zhongran's wife. He placed his hand on the old woman's head. Blood light surrounded her, and her entire head turned blood red. A mysterious aura enveloped the surroundings. Not long after, the old woman's pupils dilated, and she fell to the ground, having lost her breath. Her soul was extinguished. Second brother, how is it? Did you succeed in searching the soul? Blood 6 asked. Blood 2 coldly replied, failed. No matter, let's try again. Blood 2's hand went to the head of an old man nearby. After about 10 seconds, the old man also fell to the ground. But he didn't die. Instead, he babbled, I want my grandma, I want my grandma. Clearly, the old man had gone mad. This scene stunned all the Yu family members. It was either death or madness. Failed again. My soul search technique has a success rate lower than I imagined. Try again. Try again. Blood 2 cast the soul search technique 5 times in a row, and his face had turned pale. The soul search technique consumed spiritual energy. Each search took a toll on him as well. He actually wanted to stop and re-interrogate the Yu family members, but stopping now would be too embarrassing, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be a disgrace for the bloodthirsty sect? Fortunately, on the 6th try, he succeeded. The person whose soul was searched didn't die or go mad. Blood 2's face was cold as he said, he was right. Yu Zhongran has long been dead. Old 7 came only after Yu Zhongran died. Saying this, he looked at Yu Haoran. That young man, is he from Chu family village? At such a young age, he actually killed Yu Zhongran. Master, you are wise. He is Chu Chi from Chu family village. After Blood 7 left our Yu family, he went to the Chu family. It was one of our Yu family members who drove him there. Blood 2's eyes were sinister as he glanced at Blood 6 and the others and said, let's go to Chu family village. If they really did this, then we will slaughter the village. Blood 2 whistled. A one-eyed crow flew down from the sky. Blood 2 and the others jumped onto its back and quickly flew away until the crow disappeared into the moonlight. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Yu Haoran gritted his teeth and stood up from the ground. Could it be that Chu Chi really killed Blood 7? How could he be so bold? He almost implicated my Yu family. At the Chu family, a pigeon landed in Chu Shan's hand. Chu Shan took the letter and glanced at it. He went to Baiyun village. As long as he knows where to go, that's good. After Chu Chi left Chu family village, he had someone secretly follow him. He must know where Chu Chi went. Otherwise, how could he provide information to the bloodthirsty sect to lessen the Chu family's punishment? Next, he needed to spread the news that the bloodthirsty sect's master was killed by Chu Chi, the abandoned grandson of the Chu family, in all the nearby villages. He must actively inform the bloodthirsty sect of this news. Everything was proceeding according to plan. The younger generation of the Chu family had also left the village overnight. He had to prepare for 2 outcomes. The Chu family must have a backup. But Chu Shan did not know that the people from the bloodthirsty sect were already on their way. At the entrance of Baiyun village. Have we reached Baiyun village already? Zhou Tao, you all should find an inn to stay in Baiyun village. Same old story. Take good care of my future wife. In the carriage, Chu Chi's voice came through. Young master, rest assured, I will definitely keep an eye on Miss Feng. But young master, something feels off. Why are all the doors tightly shut in every household? Chu Chi stepped out of the carriage and looked around. Baiyun village was pitch black. All the houses had their doors and windows closed, without even a flicker of candlelight. The country road was only illuminated by the silvery moonlight. It was indeed a bit odd. It was still early evening, and these people couldn't possibly be asleep so soon. Let's go in and take a look. The carriage continued down the road, which widened a bit. The path was in disarray. There were even corpses on the ground. Zhou Tao was about to say something when a voice suddenly came from ahead. There he is. Kill him. Don't let him escape. Not a single one from He family can be left alive. As the voice fell, sounds of fighting came from the front. Under the moonlight, a young man, one hand on his waist and the other holding a broken knife, was injured but dared not look back or stop. The only word in his mind was escape. He couldn't die. Otherwise, his parents would have died in vain, and the He family would be cut off. But his legs were getting heavier. His consciousness was becoming more and more blurred. He was almost at his limit when he saw a carriage ahead. This was his last hope. However, he ultimately couldn't reach the carriage and knelt on the ground. So tired, he couldn't run anymore. He reached out his hand towards the carriage, seemingly asking for help. At this moment, Zhou Tao did not make a move because Chu Chi had not spoken. He turned to glance at Chu Chi, seeming to ask whether to save him or not. Chu Chi said nothing. He had no idea what the situation was, so why would he easily intervene to save someone? At this moment, the pursuers had already reached the young man's back. The swords and knives in their hands gleamed coldly under the moonlight. Ultimately, he couldn't escape. The young man despaired. But he didn't wait for death. Instead, he turned around and held the broken knife in front of him. He slowly stood up, determined to die, standing if he had to. But this simple action caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Haha, your spiritual energy is exhausted, right? The head of the family said, kill you, and there will be heavy rewards. We want your head. D. The pursuers charged the young man with their swords and knives. The young man knew he had no strength to resist. He was already waiting for death. Just then, a figure flashed past him. The pursuers in front were knocked away in just a few moves. The one who acted was not Chu Chi, but Chu Tian. Chu Tian turned around and spoke to the young man. He brother, long time no see. Chu brother, it's you. Clearly, this young man was Chu Tian's friend. That was the reason he intervened. After the surprise, the young man immediately said, Chu brother, you should hurry and leave. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave. Don't worry about me. As soon as the young man's words fell, a cold laugh came from a distance. Still want to leave? Leave your lives behind. An old man, leading about 7 or 8 people, rushed over quickly. Chu brother, it's over. It's over. The young man's face turned ashen. This old man was the head of the Gong family, Gong Nam. Chu brother, I am the one who harmed you. You shouldn't have intervened to save me. The young man clenched his fists, his face full of guilt, clearly a man of strong emotions. Chu Tian said lightly, don't worry, nothing will happen. My brother is here. Your brother? The The young man looked shocked. He remembered Chu Tian talking about Chu Chi before, but he clearly recalled that Chu Tian's brother couldn't cultivate and was just an ordinary person. Just then, Chu Chi arrived beside the two. Chapter 88. Just in time, Chu Chi glanced at Chu Tian and said, "Brother, take him to the carriage first. Leave this to me." Before Chu Tian could respond, Gong Neng was already furious. "Kid, do you not take me seriously? You're seeking death." With that, he stomped his feet and charged at Chu Chi like a fierce tiger. His body radiated spiritual light, resembling a ghost in the night. However, before he could even get close to Chu Chi struck him from afar, sending him flying. After hitting the ground, he didn't stand up again. Everyone focused their eyes and realized that Gong Neng's head had been completely crushed. He's dead. The head of the family is dead. Spiritual energy left the body. Just now, it was spiritual energy leaving the body. He was a master of the strongman realm. With just one strike, the Gong family members were terrified and no longer dared to approach. "Quick, go call the elder. Ask him to take action." "Yes, go call the elder. Only he can help us." Someone turned to find a master. A middle-aged man shook his head and said, "The elder has already left. The battle for the Gong family was already settled." The master who had secretly come to help had quietly retreated. What? The Gong family members were instantly panicked. If the master wasn't there, who could stand against this young man? In the midst of the panic, Chu Chi made his move. Since that young man was a friend of his brother, these people had to be killed. Golden spiritual energy shot out from Chu Chi's body. In just a breath, everyone present was dead. This. The young man's eyes nearly popped out. How is this boy so strong? "Chu, brother, is this really your brother?" My brother." Chu Tian looked at Chu Chi with a complex expression. There was pride, satisfaction, and also disappointment. Chu Chi searched the bodies before returning to the carriage. The originally spacious carriage now felt a bit cramped. "Brother, aren't you going to introduce me to your friend?" Chu Chi smiled and spoke. "This is He Quan. Quan, nice to meet you." "I'm Chu Chi." After shaking hands, he continued, "Take me to annihilate their whole family." He Quan's pupils constricted. This young man seemed cheerful. Yet his words sent chills down one's spine. "Don't be surprised. If I'm not mistaken, both your families are prominent families in Baiyan Village, right? It's just that your He family was defeated by them." He Quan gritted his teeth and said, "My He family wasn't just defeated by the Gong family. We were exterminated by them. If it weren't for meeting you, I wouldn't have survived either." "Brother He, what exactly happened?" "I don't know. My He family and the Gong family have been living in peace for years. The Gong family has always treated us with respect because their strength is weaker than ours. But who knew that today, at sunset, the Gong family suddenly gathered their whole clan and attacked the He family?" Upon hearing this, Chu Chi already had the answer in his heart. The Gong family's actions were to secure a spot for village establishment. Someone must have secretly assisted the Gong family. At this point, He Quan suddenly knelt before Chu Chi, "Brother, can you help me take revenge?" Chu Chi helped He Quan up and said, "Didn't I just say? Take me to annihilate their whole family." Chu Chi came to Baiyan Village to try his luck and see if he could make it to the village establishment assessment. If he made it, he would become the sole overlord of the village with absolute strength. If he couldn't, he would go to the next place. In short, he wanted to establish his own Chu family village. He wanted to show all the Chu family members that he could do well on his own. Thank you. The carriage continued on and soon arrived at the Gong family. The Gong family was already slaughtering sheep and cattle, preparing to celebrate. Chu Chi said nothing and burst in with golden light, killing his way inside. The once laughter-filled Gong family was instantly replaced by screams. This was a massacre. Of course, Chu Chi only symbolically killed the masters. The rest were all killed by He Quan. The elderly and children all fell by He Quan's hand. There was no mercy, no right or wrong. He Quan killed while Chu Chi collected the spoils. He checked every corpse to see if there were any storage bags. At the same time, in the Chu family, Chu Shan was not sleeping but was sitting cross-legged on the bed, exerting all his strength to strike at the twin veins within his body. Perhaps it was the pressure that provided motivation. The port he had been unable to break through finally loosened. The first twin vein appeared within him. His cultivation successfully advanced to the first layer of the strongman realm. "I've finally advanced," he exclaimed. "Ha! The feeling of the strongman realm is so powerful." Just as Chu Shan was delighted, A chilling aura swept through the courtyard. This aura was powerful and cold. Even though he had advanced to the strongman realm, he felt a chill throughout his body, shivering. What's going on? Is Chu Chi unable to cope and has come back to kill? He couldn't possibly be planning to attack the Chu family, right? Chu Shan suppressed his fear and opened the door. Upon seeing the scene, his pupils continuously contracted. In the courtyard, several men dressed in blood-red robes jumped down from a massive crow. Behind them, they all bore a large blood character. They were the masters of the bloodthirsty sect. Perhaps out of fear, he accidentally fell to the ground, rolling like a ball in the center of the courtyard. After Chu Shan appeared, Chu Xuanzi and the other Chu family members also showed up in the courtyard. Chu Xuanzi stayed behind because he had broken his leg and was considered disabled. Chu Shan simply let him stay to face this crisis together. The head of the Chu family, Chu Shan, had seen a few masters before, but he never expected them to arrive so quickly. Chu Shan thought that it was his spreading of news that had attracted the bloodthirsty sect. The bloodthirsty sect truly lived up to its name. Their intelligence network was impressive. You knew he would come? Blood 6's eyes shot out a fierce light. So, Blood 7's death is indeed related to the Chu family. Yes, my lord. I was waiting for you. Chu Shan held his head low. His back was parallel to the ground. Old 7, it was really you who killed him. You're seeking death. Blood 6 was immediately furious. He reached out and grabbed Chu Shan's neck, seemingly wanting to strangle him to death. While choking him, he growled, Chu Chi, come see me quickly. Otherwise, I'll slaughter your whole village. Still not coming out? Do you not take my words seriously? Blood 6 grip tightened. Chu Shan was choked until he spat blood, feeling as though he was about to die. The people from the bloodthirsty sect were indeed ruthless, not giving him a chance to speak. Just when Chu Shan felt he was about to be choked to death, Blood 2's voice came through. Let him go. It seems he has something to say. Blood 6 then released his grip. Chu Shan gasped for air and then said, my lords, that traitor is no longer in Chu family village. Traitor? What do you mean? My lords, do you not know? Chu Chi has already been expelled from the Chu family. Killing Blood 7 was entirely his own doing. He wouldn't listen to our advice at all. Blood 6 and the others exchanged glances, as if there was something they didn't know. Blood 6 looked at Blood 2 and said, second brother, can you still use the soul-searching technique? Blood 2 replied calmly, I should be able to use it once or twice. With that, he placed his hand on Chu Shan's head. About a minute later, Chu Shan sat on the ground, his gaze somewhat vacant. Second brother, how is it? Blood 2 shook his head, failed. Chapter 89, 5 Evils. Did it fail? Can we try again? There's no way. I'm about to lose my balance. The soul-searching secret technique consumes too much mental energy. I need to rest for a few months before I can continue using it. Can't use it anymore. Blood 6 frowned, glancing at the dazed Chu Shan, murmuring, I shouldn't have used the soul-searching technique on him. He is the head of the Chu family and should know the most. Forget it. Blood 6 turned to Chu Xuanzi and the others, letting out a low growl. Speak. Where is Chu Chi? Perhaps his roar was too domineering, and the dazed Chu Shan seemed to wake up. His pupils quickly focused. What just happened? Why is my mind blank? After he spoke, Blood 2 looked surprised. You're not a fool after all. The soul-searching secret technique is a very dangerous technique. If it fails, there is a high probability that the one being searched will become a fool. There's also a certain probability of immediate brain death. There's only a small chance of surviving unscathed. Chu Shan didn't even realize he had walked through the gates of hell. You didn't die. That's good. Tell me what happened. Sir. Chu Shan knelt on the ground, recounting the details of Chu Chi killing Blood 7. Sir, that's how it was. Our entire family begged that beast not to kill. But he wouldn't listen. After all, he is the strongest in the Chu family. My eldest son was even crippled by Chu Chi. Chu Shan pointed at Chu Xuanzi. Although Chu Xuanzi's leg was broken earlier by Chu Chi, it was still all due to Chu Chi's actions. Is what you said true? Just because of a woman, he dared to kill Blood 7? What kind of woman has such great charm? Blood 2 clearly didn't believe it. The reputation of the blood cult can't be overshadowed by a woman. Sir, you don't know how beautiful that person is. She is like a celestial being. Celestial being? Blood 6 and the others scoffed. So you mean that the person who was killed was by Chu Chi and has nothing to do with you? But do you think it went like this? Blood 6 suddenly slashed the knife horizontally. With a whoosh, Chu Xuan's head rolled to the ground. His eyes were wide open, clearly unable to close them. After his head rolled to Blood Nine's feet, Blood Nine crushed it with a kick. Blood splattered everywhere. No, it is the song. Chu Xuan let out a loud roar. Tears streaming down his face in an instant as he clutched Blood Six's leg, speaking. Sir, my Chu family is willing to serve the blood cult. We will deliver the goods you need on time and in full. Also, I know where Chu Chi is. Blood Six was about to kill again, but immediately placed the knife on Chu Shan's neck upon hearing this. You know where that kid is gone? Yes, sir. When he left the Chu family, I had someone secretly follow him. He is now in Baiyun Village. Baiyun Village? You're not lying to me. Absolutely not. I wouldn't dare. You old man, you've saved us a lot of investigation time. In that case, I'll spare your lives. Blood Six quickly jumped onto the back of the one-eyed crow. Right now, he just wanted to kill the murderer as soon as possible. Soon, the one-eyed crow flapped its wings and flew away quickly. After they had completely left, Chu Xuan finally smiled. We didn't die. We're all alive. Ha ha. I bet right. This is indeed the only way for my Chu family to survive. After laughing, he glanced at Chu Xuan's corpse. Xuanza, you didn't die in vain. The adults of the blood cult, though they killed you, have also vented their anger. My Chu family should be safe now. With that kid dead, Baiyun Village can develop however it wants. From now on, don't call me the family head or father. I just want to be called Village Chief. Baiyun Village, the Gong family. Feng Qingyu and Zhou Tao went to stay at an inn, while He Quan returned to the He family to burn paper. Only Chu Tian and Chu Chi were left in the Gong family. At this moment, Chu Chi set fire to all the corpses. The flames soared, illuminating Chu Chi's face to look like a demon. Brother, are you planning to stay here? Chu Tian asked. Chu Chi nodded. If nothing goes wrong, the village envoy will be here soon. I'll wait for him here. Baiyun Village will belong to the Chu family. Hearing this, Chu Tian's expression became somewhat unnatural. In this village, only you and I have the surname Chu. Chu Chi, however, was indifferent. It doesn't matter how many people have the surname Chu. What matters is whether this is Chu family village. Besides, just because there are few people now doesn't mean there will be few in the future. Brother, how about I find you a sister-in-law first? You can have a few more kids and quickly strengthen the Chu family. Chu Tian's expression was cold. Not interested. You can have kids, after all. You like to play with women. Chu Chi, however, said seriously, playing is one thing, fooling around is another. Don't joke about having children. For me now, improving my cultivation is the most important. Chu Tian agreed. Me too. Women will only affect my speed and drawing my sword. Chu Chi held his head. I'm not saying I want to play with women in the future. Brother, you're too indifferent in this regard. Chu Tian didn't say much on this matter. He suddenly asked, what are your plans regarding the blood cult? Even if you take Baiyun Village, the crisis won't be resolved. Do you really have confidence against the blood cult? Brother, to be honest, I have no confidence. But if I know where they're second-level beasts, I will definitely have confidence. Brother, you often go out. Do you know where there are second-level beasts living? Like those in Beast Mountain Range, with a large number of beasts? A large number? Chu Tian frowned slightly. He had heard of a few places with second-level beasts, but the number in each place was not many, at most a few. He thought for a moment and said, to have a large number of second-level beasts, it seems we can only go to the tribe. I've heard that the tribe controls second-level resources, including areas where second-level beasts live. Brother, do you know where the nearby tribes are? Chu Chi's eyes lit up. Chu Tian replied coolly, I don't know. The light in Chu Chi's eyes instantly vanished, but he quickly smiled. It's fine. I'll pick a direction and actively search for the tribe. For example, if I head north, I will eventually find where the tribe is. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian said nothing. For the weak, going out to scout is a very dangerous thing. There are many robbers on the road. Even without robbers, if one encounters powerful beasts or provokes strong opponents, it's a dead end. Brother, you go accompany your friends at the He family. Wait until I handle the blood cult before you come back. By the way, take this. Chu Chi took out a storage bag. The storage bag contained resources obtained from the Yu family. Chu Tian briefly checked it and was instantly surprised. He actually saw moon heart grass inside. Besides moon heart grass, there was also a low-grade, yellow-level longsword, as well as several high-grade healing elixirs. Chu Tian accepted the resources and patted Chu Chi's shoulder. Then he turned and left. He knew he couldn't help Chu Chi if the blood cult members came. His presence would only be a burden. Chu Tian left dejectedly. Just as he was about to reach the He family, he suddenly looked up. In the dim moonlight, a giant crow appeared. The crow flew very low, circling a few times above Baiyun village. It seemed that a battle had occurred. There was a large fire. Let's go check it out. The one-eyed crow quickly landed at the Gong family. Chapter 90. The Dominance of Heaven and Earth. Minor Success. The Gong family. After Chu Tian left, Chu Chi did not return his room to rest. He sat in the courtyard and began to absorb the power of the sun, moon, and stars. Although he appeared calm on the surface regarding the blood cult, he was actually under pressure, with no way to improve his cultivation. He needed to raise the level of his dominance of heaven and earth. His current dominance of heaven and earth was merely entry-level. Achieving minor success would undoubtedly enhance his combat power. He estimated that with minor success, his strength would increase another level, meaning he could easily face opponents 3 tiers above him. Even against someone at the 6th level of the strongman realm, he wouldn't need to resort to ambushes. On a dark and windy night, the power of the sun, moon, and stars surrounded Chu Chi. This force circulated within him, constantly tempering his body. Although his physical strength was currently equivalent to the 6th or 7th level of the mortal realm due to the cessation of spiritual energy operation, continuous tempering with the power of the sun, moon, and stars would eventually allow his physical strength to match that of his spiritual cultivation. Over time, it might even surpass his spiritual cultivation. This is why the dominance of heaven and earth is classified as a body technique. Whether it was the opening of the family tree that allowed for clearer thoughts, or the true prowess of the ancient sun body, this time, the surrounding power of the sun, moon, and stars was exceptionally rich. His body automatically manifested the dominance of heaven armor. The power of heaven and earth actively flowed in, creating special patterns on the originally ordinary armor. This golden armor looked even more domineering and impressive. Chu Chi's eyes lit up. At this rate, achieving minor success in the dominance of heaven and earth was just a matter of time. Just as he was feeling pleased, a disturbance came from the air. A crow appeared above him at an angle. On the crow's back stood 5 individuals in blood-red robes. Chu Chi opened his eyes and frowned. The blood-red robes belonged to the blood cult. But how did they arrive so quickly? Was the blood cult's intelligence network that effective? This speed exceeded Chu Chi's imagination. He had originally planned for them to arrive in 10 days to half a month, yet they showed up in just half a day. It was definitely him. The cold voice of blood, too, came from the crow's back. His gaze towards Chu Chi was filled with icy, killing intent. He had used the soul-searching technique on the Yu family and clearly knew what Chu Chi looked like. Earlier in the sky, he felt that this kid's silhouette was somewhat familiar. Now he was certain it was not just a resemblance. This kid was indeed Chu Chi, the one who killed Yu Zhengran and Blood 7. It really is him. Blood 6, wielding a large knife, was the first to jump down from the one-eyed crow, landing directly opposite Chu Chi, just a meter away. Under the glow of the firelight, Blood 6's face looked particularly ferocious. You killed Old 7? Blood 6 raised his knife, placing it against Chu Chi's neck. Chu Chi did not move or speak. The power of the sun, moon, and stars within him rotated rapidly. His entire body seemed to transform into the cosmos. The spiritual energy armor he wore dissipated, or rather, it restructured. Chu Chi understood that he could not disrupt his current state of cultivation. If he did not know how long it would take to enter this state again. The timing of the blood cult's arrival was truly unfortunate. Not talking, seeking death. Blood 6 kicked towards Chu Chi's chest. Chu Chi's body was sent flying. The immense force crashed him into the courtyard wall, creating a large dent. Chu Chi coughed up blood, but still maintained his meditative posture. At that moment, he slightly raised his head and glanced at Blood 6 and the others who had landed in the courtyard, his eyes narrowing. Among these 5, emitted a bloody aura, displaying the momentum of the strongman realm. From the aura, Blood 6 with the large knife was at the 6th level of the strongman realm. Blood 9 with the axe was at the 5th level. Blood 5 wielding a giant wolf-tooth club was also at the 6th level. Blood 4, who was unarmed, was at the 7th level. As for the pale-faced Blood 2, he did not release any aura, but Chu Chi's instincts told him that he was the most terrifying one, as the others showed him great respect. The opponent's cultivation was likely above the 7th level of the strongman realm. The blood cult, sending 5 people at once, was already excessive, but they were all strong. Most importantly, the blood cult had a technique that could temporarily boost one's cultivation by 2 levels. This meant that to deal with the 5 individuals present, unless one was invincible in the strongman realm, it would be a dead end. The blood cult was truly formidable. Even so, Chu Chi felt no fear, nor did he consider fleeing. He understood better than anyone that when faced with difficulties, fear and avoidance were useless. He remained silent, contemplating how to counterattack. While Chu Chi was deep in thought, Blood 6 extended his hand. The blood-colored spiritual energy formed claws that grasped Chu Chi from a distance. Chu Chi did not resist. The power of the sun, moon, and stars within him had reached its limit. Stars seemed to appear around his body. This indicated that the dominance of heaven and earth was about to achieve minor success. Not talking? Are you mute? D. Blood 6 pulled back his hand. Chu Chi's body quickly drew closer to him. He raised a large sword in his hand, seemingly intending to pierce Chu Chi through with one strike. Just as Chu Chi's body was about to make contact with the large sword, he released a dazzling golden light. The golden light shone brightly, akin to a rising sun. At that moment, the entire village became illuminated. Night seemed to turn to day. On the street, Chu Tian, who was rushing back to the Gong family, had his pupils constrict. Sure enough, the crow was looking for Chu Chi. Chu Chi was in danger. Had the blood cult arrived? Brother, don't die. Wait for me. In the courtyard, the golden light was blinding, and Blood 6 and the others could barely open their eyes. Although the golden light only lasted a brief moment, it was enough for Chu Chi to act. At this moment, Chu Chi was clad in the dominance of heaven armor. This version of the dominance of heaven armor was vastly different from before. Now, the armor was even more imposing. It was no longer just armor, but a divine being. The divine being exuded authority, obscuring its face, revealing only glowing eyes like the sun and moon. This was the dominance of heaven armor after achieving minor success. Chu Chi completely ignored the blood knife in front of him, allowing his body to collide with it. A yellow-grade mid-tier long sword appeared in his hand. Chu Chi did not know any yellow-grade sword techniques, and did not use 7-sword slash, as it was no longer suitable for him after reaching the strongman realm. He merely executed the most basic sword techniques: thrust, slash, point, and flick, cut, slice, and shave. Basic sword techniques while lacking in attack enhancement, combined with the yellow-grade mid-tier long sword, were sufficient to kill a 6th-level strongman. Sizzle, clang. After the golden light dissipated, 2 heads fell to the ground. Those of Blood 6 and Blood 9. Taking advantage of the dazzling golden light, Chu Chi instantaneously killed the 2 without giving them any time to react. As for the clang sound, it was when he attempted to kill the 3rd person that Blood 5's Wolf-Tooth Club blocked his sword. Chapter 91. Counterattack with a failed strike. Chu Chi continued to attack with his sword, creating a flurry of sword flowers. The basic sword technique in his hands seemed to be an unfathomable sword art. This scene stunned Blood 5. Is this kid really the legendary sword genius? Fortunately, he is not alone. At this moment, Blood 4 let out an angry roar. Get out of my way, mountain-pushing palm. He pushed out a palm, and a raging wind howled. His cultivation was at the 7th level of the strongman realm. Although he only used a mid-grade yellow-level martial skill, its power was still extremely violent. Chu Chi's body was instantly sent flying. Even after he planted his sword into the ground, he still retreated a full 5 meters. There was indeed a significant gap between the 7th and 6th levels of the strongman realm. Ordinary people simply could not kill across levels. At this moment, Chu Chi looked at the 3 people still alive on the scene, his brow slightly furrowed. He knew that his advantage was gone. The reason he was able to kill 2 people earlier was that this group had not taken him seriously. They never expected that Chu Chi would disregard Blood 6's large knife and instantly counterattack them. Old 9, Old 6. No. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Blood 5 and the others were devastated. Blood 2's expression turned cold. This kid seemed even stronger than before. Was it because of the armor he was wearing? Could it be a mid-grade yellow-level body technique? No, a mid-grade yellow-level body technique wouldn't have such overwhelming pressure. Could it be? Blood 2's eyes lit up. He spoke to Blood 5 and Blood 4. Don't let your guard down. This kid's movement and sword techniques are too fast. The sword in his hand is a mid-grade yellow-level longsword. His movement technique must also be a mid-grade yellow-level technique. If I remember correctly, he also has a high-grade yellow-level dagger. If he gets his hands on it, I might be in real trouble. Blood 4 gritted his teeth and said, "Indeed, we were careless. I'll take action next." Bloodthirsty. Blood 4 was about to unleash the bloodthirsty technique when Blood 2 stepped forward. "No, I'll do it myself." "Second brother, you." Blood 4 was too surprised. Even if this kid was impressive, it shouldn't warrant second brother taking action personally. He could use the bloodthirsty technique, no matter how strong this kid was. He shouldn't be his opponent. Blood 2 did not explain, but let out a low growl. Bloodthirsty technique. Originally at the 8th level of the strongman realm. After using the bloodthirsty technique, his aura became even stronger. A hint of color returned to his pale face, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. At this moment, Blood 2 was invincible in the strongman realm. "Kneel before me." Blood 2 did not waste words. He suddenly pressed down. The blood-red spiritual energy descended like a blood-colored sky upon Chu Chi. Even if Chu Chi tried his hardest to resist, the armor on him, reminiscent of a divine king, gradually began to shatter. Puffed! Chu Chi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. The gap was too great. His cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the strongman realm. A mere 3rd-level ant could compel an 8th-level strongman to use their strongest methods. This was already a miracle. Such performance will be considered genius anywhere. No, it was monstrous. Is this my limit? Chu Chi pristine. But his eyes still held a glimmer of light. Limits are limits, but he still had hidden cards. This time, it was time to use the heavenly suppression cauldron. Still able to smile? The blood-red spiritual energy continued to press down. Chu Chi was almost flat on the ground. His face was pressed against the earth, being distorted by the pressure. Blood 2 could have killed him outright, but chose not to. At this moment, he walked step by step towards Chu Chi, his eyes filled with eager anticipation. He placed his hand on Chu Chi's head. He wanted to search his soul. This was also the reason he used the bloodthirsty technique. He wanted to know what martial skills this kid had learned. This martial skill was so powerful that it could enable someone to kill across 3 levels. And what about that sword technique? Who taught him? Clearly, it was just the most basic sword art, yet when executed, it flowed like clouds and water. Only a sword path master could pass down such terrifying sword insights, right? This kid has secrets. Soon, this secret would be his. Blood 2's heart was somewhat excited, his thoughts somewhat complex. But in the next moment, he had no thoughts at all. A large black cauldron suddenly appeared and heavily smashed down on Blood 2's head. The small cauldron felt like a mountain. His body was instantly crushed to pieces. After the black cauldron hit the ground, the earth shook and cracked continuously. The fissures spread across the entire courtyard like a spiderweb. Blood 2 was dead. With Blood 2's death, the pressure disappeared, and Chu Chi immediately stood up. The heavenly dominance armor reappeared, and stepping with the serpent step technique, he brandished the cauldron towards the dumbfounded Blood 4. Chu Chi, like a tyrant of the mortal realm, swung the cauldron towards Blood 4's body. Blood 4 instinctively unleashed his spiritual energy. But how could he withstand the heavenly suppression cauldron? This cauldron seemed to weigh 10,000 pounds, instantly smashing his body to pieces. Only the parts above the neck and below the abdomen remained. Blood 4 was dead. Impossible. Impossible. This scene frightened Blood 5, causing him to retreat a few steps. He had been in the bloodthirsty sect for 30 years, but it was the first time he'd been scared by someone else. What in the world was this cauldron in this kid's hand? How could it be so indestructible? Moreover, the moment it landed, it caused the ground to crack. How heavy was it? How could this kid swing something so heavy? Blood 5's face turned cold, and he immediately used the bloodthirsty technique to launch an attack. Surprise or not, he had to fight. He was now equivalent to a strongman at the 8th level. Fist of 100 Wrath. Without hesitation, Blood 5 unleashed his martial skill. Suddenly, spiritual energy fists appeared in the sky, but there were definitely not 100 of them. At most, there were 70 or 80. Keat, D. The spiritual energy fist struck towards Chu Chi from all directions. Chu Chi had nowhere to dodge, nowhere to evade. Even if his sword technique was exquisite, he absolutely could not block it. The gap in strength was always present. Chu Chi knew he couldn't block it, so he didn't even try. The heavenly suppression cauldron suddenly floated above his head. He channeled spiritual energy into the heavenly suppression cauldron, and soon, the cauldron redirected the spiritual energy back to him. The golden spiritual energy transformed into white light. This light surrounded Chu Chi like a barrier, protecting him inside. This was the protective ability of the heavenly suppression cauldron. This was also why the fairy sword chose to give the heavenly suppression cauldron to Chu Chi with this cauldron. Even if someone's cultivation was a whole level higher than Chu Chi's, they could not break through the barrier that the heavenly suppression cauldron redirected. Bang, 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 bang. The sounds of violent explosions continued to ring out. Chu Chi was enveloped in the light emitted from the heavenly suppression cauldron and suffered no harm at all. What? Blood 5 was immediately dumbfounded. What kind of treasure was this cauldron? Not only could it be swung to kill enemies, but it could also release spiritual light to protect its master. Indeed, it could easily block. Chu Chi Gavin. Under the light, he looked like a descending divine king, containing unparalleled divine power. He took a step forward and charged at Blood 5. Run. Blood 5 finally panicked. He knew he couldn't kill this kid. On the contrary, the cauldron in this kid's hand could crush his body. He couldn't let Chu Chi get close. At this moment, he had no choice but to flee. Fortunately, this kid's speed was not as fast as his. But how could Chu Chi let him escape? Chapter 92. Hanging heads at the village entrance at this moment. As Xue Wu turned around, he heard a rush of wind behind him. His expression changed, and he instinctively dodged, but it was still a moment too late. He felt a chill in his arm. Looking down, he nearly fainted in shock. The left side of his body, from the arm down, was nothing but minced flesh. He could even see the shattered organs. At this moment, a loud crash echoed. Chu Chi's large cauldron had broken through the wall and landed in the adjacent courtyard. Xue Wu was struck down because Chu Chi had thrown the cauldron. Could he not have thrown it instead of chasing? Since he used the Zhen Tian Ding, no one could live. The existence of this cauldron must not be known to the living. The addiction to blood would cost you your life. Chu Chi, stepping with the movement of a slithering snake, had already reached Xue Wu's side. The dagger in his hand pierced into Xue Wu's head. What kind of cauldron is this? Xue Wu's words were cut short as his body crashed to the ground. Even with his cultivation raised 2 levels, he could not withstand a high-grade yellow dagger. Xue Wu was dead. With this, all 5 assassins sent by the bloodthirsty sect were dead. Chu Chi had achieved 5 kills. At the same time, in the stone house where the bloodthirsty sect stored the soul jade, the disciple guarding the jade was almost going mad. His eyes bulged like copper bells, seemingly about to burst. His body trembled incessantly. In his sight, the jade pendants of Xue Jiu, Xue Lu, Xue Wu, Xue Si, and even Xue Er shattered one after another. This was terrifying. He nearly rolled out of the stone house in a panic, shouting as he ran, "Master, something big has happened." 3 minutes later, in the bloodthirsty hall, 6 elders gathered here. At the forefront was a man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s. This was the leader of the bloodthirsty sect, Xue Wuji. His real age was already 150. At his feet lay a corpse, that of the disciple guarding the jade. The disciple was withered, as if all the blood had been drained from him. Next to Xue Wuji sat 4 men in blood robes. The chests of these blood-robed men were embroidered with the word Vajra. The bloodthirsty sect not only had the 10 blood fiends, but also the 4 great Vajras, referred to as blood Vajras by the bloodthirsty sect members. Xue Yi, why didn't you inform me earlier? Xue Wuji's hoarse voice rang out. Xue Yi's expression changed, and he knelt, saying, "Master, I thought this was a trivial matter and shouldn't disturb your cultivation. So, 6 blood fiends died just like that? Master, rest assured, I won't let their deaths be in vain. I will take action myself." A madman's aura emerged from Xue Yi. "Oh, you leveled up?" With the help of blood refining techniques, he managed to advance smoothly. "Master, let me meet the Yu family. I really want to know what kind of opportunity the Yu family has encountered to dare defy our bloodthirsty sect." Shui Wuji did not respond, but looked at the four great blood Vajras. What do you think? Master, the other party should have a madman's expert, otherwise Shui Air and the others would not have been annihilated. I think we need to be cautious and check the other party's strength and influence first. If we don't understand clearly and go trouble them, we might repeat the same mistake. Upon hearing this, Shui frowned and asked, aren't you being a bit too cautious? What if they escape during this time? It's just wasting a bit of time. Knowing yourself and your enemy means you can win every battle. What the ones who killed Shui Air are at the 4th level of the Madman realm. Then even if we attack together, it would be a dead end. Impossible. Such a strong expert cannot appear in a private village. There are hardly any even in the tribe. Even if someone from the Yu family got lucky and obtained a Mad Spirit Crystal to enter the Madman realm, they would at most only be at the 1st level of the Madman realm. The Mad Spirit Crystal is a crystal condensed by a Madman's realm. But what if they really are experts? Where are all these what-ifs? The other party killed 6 of my brothers. I must eliminate them. My bloodthirsty sect has not feared anyone other than the Bull tribe for so many years. You are too arrogant. You are truly brainless. Am I brainless? Shui wanted to say more, but Shui Wuji shouted coldly, silence. The authority of the bloodthirsty sect must not be defied. Here's the plan. I will give you 2 days. After 2 days, you must find out who killed Shui Air and their background. If the other party has a strong background, suppress your resentment and develop quietly. We cultivate blood refining magic. Our cultivation speed is 2 to 3 times faster than others. As soon as Shui Wuji finished speaking, Shui immediately said, I will send people to investigate right away. At the Gong family, Chu Chi retracted the Zhen Tian Ding. It must not be overly exposed. If it weren't for every household being tightly shut tonight and it being nighttime, he wouldn't dare to use the Zhen Tian Ding so openly to kill. If this ding were exposed, the number of people who would want to kill him would be countless. Exhaling a breath, Chu Chi began to collect the spoils. Just as he bent down, he heard footsteps. He raised his head and looked toward the door. Soon, Chu Tian appeared in his line of sight. Chu Tian looked at the corpses on the ground, then glanced at Chu Chi, his eyes filled with shock. He realized that the bloodthirsty sect had sent people. Their speed was faster than expected. But what happened? How did all these people die? Did you kill them? Chu Tian asked. Who else could it be if not me? Chu Chi retorted, his expression very serious. He didn't wait for Chu Tian to speak and continued, Brother, go find your friends and don't come back. Chu Chi understood better than anyone that although he had killed these 5, it did not mean the crisis was resolved. On the contrary, the crisis was becoming more severe. This time, the bloodthirsty sect only sent strongmen. Next time, there might be Madman Realm experts. The leader of the bloodthirsty sect was definitely a Madman Realm expert. Although the Zhen Tian Ding was heavy and could kill Madman Realm experts, the premise was that Chu Chi's attack could hit the opponent. He was able to kill Shui Air and the others so smoothly because they had been careless, particularly Shui Air. He was almost invincible in the strongman realm, but was directly killed because he was too close to Chu Chi. If he were to face a Madman Realm expert in the future, he might not be able to kill them easily. His cultivation was ultimately too weak, unless he fully unleashed the pressure of the Zhen Tian Ding. But that terrifying pressure would definitely expose the Zhen Tian Ding. By then, his enemies would not just be the bloodthirsty sect. All strong experts would want to kill him. Innocent people would suffer for their wealth. At this moment, Chu Chi was already thinking about how to counterattack if the bloodthirsty sect came again without exposing the Zhen Tian Ding. What if next time they came during the day? What if there were even more people than this time? How to break the deadlock? Did he have to escape? Chu Chi fell in a deep thought. After a while, his gaze hardened. Running away was not an option. He would take a gamble. Suddenly, Chu Chi stretched out his hand, and golden spiritual energy transformed into a large hand. Before long, the heads of Shui Lu, Shui Jiu, Shui Wu, and Shui Si were in his grasp. He quickly headed to the village entrance. A few minutes later, the heads of the 4 were hung high, since he had already killed them, and the bloodthirsty sect would not rest until one of them was dead. He decided not to hide or avoid it, and went for a direct confrontation. He wanted to actively inform the world that he, Chu Chi, was going against the bloodthirsty sect. After hanging the heads, he also set up 2 banners at the village entrance. Chapter 93. Putting oneself in a deadly situation to live again, the first banner read. Don't send flies to disturb me. It's annoying. The second banner said, in half a month, I will personally annihilate the bloodthirsty sect. At the entrance of the village, Chu Chi looked at the two extremely arrogant banners. His facial features shocked to the point of dancing. Brother, do you know what you're doing? Are you sure you want to write these two banners? Otherwise, I'll destroy them. These banners were too arrogant, too reckless. Chu Chi was straying further down the path of self-destruction. However, Chu Chi, with a deep gaze, said, now, this is the only way for me. This is putting oneself in a deadly situation to live again. Chu Chi didn't speak, and, after a while, he sighed. Why do I feel like you are the one from the bloodthirsty sect? You're crazier than they are. Chu Chi shrugged and said, brother, go find your friends. You don't need to stay with me. Quan has lost everything now. Maybe after burying his clan members, he will commit suicide. But my Chu family needs people now. Anyone trustworthy can follow us. We must strengthen our power and might. Thinking about all this, aren't you worried about yourself? Me? No need to worry. Where there's a will, there's a way. If there's really no way, I'll carve my own path. Don't worry, this little matter won't crush me. Chu Chi suddenly realized that Chu Chi seemed to have really grown up, matured. He was surprisingly calm in the face of danger. By the way, brother, this is for you. Chu Chi took out an item. No matter if his future was life or death, these good things must be passed on to his brother. He knew what his brother wanted. His brother certainly also wanted to become strong. Chu Chi planned to take some more time to write down the basic swordsmanship knowledge that the female sword fairy had passed on to him for Chu Chi, however. The handwritten swordsmanship inheritance was not as vivid as the mental transmission from the female sword fairy. But having something was better than nothing. Previously, when Chu Shan wanted these inheritances, Chu Chi had refused on account of the entire family being killed. But passing them on to his brother, he was more than willing. What is this? Chu Tian looked confused. Take it and try to sense it with your mind, and you'll know. Chu Tian shook his head. I sensed it, but there's nothing. Nothing? Try again. Still nothing. This. Chu Chi took back the paper, thought carefully, and understood. The item had uniqueness. If he didn't die, it was likely that no one else would know what was on it. To pass on the contents of the item to a second person, he could only write it down by hand, but how long would that take? Otherwise, he would have to wait until his cultivation was strong enough, like the female sword fairy, to directly pass it on to a second person with his mind. Then take this storage bag. The one on the left is for Balmain. If something really happens to me, give it to her. Chu Chi took out another storage bag. Inside this storage bag were the resources he had prepared for Chu Yingying. He had bought several mid-grade healing herbs at the auction that could help her improve her cultivation, all of which Chu Yingying could use. But accidents came too quickly, and he had no time to give anything. In that situation, he couldn't possibly give Chu Yingying resources in front of the Chu family. In fact, Chu Chi still had resources prepared for the Chu family. But Chu Shan and the others did not deserve it. This resource was just right to keep for the force he was creating. All right, brother, go find your friends. Chu Chi didn't say much more, waved his hand, and turned to leave. Chu Tian watched Chu Chi's departing figure, then looked at the crowd at the village entrance. Can I not help at all? He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh without him realizing it. After Chu Chi returned to the Gong family, he sat cross-legged in the courtyard. He didn't sleep because he simply couldn't. He had only given himself 15 days on the banner. That was because only this amount of time would the bloodthirsty sect be able to wait. If he said he would annihilate the bloodthirsty sect in a month, or even 3 to 5 months, would the bloodthirsty sect be foolish enough to wait? 15 days was the most suitable time. He believed that this news would reach the bloodthirsty sect's ears, enough to shock them, and then make them wary. This was also the reason he was so bold, putting oneself in a deadly situation to live again. Time to check the spoils. Stopping his thoughts, Chu Chi began to check the spoils. 5 storage bags appeared in his hands, and he examined each one. Blood 2 and the others left him with 12 low-grade healing herbs, 6 mid-grade healing herbs, and 2 high-grade healing herbs. This level of healing herbs could heal all wounds on the body except for broken bones. But unfortunately, none of the 5 had the chance to use the healing herbs. Chu Chi also obtained 12 yellow-grade martial skills. Most were low-grade. Only 2 were mid-grade. There were no high-grade martial skills at all. 13 yellow-grade weapons. among which 5 were mid-grade and the rest were low-grade. There were no high-grade weapons at all. High-grade weapons were indeed rare. Blood 2 didn't have the qualifications to possess one. Chu Chi also found 8 crystals emitting green light in Blood 2's storage bag. Chu Chi knew these were frenzied spirit crystals, which Blood 2 must have prepared for breaking through to the frenzied realm. This was a windfall for Chu Chi. If he raised his cultivation in the future, he wouldn't need to worry about frenzied spirit crystals anymore. Although there were only 8, it was enough. Besides these items, there were no healing herbs that could enhance Chu Chi's cultivation. There was, however, a high-grade healing herb that could raise a mortal realm practitioner below the 9th layer by 1 layer of cultivation. This healing herb was just right for his brother. With this healing herb, along with Moonheart Grass, Chu Tian could directly raise his cultivation to the peak of the 9th layer. Entering the strongman realm was just a matter of time. Indeed, killing and looting is the best way to acquire resources. Is there no bloodthirsty technique? At this moment, Chu Chi Wen, what he wanted the most was still a technique that could temporarily enhance his cultivation. Although frenzied spirit crystals were good, he ultimately couldn't use them now. However, he was very interested in the technique from the bloodthirsty sect that could enhance cultivation. This was definitely a big trump card. If he learned this technique, even if he didn't know any other martial skills, under the enhancement of the ancient sun body and the heavenly domineering armor, he could kill 5 layers above him. Chu Chi checked the storage bags of the others again, confirming there was nothing valuable, and then he closed his eyes. Time to continue cultivating the heavenly domineering body. The heavenly domineering body was a secret technique that could accompany him for life. He must quickly master this technique, or even perfect it. Closing his eyes, the power of the sun, moon, and stars danced around him like musical notes. Although this time, he did not enter the miraculous state of cultivation he had before. Chu Chi still clearly felt that his spirit was extremely focused, and he could sense the power of the sun, moon, and stars much more than when he first started cultivating. Was it because his cultivation was stronger, making his perception of these powers clearer? No, it seemed to be this. After more than 10 minutes, Chu Chi took out the ornament from his chest. This ornament was not luxurious. It was just an ordinary stone, not even jade. Otherwise, Xiao Chui wouldn't dare to use it to smash walnuts. At this moment, Chu Chi threw the ornament onto the ground and distanced himself from the jade pendant by 10 meters. He sat down again to sense the surrounding power of the sun, moon, and stars. The power of the sun, moon, and stars around him had obviously decreased.